Chapter 1 The Wheel of Fate. In the Dragon Kingdom, in the capital city, at a certain restaurant. You are a kind-hearted, possess and values, and very handsome, but you are a police officer and a officer on the front lines. Have very weaved heart a batwort would happen if I were injured, disabled, or even sacrificed, what would I do then? If we have children in the future, have I considered what would happen to them if I were no longer around? I'm sorry, but was hold break up. Sierra stood frozen, gazing at his girlfriend before him, a strange feeling blossoming within him. Her face, once familiar, now seemed totally distant and foreign. Her courtier had turned 22, having graduated from the Police Academy and become a detective, where he had first met her. They had gotten to know each other, fallen in love, and support had done another for a full 2 years. Now, he quietly watched as his girlfriend stood up, turning away without a backward glance. Sierra took out a pack of cigarettes, withdrawing Gonnie and lighting it. His thoughts drifted back to the past. Before turning 18, he had a happy family. His father was a police officer, and his mother a acre. Growing up, seeing framed medals of his father's police achievements inspired him to dream of becoming a police officer like his dad. In pursuit of dream, Sierra worked tirelessly to gain admission to Dragon Kingdom People's Police University. But before he could even report for duty, his father was killed in the line of duty. Soon after, his mother fell into depression and took her own life. From that moment on, Sierra became an orphan. Yet, he persevered. He never abandoned his dream and entered the police university, graduating with excellent marks to become a police officer. After meeting his girlfriend, he thought you would no longer fear only. But unexpectedly, after finishing a cigarette, Sierra smiled faintly and closed his eyes. He was utterly exhausted. Due to our recent case, he hadn't had our proper rest in over half a month. Each night, his sleep barely exceeded 5 hours. He was truly worn out. He really wanted to take a nap, but soon fell into deep slumber. Gradually, his breathing became rapid and his heart receded violently. Suddenly, Sierra's breath ceased and his heartbeat stopped. His stole frame slowly collapsed, succumbing to sudden death. In 2018, in Ice City, Sierra woke groggily in a small bedroom. The blurred images around him gradually sharpened, and his mind fully awakened. He glanced around, bewildered, caught completely off guard. The familiar room, the familiar furniture, the scene-lived home. He distinctly remembered breaking up with his girlfriend moments ago, sitting in a restaurant in the capital. How had he suddenly returned to Ice City, back to his old home? Moreover, the show meets some new have. Everything in the room looked as that many years ago. The computer monitor and CPU had previously sold a scrap had mysteriously appeared. Not just he computer, but Theratim Saswell. Is this a dream? Lost in existential confusion, Sierra stood the days. Suddenly, Sierra, why are you still in bed? Get your pandy at. A middle-aged woman's voice called from outside the bedroom. Sierra's eye trembled, his expression blank. Mom? In an instant, held up out of bed like a madman. He dashed toward the door, bursting out of the room. When his mother, carrying dish as she emerged from the kitchen. His eyes widened in shock, tears streaming down his face. His mother looked just as remembered. Thou see her entered middle age, her grace hadn't lie intensified. Time had sculpted her features into subtilence, exuding a narrow elegance. Any knew how Zor could imagine that must have been a beauty in Harriet. Mom! Unable to contain himself, Sierra's howled in excitement. What a ray is howling for? Liu Union was startled by her sense outburst, rolling her eyes. But the next moment, she was enveloped in a tight embrace, struggling to breathe. Are you trying to kill me? She playful lip and cheat herson, perplexed. Her husband was only 183 cmtale, yet Hyacinth had grown to 185 kmi by the age of 18. His physique Harry Teddle the best features of both parents, strikingly handsome. Now, should Talu cup to Zeherson's face. Hey, why Sir you crying? Sir was not just crying isfis was so acid with tears of joy, overwhelmed with emotion. About flashed through his mind. Rebirth? Otherwise, everything before him was inexplicable. Released his mother Andro shed back to the bedroom. Looking around, ha picture panelled phony from the bed. Awaken. August 10, 2018. Hetrally had been reben, bakto 6 years ago. Coming to he senses the 14-year-old Sirmu wept he during some more. His mother was still alive, and his father had not yet sacrificed himself. He remember thought fatful day when his father did, which was August 13. Sirmu's spark led with determination. Like a droning main grasping gal lifeline, he realized he must save his father. As longer Shisforth lived, his mother would not take her own life. Sirmu clenched hists, a glint of cold resolve in eyes. Memory is flooded back to him. Ha cold ha playwise further's body and toe faferlau of Iser were discovered. Enamol, shot dead. Hew'd never forget that location, no cold hedoretto. But some things strange had occurred. 4 days after his father's death, the murderer was apprehended. However, it was not by the police, but by the National Security Agency. He recalled how, in his past life, when he saw the murderer, the man was in a pitiful state. His limbs were broken, his body battered, and he had been tortured to the brink of death. At the time, Siamo Harda buried a strange suspicion. It seemed someone had used the power of national security to help him find his father scholar deliberately presenting him to Sirmu. Why did he suspect this? Consider how it leath national security agency must be to intervene in a criminal case. The most borsling part was that national security personnel notified him to meet the murderer. Wasn't he strange that they knew was searching for the killer? From various clues, Sirmu felt someone was assisting him. He had vented out that person, wanting to express his gratitude. Unfortunately, until his rebirth, he had never found that individual. It was a regret. Now father had been reben, he could not allow their tragedy to unfold again. A fierce killing intent flickered in his. The murderer? Just you wait, incoming for you. Suddenly, Abby's arvir situated in his mind. The wheel of fate activated. Sirmu? Is this a hallucination, or am I hearing things? What on earth is this verse in me head? Just Ashberg entered out the sanity. A massive eggled and red wheel materialized before his eyes. Slowly spinning in a faint, mysterious light. Each notch seemed to hold and see and twistermand cosmic secrets. Radiating an aura of sanctity. Chapter 2 I love you, Mom, I'm going to save Dad. Sirmo stared in astonishment at the golden red wheel before him. He observed the pointer and the button to activate the wheel. His sheer tracing gun controllably. The Morenoshne Freberth was already extraordinary. Boothie's wheel of fate see mediven mere miraculous. What exactly is this? Suddenly, strange information flooded his mind. Instructions for us. They clarified the purpose of Wheel of Fate. The so-called Wheel of Fate possesses countless extraordinary abilities. Each ability presents a remarkable power that humanity cannot attain. However, these abilities are not granted freely. Each day you receive 1 point of its value, which can be used for a lottery. There are 3 types of drawing: lead draw, 10 draws, and 100 draws. Single draw each time costs 1 point of its value, with 1 chance of obtaining gun ability from the Wheel of Fate. 10 draws a 10 chance of acquiring gun ability from the Wheel of Fate. 100 draws a 100 guarantee of receiving gun ability from the Wheel of Fate. Since he activated the Wheel of Fate for the first time, he was rewarded with 100 points of its value. What is waiting for? Sir must fiercely jupe with excitement. Just as she was about to activate the Wheel of Fate for a draw, he hesitated. Which of the three literary methods hurt Heku's? Many people prefer to gamble, hoping to turn up a cycling to motorcycle. This is necessarily wrong. But now, while he has the Wheel of Fate, he will only receive 1 point of fater value each day in the future. The draw instructions were clear. A single draw has only a 1 chance of obtaining gun ability. Tenders only offer a 10 chance. Only 100 draws guarantee an ability. If he squanders 100 points of fater value on single 10 draws, he would end up with nothing. And how long will the turkey to accumulate another 100 points of it value? While single 10 draws seem to offer greater chances and benefits. The arena suitably this moment. Siemu needed ability Sergeant Light to prevent his father from dying, as danger awaited him. He is also curious does he hurt abilities this shouldn't lie appeared Wheel of Fate will grant them. 100 draws. Without any hesitation, Siemu silently thought. In an instant, the Wheel of Fate began to spin rapidly. The golden red globe came a blinding like a sun. After about 3 seconds, the shimmering light of the Wheel of Fate had transformed into 4 golden characters. Human weapon. What is thy ability? Siemu's expression was filled with confusion. Suddenly, a torrent of knowledge about killing techniques, methods, and abilities urged into his mind and body, imprinting itself in his brain, muscles, bones, and cells, integrating with his very being. Siemu. His mouth fell open in shock, utterly astonished. What is a weapon? In essence, a weapon sexist for the purpose of killing. What do Eshaman weapon mean? Using theberty, employing everything, and utilizing unimaginable methods to kill. Upon regaining his senses, Siemu felt no joy instead, a chill ran down his spine. He could distinctly feel his body transforming into something terrifying. His hands, feet, and every part of his body became lethal weapons, capable of inflicting fatal harm. Moreover, within his line of sight, pens, chairs, toothpicks, mouse cables, and countless other objects transformed into tools for killing. At that moment, Siamu's pupils constricted violently fixated on a stack of for white paper. In the past, he heard had white paper ways of little use beyond writing. However, now the human weapon bill tire via led to him. That area at least hundreds of waste out lizu white paper for killing. Many people know that paper can be extremely sharp at times. Some have even experienced it being cut by paper. In certain situations, Erna Connor separates a blade. Skillfully leveraging technique when strength to easily slice it through someone's wrist or neck. Or faulty paper into sharp weapon stop your skin and vital organs. The human weapon ability hard transformed Siemu into a assassin. No, Hughes of Marie terrifying than an assassin. Hughes essentially are killing McKean. After the initial shock, a look of delight spread across Siemu's face. With his ability, it seemed he were deviants of self-defense ain't face of anger. Noting lies of defense, Boutit could also abuse it sparingly. After all, in his past life he was a police officer, not a killer. After leaving Thuram, Siemu shared lunch with his mother. For the rest of the afternoon, he followed her around like a shadow. Occasionally calling out Mom, which made Liu Union grow hairs in exasperation. As her Venning approached, without any surprise, his father had not returned him. Such was the life of a police officer, working until exhaustion, every weeker 007. As for weekend song vacations, what wathos? At 7:30 in the evening. Mom, I'm going to check and dad. Siermer worked to thin trans young Putin his house, calling back to his mother. Be careful, Liu Union waved him off. Continuing to Kate and loaf with her friends on the phone. Siermo stood at the door, casting a complex glance at his mother. He hard never appreciated hearing her. Once his parent shad, it was too late to realize the value. Recalling his past life, Weng Hebaut Guft's forest girlfriend. I've hakos well, sure shabby. If hakos poorly, sure subsit. Had Haver considered buying Guft's forest barons? They would never complain. Instead, they would berjoyers for o holiday or events of Errol days. It was a lesson sier mulian ed too late. Turning away, Hatu K deep Brett hand up her door. Elovayer, mum am going to save dad. After y brank Hof Ice City Public Security Bureau, Criminal Investigation Team 2. Siumu walked righty doer. Siumu, you're here. Iker me to see me dad. Why, you've grown taller again. Yer, im 185 come no. This kid's fee so handsome Mary cold beaster. Uncle you, please don't your kivial ready been accepted in the Police Academy. Right, the People's Police University in the capital Udit Asbn showing of a batuto everyone bragging about how successfully I hear. Maria bright smiley ash greeted thune clease andorn soft the term. Before long. A tal figure remerged. The silver and sign hisper leasony form gleamed under the lights, shining brilliantly. His face was resolute, his gaze deep and piercing, as if he cold seat threshold. Thou Hughes in his mid-40s, here many da strikingly handsome Emma Legedman. What brings you here? Up and seeing hissen, Siar Guodong smiled, ruto for nia gainer. Before a cold finishes intense, Hughes abruptly embraced bison. Siuma's quivering voice reached his ears. Dad, Emma said you.
Chapter 3 The fear of one's wife is tradition. On the cab outside the 2nd Brigade, the father and son sat in silence. Upon their reunion, the initially agitated Xiao Mu had regained his composure. Noticing his father pulling out a pack of cigarettes, he extended his hand. What's the matter? Xiao Guodong chided with a smile, you little rascal want to smoke too. I'm already 18, and besides, you can't scold me like that, Dad. Xiao Mu quipped, calling your child a little rascal is rather detrimental for parents from a genetic standpoint. Xiao Guodong. Suddenly realizing that his son was referring to him as an old rabbit. Feeling a bit cheeky, are we? He raised his fist, ready to intimidate with playful force. How long has it been since I last gave you a good thrashing? How can the Xiao family fight amongst themselves? Xiao Mu jokingly draped his arm over his father's shoulder. We agreed to unite against the Lu family, have you forgotten? Ha ha. Xiao Guodong chuckled, though his smile was somewhat forced, but that is my wife. Is it? Xiao Mu replied with a straight face, if I were to tell your wife that there might be something hidden beneath the flower pot at home, shut up. Xiao Guodong's tone turned stern, if you dare tell your mother, don't blame your father for being ruthless. Xiao Mu merely passed his lips. The esteemed deputy chief of the criminal investigation team, fearing his wife to such an extent, was indeed a rarity. Of course, this was a tradition in the Northeast. After a brief hesitation, Xiao Guodong handed his son a cigarette. When did you learn this? In his previous life as a police officer. Xiao Mu took the cigarette without a word. How much pocket money do you need? Xiao Guodong asked with a smile, your mother only gives me 1,000 a month, you'll have to manage with that. Indeed, his father only received a mere 1,000 in pocket money each month. Yet in his past life, whenever he asked for money, his father would always give him something. No need. Xiao Mu shook his head with a smile, I came over to learn about investigating cases. He had planned his feat beforehand, a benign untruth. With less than 3 days remaining until his father's sacrifice, Xiao Mu was determined to follow closely in his father's footsteps. Before that, he intended to familiarize himself with the case his father was currently investigating. Although he knew it was a case of hide murder from his past life, he had never seen the case files, for he was not yet a police officer at that time. Before he could find the murderer to avenge his father, the culprit had already been apprehended. He had never investigated the case that led to his father's demise. Learning to investigate cases. Xiao Guodong expressed surprise, you'll have plenty of time for that once you attend the police academy. That's different. Xiao Mu's smile faded, I also want to be a police officer in the future. It is far better to learn criminal investigation experience ahead of time. Don't joke around. Xiao Guodong understood his son's intentions. Investigating cases is no laughing matter. Non-criminal personnel should not interfere, and even for criminal personnel, there are rules against meddling in others' cases. I understand the rules, but I am your son. Xiao Mu interjected playfully. Besides, everyone in the brigade knows me and is aware that I'm going to the police academy. What's wrong with learning a bit early? A rule is a rule. Xiao Guodong's expression darkened. You should head home quickly, Xiao Mu stood up and walked out. What are you doing? Xiao Guodong called out as he watched his son head toward the door. I'm going to find Uncle Lu. Xiao Mu boasted. I bet Uncle Lu will help me. The Uncle Lu he referred to was the captain of the 2nd Brigade, Lu Chong, who had a very good relationship with Xiao Guodong. 5 years ago, during a case, Xiao Guodong had saved Lu Chong's life. Their bond was akin to that of brothers. Xiao Mu understood his father's character very well, too rigid, with rules that were paramount. Don't be foolish. Xiao Guodong rose, glaring. Unfortunately, Xiao Mu had already dashed off to the captain's office. Uncle Lu, my dad is bullying me. Upon pushing open the office door, Xiao Mu began his act, playing the innocent child. Haha, seeing Xiao Mu, Lu Chong rose from behind his desk with a broad smile. Tell Uncle Lu, how has your dad been bullying you? Xiao Mu recounted the conversation he had with his father. Learning to investigate cases. Lu Chong pondered for a moment. Sounds good, but you can only learn within the brigade, not outside. Understood. Having known each other for so many years, they were well aware of each other's characters. Lu Chong also knew that the young lad was clever and quite sensible. With supervision in the brigade, it was unlikely anything would go awry. The primary reason was still the bonds of friendship. Old Lu, don't encourage the kid to cause trouble. Xiao Guodong entered the office and shot a glare at Xiao Mu. Just promoted to deputy captain, and already trying to manage me, the captain. Lu Chong teased. Little Mu is following our path. Learning ahead of time is beneficial for him. Consider it an internship. With the brigade captain endorsing it, Xiao Guodong fell silent. However, he still cautioned his son, don't cause any trouble. It's been a while since I've given you a good thrashing. Xiao Mu. This was undoubtedly his real father. As a child, he had been quite mischievous, and Xiao Guodong had given him a fair share of beatings. Belts, paddles, and slaps were not uncommon. I promise to behave, rest assured, both captains. Xiao Mu stood at attention, delivering a perfectly executed military salute. Xiao Guodong and Lu Chong chuckled, warmth and fondness gleaming in their eyes. Soon after, Xiao Mu followed his father into a small conference room. Upon entering, they were enveloped in a haze of smoke. 4 Criminal investigators were analyzing case files. Upon seeing Xiao Mu, they were somewhat taken aback. However, when they learned that the brigade captain had sent the young lad to learn, they all laughed and paid no further heed. Xiao Guodong handed his son a tablet, which contained the case files. These were the very files pertaining to their current investigation. In this day and age, paper files were gradually being phased out. Mobile phones and computers had become the norm, making retrieval much more convenient. Xiao Mu did not interrupt their work, diligently opening the case files on the tablet. Criminal investigation case file, case name hired murder case number 1894325. Suspects. Case filing date July 27, 2018. Filing unit ICT Public Security Bureau, Dawai Branch, Criminal Investigation 2nd Brigade. Filing officer Xiao Guodong. In his previous life as a police officer, Xiao Mu had developed a keen interest in reviewing case files. To investigate and solve a case, one must first examine the files. Only by understanding the detailed circumstances of the case could one begin their investigation. However, the case at hand seemed to offer little to investigate. Through their inquiries, it was evident that the suspect had hired a hitman to murder her husband, with irrefutable evidence. Though the mastermind had been arrested, the actual murderer remained at large. Following the 2nd Brigade's investigation, they had narrowed down 2 suspects and had already placed them under surveillance, hoping to locate the murderer through them. It appeared that all they had to do was wait for the culprit to be found to close the case. Yet, after perusing the file, Xiao Mu furrowed his brow. For some reason, he felt that this case was not quite right. Chapter 4. The mind went blank. Many are aware that assassins exist in this world, yet, who among them has truly encountered one? The case files reveal that the mastermind behind the contract killing is a housewife. Despite possessing some wealth, she is merely an ordinary individual. Is the profession of an assassin accessible to the common person? Xiao Mu instinctively raised his gaze, surveying the 5 seasoned detectives, including his father, surrounding him. He did not consider himself particularly astute. Surely, if he could conceive such thoughts, these experienced detectives could as well. If the perpetrator indeed is an assassin, it would signal a grave escalation in this case. Typically, a case of this magnitude would be beyond the purview of a mere criminal investigation team. Why, although police officers are engaged in a specialized profession, they are still a group of ordinary individuals. Assassins, on the other hand, are a cadre of professional killers. How could ordinary people contend with them? It is akin to asking whether common folk could rival soldiers or special forces. When it comes to confrontation, what difference is there between it and a death wish? According to protocol, should an assassin be confirmed, the detectives would conduct the investigation while special forces would be mobilized. If the situation were dire enough, even armed police or special units would intervene. Given this, why does the case still remain with the 2nd Division? The only conclusion that can be drawn is that neither the higher-ups nor the 2nd Division believes the culprit to be a professional assassin. The reasoning is simple: if a genuine assassin were involved, could ordinary police officers uncover any leads? One should not underestimate an assassin. Their methods are exceptionally elaborate. The case files meticulously document the sequence of events leading to the crime. The victim was driving home, halted at a traffic signal when a motorcycle approached. The rider knocked on the car window. As the victim rolled down the window, the rider brandished a cleaver and struck, severing a substantial portion of the victim's neck. Subsequently, the rider sped away on the motorcycle. Other drivers on the road witnessed this scene and called the police. By the time the officers and paramedics arrived, it was too late. So, who are the other two suspects apart from the perpetrator? They are the mastermind's brother and a friend of his. What connection do they have with the assassin? The mastermind sought to kill her husband, and her brother assisted her in devising the plan by enlisting the help of a friend. This friend frequently browsed the dark web, utilizing it to hire an assassin for a fee of $200,000. The mastermind also provided her brother and that friend with a kickback of $50,000 each. Currently, the mastermind, her brother, and the brother's friend have all been apprehended. However, apart from the mastermind, the two suspects have been released under surveillance. The police aim to capture the assassin by tracking these two suspects. In essence, it is akin to fishing. Why not search for someone through the dark web? That would be folly. Anyone with even a modicum of knowledge about the dark web understands the monumental difficulty in dismantling it. It is well beyond the capabilities of ordinary officers, who lack the resources to do so. The discovery of the dark web has already been reported. Meanwhile, the detectives of the 2nd Division can only employ their expertise to locate the assassin. They intend to draw the snake out of its hole. They plan to issue another contract for a killing through the brother's friend, hoping to lure the assassin out. Strangely, the assassin indeed accepted the contract, with a meeting scheduled in 2 days. On the very day Xiao Guodong and his colleagues met with tragedy. Thus, Xiao Mu sensed something amiss in this case. In his previous life, he had a mentor, the guiding figure in his law enforcement journey, who was remarkably astute. His mentor had once solved a major homicide case and dismantled a group of assassins. He recalled his mentor saying, "A true assassin will never accept a second contract from the same employer in a short span." It is akin to robbing a bank. After a successful heist, would one return to rob the same bank again soon? If you were a robber and received news that the bank was once again offering a large sum of money, what would that indicate? A trap. During his time in the police academy, his instructors imparted a crucial lesson. Never underestimate any criminal, for the fools have already been caught. Those who remain at large possess a far superior intellect. Every unsolved mystery signifies that the criminals are exceptionally clever. In terms of intellect, you are but novices. Your only advantage is your backing by the state, which allows you to utilize national resources to prevail. This is the only way you can apprehend them. Do not delude yourselves into thinking you are particularly formidable. This is not to disparage you, but when facing truly intelligent criminals, you are not even fit to carry their shoes. He recalled how many classmates had scoffed at their teachers' assertions, regarding them as exaggerations. They believed that once they became officers, capturing criminals would be a breeze. However, upon graduation, each of them, including Xiao Mu, came to understand that their teachers' words were indeed profound truths. They also uncovered a disturbing reality: criminals generally possess a higher intelligence than the average person. Those lacking in intellect would not even qualify for a life of crime. To illustrate, can you construct a handgun? Can you build a dark website? Can you manufacture narcotics? Those devoid of intellect desiring to commit crimes are merely daydreaming. Now, Xiao Mu had identified a fool. This fool had unwittingly accepted a second assassination contract. Can a fool truly be an assassin? His mentor had stated that true assassins would absolutely refrain from accepting a second commission in a short time frame, as it is likely to lead to trouble, potentially a trap. If the individual in question were a professional assassin, possessing even a modicum of intelligence, why would they accept a second killing contract? Does that make sense? What precisely does this assassin intend to do? Xiao Mu's expression grew grave. The clues, information, and records within the case files began to coalesce in his mind. He replayed the events repeatedly, scrutinizing them with utmost care. His thought process raced like a high-speed CPU, various pieces of information colliding, analyzing, and deducing. The sheer volume of information caused his mind to momentarily stall. The surrounding detectives noticed Xiao Mu's unusual demeanor. Xiao Guodong called out, "Xiao Mu." In an instant, Xiao Mu snapped back to reality and exclaimed, "It's a trap. Their objective is to kill the police." A collective gasp echoed around him. The 5 detectives stared at Xiao Mu in astonishment, as if beholding a deity. Xiao Mu paid no heed to their astonished gazes, nor did he feel the need to explain anything. He remained ensconced in his own world, his mind in a frenzy. Why target the police? Could it be that someone seeks revenge against law enforcement, deliberately setting a trap? No. Xiao Mu raised an eyebrow. If the intent were to kill a specific officer, why not simply target them directly? Why concoct a contract killing case? Thus, the perpetrator is not specifically targeting an individual officer, but rather the police who fall into the trap. People do not engage in actions without reason, nor do they kill without motive. What, then, could be their aim? Xiao Mu's expression grew serious. He resolved to investigate the crime scene. Chapter 5. The cunning frog continues to pat your stomach. I wish to see the scene for myself, Xiao Mu said, turning to his father. No way, Xiao Guodong replied, dismissing his son's request outright. Ordinary citizens lack not only the authority of enforcement but even the right to participate. What does a mere child think he can accomplish at the scene? Xiao Mu understood this all too well. The mere fact that he was allowed to come and learn about the case was already a courtesy extended by the captain. When someone grants you a favor, you must accept it graciously and not overstep your bounds. With a glint of mischief in his eyes, Xiao Mu began to fish for a reaction. Have you not noticed that this case harbors significant issues? To persuade others, there are 5 techniques. Uncovering the root, providing typical examples, persuasive reasoning, analogical argumentation, and inducement. To convince 5 seasoned detectives, one must be logical and substantiated. Indeed, the gazes of the 5 veteran detectives fell upon him, awaiting his next words. Let us first discuss a point of suspicion. Xiao Mu adopted a posture reminiscent of a cunning frog, extending a finger. The killer. Expressions shifted among Xiao Guodong and his colleagues. I know you do not believe the perpetrator to be a killer. Otherwise, this case would not fall under the jurisdiction of the second squad. Xiao Mu's tone became resolute. But what if I propose that the perpetrator might indeed be a bona fide assassin, deliberately leaving behind numerous clues to entice the police to pursue him, only to eliminate those who come after him? What say you? The expressions of the 5 seasoned detectives morphed into a blend of intrigue and skepticism as they regarded the youth before them. Kill a police officer? Surely, no one in their right mind would be intoxicated enough to entertain such thoughts. Even if Xiao Mu were correct, what could possibly be the motive? If it were vengeance, they could simply target the officer they wished to retaliate against. It made no sense. Are you wondering why they would do such a thing, finding it illogical? Xiao Mu retrieved a cigarette from the table and placed it between his lips. I, too, find it perplexing, but I can surmise that murdering police officers must confer significant advantages upon them, benefits beyond the realm of common understanding. Only in this light does the case become plausible. However, based on the case files, I have not discerned where these advantages might arise. Though the mastermind possesses a modicum of wealth, it pales in comparison to the immense benefits being discussed. And those involved in the case, even the assassin, would not acquire the type of advantages I am envisioning. In the end, I can only conceive of one possibility. Xiao Mu lit his cigarette, inhaling deeply as he gazed at the 5 seasoned detectives. The dark web, the smiles and peculiar expressions on the faces of the 5 detectives faltered. Their eyes shifted toward Xiao Mu, as if he had just committed an outrageous act in public. How did you come to the conclusion that they intend to murder police officers? Xiao Guodong's expression turned grave, fixating intently on his son. Of course, it was deduced, Xiao Mu replied, a twinge of uncertainty creeping in. Your son might possess a touch of genius, perhaps. He could not possibly reveal to his father in a past life. You were killed by an assassin. Do you think I am naive enough to be outwitted by my own son, a man of law enforcement? Xiao Guodong chuckled, his hand moving toward his belt, not willing to speak the truth. Are we? The other 4 detectives watched with amused expressions, their eyes twinkling. Those who become police officers cannot possibly be fools. Their work revolves around a battle of wits with criminals, and they are as cunning as they come. Xiao Mu's earlier assertions, while seemingly logical, were riddled with flaws in their eyes. Moreover, Xiao Mu was merely a child who had never even attended a police academy. What right did he have to deduce such matters? Don't act rashly, Dad, let us discuss this calmly. Faced with his father's implicit threat of violence, Xiao Mu was momentarily startled. What I said is true, I discovered it all in the case files, and the entire incident is riddled with inconsistencies. From the very beginning, it has appeared to me that someone has orchestrated a trap to lead you into a pitfall, including Xiao Guodong." The detectives fell silent, exchanging glances. Indeed, from the moment they took over the case, they had sensed its irregularities. Everything had transpired far too smoothly, from the victim's demise to their identification of the mastermind and the subsequent discovery of 2 suspects. It all unfolded too conveniently, devoid of any obstacles. It was precisely for this reason that they felt something was amiss. Thus, they doubted that the murderer could possibly be a professional assassin. Now, even a mere outsider child had discerned the discrepancies. This was a clear indication that something was indeed wrong with the case. "From the very start, it has been unreasonable," Xiao Guodong inquired calmly. "Care to elucidate?" "In all my dealings, I have never felt the need to explain myself to others." Xiao Mu felt a pang of discomfort but dared only to indulge in silent bravado. Alas, his father showed no signs of concealing his view of his son as merely a tool. First and foremost, the circumstances surrounding the victim's death are highly questionable. Xiao Mu did not shy away. According to the surveillance and eyewitness accounts, the perpetrator struck while the victim was halted at a red light. At that intersection, the traffic signal had a duration of 30 seconds, excluding the time it took for the victim to stop, for the assailant to knock on the window, and for the glass to lower. I calculated that only around 10 to 15 seconds remained. Consider this. If we were the assailant, trailing the victim's car on a motorcycle, and at a red light, we had to kill within 10 to 15 seconds using a cleaver. Xiao Mu surveyed the group. Is that feasible? 10 to 15 seconds may seem ample, allowing for a multitude of actions. However, one must consider numerous factors: psychological resilience, methods of killing, time calculations, environmental observations, and changes in the target's behavior. Achieving such a swift act of murder is, to be frank, beyond the capability of an ordinary person. Moreover, have you considered the dimensions of the car window? How could one accurately wield a knife to sever the neck of someone seated inside? And all the while, the assailant remains on a motorcycle. Just this aspect alone would render the task impossible for the vast majority. Various indicators suggest that the murder process was executed with remarkable professionalism. It is likely that the assailant is not a novice, displaying a level of decisiveness and psychological fortitude that points to the possibility of being a genuine professional killer. Yet, if this were indeed the case, the absurdity of the situation escalates. Professional assassins have an abundance of methods at their disposal for carrying out a hit, yet this particular killer chose the most foolish approach imaginable, murdering in plain sight, under the scrutiny of myriad surveillance cameras. What sort of madness would compel one to act in such a manner? If you were an assassin, well versed in various techniques of killing, why opt for such a brazen and imprudent method? The only conclusion Xiao Mu could arrive at was one: it was intentional. Chapter 6. It is time to showcase true skill. Xiao Mu's reasoning plunged the small conference room into a profound silence. The 5 seasoned detectives stood in a daze, their expressions frozen in a state of bewilderment, their eyes widened, revealing a look of astonishment as if to say, "Is it really like this?" Indeed, according to Xiao Mu's deductions, the circumstances surrounding the victim's demise had been questionable from the very beginning. The perpetrator's actions were exceedingly peculiar. If one were to claim he was an ordinary individual, such a method of murder would be beyond the capabilities of the average person. Conversely, if he were a killer, he had chosen an absurdly foolish approach to take a life. Yet, as per Xiao Mu's assertion, it was all a setup, a trap. All the anomalies aligned, rendering the scenario plausible. This feeling resembled Daji, swaying her little hips, casting flirtatious glances at King Zhou, sweetly beckoning, "My king, come play with me, come catch me." Had they not transformed into the ravenous King Zhou, eager to pounce upon the beguiling Daji, wishing to pin this little enchantress to the ground? Was there not a possibility that, upon catching her, she would turn and metamorphose into a terrifying beast, devouring you whole? The likelihood was indeed substantial. The mere existence of such a possibility indicated that Xiao Mu's reasoning had been validated. Someone was laying a trap, waiting for the police to leap into it. Criminal investigation is precisely this: a myriad of hypotheses, diverse reasoning, and extensive analysis. Errors are inconsequential. A single accurate guess can lead to the capture of the culprit. Although Xiao Mu's deductions held merit, the detectives could only concede to half of it, for there existed a perplexing gap in his reasoning. The question loomed: how did he ascertain that the target was a police officer? It was akin to someone revealing tomorrow's lottery numbers, insisting that they were infallible, urging you to buy a ticket. If the numbers failed to yield a win, it would be one matter, but if they did, one must ponder how you had foreseen the winning numbers. The 5 veteran detectives, whose daily work revolved around cerebral exercises, scrutinizing details and uncovering flaws, were not easily swayed. They were wise foxes, and this young lad was still too green. Yet, little did they know, Xiao Mu had deliberately informed them of the impending threat to the police. Whether this was reasonable or not was secondary, the mere possibility would instill caution in his father's team as they pursued the case. With heightened vigilance, the killer would find it far more challenging to strike. Simultaneously, his deductions had garnered acceptance, thereby altering the direction of the investigation. This was Xiao Mu's ultimate objective. To partake in the case, as previously mentioned, he was merely an ordinary individual, not even a police academy student. What right did he have to participate? Yet, participation was indeed possible, through a unique means. Law enforcement occasionally encounters intricate cases that necessitate external assistance. Such individuals may be categorized as experts, consultants, or specialists. For instance, a consultant offers analysis, leads, and participates in significant decisions, enhancing the effectiveness of the police's investigative efforts. In simpler terms, it was akin to the police engaging a strategist to devise their plans. Naturally, should the case be solved, such individuals would not receive official accolades, but they could obtain rewards, such as bonuses, titles, or commendations. Captain Lu Chong's unexpected arrival was marked by a peculiarly scrutinizing gaze cast upon Xiao Mu. After listening to his subordinates' reports on the young man's analysis, he pondered for a moment before asking, "Xiao Mu, tell Uncle Lu how you deduced that their objective was to kill police officers." "I came here to learn about investigations, which is one aspect," Xiao Mu replied, his demeanor somber. "However, I had an unsettling feeling all day, as if something were amiss with my father, prompting me to come and be by his side." His statement left everyone momentarily stunned, followed by a collective change in expression. Did they truly believe such words? Yes, whether they acknowledged it or not, there existed a phenomenon of intuition. For instance, prior to an unexpected event, certain individuals may indeed possess inexplicable premonitions. This phenomenon is not exclusive to humans. Wild animals, too, exhibit such abilities. Before disasters occur, certain creatures can sense impending calamity, displaying unusual behavior. Lu Chong shared a glance with Xiao Guodong before turning to Xiao Mu. "So, you suspect that the intention is to kill police officers?" "Precisely. I sensed that my father was in danger, and upon noticing the myriad of peculiarities surrounding this case, it became evident that a trap was being set." Xiao Mu nodded. "If my intuition is accurate, then my father is at significant risk in this case." The answer becomes glaringly obvious. Their objective is to eliminate the police. At that moment, he felt his acting skills were commendably impressive, managing to speak fabrications with utmost sincerity. Yet, as long as it meant saving his father, he was willing to overlook the implications. There remained a pivotal aspect. In this lifetime, Xiao Mu intended to personally apprehend the perpetrator and solve the current case. He had realized that this case differed greatly from his previous life. Otherwise, he could simply shadow his father, apprehending the culprit without expending such mental energy. In his past life, everyone believed that the deaths of Xiao Guodong and his colleagues were the result of a desperate act by the killer. However, in this lifetime, Xiao Mu discerned the case's irregularities, vaguely deducing its connection to the dark web. Given this discovery, how could he refrain from investigating further? The group turned their attention to Lu Chong, who wasted no words, gazing deeply at Xiao Mu. "In that case, let Xiao Mu assist in solving this case. Should any trouble arise, I will take the responsibility." Could a person of Lu Chong's caliber be easily fooled? He had discerned the young man's desire to participate in the ongoing investigation. Nevertheless, he recognized the lad's keen intellect. With a cadre of elders overseeing the situation, aiding the investigation should pose little difficulty. If the young man could indeed assist the team in cracking the case, it would leave a significant mark in the records, greatly benefiting Xiao Mu's future career in law enforcement. Who among those present did not understand this? Xiao Guodong enjoyed a good rapport within the police force and shared a close friendship with Lu Chong. The most crucial factor was that Xiao Mu possessed both ability and intellect. Had it been another young fellow, even with the opportunity, could he have managed it without the requisite acumen? As Xiao Mu exited the second precinct, he inhaled deeply. He had finally become involved, successfully taking the first step. Yet, the road ahead promised to be arduous. Solving a case was far from a simple endeavor. Standing beside his son, Xiao Guodong wore a beaming smile. His son had shown promise, a source of pride for him. How could he not feel elated? The veteran detectives nearby regarded him with envy. Their own offspring, of similar age, were still preoccupied with frivolity. They were now tasked with accompanying Xiao Mu, eager to see what insights he might uncover. Simultaneously, they were perplexed. They had thoroughly examined the crime scene, believing they had left no stone unturned. Why did the young lad wish to investigate once more? Because Xiao Mu felt an unsettling tension, an ominous premonition. He sensed that this case could escalate significantly, thus, he sought to validate his suspicions. It was time to showcase true skill. Chapter 7 Brainstorming at midnight. The streets appeared to be enveloped in a soft moonlight, exuding an air of tranquility and mystery. Streetlights cast dark shadows, stretching the empty avenues into an elongated silhouette. A road leading into a residential community. Before the traffic signal, Xiao Mu surveyed his surroundings. This was the very location where the victim had met his tragic fate. At the time, the victim had been driving mere 600 meters from home while waiting at the red light. The assailant, riding a motorcycle, had stopped beside the car and committed the heinous act. This incident was witnessed not only by passers-by and other motorists but also captured by the city's surveillance system, recording the entire sequence of the perpetrator's crime. Essentially, there was little left to investigate. Was it conceivable that Xiao Mu's criminal investigation experience surpassed that of seasoned detectives? Absolutely not. In terms of experience, he was not even worthy of carrying their shoes. Whatever he could conceive, they had undoubtedly considered as well. What Xiao Mu sought to uncover were the elements overlooked by everyone else. Or rather, matters that had never crossed anyone's mind. If we were the murderer, a professional assassin, Xiao Mu squinted, why would we choose to kill in plain sight? What advantage would that afford us? Xiao Guodong and his colleagues furrowed their brows. Indeed, what benefit could there be, to an ordinary person? Such an act not only lacked merit but was also exceedingly foolish. If the assailant were a professional killer, how could he be so reckless, practically courting death? This conundrum was precisely what had eluded everyone's understanding, a notion not initially considered. With his father and others being of no help, he had to rely on himself. Xiao Mu felt a pang in his jaw. His brain cells began to stir with heightened activity, engaging in whimsical reasoning. The term benefit seemed simplistic, yet it represented a multitude of concepts. The most immediate gain, money. As the old adage goes, fine wine reddens the face, wealth stirs the heart. For instance, the mastermind behind this case resorted to hiring a hitman for the sake of inheritance. Similarly, the two suspects in this case sought out a killer purely for financial gain. Ultimately, the assassin likely murdered the victim for monetary reasons as well. The entire case revolved around the theme of money. Was it possible that the money perceived by the police was merely superficial? Could there be greater financial entanglements at play? Yet, where was this money? Suddenly, a bolt of inspiration struck Xiao Mu's mind, dispelling all the fog of confusion. The dark web. The files had already documented it in detail. The mastermind's brother aided his sister by contacting friends, accessing the dark web, and hiring a hitman through its channels. It could be said that this assassin hailed from the dark web. Those familiar with the dark web understood it to be akin to a money printing machine. A modest dark web operation could earn hundreds of thousands or even millions annually. Some larger dark web enterprises could rake in billions. How does the dark web generate income? Through transactions, various illicit dealings not sanctioned by law, organ trafficking, human trafficking, arms deals, information sales, drug trafficking, and the distribution of illicit content. Xiao Mu conceived an audacious idea. Could the deaths of his father and the others be linked to the dark web? Certain individuals within the dark web might have deliberately orchestrated a contract killing, luring law enforcement into investigating. Their true motive could be to garner immense benefits through the murder of police officers. An ordinary person might struggle to comprehend this. What advantage could come from murder? Yet, those acquainted with the dark web knew otherwise. For within the dark web existed a plethora of horrifying live streams and terrifying recordings, not to mention murder. Those broadcasts and videos contained unimaginable horrors. The existence of such content stemmed from the perverse fascination of certain individuals who were willing to spend lavishly to watch. As the saying goes, no trade, no harm. It was precisely because of these deviant viewers that such live streams and recordings thrived. Xiao Mu's bold hypothesis suggested that someone was staging an elaborate act, creating a case solely for the purpose of live broadcasting or recording to reap financial rewards. Was it truly possible that there were those who would pay to witness such atrocities? The absurd question arose. Many are aware that movies are fictional, mere fabrications, yet, why do people flock to view them? Sometimes, a blockbuster film can gross billions. Despite knowing a film is merely a form of entertainment, why do they still pay to watch? Some might argue it brings them joy, pleasure, and delight. In the eyes of certain individuals, the live streams and recordings from the dark web operate on the same principle. Thus, Xiao Mu's expression darkened, and he began scanning his surroundings. What was he searching for? Cameras. If his reasoning held true, there would undoubtedly be cameras present to facilitate the live streaming and recording. The logic was straightforward. Were he in the perpetrator's shoes, he would also ensure cameras were in place to monitor the police investigation, enticing an audience to witness how law enforcement was being outmaneuvered. Ultimately, eliminating those officers would fit the archetypal narrative of an exhilarating web story, allowing viewers to experience a sense of participation and thus generate revenue. Wasn't that the case? Consequently, how could such lucrative cameras be absent from the scene? Without surveillance, how could the audience engage in witnessing the police being made fools of? Assuming this deduction is valid, Xiao Mu surmised that not only would the current location have cameras, but also the mastermind's residence, the brother's home, and any place police might visit in connection with the case would likely be under surveillance. Every move made by the police would be captured on camera. Upon realizing this, Xiao Mu's countenance shifted once again. He discerned that the mastermind and the two suspects had implicated themselves. At least one of these individuals had participated in orchestrating this case, fabricating the FAOD of a contract killing. Some might question, is this person foolish? He has already been apprehended by the police. Does he not fear imprisonment? No, this individual is not only shrewd but may also be motivated by personal gain. For instance, if someone approached you, asking you to take the fall for a 5-year prison sentence in exchange for $1 million, would you accept? Some might argue against it, claiming that participants in such a case could face the death penalty. Do they not fear death? Are you aware that many individuals would willingly sacrifice themselves for the betterment of their families? For their parents, for their wives and children, they would unhesitatingly embrace death. Forget $1 million, even 50,000 could compel them to seek death. Having pieced this together, Xiao Mu discreetly signaled to his father and another officer. The three departed to find a secluded spot. After articulating his deductions, Xiao Guodong and his colleagues were left astounded, their minds racing. Could the young man's reasoning hold water? Verifying this was simple enough, just check for cameras. Of course, they needed to do so discreetly. If Xiao Mu's theory proved accurate, their every move could be under surveillance. When Xiao Guodong relayed his son's reasoning to the team leader, Lu Chong was equally taken aback. He immediately dispatched personnel from other units to verify and search for the presence of cameras at the crime scene, the residences of those involved, and other pertinent locations. In the blink of an eye, half a day passed, and by 7 o'clock the following morning, confirmation was received. Over 20 cameras had been discovered. Chapter 8 Defying Convention. In the conference room of the ICT Public Security Bureau, the atmosphere was both austere and illuminating. The furnishings were arranged with meticulous order, and the table was adorned with an array of neatly organized documents. On the walls hung the national emblem and the police badge, exuding a solemn dignity that underscored the principles of justice and law. Xiao Mu followed closely behind Xiao Guodong and Lu Chong as they entered the room. He observed a dozen officers in white shirts and numerous inspectors. Nearly all the leaders of the ICT police system were present. Second Squad Lu Chong, Xiao Guodong reporting. The squad leader Lu Chong and deputy squad leader Xiao Guodong saluted the gathering of leaders. Xiao Mu instinctively raised his hand to salute but abruptly remembered that he was not yet a police officer in this life, and his arm faltered midair. Please take your seats, a first-level police inspector at the head of the table said with a smile. Understood. Lu Chong and Xiao Guodong moved forward to occupy their designated seats. Xiao Mu, however, found himself in a somewhat awkward position, as no one had invited him to sit. Being a reincarnated individual with a fully developed social aptitude, he procured a chair amidst the scrutinizing gazes, epitomizing the adage, as long as I am not embarrassed, it is others who should feel awkward. His demeanor nearly provoked laughter from Lu Chong and Xiao Guodong, while expressions of intrigue and amusement flickered across the faces of the officers in white shirts and inspectors. The young lad possessed a certain charm. He not only remained composed in front of a cadre of leaders but also managed to maintain an air of nonchalance, a feat not commonly achieved by an ordinary youth. Did Xiao Mu have any reason to fear them? In this life, he had neither committed a crime nor was he a police officer. Why should he be intimidated? His mentor from his previous life had taught him, fear not, for only then can you turn the world upside down. If one were to be afraid of this and that, what kind of police officer could one hope to be? Your name is Xiao Mu, correct? The first-level police inspector inquired with a smile. Yes, Xiao Mu nodded. Please share your thoughts on the current case. The inspector's expression grew serious, the levity of the moment dissipating. The gravity of the situation was underscored by the magnitude of the gathering. If Xiao Mu's deductions proved accurate, significant repercussions were imminent. The murder of a police officer was never a trivial matter. It was tantamount to a provocation against the state, an affront to the apparatus of violence, and an insult to the rule of law. Such a case had sent shockwaves throughout the ICT police system, necessitating this meeting to escalate the matter. The city's Public Security Bureau would take the lead, forming a special task force to investigate the incident. As for the selection of the group leader, Xiao Mu was at the forefront. What a jest, to appoint a child who was not a police officer as the leader of a special task force. Yet, this was no mere jest. The field of criminal investigation was not like the bureaucratic realm, where seniority and rank held sway. Did a higher rank guarantee the resolution of a case? Nonsense. At times, the police force resembled the military. It mattered not whether one was a black cat or a white cat. What counted was the ability to catch mice. Competence reigned supreme, while the inept were relegated. Solving cases was no trivial pursuit. It was a race against time, where delays were intolerable. The primary reason for considering Xiao Mu as the group leader was his lineage. His father was a police officer, and he himself had been accepted into a police academy. Strictly speaking, he had one foot in the police force. Bestowing upon Xiao Mu the titles of consultant or special personnel to lead a special task force, supported by a cadre of seasoned detectives, was hardly out of the ordinary. However, a preliminary assessment was necessary to ascertain whether this young individual possessed the requisite capabilities. Having served as a police officer for 2 years in his previous life, Xiao Mu was certainly astute enough to discern the intentions of these leaders. At this juncture, he chose not to dwell on such matters. His mind focused solely on two objectives: 1. To safeguard his father's life. 2. To resolve this case. Xiao Mu abandoned his earlier reticence, speaking with unrestrained eloquence as he articulated his analyses, insights, and reasoning before the assembly. The expressions of the police officers shifted dramatically, their gazes towards Xiao Mu gradually igniting with intrigue. His deductions were not only well-founded and logically sound but also interconnected like a series of precise chains, each link reinforcing his arguments, rendering them irrefutable and impossible to overlook. What astonished everyone the most was the unwavering confidence that permeated Xiao Mu's words. It was as if every utterance had been meticulously considered, compelling his audience to accept his conclusions without question. A peculiar thought began to circulate among the attendees. Was this truly an 18-year-old child, a prodigy? The officers in white exchanged glances, their eyes brightening further, yet one individual stood rooted in place, astonished. "Is this my son?" Xiao Guodong stared at Xiao Mu, his mind buzzing, observing the young boy who spoke with such eloquence and conviction. He felt a sense of alienation from his own son. Yet beneath that bewilderment lay an overwhelming joy and astonishment, his face betraying a look of pride that signified, "My son has grown up. Having discovered those surveillance cameras, it is evident that my reasoning carries an 80% likelihood of being accurate." Xiao Mu paused, surveying the leaders present. "However, a pressing issue has arisen." "What issue?" The first-level police inspector inquired with a smile. "The dark web is beyond the reach of our investigation capabilities. Even ordinary cyber police lack the requisite skills." Xiao Mu shrugged. "We require the assistance of some cybersecurity experts, and perhaps the National Security Agency." The mention of the National Security Agency elicited a palpable shift in the room. Why would the destruction of the dark web necessitate the involvement of national security? Many were aware of the dark web, but how many understood its origins? Established in 2003 as a research initiative by the military of the United States, the infamous TOR project aimed to combat the dark web. Initially, the responsibility for tackling the dark web fell to national security. However, as it proliferated, smaller segments not directly threatening national security were delegated to the Public Security Bureau. In essence, when it came to combating the dark web, the National Security Agency was the true expert among experts. Xiao Mu referenced the National Security Agency for two primary reasons: 1. To leverage their resources to swiftly dismantle the dark web. 2. In his previous life, his father had perished while national security personnel apprehended the murderer, avenging him. Xiao Mu harbored a desire to test his luck, hoping to locate his former benefactors. Let us not dwell on the notion of reincarnation. In this life, his father was alive, thus nullifying any obligation to repay debts. A favor is a favor, and a debt is a debt. As a human being, one's moral compass must be intact. At the very least, one should possess a semblance of integrity, not toss it aside carelessly. A special task force was established, consisting of 7 members. Aside from Xiao Mu, who was not a police officer, 5 were top-tier detectives from ICT, and the final member hailed from the National Security Agency. Although the team was small, they possessed the authority to mobilize the entire police system of ICT for support. When necessary, they could deploy special police, armed police, or special operations units. The implications of a hired killing, the murder of a police officer, and the involvement of the dark web underscored the enormity of this case. However, at that moment, Xiao Mu paid little heed to these concerns, his gaze fixed upon a young man of approximately 27 or 28 years. He was handsome, tall, and donned an administrative jacket, exuding an air of unflappable composure. He was Yu Wu, the director from the ICT National Security Agency. I am Yu Wu. The young man offered a smile and extended his hand. It is a pleasure to meet you, Xiaomu, he replied, shaking Yiwu's hand with a grin. How pleased are you, Yiwu? What is with this young lad? Why is he so unconventional? Chapter 9. My 50-meter blade has become insatiably eager. I should, Yiwu's lips twitched, be happy. You are far too early in your joy, Xiaomu teased. Has the moral fabric of society deteriorated to such an extent? Yiwu found himself in a state of bemusement as he gazed at the youth before him. Brother Yi, Xiaomu sweetly addressed him, I actually have a question I wish to consult you about. Go ahead, Yiwu replied with a smile and a nod. Has your National Security Bureau taken notice of the ongoing dark web case? Upon uttering this, Xiaomu fixed his gaze intently on Yiwu, his expression serious. Yiwu glanced at him in confusion, shaking his head, no. Something felt amiss. Xiaomu pursed his lips, his dark eyes flickering. In a previous life, merely 4 days after his father's sacrifice, the perpetrator had been apprehended by the National Security Bureau. If the National Security Bureau had not shown interest in this case, why would they intervene? Let us not invoke the notion that this case involves the dark web. It has been previously established that the dark web targeted by the National Security Bureau pertains solely to matters of national security. Ordinary dark web activities do not fall under their jurisdiction. The presence of national security personnel here signifies that Xiaomu, as a reborn butterfly, has fluttered its wings, altering the trajectory of his past life. It is the police of ICT that have invited them to assist in the investigation, otherwise, the National Security Bureau would not involve themselves in such cases. This also indicates that following his father's sacrifice in his previous life, someone must have learned of the news and mobilized national security personnel to capture the assailant. An intriguing question arises. Xiaomu's family is quite ordinary. His father is a policeman, and his mother is a teacher. They are not from a prestigious lineage, nor do they have connections to the elite. How could such a violent institution as the National Security Bureau be so easily directed? Who is this person? Xiaomu's gaze sharpened. However, there is no time to ponder this now. Securing the case is of paramount importance. According to the trajectory of his previous life, tomorrow the two suspects will meet with the killer. During this encounter, Xiao Guodong and his colleagues will fall victim. Xiaomu's time is running short. In a luxurious hotel room, 2 cybersecurity experts are utilizing a dark web login tool to access a certain dark web. The dark web tool originated from one of the suspects. Xiaomu suspects that those on the dark web are deliberately feigning ignorance regarding the irregularity of this login tool, intentionally allowing police personnel to enter, thereby lulling them into complacency. Yet, the individuals on the dark web would never anticipate that their trap has been seen through by Xiaomu. They could not have foreseen the arrival of 2 top-tier cybersecurity experts beginning an investigation into the dark web. While the adversaries engage in malicious phishing, Xiaomu is equally riding the tide. Unbeknownst to them, night has fallen. The 2 security experts set aside their keyboards and nodded to the group. One of them launched into a barrage of technical jargon. Xiaomu struggled to comprehend much, grasping only the overall implication that the location of the dark web server has been pinpointed, residing right in ICT. It is merely a small-scale dark web operation, with online members numbering less than 9,000. The individuals behind its establishment are not particularly skilled. However, though small, it is fully equipped. The contents associated with this diminutive dark web are rather alarming: firearms, organs, assassins, drugs, live streaming. Among the registered members are numerous individuals of dubious character. The faces of those present darkened upon seeing the membership list. Some individuals naively believe that by clandestinely accessing the dark web, their identities remain hidden. Little do they realize that once they log into the dark web, their personal information is stripped bare. When needed, those on the dark web can even threaten them using their real identities. Simultaneously, it is discovered that the deep web within the dark web is hosting a live broadcast, a hunt for the police. It has been said that those who can afford to engage with the dark web are predominantly wealthy individuals. This refers specifically to the deep web, not the surface web. Ordinary people are only fit to dabble in the surface web. It is only the affluent who can access the deep web. For instance, without money, can one afford human organs? Without money, can one hire an assassin? As for firearms, they range from tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands. Can one truly afford such indulgences without wealth? Furthermore, regarding the live broadcast, each member must pay 1,000 virtual coins to view it. The viewer count within the broadcast room has reached as high as 1,400. This indicates that over 1,000 individuals have paid to participate, and this number is steadily increasing each day. A single live broadcast could yield profits exceeding 1 million. Isn't that terrifying? However, if one thinks that only this amount is being earned, they are gravely mistaken. This dark web also collaborates with other dark web entities for live broadcasts, sharing the profits. It is possible that this broadcast could generate millions, even tens of millions. This further substantiates that the dark web is indeed orchestrating a live-streamed police assassination. The motive is glaringly obvious. Money. This corroborates Xiaomu's deductions. The live-streamed murder of a police officer is indeed their true objective. At 4 in the morning, the personnel within the dark web have been largely identified, yet no arrests have been made. This is because they have yet to locate the assassin targeting the police.is. The assassin not affiliated with the dark web, the assassin merely collaborates with the dark web in this case. As for the identity of this assassin, no one is currently aware. However, Xiaomu knows he has encountered this person in his previous life, yet such matters cannot be disclosed. How could he explain to others that he possesses such foresight? Moreover, Xiaomu yearns to apprehend this little rascal himself. Let it not be said that he is impulsive or reckless. Before his rebirth, he was merely 24 years old, an age still quite youthful. What defines a young person? A single force, 2 points to act, 2 lines and a vertical stroke to accomplish. To act without impulse, to not be reckless, would that still qualify as youth? Contemplating the assassin, a sinister smile spread across Xiaomu's handsome face. Bastard, my 50-meter blade is aching with anticipation. At 10 a.m., one of the 2 monitored suspects received a call on his mobile phone. After concluding the conversation, the 2 proceeded to the rendezvous with the assassin. The show is about to begin. Inside a business vehicle, Xiaomu coldly observed as the 2 suspects entered a taxi and departed. The business vehicle started up, trailing the taxi from a distance. Just as in his previous life, Xiao Guodong and another police officer were present. It was impossible to substitute others at the last minute. Any change would easily alert the assassin. 20 minutes later, the taxi halted outside a shopping mall. The 2 suspects exited and entered through the mall's doors. Xiao Guodong glanced at his son, placed a hand on his shoulder, and exited the vehicle alongside his colleague to monitor the 2 suspects. Xiaomu had attempted to intervene, even considering incapacitating his father. Unfortunately, it was to no avail. Xiao Guodong's stubbornness was too great. Despite being fully aware of the assassination plot against them, he resolutely chose to participate, fearing that a replacement might lead to unforeseen complications. Xiaomu's expression grew particularly complicated as he watched his father's retreating figure. Rest assured, there shall be no mishap in this life, I promise. Special police, take your positions. 3 snipers are in place, and national security personnel have also entered the mall. Yiwu cast a glance at Xiao Guodong, who was walking into the mall, and then turned to Xiaomu. Do not worry. There will be no unforeseen events. Should the assassin be identified, they will be eliminated on the spot. Will there truly be no unforeseen events? Xiaomu's pupils constricted sharply, a wave of unease surging within him. What else have I failed to consider? Suddenly, his expression shifted dramatically. How many assassins are there in total? In his previous life, he had only seen 1 assassin. This was because the national security personnel had only allowed him to see 1. Thus, he assumed there was only a single assassin, but who could guarantee that there is but 1 assassin? Xiaomu's complexion paled substantially. In an instant, he yanked open the car door and dashed toward the mall's entrance. Chapter 10: The Terrifying Slaughter. Report the locations of Xiao Guodong and others. Xiaomu whispered as he rushed into the mall. In the stairwell of the mall's emergency exit, came Yiwu's voice through the wireless earpiece, currently situated in the stairwell between the 2nd and 3rd floors. Can the sniper see them? Xiaomu sprinted towards the mall's emergency exit. The view is clear through the stairwell window, but there is an obstruction, the sniper's report echoed in his earpiece. Xiaomu arrived at the entrance of the emergency exit and pushed with all his might, yet it did not budge. Locked, a cold sweat broke out on Xiaomu's brow. Without hesitation, he dashed towards the nearby elevator. He noticed the elevator indicator was stuck at the 4th floor. No matter how he pressed the up button, the elevator remained motionless. Xiaomu's expression changed again. Realizing that his father and the others were about to reach the 3rd floor and ascend to the 4th, he quickly raised his hand and, the next moment, his father's voice crackled through the earpiece. What do you mean? A wave of relief washed over Xiaomu as he warned, the 4th floor may be dangerous. You must leave the stairwell and head to the 3rd floor immediately. After a brief silence, his father replied, understood. Just then, the elevator began to move. It descended from the 4th floor, passing through the 3rd, 2nd, and 1st. Ding, the elevator doors opened, revealing it was empty. Xiaomu rushed inside and pressed the button for the 3rd floor. The doors closed, and the elevator ascended. He slowly squinted his eyes, his heart racing. A troubling thought struck him. It was morning, and the mall was bustling with shoppers. Why was there no one in the elevator descending from the 4th floor? Was it mere coincidence? Suddenly, the elevator came to a halt at the second floor. Xiao Mu half opened his eyes, gazing at the slowly opening elevator doors. Standing outside were a man and a woman. The woman was heavily made up, while the man appeared ordinary yet youthful. Their intimate demeanor revealed them to be a couple. Initially, Xiao Mu paid them no mind. However, when he saw the man reach out to press the button for the third floor, his pupils constricted, and his body tensed instantly. The elevator on the second floor was only going to the third. The mall had escalators, and the elevator was situated at the edge of the floor. Many people had experienced shopping in malls. Who would choose to take the elevator for just one floor when the escalator was so convenient? The elevator doors closed just as it began to move. "Oh no," the woman exclaimed beside him. Under normal circumstances, any person would likely turn to look at the source of such a startled reaction, driven by curiosity or instinct. Xiao Mu was no exception, drawn in by her exclamation. At that moment, a sharp glint caught his eye. It was the flash of a knife reflecting light. The blade descended, its icy gleam piercing Xiao Mu's eyes. Simultaneously, he noticed a sinister, yet the woman's cruel grin and the indifference in her eyes froze the next instant. Crack, the hand wielding the dagger was seized by a firm grip. Xiao Mu's hand, not only that, but his leg also shot out in a swift kick, striking the woman's lower body. The lower region is not only a weakness for men but also a vulnerable point for women. A well-placed kick could render the opponent temporarily incapable of resistance. In the same heartbeat, Xiao Mu's left hand grasped the man's knife-wielding hand while his right elbow swung out. Third, his elbow collided with the man's arm under the armpit. Ugh! The pain rendered the man's arm powerless, causing him to release his grip on the dagger. The falling knife landed in Xiao Mu's hand. With a swift motion, he pierced it into the man's abdomen, then flicked the tip, driving it through the man's heart. From the moment the man attacked to the woman's sinister smile and finally to Xiao Mu's retaliation, the entire sequence unfolded in less than 2 seconds. Xiao Mu stared blankly at the man collapsing before him, stunned. Had he just killed someone? All his actions had been instinctive, a reflex of his body, or perhaps, a manifestation of the ability known as human weapon. In the face of such reflexive retaliation, the man had been like an ant, unable to resist at all. Xiao Mu had never contemplated how fragile life could be, so fragile that a mere flick of his hand could extinguish it. Suddenly, he sensed a rush of wind behind him and instinctively ducked. Another dagger was thrust toward him from the side. Regaining his composure, Xiao Mu coldly eyed the hand wielding the knife. The bloodied dagger was swiftly reversed in his grip, and with a backward slice, he struck. The blade sliced horizontally through a neck. Xiao Mu turned, withdrew the knife, and lunged. The dagger pierced the woman's abdomen. She opened her mouth, unable to utter a sound. The wound in her neck had severed her trachea, leaving her throat filled with blood. Xiao Mu released his grip on the dagger as the woman crumpled to the ground. His heart felt icy cold. Had he killed another? Reflecting on the fear he felt upon acquiring the human weapon ability through the wheel of fate, his initial apprehensions were now confirmed. This was not merely frightening. It was terrifying. With every strike, he transformed into a relentless killing machine. Gazing at the lifeless bodies of the couple sprawled in the elevator, surrounded by blood and the metallic scent in the air, Xiao Mu felt nauseous but forced himself to maintain composure. His thoughts sharpened, becoming clear and logical. A series of questions surged through his mind. Why did they want to kill him? What was their objective? Were they assassins? In an instant, Xiao Mu lifted his head to scrutinize the elevator's surveillance camera. Someone must have seen him, right? Not just the camera inside the elevator. Had he been monitored since he entered the mall? Did they perceive him as a police officer based on his every move? Thus, they had targeted him. He realized he was being live-streamed on the dark web. Xiao Mu scoffed, simultaneously affirming his suspicions. There were not just 1 or 2 assassins, but many. Though it felt like an eternity, everything transpired in the blink of an eye. Ding, the elevator doors opened. As the third floor arrived, Xiao Mu's expression froze once more. He saw no sign of his father and the others. Instead, a man stood there, arm raised, holding a gun, silencer equipped. In that instant, pop, the silenced gun emitted a faint sound as a bullet shot forth. However, it missed, for Xiao Mu had already crouched down. This was not merely his reaction, but rather a reflex of the human weapon ability. As the gunfire erupted, he had already bent low. When the bullet was fired, Xiao Mu's legs propelled him forward. Third, his shoulder collided with the man's chest, sending him flying. As he surged forward, Xiao Mu twisted, grasping the man's wrist. His body continued to rotate, like a giant serpent coiling. Crack, he twisted the man's arm, breaking it like a pretzel. When Xiao Mu finally halted, he seized the man's gun, pivoting the barrel. Pop, pop, pop. 3 shots rang out. 3 bullets struck the man's abdomen, chest, and left eye. Third, the man collapsed to the ground, convulsing, and after a few seconds, his breath ceased. Chapter 11. When I say I'll kill you, I shall indeed kill you. What a lunatic! Gazing at the lifeless body, Shao Mu nearly erupted with profanity. His ire was not directed at the assassin, but rather at his own ineptitude. To strike with lethal intent, who could withstand such a burden? Could one not control the ability of a human weapon? Indeed, it was possible, yet Shao Mu remained unacquainted with this power, his mind lagging behind his body's reactions. It was akin to transitioning from a basic fruit machine to a sophisticated Huawei device. Adaptation was necessary. With time and practice, he would master it effortlessly. However, that was a distant prospect. Since acquiring this ability, Shao Mu had not been afforded the opportunity to familiarize himself with it. He could hardly control a feather. Two figures approached swiftly. The newcomers were none other than Xiao Guodong and a detective. Upon seeing Shao Mu wielding a firearm and the corpse sprawled on the ground, their expressions mirrored that of someone who had encountered a ghost in broad daylight, a chill creeping up their spines. "Drop the gun," Xiao Guodong commanded, his tone stern and authoritative. Shao Mu complied, dropping the weapon obediently. The detective hurried forward to retrieve the pistol. Xiao Guodong crouched to examine the body. As the seasoned detectives surveyed the bullet wounds, their eyelids twitched involuntarily. The lower abdomen, the kidneys, the chest, the heart, the eyes, the brain. A gunshot to any of these areas would be fatal, let alone three. They then noticed the elevator door behind Shao Mu, ajar and obstructed by a human arm. A large "what the hell" flashed through their minds. Upon reaching the elevator, they were confronted with two more corpses, rendering them breathless. "Did you kill all of them?" Xiao Guodong gasped, incredulity etched across his face as he stared at his son. "Yes," Shao Mu nodded, attempting to muster a smile for his father, but failing miserably. He could even sense an overwhelming fear, a primordial terror imprinted deep within his genes. It was his first act of killing in 2 lifetimes. To claim he was unafraid would be a blatant lie. Xiao Guodong and his colleague, seasoned detectives, could glean a rough idea of the situation with a mere glance. "An assassin?" Xiao Guodong scrutinized his son. "It seems so," Shao Mu replied, his countenance darkening. "But it's not all of them. In his past life, he had witnessed a certain assassin, yet this individual was not among the deceased before him." This indicated that the assassin still lurked within the confines of the mall. Shao Mu had no time to elaborate to his father and quickly activated his earpiece, issuing orders to seal off the mall and dispatch personnel to secure the surveillance room. The deaths of the 3 assassins had likely raised alarms. He surmised that the surveillance room must have encountered a problem. While there were assassins present, they were not the ones he sought. The assassin Shao Mu was after was likely on the 4th floor. "Do we have personnel on the 4th floor?" Shao Mu inquired through his earpiece. "Yes," came Yiwu's response. "Seal off the entrances and exits to the 4th floor," Shao Mu commanded. "The target may be on the 4th floor. Prioritize public safety and locate him." "Understood." Yiwu acknowledged, and the call ended suddenly. Gunfire erupted from the 4th floor, plunging the mall into chaos. Shao Mu's expression shifted, and he dashed towards the emergency exit, shouting to his father, "Secure the scene." It was evident that the assassin had deliberately fired to incite disorder, seeking to blend into the tumult. At this moment, only Shao Mu knew the identity of the assassin. To prevent the individual from escaping, he had to pursue. He sprinted through the emergency exit directly to the 4th floor, where he encountered national security personnel. The 4th floor was in disarray. Countless individuals fled in panic, overwhelming the few national security officers present. Witnessing this scene, Shao Mu realized it was too late. The assassin had undoubtedly made his escape. However, he certainly hadn't fled downstairs. The ground floor had been meticulously prepared as a trap. Escape was impossible. If not downstairs, where else could the assassin flee? Shao Mu bolted back into the emergency exit, racing towards the rooftop. The mall comprised 5 stories. The 5th floor housed a cinema, a CAF, and an amusement area. At that moment, pandemonium reigned on the 5th floor as well. Shao Mu disregarded the chaos, knowing the assassin could not hide among the throngs of people and dared not linger. Where could one escape? Suddenly, Shao Mu's gaze darted upwards to the ceiling. More specifically, he contemplated one particular location, a potential escape route, the rooftop. 3 minutes later, atop the mall's rooftop, Shao Mu arrived just in time to witness an individual preparing to leap into the void, a wingsuit in hand. "You think you can escape?" Shao Mu roared, charging forward. His physical prowess surged in that moment, propelling him into a frenzied sprint. Suddenly, the assailant drew a firearm. Damn it! Shao Mu instinctively threw himself to the ground. Bang! The gunfire erupted, the bullet whizzing past his head. Yet, Xiao Mu's momentum did not falter. He sprang back to his feet and continued his relentless pursuit. The assailant squeezed the trigger once more, anticipating the move. Xiao Mu evaded, rolling to the side, then leaping back up. With a resounding thud, he collided with the assailant, sending the latter sprawling to the ground. In that instant, he beheld a face forever etched in his memory, the face of his nemesis. "You bastard, I finally found you." Xiao Mu's expression morphed into one of exhilaration and ferocity. As he pinned the assailant down, his fist was already raised, with a heart ablaze and a fist like a cannon. He struck down, yet the assailant's reflexes were equally swift. He evaded with a rapid tilt of his head. Bang! Xiao Mu's fist slammed into the ground. Instead, the assassin swiftly flipped him over and unleashed a powerful kick aimed at Xiao Mu's head. The force of the blow, accompanied by a terrifying gust, rendered him breathless. With a resounding thud, Xiao Mu's arms blocked the assailant's kick, forcing him to stagger back a step. A searing pain coursed through his body as his arm lost all sensation. So powerful, so heavy, so fast. In the next moment, the assassin aimed his gun at the young man before him. But he was quicker. Xiao Mu was even faster. As the assassin raised his weapon to fire, Xiao Mu deftly closed the distance. What good was that gun? I have my own tricks. Thwack! The headbutt crashed into the assailant's face. The assassin's head jerked back uncontrollably, the brutal pain radiating through his nose and facial bones engulfed him, overwhelming his senses. The agony brought tears to his eyes, granting Xiao Mu a precious moment of vulnerability. In that fleeting second, Xiao Mu's arms, regaining sensation, swung like a cleaver, striking the assassin's throat with a sickening crack. The assassin reeled backward, then Xiao Mu seized his wrist. With a powerful thrust of his knee, there was a sickening crunch as the assassin's forearm shattered under the impact. "Oh!" The assassin screamed in agony, still attempting to fight back. The firearm that belonged to him was now firmly grasped in Xiao Mu's hand. With a swift motion, he thrust the barrel into the assassin's mouth, silencing his cries. Bang! The shot rang out, the bullet tearing through the assassin's throat and severing his spinal cord. Blood and shattered bone erupted from the back of his neck. With a thud, he collapsed, twitching like a fish out of water. Moments later, he lay still, breathless, gazing at the corpse, fixated on the face of his adversary. Xiao Mu exhaled a breath of pent-up rage, his resolve solidified. A true man must honor his word. When I say I will kill you, I shall indeed kill you. Chapter 12. Brother Chio, I miss you. Outside the shopping mall, the area has been cordoned off by special police and armed forces. 4 lifeless bodies are being carried out, along with a single suspect, tightly bound, being taken away. This suspect was apprehended in the surveillance room, and he too is a hired assassin. Not only did he seize control of the surveillance room, but he also connected the feeds to the dark web, intending to broadcast the execution of police live. In this operation, law enforcement, in conjunction with national security, launched a comprehensive crackdown on dark web criminals, capturing them all in one fell swoop. However, these events have no bearing on Xiao Mu. At this moment, he feigns innocence, blinking his eyes and wearing a face of unadulterated naivety as he faces the crowd's scrutiny, while internally wrestling with an impulse to flee. Xiao Guodong, Yu Wu, and others were expressions of profound complexity as they regard the young boy before them. Just moments ago, during the siege against the assassins, Xiao Mu single-handedly eliminated 4 armed killers. Is it conceivable that an 18-year-old possesses such extraordinary capabilities? Among those present, besides the police, are members of national security. Who among them is a fool? Anyone with a modicum of intelligence can discern that this boy is far from ordinary. For instance, one body bore the marks of 3 gunshot wounds, all striking vital areas. Surely, one cannot claim it was mere luck, as if a blind cat stumbled upon a dead mouse. Do they take him for a simpleton? Moreover, he engaged in an armed combat to seize the daggers from 2 assassins, dispatching them with ease. Any seasoned criminal investigator would recognize that the 2 assassins in the elevator barely put up a fight. They were almost instantaneously dispatched by Xiao Mu. Is that not terrifying? The most chilling aspect comes next. Through the mall surveillance footage, at the precise moment the elevator doors opened, one assassin was already prepared, ready to pull the trigger on Xiao Mu. Yet, the footage reveals that Xiao Mu instantly crouched, not only evading the lethal shot but also charging forward with remarkable speed, toppling the assassin and seizing the handgun for a counterattack. Finally, on the rooftop, despite the absence of surveillance, shell casings indicate that the assassin fired twice without landing a hit on Xiao Mu. An assassin, unable to hit their target even after 2 shots. Furthermore, traces of his footprints suggest that Xiao Mu sprinted over 20 meters to confront the assassin, breaking the assassin's arm and reclaiming the weapon for a counter-strike. One must ponder. Is this truly the combat prowess one would expect from an 18-year-old? Even a seasoned special police officer might not possess such skills. Why is Xiao Mu so formidable? Is it not peculiar? Inside a business vehicle, Xiaomu and Yiwu sit across from one another, studying each other intently. I just perused your file, and it appears you have no prior training in martial arts, firearms, or self-defense. Yiwu's gaze is sharp, glinting with keen insight. As his eyes lock onto Xiaomu's, it seems as though he can pierce through to his very soul. Xiaomu's lips twitch, but he remains silent, internally musing. Is it appropriate to inquire about someone's ancestral lineage in front of them? I have encountered myriad individuals who exhibit various reactions after taking a life. Yiwu's piercing gaze remains fixed on Xiaomu's eyes. For instance, vomiting, terror, fainting, trembling, or being in a state of panic. Yet, I perceive none of these signs in you, which is indicative of an extraordinary psychological fortitude not typical of ordinary individuals. What reactions are expected of ordinary people, should one soil themselves in fear? Xiaomu feigns ignorance, continuing to play dumb. Having been a detective for 2 years in his past life, he possesses a certain psychological resilience. However, he is no fool. There is no way he would expose himself as a reincarnated being. Just as Yiwu prepares to pose another question, Xiaomu's phone suddenly rings. He pulls it out to find a new message on WeChat. Upon seeing the pop-up notification and the sender's nickname, both Xiaomu and Yiwu are momentarily stunned. One is lost in reminiscence, while the other's pupils constrict in disbelief. How could this young boy have her WeChat? Yiwu's mouth falls agape, his expression one of sheer astonishment, while Xiaomu beams with joy, his mind flooded with delightful memories from his past life. 3 years ago, in 2015, the game King of Glory officially launched, and Xiaomu met a gaming friend, Brother Chiu from the capital. At that time, Xiaomu, still a high school student, was both inexperienced and eager to play, primarily serving as a support to gain points. It was Brother Chiu who helped him climb the ranks, and they added each other on WeChat. Whenever they had free time, they would seek each other out to play together, one as support and the other as a marksman, like conjoined twins. Although they had never met in person, had never spoken on voice chat, nor engaged in video calls, their bond was strong, not merely gaming buddies, but also close online brothers. However, after his father's untimely demise, Xiaomu ceased playing with Brother Chiu, leaving behind a message. I'm sorry, Brother Chiu, thank you for your companionship over these 3 years. My parents have passed away, and I can no longer play. I apologize. After that, there was no further contact, as Xiaomu deleted all his online accounts and uninstalled everything, bidding farewell to his past and dedicating himself to the police academy. Ultimately, he fulfilled his wish, becoming a police officer like his father. Now, seeing a message from Brother Chiu once more, Xiaomu feels a mix of elation and nostalgia. Ignoring Yiwu's ghostly expression, he opens the WeChat dialogue. Capitals. Brother Chiu, wanna play? Green Grassland Leader, I'm busy, wait until I get home. Capitals. Brother Chiu, alright. Green Grassland Leader, Brother Chiu, I miss you. Capitals. Brother Chiu. Green Grassland Leader, love you, my bro. Capitals. Brother Chiu, haha. After teasing a bit, Xiaomu puts his phone away. Brother Chiu is a wonderful person, and an even better gamer. However, one flaw is that he isn't very talkative. In the past, Xiaomu would often tease Brother Chiu, indulging in various antics that brought them both much joy. Hey, what is wrong with you? Xiaomu snaps back to reality, noticing Yiwu staring at him with a perplexed expression. Nothing. After stealing a glance at the young boy's message, Yiwu takes a deep breath, his demeanor returning to normal. You may leave now. Xiaomu. What? They're just letting him go like that, with so many anomalies unexamined? Goodness, are you still with national security? After exchanging phone numbers, Xiaomu, utterly bewildered, steps out of the business vehicle and approaches his father. Upon seeing his son return, Xiao Guodong breathes a sigh of relief. Can he not see the peculiarities about his son? It is precisely because he notices them that Xiao Guodong is concerned Xiaomu might be taken away by national security. Yet, he too wears a dazed expression. Why would national security release Xiaomu so easily? This situation feels off. Dad, I'm tired. I suppose there is nothing more for me to do here, right? Xiaomu grins at his father. I'll head home fast. His father's life has been saved, and his past enemies have been eliminated. The weight that had pressed upon his heart and the sense of crisis have finally dissipated. At this moment, Xiaomu feels as though he has been reborn. It is time to contemplate the path his life will take henceforth. Chapter 13. The legendary side lane Golden Needle Mushroom. It remains a mystery what conversation transpired between Yiwu and the police. The police chief ultimately released Xiaomu. Upon returning home, Xiaomu encountered his mother, who was preparing lunch after finishing her shift. Like a child, he rushed over, wrapped his arms around her waist, then playfully whined, Mom, I'm hungry. You little rascal, you are always running around and never come home, Lu Yuning chided with a smile. You two are just alike, leaving me alone at home. Shao Mu laughed heartily. I apologize on behalf of Comrade Shao Godong. And what about you? Lu Yuning inquired with a playful grin. Me? Shao Mu's eyes twinkled. As compensation, how about I reveal to you where Dad hides his stash of secret money? Haha, Lu Yuning erupted in laughter, her body shaking with mirth as she pinched her son's cheek. Get lost, go play somewhere else. Shao Mu, amused, sauntered out of the kitchen. His mother had long been aware of where his father concealed his money. She was merely feigning ignorance. Such is the wisdom of a clever woman, adept at knowing when to exert control and when to play the fool. The more intelligent the woman, the more she relishes in feigned simplicity. Poor Dad. After a quick wash, Shao Mu changed into a fresh set of clothes. He shared a warm lunch with his mother before retreating to his bedroom. Lying on his bed, a thought crossed his mind. Before him appeared the destiny wheel, visible only to him. He noticed a number 3. It represented that 3 days had passed, and he had accumulated 3 points of destiny value. Wasn't this akin to a lottery draw? He initiated a single draw. In an instant, the destiny wheel spun vigorously. 3 seconds later, it came to a halt, revealing 4 grand characters. Frowny face. Thank you for participating. Shao Mu sad face, winky face. An external aid, and it dares to say thank you for participating. Various curses swirled in his mind as he continued to draw. The result was once again, thank you for participating. What is my luck that bleak? Heavenly spirits, please manifest your power. Shao Mu expended his final bit of destiny value and then. Thank you for participating. Damn, splendid job. Shao Mu punched out in frustration, wishing to smash the destiny wheel. What kind of game is this? Fortunately, he had previously converted the 100 points of destiny value awarded to him into a single ability through 100 draws. Had he risked it all, he likely would have met a tragic end. Thus, he resolved to reject gambling and drugs, starting with himself. Not having drawn anything of value did not bother Shao Mu. Having been given a second chance at life, what was there left to be concerned about? As long as his parents were well, nothing else mattered. As for his future path, should he continue as a police officer? Shao Mu hesitated. Did he not possess a modicum of awareness regarding his rebirth? He had even surmised that in his previous life, he had likely perished, which led to this second chance. A sudden death, perhaps. Shao Mu chuckled to himself. The average lifespan of a frontline police officer is merely in their 40s, over 20 years less than that of an ordinary individual. Why? Overwork is one of the primary reasons for police fatalities in the line of duty. Statistics indicate that sudden deaths comprise 51% of total casualties. In his past life, Shao Mu had devoted himself entirely to his work and to the nation. He had already honored that police uniform. Should he continue in this life? Shao Mu sighed. He had 4 years to make his choice. Completing police academy came first. For now, all he desired was a good night's sleep. However, the moment he closed his eyes, slumber eluded him. Perhaps it was the excitement of potentially saving his father, or perhaps the exhilaration of avenging himself. As sleep proved elusive, he thought of Chiogu. Taking out his phone, he opened WeChat and clicked on Chioji's chat window. The boss of the grassland wants to play, within 5 seconds. Capitals Chiogu, sure. Shao Mu exited WeChat and launched Honor of Kings. Chioji's game account promptly logged in. The two good friends began to engage in spirited gameplay. Shao Mu had not played Honor of Kings in what felt like ages, and his performance was woefully inadequate. Yet, he couldn't help but shower Chiogu with sweet compliments. Wow, Chiogu, your speed is akin to that of a divine hand. Wow, with just a flick of your fingers, you could orchestrate countless ways for the opponents to meet their demise. Chiogu, your maneuvers are so precise. Could it be that you are the legendary side lane golden needle mushroom? Choosing Shao Mu guided Chiogu while lavishing him with praise. Thoroughly enjoying himself, they played for the entirety of the afternoon, and eventually, his eyelids grew heavy. After concluding their game, they continued chatting on WeChat. The boss of the grassland. Chiogu, your nickname includes capital. Are you from the capital? Capitals Chiogu. Yes, the boss of the grassland. Really, when I visit the capital, you must treat me to a meal. Capitals Chiogu, the boss of the grassland. I got accepted into the police academy in the capital. Classes start soon. Capitals Chiogu. Come, and I'll treat you, the boss of the grassland, as expected of my Chiogu. Love you lots more. Capitals Chiogu. After ending the WeChat conversation, Shao Mu beamed with delight. This was the essence of youth, yet, unbeknownst to Shao Mu, someone was monitoring his chat. Upon seeing the conversation conclude, Yiwu's expression darkened. He pulled out his phone and dialed a number. What is it? A deep, authoritative voice resonated from the other end of the line. Father, my little sister has made a friend. Yiwoo's tone was oddly peculiar. A long silence ensued on the other end of the line before the voice inquired, "Are you certain?" "Yes." Yiwoo's excitement was palpable. "It's a little kid he met in a mobile game, and they've been playing together for 3 years. Their relationship seems quite good, however, that kid seems unaware of my sister's identity, mistakenly thinking she is a boy and calling her brother." "Ha ha," a low chuckle echoed, "don't concern yourself with that. It's rare for Chiu Xian to have a friend, understand?" "Yes, I understand." Yiwoo's demeanor swiftly turned serious. "However, this little kid seems a bit problematic. What issue could possibly outweigh Chiu Xian's significance?" The response was chilling. "I understand." Yiwoo felt a cold sweat bead on his forehead. Ending the call, Yiwoo gazed at the profile of Xiaomu displayed on his computer, curling his lip. "Consider yourself fortunate." Xiaomu's luck was indeed remarkable. Otherwise, with the peculiarities he exhibited, national security would have conducted a thorough investigation. However, even without an investigation, he would be monitored discreetly. Should Xiaomu engage in activities harmful to national security or exhibit any abnormal behavior, no one could guarantee his safety. Unbeknownst to Xiaomu, who was blissfully asleep at home, he had narrowly escaped a calamity. He slumbered until the next morning when his mother roused him for breakfast. As expected, he encountered his father. "We need to visit the city bureau shortly." Upon stepping outside, he joined his father in a modest, aging vehicle. Xiao Guodong was merely an ordinary detective, and having a vehicle for transportation was already commendable. Sitting in the passenger seat, Xiao Mu began to feign ignorance. "You think staying silent will absolve you?" Xiao Guodong inquired coolly. "Since when did you become so capable that even your own father is left in the dark?" "Captain, don't shoot, I'm one of the good guys." Xiao Mu grinned. "Do you really want to know why I'm so impressive?" "Of course," Xiao Guodong replied, rolling his eyes while driving. "Actually," Xiao Mu said with utmost sincerity, "I am a reincarnated soul." Xiao Guodong. He nearly crashed the car, turning to glare at his son. "Are you trying to get yourself beaten?" "I'm merely stating the truth. How can you not believe me?" Xiao Mu beamed with joy. What constitutes the highest form of deception? To speak the truth while deceiving everyone. Chapter 14. Frustration engulfed him as he entered the municipal police headquarters. Upon entering the conference room, Xiao Mu was greeted by a sea of white shirts. A monumental case involving murder, conspiracy to kill police officers, and the dark web had been cracked. What was at stake? Achievements, bonuses, accolades, all represented an abundance of significance. Thanks to Xiao Mu's connections, the second criminal investigation unit of the Dawei branch was the primary contributor. Those in the know understood the implications, yet Xiao Mu was not even a police officer. Even if he were merely a police academy student, he could claim credit. However, it mattered little. Xiao Mu's contributions were undeniable. For instance, his file. Furthermore, there would be a substantial bonus. And additionally, a special recruitment document lay before him. Special recruitment. In the Dragon Kingdom, citizens who reach the age of 18 are eligible to become police officers. Nonetheless, it is exceedingly rare for someone to attain this role at such a young age. If it were to occur, that individual would either be a prodigy or the result of special recruitment, and special recruitment is no trivial matter. First, one must possess exceptional abilities. Second, one must demonstrate significant achievements. And finally, one must have a clean record, passing all political evaluations. Additionally, one must have a recommender and guarantor, with approval from provincial level units. However, for Xiao Mu, these concerns had ceased to be obstacles. As long as he signed the special recruitment document and submitted it, approval was assured. Why grant him special recruitment? It was evident to even the most oblivious observer that Xiao Mu was a talent. His contributions to the resolution of this special case were paramount. Without him, several police officers might have sacrificed their lives, and the dark web may not have been uncovered. When such talent is discovered, would any leader hesitate to seize the opportunity? It would be foolish to wait until the young man attended police academy, only to risk losing him to another unit. At that point, lamentation would be futile. To be more pragmatic, every city's police system craves talent. Each investigative unit yearns for skilled individuals. With a few talented officers at the helm, they can tackle various challenging cases. Not only do others benefit from the spoils, but leaders also bask in the reflected glory. Who wouldn't aspire to ascend the ranks and elevate their status? Would one really scoff at the prospect of accolades, honors, and rewards? Some exceptionally capable police academy students are preemptively courted by certain police units before they even graduate. This is a well-known secret among those in the field. Take, for instance, the current special case. Thanks to Xiao Mu, the second unit would undoubtedly receive a collective first-class commendation, and potentially even a team honor. There was a high probability that he would attain a second-class personal commendation, and a slim chance for a first-class personal commendation. The special case and its second-class commendation were merely the beginning. If Xiao Mu were a police officer or a police academy student, he could very well have earned a first-class commendation for this case, no exaggeration whatsoever. At present, the city bureau's leadership had extended an opportunity to him. Since the case still required closure, it could not be concluded in the immediate future. During this interim, as long as Xiao Mu passed the special recruitment process and became a probationary police officer, the bureau would finalize the case. The accolades would be firmly in his grasp, with a minimum of a second-class personal commendation. Even if those higher up were aware of the circumstances, they would likely turn a blind eye. Consequently, everyone present smiled broadly at Xiao Mu. A grand opportunity lay before him. Would he not seize it? Any individual with a modicum of sense would not refuse. I appreciate it, but thank you, everyone, Xiao Mu said, his gaze shifting away from the special recruitment document to face the assembly of white shirts with calm composure. I'm still just a child and wish to focus on my studies. The police academy is starting soon. Everyone. Expressions froze on their faces, including that of Xiao Guodong. A large question mark loomed in their minds. Had this young man lost his senses? An opportunity to become a police officer was before him, and he absurdly wished to pursue the distant goal of attending police academy. How much false liquor had he consumed to arrive at such a state? Was Xiao Mu truly daft? Not at all. The profound impact of his parents' passing had left an indelible mark on him. After turning 18, his youth had nearly evaporated. He had resolved just yesterday that his future as a police officer would depend on graduating from the police academy. He yearned to savor this life fully, but could it truly unfold as he wished? The head of the city bureau snapped back to reality and smiled. If you wish to attend police academy, then go ahead. Special recruitment will not hinder your studies. Upon hearing this, not only the others but Xiao Mu too was taken aback. Could one attend police academy after joining the force? Theoretically, yes, for serving police officers. If they wish to further enhance their knowledge and skills, they may still attend police academy. This is akin to enlisting in the military and subsequently attending a military academy, albeit through certain conditions and procedures. However, in that moment, Xiao Mu realized that the police force in ICT would never let him slip away. Schooling was permissible, but upon graduation, he would be expected to return immediately. As the saying goes, only a fool in a leadership position would allow talent to walk away. But Xiao Mu felt a pang of discomfort. There's no but, Xiao Guodong interjected, unable to contain himself, glaring at his son. Just sign the document. Oh, truly my biological father, selling his son without a hint of hesitation. Xiao Mu rolled his eyes. Perhaps it was best for us to drift apart in the river of life. He had to give face to his father, as there was no choice. The uncles and elders present were also looking out for him, bestowing him with opportunities. Sometimes, when others extend a hand, one must graciously accept. Failing to do so would be unwise. After signing various documents, he also completed an application letter. Have you joined the youth league? The head of the city bureau inquired with a smile. I joined when I was 16, with my father's help. The school approved it, Xiao Mu nodded. I've paid 2 years of dues. Laughter erupted among the group as they turned to look at Xiao Guodong, whose face turned crimson. Why join the youth league? Because one must have at least a year of membership before applying for party membership. If you wish to advance within the system, first you must be a party member. Write an application for party membership as well, the head of the city bureau said with a smile. I shall be your introducer. The expressions of the Xiao father and son shifted dramatically. This was a significant favor. With such a prominent figure as an introducer, how could the application for party membership possibly be denied? Who would dare reject Xiao Mu? As Xiao Mu departed the city bureau with his father, he felt as though he were in a dream. He understood that special recruitment was secured, party membership was assured, and he would even attain accolades. In his past life, Xiao Mu had never even received a third-class commendation. In this life, things he had once deemed unattainable were now within arm's reach. Curiously, Xiao Mu noted that no one had mentioned his killing of 4 assassins. Had they forgotten, or were they deliberately avoiding discussion of his unusual circumstances? There was an unsettling feeling lingering in the air, a sense of something amiss that he could not quite articulate. The head of the city bureau's demeanor was equally puzzling. Why was he extending such assistance, with no familial ties? Did he genuinely believe that solving a special case warranted such favorable treatment? Did he think Xiao Mu was destined for greatness, soaring to new heights? Was this an early investment in his potential? How naive Xiao Mu felt. A toothache brewing. It was infuriating to realize that he could not outsmart these seasoned bureaucrats. Chapter 15. Wow, could it be that she is Chiogu? Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye a week had passed. In a small conference room at the ICT Bureau, Xiaomu encountered the head of the municipal bureau once again, along with a set of police uniforms. His special recruitment had arrived with astonishing speed, yet, even with special recruitment, he would still have to undergo a trainee phase before officially becoming a police officer. Upon seeing the police uniform, Xiaomu felt a surge of unease. Who exactly was assisting him? It seemed improbable that the head of the bureau before him possessed such significant influence. Put it on, Zhou Jiancheng said with a warm smile, gazing at the young man before him. Xiaomu hesitated for a moment but then readily donned the police uniform. He reached out to touch the blue shirt on his body and glanced down at the dark blue trousers, feeling an indescribable emotion welling up inside him. Hold still. I'll take a picture for you as a memento. Zhou Jiancheng took out his phone and snapped a photo of the young man. What about your sophistication? Xiaomu's lips twitched, his expression peculiar. He felt an inexplicable sensation that he had somehow been sold out. Off you go, Zhou Jiancheng said, giving Xiaomu a light pat on the shoulder. Be sure to study hard when you get to the capital. Yes. Xiaomu nodded, picked up his belongings, and turned to leave the small conference room. After he departed, Zhou Jiancheng took out his phone and sent the photo away. In the capital, at a traditional courtyard, the girl dressed in a white dress was reclining on a lounge chair in the yard, resembling a breathtaking sleeping beauty. Suddenly, her phone rang. She slowly opened her pure, delicate eyes. Upon seeing a photo that appeared on her screen, the corners of her exquisite lips curved into a smile, reminiscent of a flower blooming in summer, instantly brightening the entire world around her. 3 years ago, a girl plagued by social anxiety had moved into the courtyard before her. She often climbed the courtyard wall to gaze at the outside world but was too afraid to venture out. That was the year a child burst into her life. Amidst laughter and chatter, he effortlessly illuminated her existence. The blazing sun reflected in the depths of that child's eyes, casting light upon the girl hidden behind the courtyard wall. On August 24, Xiaomu emerged from the airport, his face adorned with a beaming smile. Standing under the sunlight, he resembled the rising sun itself. 185 centimeters tall, with a straight posture, he exuded youthful vigor and radiant brilliance. His handsome face was illuminated with a joyous smile, as if he had stepped out of a painting. Beijing, here I come. Xiaomu set down his suitcase, gazing at the city before him. In a previous life, he had spent 6 years in this city. To say he felt nostalgic would be an understatement. Classmates, mentors, colleagues, this city held countless memories for him. This life was different. He had altered his parents' destinies. Now, Xiaomu could finally embrace his youth like a normal teenager. Could it be that Xiaogu is misleading me? Xiaomu surveyed his surroundings. Tomorrow marked the freshman enrollment day at the People's Police University. Arriving in the capital a day early, he intended to meet the online big brother he had known for 3 years. They had agreed to meet outside the airport. However, he found no young man waiting to greet him. Suddenly, Xiaomu's eyes widened. Across the street, a striking figure captured the attention of countless passers-by, including him. A beautiful girl stood quietly at the roadside, exuding an enchanting aura. The surrounding clamor seemed irrelevant to her, as she radiated an ethereal tranquility and beauty. That young lady is simply too stunning, Xiaomu thought, utterly mesmerized. He could swear that the girl across the street was the most beautiful woman he had ever encountered. If he had to master all his limited vocabulary to describe her beauty, he would distill it down to 2 essential elements. An imposing figure and a captivating visage. Just as he was about to withdraw his gaze and continue searching for Xiaogu, the girl gracefully stepped onto the crosswalk, approaching him with deliberate strides. Her clear, spring-like eyes remained fixed on him until she stood right before him. Beauty sad face, Xiaomu sad face. As they stood together, they attracted countless stares. The young man, with his rosy lips and pearly whites, was as handsome as a painting, while the girl possessed a delicate beauty, graceful as a celestial being. It was difficult to ignore their magnetic presence. Up close, Xiaomu discovered that the young lady was even more enchanting. Her flawless face radiated warmth, akin to a piece of immaculate jade. Her dark, lustrous eyes sparkled with a gentle glow. Her cool demeanor exuded an untainted elegance, reminiscent of a celestial fairy. Do we know each other? Coming back to his senses, Xiaomu blinked. A vague, difficult-to-accept notion began to take shape in his mind. No way, could it be Xiaogu? Yi Chuan gazed intently at the young man before her, studying him with great scrutiny. After 3 years, the boy had matured. You once said, Yi Chuan's voice was a tad shy, sweet, and somewhat coy, that you would ask me out. This succinct and somewhat cryptic revelation confirmed it was indeed Xiaogu. Xiao Mu was left utterly dumbfounded. The online big brother he had known for 3 years turned out to be a girl. Could you even believe it? At that moment, a business vehicle pulled up before them. A woman clad in a tailored suit stepped out, observing them with an air of calm. As Xiao Mu's gaze fell upon the suited woman, his pupils dilated in an instant. He felt an inexplicable sense of threat, coupled with an aura of military presence. "Let us go." Yi Chuxuan glanced around, a flicker of fear passing through her beautiful eyes. She had lost track of how long it had been since she last ventured outside her home. Had it not been for the boy's arrival in the capital and her promise to treat him, perhaps she would never have considered leaving that courtyard for the entirety of her life. Xiao Mu sensed the tension in the air. Gu was visibly anxious, her cheeks pale, and her eyes revealed a hint of trepidation. The expression on her face was a mix of distress and fear. Once they boarded the business vehicle, the suited woman drove away from the airport. "Gu, what you are doing is not right," Xiao Mu remarked with a chuckle. "How could you deceive me like this? You are simply naive." Yi Chuxuan covered her mouth, her beautiful eyes curving into crescent moon. Knowing more might lead to unnecessary thoughts. "Ah, the beauty, indeed a stunning enchantress. What normal man wouldn't desire her?" Children often declare, "I want it all." Yet only adults comprehend it's simply unattainable. The simpleton in the white moonlight in the heart of the capital, within the second ring road. Xiao Mu found himself momentarily transfixed upon alighting from the car and beholding the courtyard before him. The second ring, a realm where every inch of land is exceedingly precious, is home to some of the most opulent residences, none more so than the traditional sehiwan, or courtyard houses. However, this does not refer to the dilapidated structures commonly referred to as old, broken, and small, but rather the grander sehiwan. Detractors on the internet may scoff, questioning whether such places are truly suitable for habitation. Yet, what do they understand of the matter? In this day and age, especially in the capital, can one really believe that the necessary amenities would fall short? Are those who can afford a sehiwan truly foolish? A delicate hand, as pale as jade, tugged gently at Xiao Mu's sleeve, rousing him from his reverie. He turned to see the door ajar, beckoning him to enter. Crossing the threshold, he passed through the ornate flower-laden gate and into the inner courtyard. Following Yi Chuxuan, he stepped into a spacious living room. Instead of opulence, he was enveloped in a sense of understated comfort and charm. As they settled down, a tea set had already been meticulously arranged upon the table. Yi Chuxuan commenced the ritual of boiling water and brewing tea, her movements graceful, embodying the essence of simple tea artistry. Before long, a cup was placed before Xiao Mu. "Give it a try," she urged, her face radiating anticipation. Xiao Mu's mouth twitched slightly, yet out of courtesy, he lifted the cup and took a sip. Previously, tea had only been synonymous with bitterness in his mind. He would have opted for a bottle of mineral water over it. However, this tea was distinctly different. Upon first taste, a gentle aroma caressed his palate, imbued with a natural fragrance and purity. It possessed an indescribable richness and satisfaction. "Delicious," he affirmed with a nod. Though he lacked the skill to appreciate fine tea, acknowledging its taste was the highest praise he could offer. A subtle smile graced Yi Chuxuan's lips, illuminating her face with joy. "Are you hungry?" she inquired, her eyes curving into crescent moons, sparkling with delight. "It's already noon. How could I not be hungry?" Xiao Mu teased. "Chuxuan, you aren't suggesting we order takeout, are you?" "I'll cook," she replied, her lips curling into a smile as she rose to head towards the kitchen. "Are you serious?" Xiao Mu gasped, not out of disdain for modern women, but rather astonished at how few could cook these days. Following her into the kitchen, he found the ingredients already prepared. He watched in awe as Yi Chuxuan deftly rinsed rice and simmered it, expertly frying vegetables and crafting soup. Was she truly this talented? "Wow, impressive," he exclaimed after sneakily sampling a bite of the stir-fried dish, giving her a thumbs up. "I would rate your culinary skills at 101 points, 1 extra point for your beauty. By the way, Chuxuan, do you need a leg accessory? I would absolutely be up for the task." His flattery was genuine, and the food truly delightful. Haha! Yi Chuxuan's laughter was like a gentle spring breeze, her beautiful eyes sparkling with happiness. The two seemed to regress to their playful gaming days, devoid of any barriers, entirely natural in their interaction. Xiao Mu's playful banter elicited radiant smiles from Yi Chuxuan, filling the kitchen with warmth and vitality, as if the world had momentarily paused, leaving only an ineffable joy. In another room, a middle-aged couple grasped each other's hands tightly, their eyes fixed on the monitor displaying the surveillance footage. They observed the two youths frolicking in the kitchen, fixated on their daughter's beaming smile. The couple exchanged incredulous glances, struggling to comprehend, was this truly their daughter, who had battled social anxiety since childhood? They were baffled by the inexplicable charm of the boy, which seemed to allow their daughter to draw so close to him. Through careful observation, Xiao Mu discerned that Qiuxuan was somewhat different from typical young women. She struggled to articulate her inner feelings, appearing out of sync with the world despite her sensitivity and dedication to beauty. This nuanced perception required patience and understanding to fully uncover and interpret. Recalling her timidity at the airport, he furrowed his brow and casually inquired, "Qiuxuan, shall we go out to have some fun after we finish eating?" Her smile faltered, and she lowered her gaze. "I don't want to go." Her disappointment was palpable. Xiao Mu, sensing the shift, lightened the mood with humor. "If you don't want to go, then I'll give you some face and just play at your house this afternoon." Upon hearing this, Yi Qiuxuan puffed her cheeks, her eyes squinting with delight, and her spirits lifted once more. The two carried their meal into the dining area. What appeared to be a simple spread of 4 dishes and a soup belied a deeper complexity, for even a culinary novice like Xiao Mu could see the effort Yi Qiuxuan had put into it. She ate very little, mostly watching him enjoy his meal, her lips curving upward, betraying her inner pride at his satisfaction. "Are your parents at work?" Xiao Mu asked casually, though he sought to extract more information. "They don't live here," Yi Qiuxuan replied, shaking her head. "Aren't you afraid living alone in such a large house?" Xiao Mu asked, his words trailing off. "No servants." "None," she reiterated. The revelation that her parents were absent, compounded by the lack of any domestic help, struck Xiao Mu with a sudden realization. Pretending to check his phone, he discreetly searched for information about Qiuxuan. Social anxiety, depression, Xiao Mu's heart raced. If that were the case, she should be exceedingly resistant to the outside world, shunning contact with strangers. How then did she muster the courage to go to the airport and meet him? An unexpected pang of concern gripped him. Unable to restrain himself, he asked, "Qiuxuan, do you have many friends?" "Just you," she replied serenely, her gaze warm and gentle. "Just him." Xiao Mu shook his head. "Don't joke around." Yi Qiuxuan blinked in surprise, her lashes fluttering as a hint of melancholy flickered across her eyes. "We are not just friends." Xiao Mu grinned. "We are good brothers." Her eyes sparkled with mischief, and she shot him a playful glare, breaking into a radiant smile. After their meal, Xiao Mu assisted in clearing the table, continuing his inquiry, which ultimately confirmed his suspicions. Qiuxuan was not merely an ethereal figure, innocent, sweet, and somewhat naive. She bore significant social challenges. At 22, her understanding of the world was perhaps less than that of a child, primarily due to her reluctance to venture outside. For instance, "Qiuxuan, lend me some money," he teased, pretending to be serious. "Oh," she replied, rising and swiftly retrieving a bundle of cash from her study. Moments later, she returned with a stack of bills, 100,000 yuan in total. Xiao Mu was utterly taken aback. "Are you serious?" he exclaimed, incredulous. "Is that not enough?" she asked, tilting her head in confusion. Xiao Mu was at a loss. How could such a simple-minded girl exist in this world? Or perhaps, he pondered, he had been reborn into a realm where the essence of humanity had become remarkably pure. Chapter 17. Do you charge for speaking? Nice, King of Glory. With a hearty laugh, Xiao Mu set down his phone and extended his hand towards Yi Qiuxuan hesitated for a moment before reciprocating the gesture with a smile. The two had spent the afternoon immersed in the game, emerging victorious time and again. Yi Qiuxuan was exceptionally skilled, akin to a gaming prodigy, effortlessly leading Xiao Mu to triumph in every match. At times, he even found himself questioning whether Qiugu was using cheats. How could a girl be so formidable at King of Glory? After enjoying a dinner prepared by Yi Qiuxuan, the sky had darkened, and Xiao Mu realized it was time to take his leave. "Thank you for your hospitality today, Qiugu," he said as he rose to depart. "Where are you off to?" Yi Qiuxuan inquired, her eyes sparkling like those of a curious kitten. "Just looking for a hotel," Xiao Mu replied with a smile. "I'll be moving into the school dormitory after completing my enrollment tomorrow." "A hotel?" Yi Qiuxuan tilted her head in contemplation before shaking it. "No, I want to go. I read online that they're dirty." "Xiao Mu, where am I supposed to stay then?" "Come with me." Yi Qiuxuan guided him to a guest room. "Is it really appropriate for a man and a woman to share a space?" Xiao Mu teased with a mischievous grin. "What if I sneak into your room in the middle of the night? He. I'll kill you." Yi Qiuxuan's eyes sparkled with playfulness as she raised her small fist in mock threat. 3 years had passed. She knew precisely what kind of person Xiao Mu was. Despite his penchant for banter, he was merely a master of words, with a fundamentally sound moral compass. What a terrifying threat! Xiao Mu laughed heartily, finding Qiugu increasingly endearing. After all, she was only 22, still perceived as a child by many. Truly my Chiogu, such a good person, Xiao Mu casually remarked. Love you, ah. Suddenly realizing the implications of his words, he was taken aback. In the past, he had known Chiogu was a girl and had made various teasing remarks, but now, things were different. Some words were no longer appropriate. Why Ichioshwan's cheeks flashed slightly, and she shot him a reproachful glance with her enchanting, watery eyes before turning away. This is it, she is angry, the kind of anger that can't be easily soothed. Xiao Mu grinned sheepishly just as he was about to wash up and prepare for bed ahead of his enrollment the next day. His phone rang. Who could be calling at such a late hour? Surprised, Xiao Mu initially thought it might be his parents. However, upon glancing at the screen, his expression shifted. Some numbers are etched in one's memory for a lifetime. Seeing that familiar last digit, Xiao Mu's heart raced. Master, on the day of his father's funeral in his past life, his master had also been present, as they were classmates. When Xiao Mu arrived alone in the capital to attend school, his master sought him out, caring for him as if he were his own. After graduation, the master arranged for his job in the capital, leveraging connections to place him in the same criminal investigation unit, guiding him on his path in law enforcement. In many ways, this master was akin to a second father. How could he forget, and how could he dare forget? Yet, in this life, he had not had any contact with his master. How could the master know his phone number and call him? After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Mu deduced that it must have been his father who had reached out to his master, asking him to keep an eye on Xiao Mu during his time at school. Hello, he answered, striving to keep his tone as casual as possible. Xiao Mu. A deep, warm voice resonated through the phone. I am your father's classmate, Feng Shaoqiang. Hello, Uncle Feng, Xiao Mu replied with a smile, feigning ignorance. What brings you to call me? It's your father who asked me to keep an eye on you. By the way, I hear you've made quite a name for yourself, helping your local police department crack a major case. Feng Shaoqiang's voice grew boisterous. Where are you? Come sit with Uncle Feng. Xiao Mu paused for a moment. Chua. After ending the call, he stepped out of the room and into the living area, where Yiqiushwan was seated on the sofa, engrossed in a book. Chiogu, I'm stepping out to meet my master, my father's classmate, he informed her. I'll be back shortly. Yiqiushwan glanced out the window before turning her gaze back to him. Be careful. I will, Xiao Mu assured her as he moved towards the entrance to put on his shoes. Yiqiushwan followed silently, standing beside him. Once he was ready, she softly suggested, let Sister Li drive you. Sister Li, who is that? Xiao Mu was momentarily puzzled, shaking his head. No need, I can just take a taxi. Yiqiushwan's expression fell, her delicate brows knitting together in frustration. What the hell? Xiao Mu rolled his eyes. Fine, she can take me. Yiqiushwan's lips curved into a smile. As he stepped outside, he was taken aback to see a woman waiting by the door. It was the same female driver from earlier that day. Sister Li. No, it seemed Chiogu hadn't made a call or summoned anyone. Suddenly, a realization struck him. If someone could afford to give their daughter a lavish courtyard residence, could they be ordinary people? Could such parents truly allow their daughter to live alone in such a place? Thus, it stood to reason that the courtyard would likely be equipped with surveillance or listening devices. Did that mean that his entire teasing encounter with Chiogu had been witnessed by her parents? Xiao Mu's face stiffened, and he awkwardly pressed his feet into the ground, nearly digging a hole. I'm leaving, he said, waving his hand as he followed Sister Li out of the back courtyard and through the ornate gate. Yiqiushwan leaned against the doorframe, watching his retreating figure. She remained there, lost in thought until he vanished from sight, resembling a forlorn little cat abandoned by its owner. Inside the van, Xiao Mu turned to the driver. Sister Li, may I ask you something? Go ahead, she replied coolly. Is Chiogu perhaps struggling with depression or social anxiety? Xiao Mu inquired, carefully choosing his words. Chiogu? Sister Li's lips twitched, as if suppressing a laugh, and she nodded. Yes. Could you all not be so cryptic when speaking? Chiogu was like this, and now Sister Li was the same. What, is there a fee for speaking? Is it treatable? Xiao Mu frowned. Sister Li said nothing, turning to look at him as if he were foolish. In that instant, Xiao Mu wanted to slap himself. How naive, people living in such a grand courtyard surely weren't short on money. Or perhaps they were lacking doctors. If you have the chance, Sister Li said softly, spend more time with Yiqiushwan. She is quite lonely. Xiao Mu felt a pang in his heart at her words. He imagined a person isolated in a grand house, living a solitary life without friends, without conversation, too afraid to meet others or step outside. If it were him, he would surely go mad in no time. Xiaomu recalled something. Sister Li, are you a soldier? Sort of, but not really, she replied nonchalantly. I'm a bodyguard. What the hell? Xiaomu gasped. What does it mean to be a bodyguard? To put it bluntly, only individuals of ministerial rank or above, along with their families, are entitled to personal protection by bodyguards. If Sister Li is a bodyguard, then what exactly is Qiu Ji's situation? Xiaomu felt a tingle of unease at the thought, and he dared not ponder further. Chapter 18. Could you please pay attention to the remarks of the newcomer? 8 o'clock in the evening, Chaoyang Branch, Criminal Investigation Team, Plainclothes Squad 4. I'll be waiting for you in the car, Sister Li said, glancing at Xiaomu as he opened the door, her tone rather nonchalant. No need, Sister Li, you can head back fast, Xiaomu replied with a smile, shaking his head. I'll take a taxi home later. To this, Sister Li did not even spare him a glance. Hey, are you still listening? Can you pay attention to what the newcomer has to say? Xiaomu felt a wave of exhaustion wash over him. Oh well, who could blame her? After all, she is a security officer. Quite impressive indeed. After stepping out of the car, Xiaomu glanced toward the entrance of Squad 4 and spotted a familiar silhouette. It was a middle-aged police officer, standing tall and upright. His eyes revealed a steadfast light born of, yet, rather than diminishing his authority, these marks added an air of composure and gravitas. At that moment, Feng Shaoqiang was observing the business vehicle from which Xiaomu had emerged, his pupils contracting sharply, fixated on the license plate. Many long-time residents of Beijing understand that while some license plates may appear ordinary, they hold significant meaning, often concealing something extraordinary. For instance, the Security Bureau employs special plates that closely resemble regular ones when on mission. With a tingle of apprehension, Feng Shaoqiang slowly turned his neck to examine the tall young man approaching. Could he be the child of an old classmate? Surely, he wasn't the offspring of some prominent figure in the capital. To speak frankly, even the children of those elite families may not qualify to ride in a vehicle belonging to the Security Bureau. Uncle Feng. Xiaomu stood before his mentor. Despite his best efforts to maintain composure, his heart raced uncontrollably, filled with excitement and joy. Xiaomu. Feng Shaoqiang regained his calm, grinning widely. You are taller than your father, aren't you? My dad is only 183 centimeters. I've surpassed him at 185 cm, Xiaomu replied with a grin. Come on, let us go inside and talk. Feng Shaoqiang led the way into Squad 4. As they walked, Xiaomu's expression grew increasingly complex. In his previous life, he had spent 2 whole years working in Squad 4. It felt so familiar, as if it had been just yesterday, and he could easily recall the familiar figures that populated the place. In the captain's office, after taking a seat, Feng Shaoqiang moved to the water dispenser, placing a tea bag in a paper cup and brewing a cup of tea. Uncle Feng, please don't do this. If my dad finds out, he'll give me a beating, Xiaomu chuckled awkwardly. It felt rather presumptuous to have an elder, especially one who had once been a mentor in his past life, serve him tea. Has your dad's foul temper not changed? Feng Shaoqiang placed the cup before Xiaomu. You have no idea, back in school, we all called him an old stickler. Roles were more important to him than anything. If only his mind had been a bit more flexible, he wouldn't have taken so long to become a deputy captain. Uncle Feng, Xiaomu replied with a playful smile, aren't you the same? Most policemen of their father's generation were entirely focused on upholding justice. Who among them did not know how challenging it was for a police officer to advance? If one truly aspired to climb the ranks and acquire wealth, why not abandon the police force and pursue a political career instead? Xiaomu's words left Feng Shaoqiang momentarily stunned. The smile on his face softened, and he nodded thoughtfully. You truly resemble your father, you both speak your minds. After taking a seat, Feng Shaoqiang inquired, I heard from your father that you've been specially recruited. Why are you still attending school? Technically speaking, Xiaomu was already a police officer, albeit not officially yet. It was merely a matter of time before he transitioned into a full-fledged role. Once his probation period concluded, he would become a formal officer who would dare oppose the son of the top brass in the police department. His confirmation would come swiftly. No one would dare hinder this young lad's path. Upon hearing this from an old classmate, Feng Shaoqiang was left bewildered. He knew little of the Xiao family's background. Why would the head of a city's police department extend such favor to him? Before meeting Xiaomu, Feng Shaoqiang could not comprehend this. However, upon witnessing Xiaomu and the Security Bureau vehicle, he realized his previous understanding of his old classmate had been somewhat superficial. The vehicle did not merely serve to transport the young man before him, it was still parked outside, prompting one to wonder why. Yet something felt amiss. If the old classmate truly possessed significant connections, why was Xiao Guodong merely a deputy captain? Feng Xiaoqiang's mind was in turmoil, struggling to find clarity. I feel that I still have much to learn. I am not well versed in the field of criminal investigation, Xiao Mu stated with a smile. I wish to read more and enrich myself at the police academy. Such humility, Feng Xiaoqiang chuckled. You've already solved a special case, yet you still wish to study. I've spent half my life as a police officer and have never encountered a special case. Are you making a joke at Uncle Feng's expense? Every year, numerous cases occur in Longo, yet the probability of a special case arising is exceedingly low. Even if one were to manifest in a city, it would hardly involve a criminal investigation team and an ordinary officer. How high must one's self-regard be? Once the case in Bingcheng was confirmed as special, it was immediately taken over by the city bureau, sidelining Xiao Guodong's team. Contrary to media portrayals of major crime units and investigative teams solving monumental cases, the reality is that ordinary police officers seldom have a chance to engage with special cases. The initial approach is always from the city bureau, and if it escalates, the provincial department takes over. If the case is particularly significant, the Ministry of Public Security steps in. Do ordinary officers even have a place in such matters? Faced with Feng Xiaoqiang's remarks, what could Xiao Mu say? He could only attribute it to luck. He had avenged his father while inadvertently resolving a special case. However, such fortune might not persist in the future. Just as he pondered this, the office door was suddenly thrust open, and a criminal investigator rushed in, exclaiming, "Chief, there's been an incident with that family." Xiao Mu. An incident at a case handling unit, what could it possibly be? Feng Xiaoqiang's expression changed instantly, and he swiftly rose, addressing Xiao Mu. "Xiao Mu, there's a case here, we'll chat another day." All right, Xiao Mu stood up, nodding with a smile as he followed Feng Xiaoqiang out of the office. The atmosphere in Squad 4 had become chaotic. Several on-duty officers rushed out to board police vehicles. What major incident had occurred? Though curious, Xiao Mu understood that such matters were not his concern. He ambled toward the business vehicle where Sister Lee was stationed. Before he could reach the car, suddenly a police vehicle pulled up beside him. The window rolled down, revealing Feng Xiaoqiang with a peculiar expression. "Xiao Mu, you are not busy at the moment, are you?" Xiao Mu. What does that mean? Could you do Uncle Feng a favor? Feng Xiaoqiang requested. Go investigate the scene and see if you can uncover anything. Xiao Mu sad face, winky face. Wait, are you serious? But since his mentor had asked, how could he refuse? Chapter 19. If you mention this, I shall find myself wide awake. Li Jie, please inform Chiogu that I have some matters to attend to and may not return tonight, Xiao Mu stated before turning to board the police vehicle, driving away with determination. Inside the business car, Li Jie's expression shifted as she retrieved her phone. Inside the police car. Uncle Feng, I am still but a child, Xiao Mu remarked with a hint of self-deprecation. Is it truly appropriate for me to be involved in your case? In essence, he wished to remind Feng Xiaoqiang that he currently held the identity of an ordinary student, unable to partake in the investigation. Even if he presented himself as an apprentice officer, he would still be barred from engaging in others' cases. Were various investigative units or police officers permitted to meddle in the affairs of other departments, chaos would undoubtedly ensue. If superiors were to discover such conduct, one would surely face consequences. Why? Primarily due to the potential of credit theft. In both police and military ranks, achievements are earned through blood, sweat, and sacrifice. To dare seize such merits would be madness, a path that could lead to dire repercussions. Do not overthink it, Feng Xiaoqiang chuckled. It is a cold case, and also a missing persons case, quite peculiar indeed. Peculiar. If you insist on saying that, I shall find myself wide awake. Intrigued, Xiao Mu inquired, in what manner is it peculiar? A child has vanished into thin air from within their own home, Feng Xiaoqiang replied, his smile fading. We have searched for 5 days without any trace of the child. Have we encountered a ghost? Xiao Mu jested, assuming his mentor was engaging in humor. The notion of a living individual disappearing from their residence seemed nothing short of supernatural. Do you truly believe I jest? Feng Xiaoqiang scrutinized the young lad before him. Ah! Xiao Mu's gaze momentarily faltered. How could that even be possible? In this day and age, one must consider the extensive surveillance systems in place. In 2018, as the capital city, do you know the extent of the monitoring coverage? How could a living person vanish in a city replete with cameras? Xiao Mu found it difficult to comprehend, revealing a lack of insight. The fact that you can solve a special case speaks to your formidable investigative skills, Feng Shaoqiang unabashedly stated his intent. I am an old classmate of your father's. Is it too much to ask for you to assist Uncle Feng in locating this child? Xiao Mu. This exemplifies the thought process of adults, particularly the astute. To judiciously utilize every available resource to achieve one's objectives. With a multitude of thoughts racing through his mind, Xiao Mu managed a wry smile. It is not too much. In his previous life, Feng Shaoqiang had treated him like a son, caring for him for a full 6 years, an immense debt of gratitude. Rest assured, Feng Shaoqiang said, casting a deep gaze at the young man. If we truly manage to find the child, the credit shall be yours. Enough of this, Uncle Feng. Let us discuss the case, Xiao Mu replied with humility. Feng Shaoqiang did not linger on pleasantries, succinctly recounting the details of the case. Within the second ring road, there lies an upscale residential area. The community comprises 3 6-story buildings, each housing 2 households per floor, with living spaces ranging from 140 to 200 square meters, featuring 3 to 4 rooms. Located at the heart of the capital, this neighborhood is not only luxurious and convenient but also boasts a robust security system. Residents believe their community to be the safest in the nation, and indeed, it is. However, 5 days prior, the 110 Emergency Response Center received a call from a resident on the 3rd floor of one of the buildings. The caller, a woman, reported that her child had gone missing at home. Upon investigation, all doors and windows were found securely locked. She even checked the community surveillance footage and found no indication of her child leaving the house. Thus began the unraveling of this perplexing missing persons case. The dispatch center assigned the nearby plainclothes police unit, the 4th Criminal Investigation Team, to respond. Upon arrival, 2 detectives and 2 auxiliary officers thoroughly examined the entire building, yet found no leads. Simultaneously, even more bizarre developments emerged. The missing child was merely 5 years old, and it was particularly strange because the child was a premature infant with a disability, requiring a cane to walk. Otherwise, he could not move independently, yet the 4th team discovered the child's cane left behind in the home. Without the cane, the likelihood of the child wandering off was nearly non-existent. But if he did not leave the house, could it truly be that the child vanished into thin air? The detectives conducted another thorough examination of the scene. All belongings within the residence were neatly arranged, and there were no signs of forced entry or disturbance. According to the mother's account, she had no unusual noises or disturbances. The detectives also reviewed surveillance footage from the community's monitoring system, both inside the building and throughout the neighborhood. After scrutinizing all footage within the time frame of the child's disappearance, they found no trace of the child, not even a glimpse of him departing the residence. The detectives began to suspect that the child may have fallen victim to foul play. They summoned a forensic expert to conduct a meticulous investigation of the residence. The forensic analyst concluded that there was no evidence of homicide. The entire 4th team was left bewildered by the case, grappling with the inexplicable nature of the situation. What sort of individual could silently and without a trace abduct a living child in such a serene environment? As the case grew increasingly perplexing, the 4th team spent nearly 5 days without any leads. Just moments ago, the child's mother attempted suicide. Fortunately, she was discovered in time and saved. This prompted the detectives to rush to the captain's office to report the incident, and Feng Shaoqiang felt compelled to investigate further. The reason for bringing Xiao Mu along was that Feng Shaoqiang wanted to see if the young man could somehow assist in locating the missing child, a desperate measure. Indeed, the rationale was clear. Someone capable of solving special cases surely possessed skills beyond mere luck. Did anyone truly believe that success in such matters could be attributed solely to fortune? This indicated that Xiao Mu possessed something of value. With such a person standing before him, and as the son of an old classmate, would you not take advantage of the opportunity? After hearing Feng Shaoqiang recount the entirety of the missing child's case, Xiao Mu felt utterly bewildered. His first thought was, I should take my leave at once. Why, although he was a reborn individual, he had only served as a detective for 2 years in his previous life. To be frank, any seasoned detective summoned could easily outmatch him with their wealth of experience. It was akin to someone just emerging from a novice village facing off against a high-level expert. If even a group of veteran detectives could not uncover any leads, what chance did he have? To be tasked with finding the missing child seemed utterly absurd, yet, having promised his mentor, Xiao Mu begrudgingly resolved, no matter his ability to uncover leads, he would charge ahead. A true man acts decisively. Chapter 20. Is the game so corrupt? As the night deepened, the summer streets were adorned with a myriad of twinkling stars. A police car came to a halt outside a residential complex on the second ring road. Exiting the vehicle, Xiao Mu did not hasten to enter the complex with Feng Shaoqiang, but instead took a moment to observe the surroundings. The community was designed with complete enclosure, surrounded by towering walls that encircled the entire residential area. The walls stood at a height of 3.5 meters, making it somewhat challenging to scale without assistance, and surveillance cameras were installed atop them. The residential area boasted 4 exits, oriented towards the east, west, south, and north. There was one main entrance and 3 side gates, each monitored by a guard booth, with security personnel stationed around the clock. Access to the complex could only be achieved through 3 means: a key card, a homeowner's card, or by being permitted entry by the security staff. Feng Shaoqiang's gaze was peculiar as he silently scrutinized the young man before him, pondering, indeed, there is something noteworthy here. Only seasoned detectives understood that sometimes, clues and traces might not reside at the crime scene but could potentially lie beyond its confines. It was only the astute and experienced detectives who developed the habit of conducting preliminary investigations outside the scene prior to arriving, engaging in reverse reasoning. For instance, in this case, the reason Xiao Mu chose to observe the exterior of the community first was singular. Regardless of how the missing child had vanished, it was evident that the disappearance had occurred within the confines of the complex, specifically from their residence. If abduction or trafficking were involved, someone must have taken the child out of the community. How might this individual have accomplished that? Excluding the possibility of divine intervention, the only means of egress were the 4 gates and the surrounding wall. With surveillance in place, any exit through the wall would be detected. Thus, it had to be through one of the 4 gates, presenting 2 potential issues. 1. The security personnel might have faltered. 2. The individual who took the child was most likely a resident or staff member of the complex. Given the enclosed nature of the community, outsiders could hardly gain entry. A 5-year-old child was no longer small enough to be concealed within a carrying device. It was highly probable that transportation, such as a vehicle, was involved. Moreover, any vehicle would be captured by the complex's surveillance. If an external vehicle entered the community, it would be meticulously recorded. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Xiao Mu found himself perplexed. What he could conceive, the seasoned detectives of the 4th Division would undoubtedly also consider. They must have conducted their investigations, suggesting that no leads or anomalies had emerged. If no irregularities were found, it could only imply one thing. The missing 5-year-old child remained within the community. If his intuition was correct, the 4th Division must have scoured the 3 buildings in the residential area thoroughly. It was unlikely that someone could hide within the complex without leaving any trace. Hence, only one possibility lingered. Xiao Mu's expression mirrored that of a person who had seen a ghost. Underground, sewage wells, septic tanks, he mused, his demeanor grave. Paragliders, wingsuits, hot air balloons, drones, jetpacks. The means to ascend to the heavens or descend to the depths were limited to these few methods. Still, one must reiterate, if he could conceive of such possibilities, how could the seasoned detectives of the 4th Division, with their greater experience, fail to consider them? They've all been investigated. It is not the case. Feng Shaoqiang chuckled bitterly, which is precisely why I sought your assistance, to help Uncle Feng think of a solution. This was Beijing, the capital, not the quaint Gotham City. The bizarre disappearance of a living person, wasn't it that frightening? Let us first inspect the scene. Feng Shaoqiang guided, leading towards the building from which the child had vanished. If we discern nothing, we can return early to rest and not delay the enrollment procedures. Inviting Xiao Mu to aid in the investigation was never a matter of expectation. Finding something would be fortunate, failing to do so was merely fate. Observing his mentor's figure, Xiao Mu couldn't help but smile. Who was he looking down upon? His temper flared momentarily, and he followed closely behind his mentor. Entering a residential building, they ascended to the 3rd floor, where the reporting party resided. Upon stepping inside, Xiao Mu detected a metallic scent of blood and noticed blood stains within the living room. Remembering that the missing child's mother had committed suicide that night, he sighed inwardly. The image of his own mother surfaced in his mind. If he were to find himself in peril, would his mother not go mad as well? Shaking his head to dispel such thoughts, Xiao Mu sought to calm his mind. He then began to accompany Feng Shaoqiang in surveying the scene. The house was spacious, comprising 4 bedrooms and 2 living areas, exceeding 200 square meters. Xiao Mu mused that he could never afford a home like this in his lifetime. An hour and a half later, after examining all the rooms, Xiao Mu's expression darkened, oscillating between uncertainty and despair. It was indeed as if he had encountered a ghost. There were no anomalies or signs whatsoever. Something was amiss. In the realm of criminal investigation, there exists a principle known as the Locard exchange principle, posited by the renowned criminologist Edmund Locard in his work, Principles of Criminal Investigation. To this day, it has never been disproven. What does it entail? Any criminal act is, in essence, the process of material exchange. The perpetrator, as a tangible entity, inevitably interacts with various material entities during the commission of the crime, establishing a relationship of contact and exchange. To put it plainly, regardless of the nature of the crime, any act committed will invariably leave direct or indirect traces at the scene. The absence of clues or evidence does not imply their non-existence. It merely indicates a shortfall in one's observational skills, experience, or intellect. What does this suggest? It implies that the perpetrator's intellect surpasses that of the investigator. Xiao Mu felt a surge of frustration, akin to a newcomer to Beijing yearning to sample the local delicacies yet encountering disbelief at every turn. He, undeterred by superstition, commenced a second examination of the scene. Time flew by, and soon it was midnight. Standing in the living room, Xiao Mu felt an overwhelming urge to express his frustration. Still, nothing had been uncovered. In the past, while reading novels, he found the notion of time travel and reincarnation exhilarating, envisioning a life of grandeur, yet, when faced with reality, it felt as though he had been slapped by an unforgiving. The fateful wheel of fortune, visible only to him, materialized before his eyes. Just past midnight. 8 days had elapsed since his last draw, and he had accumulated 8 points of fate value. Upon glimpsing that meager 8 points, Xiao Mu's fervor sobered. Following that, his heart sank given the nature of the fate wheel and his previous experiences. Relying solely on 8 points of fate value for rewards was akin to chasing fantasies. What the hell, he decided, determined to take a gamble. Gritting his teeth, Xiao Mu initiated the draw. As expected, there were no surprises. 7 consecutive draws yielded nothing but the dreaded, "Thank you for participating." Seriously, fate wheel, is this how you play dirty? Xiao Mu nearly lost his composure. His heart, once cooled, felt utterly extinguished. With a sigh, he became indifferent once more and decided to utilize his last remaining point of fate value for another draw, harboring no hopes whatsoever. To his astonishment, the fate wheel suddenly halted, transforming into a golden red light that coalesced into 4 golden red characters. Frowny face, eye of insight. Momentarily stunned, Xiao Mu's expression swiftly morphed into one of sheer ecstasy. This was indeed a delightful turn of events. Chapter 21, The Children of Others, Eye of Insight. After the ecstatic moments, Xiao Mu was suddenly enveloped in darkness. An unbearable pain and itchiness assailed his eyes, a sensation that arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly. As his vision returned, the world around him appeared transformed, imbued with an incomprehensible clarity that allowed him to see farther than ever before. Gazing out the window, Xiao Mu was astonished to discern every detail in the depths of the night. Night vision, ignoring the darkness. Then, the most terrifying revelation emerged. His visual field was so acute that even the particles of air, dust, and moisture were rendered distinctly visible. Should he so desire, he could instantly perceive objects hundreds or even thousands of meters away. His breathing quickened. The human weapon ability was already formidable, yet this eye of insight seemed even more monstrous. Who would have thought that as an inhabitant of Earth, he could one day attain such terrifying prowess? Quite splendid indeed. "Don't dawdle, return to rest," came Feng Shaoqiang's voice suddenly beside him. Xiao Mu blinked, and in an instant, his eyes reverted to normal vision. "No need," he replied, shaking his head as he turned to his master. "I intend to investigate once more." Feng Shao's eyes brightened, and a smile crept onto his lips. Staying up late to solve cases was routine for a police officer. If one couldn't endure such hardships, perhaps a departure from the profession was in order. To Feng Shao, Xiao Mu's demeanor seemed far from that of a child. He resembled a seasoned detective instead. He felt an inexplicable envy towards his old classmate for having such a son. Unbeknownst to Xiao Mu, as he conducted his third examination of the scene, he had already transformed into the child of others in his master's eyes. A single thought flickered, and the world once more morphed before his eyes. Within the realm of the Eye of Insight, details and clues that had eluded him during the previous 2 examinations began to materialize. Upon completing his inspection of the missing child's room, he found, as before, nothing of significance. Something is amiss. Xiao Mu stood at the bedside, his gaze fixated on a single bed. His eyes roamed to the cane beside the bed. After 3 thorough inspections, it was evident that the child had never left the room, nor had he descended from the bed. Given the child's inherent disability, he could not walk independently without his cane. If he had bounced out of the room, there would undoubtedly be footprints on the floor. Moreover, if the child had gotten off the bed, his mother would have surely heard some noise. All signs indicated that the child had never vacated the room, nor had he left the bed. Xiao Mu twisted his neck and directed his gaze toward the bedroom window. The window had been examined by the 4th Division and showed no signs of tampering. The eye of insight revealed no anomalies either. Besides the doors and windows, there were no other exits in the bedroom. How could a living child simply vanish from the bed? Could it be a supernatural event? Surely, that was an absurd notion. A sharp glint flashed in Xiao Mu's eyes as he recalled a question posed by his instructor during police academy days. Did he truly believe that everything his eyes beheld was real? He remembered the confusion that swept through his classmates upon hearing this question. Xiao Mu had pondered then, if what his eyes perceived was not necessarily true, what in this world could be considered real? It was only later, as he delved into cases, that he discovered his eyes could indeed deceive him, much like some cases, which, until fully investigated, would leave one in the dark regarding the truth. He even realized that certain so-called truths might be deliberately presented to him by others. Then, Xiao Mu widened his starkly contrasting eyes, surveying the surroundings as he murmured, "Is it possible that everything I see within this house, the space, the interior, has not been overlooked? Could it be that within this house, there existed areas invisible to the human eye?" If this hypothesis held merit, it would elucidate why a child could vanish without a trace, and why a cadre of seasoned detectives failed to uncover any clues. Thus, it was not that he could not see, but rather that something unexpected had been disregarded. Because the brain's habitual thinking process would never suspect that there was anything amiss in this location, which was precisely where one would least expect a child to be taken from. In the perspective of the eye of insight, Xiao Mu's eyes widened as he began a meticulous examination of every inch of the room, the floor, the walls, the wardrobe, beneath the bed. Finally, he slowly raised his gaze to the ceiling. Suddenly, his peripheral vision caught an unexpected flicker. His gaze fell upon the suspended ceiling above. The bedroom's ceiling featured a floating design, with recessed lighting embedded within, and a central ceiling lamp that appeared both aesthetically pleasing and simplistic. What had Xiao Mu discovered? Within the perspective of the eye of insight, he distinctly observed the edges of the recess revealing the fingerprints of a child. The interior height of the bedroom before me measures approximately 3.5 meters. Even an adult standing on the bed would barely be able to touch the edge of the recessed ceiling. Herein lies the conundrum. How could a 5-year-old child, who is physically disabled and incapable of walking an edge? Moreover, these fingerprints are peculiarly intriguing. Typically, when a person attempts to touch the ceiling, their palm faces upwards, resulting in fingerprints that are oriented in the positive direction, yet the fingerprints observed here are quite the opposite. They suggest a downward-facing palm, with the fingers having made contact with the edge of the recessed ceiling. Under what circumstances could a child leave such fingerprints? A jolt of realization coursed through Xiao Mu's mind, and he suddenly grasped a multitude of revelations. He found the answer. He finally understood how the child had vanished into thin air. The missing child had indeed not exited the room, nor had they departed through the doors or windows. The locus of disappearance was the ceiling. Uncle Feng. Xiao Mu inhaled deeply and shouted, "I found the clue." Upon hearing the call, Feng Shaoqiang hurriedly rushed into the bedroom, accompanied by 2 detectives from the 4th Brigade. As the trio entered the room and turned their gaze towards Xiao Mu, they were astonished to see the little fellow fixated on the ceiling. "Everyone!" Xiao Mu pointed at the ceiling, exclaiming, "Someone took the child from here." The others. To abduct a child from the ceiling, it seemed as though the little one was merely jesting with them. Observing the bewildered expressions on their faces, Xiao Mu couldn't help but smile with delight. Indeed, who could possibly fathom that someone could abscond with a person from the ceiling? Yet, it is precisely because such a notion is inconceivable to all that this case has taken on an air of the uncanny. Should the mystery remain unresolved, it would inevitably become a cold case, forever eluding resolution. When one of the detectives procured a chair and placed it atop the bed, subsequently climbing upon it to inspect the ceiling, his expression abruptly shifted, darkening with concern. He too had discerned the fingerprints. "There's something amiss." At this proclamation, a profound silence ensued. Feng Shaoqiang and the other detective gazed at Xiao Mu, their eyes reflecting the awe one might reserve for a celestial being. Chapter 22. Please contemplate your conscience. Through the diligent investigation of a group of seasoned detectives, it became evident that the ceiling indeed harbored an issue. It was a cleverly designed mechanism capable of movement. However, the point of access to this mechanism was not in the bedroom, but rather on the floor above. 2 detectives ascended to the 4th floor, forcefully breaching the entry doors, and entered the living room. The room was devoid of occupants, prompting the detectives to proceed to the corresponding bedroom below for a thorough search. Upon examination, they discovered something amiss with the bed. Who has ever seen bed legs equipped with movable casters beneath their bedroom? Upon moving the substantial bed, they indeed uncovered a handle to the mechanism. The two detectives pulled with combined effort, gradually revealing the ground beneath. Both upstairs and downstairs, people were left astounded. The design of the mechanism was remarkably intricate, with gaps nearly imperceptible when closed, showcasing exceptional precision. In that moment, it became apparent to all that the secret door before them was entirely metallic. Many had witnessed similar videos, where two metal plates fit together seamlessly, rendering the gap almost invisible to the naked eye. This exemplifies what is known as precision engineering. Through the on-site investigation, 3 sets of footprints were discovered within the room, 2 belonging to adults and 1 single footprint from a child. The child's footprint confirmed the identity of the missing child. Subsequently, surveillance footage from the residential building was reviewed. It revealed a couple departing from their home on the day the child went missing. At first glance, their actions seemed unremarkable, as they carried no belongings. Xiao Mu's gaze fell upon the woman. She was an exceedingly pregnant woman. What could be peculiar about that? No matter how large a pregnant woman's belly might be, it is implausible for her to conceal a 5-year-old child, is it? Yet, a question arose. It was now August, and the temperature in the capital was soaring. Not only was this pregnant woman clad in maternity attire, but she also donned a trench coat over it. Most men may not be aware, but women who have experienced pregnancy know well that pregnant women are particularly sensitive to heat. Why would she wear so many layers? The woman appeared rather bulky, resembling an individual weighing over 200 pounds. However, the limbs exposed beneath her maternity wear appeared quite slender, creating a dissonance with her bulging belly. It is common knowledge that pregnant women tend to gain weight, but is it reasonable to have a body that is overweight yet limbs that remain thin? From Xiao Mu's discerning perspective, an image began to form in his mind. What if a 5-year-old child were bound to the woman's body, masquerading as a pregnant woman, utilizing the maternity attire and trench coat for disguise? Would that be feasible? The answer was unequivocally affirmative. The surveillance footage was paused, and Xiao Mu pointed toward the pregnant woman. Not only did he discern this, but Feng Shaoqiang and others also began to surmise. The investigation commenced. Upon delving deeper, they discovered that the owner of the implicated room had long since emigrated years ago, leaving the residence uninhabited. Given that the property was unoccupied, what was the situation with this couple? At this juncture, a chill ran through the hearts of those present. Nevertheless, through the surveillance, they had already identified the couple of interest. Utilizing the police's extensive database, they proceeded to scan and compare the couple's images. Everyone felt a profound sense of despair when they realized that there were no identity records for this couple in the national database. The absence of identity information could only indicate 2 possibilities. Either they were not citizens of the Dragon Country, or they had altered their appearances. Regardless of the reason, this couple had vanished from the watchful eyes of the police. 5 days had elapsed since the incident, and the question loomed, how could they search for them now? Even if they were unable to find them, a search must be conducted. The 4th Division initiated action, placing the couple on a wanted list, urging all municipal law enforcement units to collaborate in the search for this couple. On the tranquil streets of the early morning, it resembled a serene ink wash painting. Standing outside the community, Xiao Mu felt as though he had accomplished his task. Assisting his mentor in unraveling the mystery of the missing child was a commendable effort. The remaining matters were no longer his concern, as his current priority was to attend school. He needed to handle his enrollment today. Before Xiao Mu could bid farewell to his mentor, Feng Shaoqiang chuckled, saying, "An old saying rings true. Help others to the end, and see them safely on their way. You intend to live just like this." Before uttering these words, one should reflect upon their own conscience. Xiao Mu found himself both amused and exasperated, replying, "Uncle Feng, I must go report to the police academy today." "Fear not, it shall not impede your schooling," came a deep, resonant chuckle from behind. Turning to look, Xiao Mu was momentarily taken aback. A policeman clad in a white shirt stood behind him, smiling warmly. Another acquaintance. In a previous life, Feng Shaoqiang had leveraged connections to transfer Xiao Mu to the 4th Division, and this connection was none other than the individual before him, a former classmate of Xiao Guodong. Wei Hua, the head of the criminal investigation team of the Chaoyang branch, a 3rd-level police supervisor, and a department-level official. Some may wonder how a team leader could be in a white shirt, holding a 3rd-level rank. It is essential to understand the distinctions between a directly governed city, a provincial capital, and an ordinary city. For instance, the police chief of the capital holds a ministerial rank, while the branch institutions are at the level of departments. As the capital, its status surpasses that of typical cities. "Welcome," Feng Shaoqiang greeted with a smile. From the Xiao family, Wei Hua scrutinized Xiao Mu for a moment, nodding. "Heroes emerge in youth. Flattery can be perilous, one must temper such praise. Xiao Mu suppressed the urge to roll his eyes. Focus on assisting the 4th Division in solving cases. I will ensure the school is informed on your behalf. Wei Hua inquired with a smile. Is that acceptable? With both elders speaking, how could he dare voice any objections? Xiao Mu pouted. No problem. Wei Hua's presence was prompted by the 4th Division's own suspicions. They had reported directly to the team, mentioning Xiao Mu's discovery of a lead. Upon learning that an 18-year-old had uncovered a clue, and that he was the child of an old classmate, Wei Hua made his way over. Hearing from Feng Shaoqiang that Xiao Mu had even cracked a significant case in Ice City left him somewhat astonished, regarding Xiao Mu with the eyes of one who had witnessed a prodigy. Reflecting on what he had been doing at 18, he could not help but feel a sense of inadequacy. In contrast, these elders seemed to have aged rather poorly. Wei Hua retrieved his phone, locating a number belonging to a friend at the Capital People's Police University. After connecting, he explained Xiao Mu's situation. The response was exceedingly accommodating, stating that it was a trivial matter, as long as he reported after military training without disrupting his classes, all would be well. As Xiao Mu observed Wei Hua animatedly conversing on the phone, he felt a mixture of envy and melancholy. Such significant matters as enrollment and military training could be settled with a mere phone call for others. When would he attain the same level of excellence as these influential figures? Just then, a commercial vehicle approached and halted by the roadside. Xiao Mu was taken aback, sisterly exited the vehicle and opened the door. The ethereal and stunning Yi Qiushuan gracefully descended from the car. Even the well-versed Feng Shaoqiang and Wei Hua were momentarily struck dumb by her beauty, their expressions reflecting disbelief. Was this girl not excessively beautiful? Gu, what brings you here? Not just them, but Xiao Mu too was momentarily bewildered as he approached. He had not disclosed his whereabouts to Yi Qiushuan. How had she managed to find him? Chapter 23, the first page of the sword manual, devoid of love, naturally divine under the morning sun. Yi Qiushuan exuded an aura of coolness and tranquility, resembling an inviolable goddess. As Xiao Mu approached, her beautiful eyes sparkled with delight, momentarily transforming from a goddess into a sweet, demure girl. Responding to Xiao Mu's inquiry, she slowly lowered her head and softly murmured, "Just passing by." I nearly believed her. Xiao Mu chuckled inwardly. What a coincidence. Yi Qiushuan blinked her clear, luminous eyes. Are you hungry? Xiao Mu nodded. After a night of toil without a drop to drink, how could he not be hungry? Yi Qiushuan climbed into the vehicle and beckoned him. Upon entering, Xiao Mu discovered several thermal lunch boxes. Yi Qiushuan opened them one by one. Congee, steamed buns, fried eggs, ham. Xiao Mu was momentarily taken aback. Go ahead and eat. Yi Qiushuan's voice, soft and slightly coy, was sweet as honey. Did you make all of this for me? Xiao Mu's heart skipped a beat, feigning nonchalance. No. Yi Qiushuan averted her gaze. Just a coincidence. Truth be told, Brother Chiu was quite nice. Xiao Mu grinned widely, picking up a bun to eat and sipping the congee. Yi Qiushuan's cheeks blossomed with a smile, her beautiful eyes glimmering with warmth. Outside the vehicle, Feng Shaoqiang and Wei Hua wore grave expressions. They glanced at the couple inside, then at the license plate, finally landing their gaze on the woman in a suit standing outside the business vehicle, their eyelids twitching. It was a guard bureau vehicle. That woman was clearly an active duty soldier. Or rather, a bodyguard. Feng Shaoqiang and Wei Hua exchanged glances, struck dumb. As previously mentioned, not everyone is worthy of having a bodyguard. Despite Wei Hua's position at the departmental level, he was but a small fry in front of a ministerial bigwig above departmental rank. Every step is a leap to the heavens. Observing Xiao Mu having breakfast inside the car, their expressions were particularly complex. Their gaze shifted to the girl of stunning beauty. They exchanged another glance, grinning widely. With such a relationship, what need was there for police academy? Wouldn't a career in politics be more appealing? Within 10 minutes, 4 buns, a bowl of congee, fried eggs, and ham were all consumed with nary a trace left. Brother Chiu, it's a pity you're not a chef, Xiao Mu remarked, contentedly belching. Yi Qiushuan's dignified face darkened, throwing him a mock glare of annoyance. Not doing it. She had no desire to cook for anyone else. If you're not going to, why are you being so fierce? Xiao Mu shot back. Do you believe I would knock you out? The first page of the sword manual, devoid of love, naturally divine. With the wisdom gleaned from a past life, he learned a vital lesson. In the presence of girls, a warm-hearted man should never grovel. Sometimes, being a warm-hearted man is even less admirable than being a sycophant. You dare? Yi Qiushuan half pouted, half fuming, her anger palpable. She was clearly afraid of the outside world, fearful of strangers, yet unafraid of him. All right, I want tea there. Xiao Mu chuckled sheepishly. Who told me to eat someone else's food? By the way, Brother Chio, I have to get busy. He explained briefly about assisting the police with their investigation, mentioning that he would temporarily store his luggage at Yi Choshuan's home until it was time to report to school. Understood. Yi Choshuan's starry eyes flickered momentarily. I'm off then, Xiao Mu said as he exited the vehicle. Yi Choshuan remained quietly seated, obediently watching his retreating figure, her beautiful eyes seemingly veiled in a misty haze. Sisterly glanced at her, then at Xiao Mu in the distance, smiling silently as she closed the car door. In a novel, such a scenario would likely be termed a free gift, right? No, that little fool remains oblivious. 3 years ago, a girl had already opened a window for him. Let us hope he does not foolishly shut it. Uncle Feng, Uncle Wei, my apologies. Standing before his elders, Xiao Mu displayed no hint of embarrassment. I hope I haven't wasted your time. Assisting the police with their investigation was not his obligation. Helping was a matter of goodwill, not helping was equally acceptable. Feng Shaoqiong and Wei Hua exchanged odd looks, shaking their heads with smiles. You both carry on. Wei Hua cast a deep glance at Xiao Mu. It hasn't hindered your investigation. Once he departed, Feng Shaoqiong turned to the young lad. Little Mu, think of a way for Uncle Feng. Yet a strange thought lingered in his mind. He inexplicably sensed that Xiao Mu must have other methods to locate the missing child. Honestly, even without my prompting, Uncle Feng would have thought of it, right? Xiao Mu countered. Who would want to abduct a 5-year-old child? Human trafficking. To go to such lengths to abduct a 5-year-old child, devising elaborate traps in the floorboards. It worth all that manpower, resources, and time, not to mention organ trafficking. A 5-year-old's organs have yet to mature. Furthermore, some might be mentally ill, simply desiring the child for themselves. Let's not even consider that the child might not belong to the parents in front of them. The biological parents could have come looking for him. Equally, let's dismiss the idea of abduction. For 5 days, no one has contacted the child's parents to extort money. If it were for financial gain, the kidnappers should have made contact long ago. Thus, in this case, are you bewildered? Why would the perpetrator take a premature child with disabilities? Feng Shaoqiong sighed. We cannot fathom the perpetrator's intentions. No, the intention has already surfaced, Xiao Mu stated emphatically, in the case of this missing child. What do you mean? Feng Shaoqiong asked, perplexed yet astonished. What I mean is, Xiao Mu reiterated, there must be something about this child that others desperately covet, and certain individuals have long orchestrated this abduction. Feng Shaoqiong was taken aback. What could a 5-year-old child possibly possess that would attract such attention? What did the young lad mean by certain individuals having planned the abduction in advance? Uncle Feng, have you ever pondered a particular question? Xiao Mu fixed his gaze on Feng Shaoqiong. When did the mechanism in the missing child's bedroom ceiling first appear? His words caused Feng Shaoqiong's complexion to shift dramatically. It likely appeared before the family of the missing child moved in. If someone had moved in, how did they manage to open the ceiling and create such a mechanism? Otherwise, do you assume others are deaf and blind? Wouldn't they have noticed during construction? Investigate when the family of the missing child moved into that house. Xiao Mu pressed his lips together. And importantly, why did this family choose that particular house? What a coincidence. Is it possible that the mechanism in the bedroom ceiling was set up long before, and someone used some means to ensure the family of the missing child moved in? Perhaps they had been contemplating the child for a long time, waiting for the right moment to act, and it was only 5 days ago that the opportunity arose to take the child. If this were the case, the situation could become alarming. Chapter 24 What makes you so exceptional? 10:00 a.m. Meeting room of the plainclothes squad. The family of the missing child was once ordinary, leading a commonplace life. However, 5 years ago, they suddenly became affluent, relocating to the capital 4 years ago, and moving into the crime-ridden neighborhood 3 years ago. An elderly detective reported the findings. On the surface, everything appears normal, but upon closer examination, something feels profoundly amiss. Xiao Mu exchanged a glance with Feng Shaoqiong. It was not merely a sense of unease, it was an overwhelming sense of disquiet. What era are we living in? In this day and age, every profitable industry is saturated, with countless individuals eager to emulate others. The likelihood of achieving sudden wealth in a short span of time is virtually non-existent. We've made a breakthrough. The meeting room door swung open, and a perspiring detective hurried in. The missing child has medical issues. At the sound of this revelation, the expressions of those present shifted dramatically, and they turned to face Xiao Mu, only to find the young boy wearing an expression of calm certainty, as if it were wholly expected. Let me take a guess. Xiao Mu fixed his gaze on the detective. Is it an organ issue? Bone marrow, or perhaps blood type? Hadn't it been stated earlier that the child's organs were underdeveloped? Was he not contradicting himself? In truth, Xiao Mu's thoughts were not entirely misplaced, yet they lacked completeness. The reason organ transplants from children are so rare is that their organs cannot support an adult's body compared to adult-to-adult transplants. This is a peculiar circumstance. It is akin to replacing a 6000 mAh phone battery with a 600 mAh one. It may work momentarily, but it will soon deplete, leading to insufficient power and potential abrupt shutdowns. It is unstable and overly burdensome. Unless one is afflicted with a serious ailment and has no alternatives, would one consider such a swap? Nothing in life is absolute. Suppose there were no other batteries available nearby, or one was compelled to find a battery of the same model and frequency. If you do not replace it, your phone will become obsolete. And all that lies before you is a mere 600 mAh battery. Would you proceed with the exchange? How could Xiao Mu conceive such notions? It was the timeline of the family's residency and the existence of mechanisms within the bedroom that led him to this conclusion. Just as he suspected, someone had meticulously set a trap and lured the family of the missing child into residing there. Several inconsistencies began to align. The reason behind such elaborate preparations was solely due to the child's underdevelopment. Even now, at the tender age of 5, he met the criteria for organ donation. Of course, such organs could not be transplanted into adults but could be suitable for children of the same age. What, then, did Xiao Mu mean by mentioning bone marrow and blood type? Those familiar with organ transplants surely understand the concept of compatibility. In the medical field, compatibility typically refers to matching blood types and organ transplant compatibility. Many films depict casual organ trafficking, where individuals are swiftly apprehended and organs harvested for profit. Those with even a modicum of medical knowledge must find such portrayals laughably absurd. What kind of foolish director or screenwriter concocts such ludicrous narratives? To put it bluntly, organs have a shelf life. If removed from a living body for a few hours to over a dozen hours, they will perish, becoming unusable. The most critical point is that organ transplants are not arbitrary. They require matching, or compatibility. What use is it to kill someone in advance and extract their organs? Preservation is not feasible, and compatibility testing takes time. How could one possibly be fortunate enough to find a compatible recipient for an organ within mere hours, and also achieve? Even if a match is made, have they considered how much time is required for a transplant operation? Now, ponder this. Are those directors and screenwriters not utterly foolish? They are essentially grinding the audience's intellect into the ground. Xiao Mu's inquiry regarding blood type stemmed from another crucial point. He suspected that the blood type of the missing child might differ from that of a typical individual. The rationale is straightforward. If someone required something from a child, why go through the trouble of relocating a family to the capital, devising intricate plans to ensure they moved into that residence, and even setting up traps, all while waiting for the child to grow? Consider the immense resources, human, material, financial, and temporal, this process demands. To speak candidly, there are ample children available on certain black markets. One might only need to spend tens of thousands to acquire a healthy child. Why fixate on a premature, disabled child when there are more convenient options available? Through various indications, Xiao Mu deduced that something about the missing child was peculiar. Only this child possessed something that other children lacked, which is why someone had gone to such lengths, enduring years of patience before finally taking action. Upon voicing his suspicions, the detective stared at him in disbelief, as though confronted with an alien life form. The expressions of his colleagues mirrored this shock, leaving Feng Shaoqiang and the others momentarily frozen in place. The entire meeting room felt as if it had been paused, even the air growing dense. Did you really deduce all this? Is it necessary to be so eerie? It seems I hit the nail on. If this were a decade ago, he would revel in the thrill of showcasing his prowess. But what era are we in now? The world is chaotic. Who is there to impress? The detective regained his composure and managed to utter a sentence. Mumbai blood type. Xiao Mu. Winky face. The others were expressions of confusion. What is that? A blood type rarer than panda blood, the detective continued. In the Dragon Kingdom, there are no more than 200 individuals with this blood type. The most alarming aspect is that if a patient with such a rare blood type requires a transfusion, they must receive blood from another individual with the exact same blood type. The same principle applies to organ transplants. The matching process is even more intricate. Just because one possesses a similar blood type does not mean organs can be transferred indiscriminately. Indeed, someone has set their sights on this child, and it must be this child. Xiao Mu scoffed. If it were merely a matter of blood, with sufficient funds, there are nearly 200 individuals with the Mumbai blood type in the Dragon Kingdom. Is there any fear of not acquiring one? Thus, it must pertain to organ-related matters. After Xiao Mu articulated his reasoning entirely, the veteran detectives were once again taken aback. Their minds were inundated with a tidal wave of questions. Why should they be outshone by him, who shares the same number of heads? Being able to deduce the cause of the case seems rather futile, one detective remarked with a wry smile. We still don't know who the perpetrator is. The individual in question should also possess the Mumbai blood type, or be a relative of someone with that blood type, Xiao Mu pondered. There aren't many individuals with the Mumbai blood type in the capital. We must find them. Chapter 25. Nil. As the clock struck 7 in the evening, Xiao Mu, who had been awake for an entire day and night, resolved to visit Qiu Ji's residence for a refreshing shower and a change of attire, hoping to indulge in a restful slumber before returning to assist his master and the 4th Division in their investigative endeavors. He was determined not to meet the same untimely demise as in his past life. After exchanging brief pleasantries with Feng Shaoqiong, Xiao Mu summoned a ride-sharing vehicle to depart. Meanwhile, the 4th Division commenced their inquiry into individuals in the capital possessing them. The journey to Yichuan's home would take approximately 20 minutes. Just as he intended to catch a brief nap, an unsettling chill coursed through his heart, accompanied by an inexplicable sense of foreboding. Suddenly, he snapped his eyes open, his pupils constricting sharply. At that moment, a profound sense of danger surged within him. What was happening? In the next instant, he perceived something amiss. Having lived in the capital for 6 years in his previous life, he was well acquainted with the city's layout. He realized that the ride-sharing vehicle was not following the route to Qiu Ji's home but had instead veered into a secluded alley. Was the driver unfamiliar with the area? Had he taken a wrong turn? Or perhaps, Xiao Mu turned his gaze to the driver, who appeared to be in his late 20s, the robust yet unremarkable young man. Why had he chosen to navigate into this alley? Without warning, the vehicle came to a halt. The driver drew a knife from his waist, and Xiao Mu found himself momentarily stunned by the unfolding scene. The driver suddenly swung his arm, the blade aimed directly at him. With a swift motion, Xiao Mu seized the assailant's wrist, grasping not only the wrist but also the palm. Twisting and pushing down, the dagger plunged into the young man's thigh with a sickening sound. "Oh!" The young man cried out in agony, attempting to resist. With a resounding thud, Xiao Mu delivered a punch to the assailant's cheek, blood and teeth spraying from his mouth, splattering against the car window. In one fluid motion, Xiao Mu withdrew the dagger and thrust it into the young man's abdomen. The scream abruptly ceased. "Pray tell, why do you wish to take my life?" Xiao Mu inquired, his expression devoid of emotion as he fixed his gaze upon the young man. "You need not respond, yet I am well within my rights to defend myself. Should this encounter lead to your demise, it does not seem to constitute a crime, would you not agree?" Another piercing wail escaped the young man's lips as Xiao Mu tightened his grip on the knife's hilt, slowly twisting it. Why was he so ruthless? There is an old adage, kindness does not command an army, goodness does not serve as law enforcement. In the eyes of the wicked, so-called kindness is merely a laughable manifestation of cowardice. Your benevolence only emboldens wrongdoers to escalate their crimes. Only by being more merciless, more malevolent, and more ruthless than the villains will they learn to fear you, granting you the opportunity to apprehend them. Otherwise, what right do you have to capture these miscreants, through words, or through your pathetic kindness? "No, please do not kill me," the young man's pitiful cries for mercy echoed in the air. Xiao Mu averted his gaze from him, his eyes drifting toward the alley. A group of over a dozen individuals emerged, 11 of whom were brandishing knives, cleavers, and clubs. A look of bewilderment crossed Xiao Mu's face, and a question loomed in his mind. Who sought to take my life? He had only been in the capital for less than 2 days, and he had no enemies here. After much contemplation, only one possibility surfaced. Have I inadvertently stepped on someone's toes? The sensation of paranoia enveloped him, as if the entire world conspired against him. This individual was likely connected to the abduction of the child. What was he afraid of? Had he considered the implications of such a coincidence? The ride-sharing driver he had summoned was, in fact, one of their own, indicating that they were not only well informed about him but also capable of controlling his phone, intercepting his ride request, and dispatching assassins to eliminate him. What manner of individual possessed such capabilities? Reflecting upon this, did it not instill fear within you? Yet, there was no time for such musings. Xiao Mu brandished the knife, his arm sweeping through the air as he severed the young man's neck, blood gushing forth. If they had come to kill him, then they deserved to meet their end. Having dealt with the driver, Xiao Mu flung open the door and leaped from the vehicle. The group of young men had just arrived at the scene. Confronted by these armed individuals, Xiao Mu remained remarkably composed. His seemingly normal physique began to relax and transform, devolving from an ordinary man into a human weapon. In an instant, 2 cleavers descended toward Xiao Mu's head. The assailants were taken aback when he not only refused to evade but charged forward. Before the blades could descend, Xiao Mu collided with one of the attackers with lightning speed, his hand, clutching the dagger, struck with precision, thrusting into the young man's abdomen. It was not a straightforward assault, rather, he executed an upward thrust that pierced the young man's organs, offering him no chance of survival. Let us not speak of mercy, they had come to kill you, so how foolish would it be to consider sparing those who sought your life? After 3 swift thrusts, perhaps a mere second had elapsed. Withdrawing the dagger, Xiao Mu swung his arm, plunging the blade into another assailant's eye socket, piercing through to the brain. Simultaneously, he seized the cleavers from the hands of 2 fallen attackers, brandishing them with deadly intent. With a resounding clash, sparks erupted as the cleavers met an iron rod. As he blocked an attack aimed at him with one cleaver, Xiao Mu thrust the other with lethal precision. The blade penetrated the young man's abdomen, emerging from his back in a spray of blood. In the process of withdrawing the blade, he further sliced open the young man's belly. The consequences were self-evident. The remaining 8 assailants, witnessing 3 of their comrades fall as if they were mere vegetables, were paralyzed by terror. They had never encountered such a brutal and savage scene of slaughter before. The gruesome spectacle left them trembling in fear. Xiao Mu provided them no opportunity to recover. His arms moved with little grace, the 2 cleavers dancing in the air. One blade severed a young man's neck, while the other pierced the abdomen of another. As he retracted his blades, the 2 young men fell, writhing in agony on the ground. Finally, the remaining 6 young men regained their senses. Rather than seeking to slay Xiao Mu, they were consumed by fear, turning to flee. Their terror reached its peak, and they longed for wings to escape. Did I not make it clear that you shall not flee? With a swift motion, Xiao Mu charged forward, thrusting the 2 cleavers into the abdomens of 2 more young men, slicing through their organs. As he withdrew the blades, he took 2 steps forward, positioning himself before the remaining 4. Crouch and cover your heads. Xiao Mu commanded, brandishing the cleavers menacingly, his tone as chilling as a bone-chilling wind from the depths of hell. The 4 young men stood frozen in fear, their eyes wide with terror, paralyzed and immobile. In that fleeting moment of hesitation, Xiao Mu unleashed a devastating strike with the cleaver, severing one young man's neck cleanly, sending him crashing to the ground. Kneel. Xiao Mu's voice was frigid, instilling dread in all who heard it. The 3 remaining young men shuddered violently. Third, they all fell to their knees. Chapter 26. It was over. This high-stakes game had left Xiao Mu's body trembling uncontrollably. Such a reaction was not uncommon. Many individuals experience similar symptoms after a brawl. Excitement, exhilaration, and terror surged within him, overwhelming both body and mind. He cast a glance around the alley, bloodied, foul-smelling. It churned his stomach with nausea. Clang! Xiao Mu discarded a blood-soaked machete and, with his palm stained crimson, retrieved his phone from his pocket. He fixed his cold, indifferent gaze on the 3 youths kneeling before him and dialed Feng Xiaoqiang's number. A few seconds later, the call connected. Uncle Feng, I am. Xiao Mu's tone was flat. Someone is trying to kill me. Without waiting for a response, he hung up. He began sifting through his contacts until he found a number. Goan, Yiwu. He dialed it without hesitation. Moments later, the call was answered. Xiao Mu. Yiwu's voice resonated from the receiver. Brother Yi, it's me. Xiao Mu recounted the events that had just transpired, emphasizing the pivotal moment when he had called for a ride and nearly met his demise. What kind of person could manipulate your phone and orchestrate an ambush during such a moment? To be honest, Xiao Mu was not only frightened but also daunted by the extent of the assailant's capabilities. This was beyond the capacity of an ordinary person, even beyond that of law enforcement. Could anyone truly fathom the resources required for such a feat? Moreover, it was 2018, in the heart of the capital. Wasn't it utterly absurd for someone to dare commit murder in broad daylight? Even films wouldn't dare depict such a scenario, yet, it had happened. As expected, there was silence on Yiwu's end. He too was likely taken aback. To leave even Goan personnel speechless. The gravity of this situation was immense. This was precisely why Xiao Mu had reached out to Yiwu. The matter was far too daunting for the police to handle alone. If Yiwu chose to disregard it, Xiao Mu would flee the city at the first opportunity to escape the impending threat, as he had no desire to die or endanger his family. However, if Yiwu did not intervene, Xiao Mu would find himself trapped. 9 lives had been lost, the ride-hailing driver and the 8 corpses lying in the alley. 9 lives, and even self-defense would be deemed excessive. If the forces behind this incident possessed considerable power, they could easily orchestrate his downfall using the current events to their advantage. Thus, seeking assistance from anyone else would be futile. Only Goan could provide the necessary support, but why would they assist him? Xiao Mu was gambling on the weight of the name Goan itself. After a prolonged silence, Yiwu's voice came through the phone. Stay put. Someone will come to meet you. Hurry, please. Xiao Mu's expression betrayed his exhaustion, or I fear I won't survive the night. This was no jest. If the assailants dared to kill in broad daylight in the capital, what other heinous acts were they capable of? Ending the call, Xiao Mu pulled out a pack of cigarettes, lit one, and took a drag, exhaling a smoke ring. He savored the moment. This might very well be his last cigarette. Just as he was about to finish, 2 police cars with sirens blaring rushed into the alley and halted not far away. 7 or 8 detectives jumped out, with Feng Shaoqiang being the first to reach Xiao Mu. When these seasoned detectives beheld the scene that resembled a slaughterhouse, they collectively gasped, the atmosphere thick with silence. Upon confirming the 9 fatalities, a wave of horror washed over them, their skin crawling with goosebumps. They were terrified. What happened? Suppressing his trembling heart, Feng Shaoqiang scrutinized the blood-soaked youth before him. Xiao Mu spared no details, recounting the entire ordeal. The expressions of the veteran detectives shifted dramatically, all rendered speechless. No fool could become a police officer. Xiao Mu's words conveyed the severity of the situation. It's all my fault, Feng Shaoqiang sighed. I shouldn't have let you get involved in this case. But it was too late for regrets now. It's all right, Xiao Mu replied with a teasing smile, I'll be fine. Ha! Feng Shaoqiang was taken aback, unable to comprehend the source of Xiao Mu's confidence. Soon, forensic experts and ambulances arrived in succession. The grim reality was acknowledged. Those 9 individuals were undeniably deceased, and the evidence at the scene was overwhelmingly clear. Someone had aimed to kill Xiao Mu, but he had managed to retaliate, resulting in 9 deaths in self-defense. Nevertheless, 9 lives were still 9 lives. Regardless of the circumstances, Xiao Mu would face custody until the legal system rendered its judgment. Before long, a high-ranking official arrived. With 9 fatalities, it was absurd for leadership not to respond. However, before any directives could be issued, a vehicle arrived, and 4 individuals emerged. When they displayed their credentials, the expressions of everyone present shifted dramatically. Goan. Who is Xiao Mu? Inquired one of the Goan personnel. I am, Xiao Mu replied with a demeanor of amiable humility. Subsequently, he followed 2 Goan agents into their vehicle. Departing swiftly, the remaining 2 Goan personnel began collaborating with the police to gather information. The officers exchanged bewildered glances. Utterly astonished, Feng Shaoqiang let out a sigh of relief. With Goan intervening, Xiao Mu's safety was assured. He couldn't help but recall the security bureau vehicle and that stunning young woman. Once again, Goan had come into play. Feng Shaoqiang reflected inwardly, marveling at how well connected the child of his old classmate was. Xiao Mu was taken to an unremarkable building, entering a room reminiscent of a confinement cell. Inside, there was a bed, a chair, a table, and even 2 bottles of water. After the 2 Goan agents departed, Xiao Mu collapsed onto the bed, allowing his body and mind to relax. With death staring him in the face, he decided to take a brief respite. Uncertain how much time had passed, he was jolted awake to find Yiwu standing before him. The latter was silent, staring intently at him. Xiao Mu remained quiet as well, the 2 locking eyes in a silent exchange. In less than half a month, 13 lives have been lost. Yiwu's tone was chilling, as frigid as ice. What on earth is going on, little brother? Care to explain? Xiao Mu was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, 4 assassins from ICT had claimed 9 more lives tonight, bringing the total to 13. How was he to justify this? Self-defense, he declared with calm assurance. Yiwu, having encountered all manner of absurdities, he had never before witnessed someone so brazenly claim self-defense after taking 13 lives. Yet, there was a semblance of truth in Xiao Mu's words. Firstly, the 4 assassins from ICT were indeed deserving of their fate. Secondly, someone had aimed to kill Xiao Mu, and he had merely fought back. What was he to do? Allow himself to be murdered? But was this what Yiwu was truly questioning? How could a mere teenager possess such lethal capabilities? Was this a trait typical of a normal individual? If it were anyone else, they would have already been confined to a Goan interrogation room, facing dire consequences for their failure to cooperate. Yiwu, exasperated yet composed, wearily asked, Little brother, you seem to be here in the capital for school, correct? Indeed, Xiao Mu replied earnestly, I am a good student, otherwise, how could I have gained admission to the People's Police University? Huh? Yiwu scoffed, if you're such a good student, then what on earth possessed you to assist in investigating this case? Your statement raises some questions. Xiao Mu's expression darkened. I aspire to be a police officer. Isn't it my duty to uphold justice? Yiwu paused, gazing into Xiao Mu's eyes. They were bright and clear, devoid of any impurities. Faced with such sincerity, Yiwu chuckled softly, you're right. But now is not the time for lectures, Xiao Mu retorted, frustration evident in his voice. Who was the assailant? Had it not been for his rebirth and newfound abilities, he would have perished tonight. Could he really swallow that bitterness? You are overestimating him. Xiao Mu held no grudges, he never let vendettas linger overnight. He dealt with his adversaries decisively, yet Yu Wu uttered a surprising statement. I don't know who he is either. At these words, even Goan could not uncover the identity of the assailant. This was truly an ominous situation. Chapter 27. You must be a hammer. Xiao Mu's complexion gradually paled, sensing the malice emanating from the heavens. Are you afraid too? Yu Wu found himself amused by the little one's expression. I'm just a normal person, all right. Xiao Mu retorted indignantly, it's you guys from the national security who are nothing. Yu Wu was taken aback. Are you really speaking of national security? Have you considered your words carefully? Is it not so? Xiao Mu's face was a picture of indignation. Can you even find the person responsible? Yu Wu fell silent for a moment. The person is dead. They must have been silenced. Tonight, 12 individuals assaulted Xiao Mu, 9 of whom were killed in retaliation. Fortunately, 3 survived. The police required some formalities to obtain testimonies, but national security operated differently. They could employ any means necessary to extract information. The 3 surviving witnesses were not particularly resilient. A little intimidation was all it took for them to divulge the truth. Following their leads to find the instigator, only 2 corpses were discovered, one belonging to a hacker and the other to a loan shark's boss. It was this hacker who had breached Xiao Mu's phone as well as the devices of the undercover officers from the 4th Criminal Division. Every move made by Xiao Mu and the officers was under surveillance. Those unfamiliar with the situation might wonder what the point of hacking a phone is, but consider this: when your phone is compromised, it transforms into a hybrid of a listening device and a surveillance camera. Wouldn't that send a chill down your spine? Fear not, for your own phone is similarly monitored. Have you ever noticed that as soon as you mention wanting to purchase something, the shopping app promptly suggests precisely that item? Congratulations, you've granted these software developers permission to access your data: headphones, microphones, photo albums, cameras, contact lists. Everything within your phone can be scrutinized and utilized, all with your consent. Many remain blissfully naive, believing their phones to be impenetrable fortresses of security. How utterly misguided, legal expert teacher Lu once remarked, from the moment you begin using a smartphone, you forfeit any semblance of privacy. The instant you activate your device, you sign away countless permissions, willingly surrendering your privacy to others. Without granting these permissions, you cannot even activate the phone. The hacker's task becomes rather straightforward. They simply bypass your authorizations to infiltrate your phone and extract internal data, including the ability to control certain hardware. They can utilize your device as a surveillance camera, listening device, or locator, knowing your conversations, whereabouts, and whom you contact. Xiao Mu's attempt to summon a rideshare service was intercepted by the hacker, which explains why he was not picked up by a rideshare driver but rather by someone intent on taking his life. It can be said that those 2 individuals who were silenced met their demise due to Xiao Mu. Later, when he called Yu Wu, the latter realized that national security was preparing to act, prompting the decision to eliminate Xiao Mu and prevent national security from discovering their whereabouts. As for the loan shark company, the individuals they employed were rather well known, a motley crew of social miscreants who would do anything for a fee. All 12 assailants were affiliated with the loan sharks company, and their goal that night was to eliminate Xiao Mu. Ironically, Xiao Mu's life was valued at a mere 500,000, to be divided among 12 individuals. As for the motive behind his assassination, does it need to be stated? Xiao Mu had deduced that from the moment the 4th Criminal Division took over the missing children case, their every action had been under scrutiny. His emergence had also been noted by the puppeteer pulling the strings. Had Xiao Mu failed to uncover any clues, had he not discovered the mechanism hidden in the ceiling of that bedroom, no one would have targeted him or the 4th Division. Yet, he managed to unearth leads when others were stumped. Fearing he might trace the clues back to the missing child and the mastermind behind it, they deemed it imperative that he be silenced. Gazing at his phone, Xiao Mu felt as though he was staring at a ticking bomb, cold sweat trickling down his back. Would this device ever be usable again? Yu Wu, perceiving the younger man's thoughts, magically produced a new phone from his pocket and tossed it to him. Xiao Mu's sad face: what does this mean? It's a gift, Yu Wu said, a smirk playing on his lips. This phone can only be controlled by national security. Such generosity. Xiao Mu's expression turned peculiar, internally scoffing. You must be joking. Surely, everyone understands the saying about gifts given without reason, either a scheme or a deceit lies behind them. Yet, he was unaware that Yu Wu simply wished to protect the privacy of the little brother in relation to a certain individual, with the latter being merely a collateral concern. Brother Yi, this isn't merely a matter Don't be absurd. He had the audacity to confront armed assailants head-on, unarmed, facing down 11 thugs wielding knives and clubs. It was utterly ludicrous to think he could be afraid of death. Xiao Mu offered an awkward smile, his eyes darting. How about assigning me a bodyguard for protection? Yi Wu. If one wanted a bodyguard, it could be a simple enough task, just sleep and dream, then everything would be at one's disposal. Do you perhaps overestimate my capabilities? Yi Wu chuckled in disbelief. I couldn't possibly command someone of that caliber. Even national security wouldn't dare to. National security wouldn't dare. How exaggerated. Xiao Mu shot him a glance, frowning. Fear not, I will accompany you for the next few days, Yi Wu added with a knowing look. You won't die. Xiao Mu's vigilance heightened at this, puzzled. You will follow me. Aren't you concerned about that missing child? Yi Wu changed the subject. It's been 6 days. If we don't act quickly, it may. He had already familiarized himself with the missing children's case and couldn't help but admire Xiao Mu's intellect. The young man was genuinely astute. Not only that, but Yi Wu was also well versed in the peculiarities of the major case in Bing City. In both investigations, Xiao Mu displayed an intellect that overshadowed a host of seasoned detectives, as if he were a born genius in the field of criminal investigation. Yi Wu had 3 reasons for traveling from Bing City to Beijing to assist Xiao Mu. First, he recognized the necessity to address threats to national security. Second, Xiao Mu was a prodigy, a genius in criminal investigation. Third, such talent was coveted not only by the Public Security Bureau but also by national security. Engaging spies required intellect, a battle of wits against wrongdoers, akin to criminal investigations. Furthermore, there was another crucial aspect. Xiao Mu's abnormalities were too conspicuous. If not for no one could safeguard him, incorporating Xiao Mu into national security would provide oversight, utility, and protection, making it the optimal choice. It should not be a problem, Xiao Mu replied confidently, shaking his head. Even if someone intends to harm the child, they would require the child's body to meet certain criteria. The health of the missing child was not particularly robust. If certain individuals harbored intentions to exploit the child's organs, they would first need to ensure the child's health. The level of health and various metrics would have to be meticulously controlled. This was not something that could be accomplished in a short span. Chapter 28. Don't ask for to inquire is to uncover secrets. In the office of the captain of the undercover 4th Squad, Feng Shaoqiang appeared momentarily dazed upon encountering Xiao Mu. Xiao Mu could easily surmise why others would wish him harm, or how could a seasoned detective like Feng Shaoqiang be any less perceptive. At this juncture, why wouldn't he simply lay low instead of venturing out? Uncle Feng, please do not be astonished, Xiao Mu declared with an air of noble sacrifice. I have always believed that with greater power comes greater responsibility. Since fate has led me down the path of criminal investigation, it is my duty to uphold order and ensure societal stability. I must resolve this case. Upon hearing this, Feng Shaoqiang was left speechless, while Yi Wu, standing nearby, shared the same sentiment. Young man, what era do you think this is? We no longer chant slogans. Don't you feel embarrassed? Embarrassed? Xiao Mu had no reason to feel such a sentiment. As the saying goes, as long as we are not embarrassed, it is others who should feel awkward. Enough of this nonsense, Feng Shaoqiang remarked, both amused and exasperated. Shall I speak frankly? To be candid, if they dare to come after me, Xiao Mu's smile faded, I shall not find peace until they are eliminated. Feng Shaoqiang and Yi Wu both chuckled. Now that is more like it. My young friend, if you could only restrain that fiery temper, you would no longer be a youth. Who is this? Feng Shaoqiang inquired, glancing at Yi Wu. National security, Yi Wu replied with a smile. There was no need for further elaboration. The mere mention of national security conveyed an abundance of implications. Feng Shaoqiang's lips twitched. So, national security intends to take over this case? Not at all, Yi Wu shook his head, gesturing towards Xiao Mu. National security will not be involved. I will shadow this young lad until the case is resolved. You may proceed as if I do not exist. Feng Shaoqiang stood in stunned silence for several moments before the realization dawned upon him. Was this agent from national security here to protect Xiao Mu? Just as he was about to inquire further, he noted Yi Wu's icy gaze, which seemed to convey the message, do not ask, for to inquire is to unveil a secret. Regrettably, it is too late, Feng Shaoqiang said, turning to Xiao Mu with a bitter smile. The case has been transferred. 9 lives had been lost. Such a case was beyond the purview of their squad. Xiao Mu, however, maintained a calm demeanor. He had anticipated this outcome and turned his attention to Yi Wu. You may continue your investigation. Yiwu calmly responded, the case will be returned. No sooner had he spoken than Feng Shaoqiang's phone rang at an incoming call from his superior. After a brief conversation, Feng Shaoqiang was left stunned, nearly doubting his senses. The case had indeed returned to the fourth squad. Before Xiaomu lay 4 personal profiles, each belonging to individuals with the rare Mumbai blood type. Upon reviewing the information, his expression darkened. Of these 4 individuals, 3 were ordinary citizens, lacking any potential for criminal involvement. The 4th, though not an ordinary person, was in excellent health. Investigations revealed that none of this person's descendants possessed the Mumbai blood type. Thus, it could be concluded that the 4 individuals in the capital city with the Mumbai blood type were essentially exonerated from suspicion. Xiaomu's head spun. How could they possibly identify suspects now? No, there was still a lead, the father of the missing child, Zhao Hatsai. According to the 4th squad's investigation, Zhao Hatsai had amassed wealth 5 years prior, relocated to the capital city 4 years ago, and moved into the implicated community 3 years ago. It had already been established that in this day and age, becoming wealthy is no small feat. Was it conceivable that Zhao Hatsai's sudden fortune was connected to this case? Might someone have deliberately engineered his wealth to draw him to the capital? Ultimately, had he been lured into residing in the implicated community? An hour later, in the interrogation room of the 4th squad, Xiaomu met with Zhao Hatsai himself. The man was a middle-aged figure, pallid, with disheveled hair and a haggard appearance. His eyes, dull and lacking luster, exuded a heavy and weary aura. The disappearance of his child and the suicide of his wife had nearly crushed Zhao Hatsai. Do you wish to find your child? Xiaomu asked straightforwardly. If so, you must answer my questions truthfully, without concealment. Do you understand? Yes, Zhao Hatsai nodded gravely. How did you come into your fortune 5 years ago? Xiaomu pressed on. Well, Zhao Hatsai hesitated, his expression wavering. Are you unwilling to divulge? Xiaomu rose, preparing to leave. That year, I met a friend, Zhao Hatsai sighed. He taught me a way to make money. Xiaomu halted. Find someone, use their identity to take out a loan and purchase a property, Zhao Hatsai described painfully, closing his eyes. Then, by refinancing the property, I could secure a sum of money, and by renting it out under a 20-year lease, I would receive another sum. Finally, I would pay that individual a fee. Xiaomu was left dumbfounded. What kind of scheme was this? If one wished to purchase a property worth $1 million, the down payment would be no less than 15, amounting to 150,000. Subsequently, one could take a second mortgage on the property. If the property was valued at 1 million, theoretically, one could secure up to 500,000 in loans. Of course, one would need to have a reliable connection to navigate such dealings. Then, the property would be rented out, with a 20-year lease signed. With a lease in place, if the loan could not be repaid, the bank could not seize the property. A rental of 2,000 a month for $1 million property would not be unreasonable, right? No, one could merely pay 1,000 a month, but the lease would last 20 years. Would anyone be willing to rent? The answer is abundantly clear. After deducting some miscellaneous expenses, the rental income would yield 200,000. Coupled with the second mortgage funds, that total 700,000. Subtracting the initial mortgage of 150,000, one would be left with 550,000. From that amount, 50,000 would go to the individual whose identity was utilized for the loan. Thus, a profit of 500,000 would be made. Surely, there are fools who would sell their personal information for loans, becoming defaulters in the process. Such fools not only exist but are also quite numerous. Have you not heard of individuals selling their kidneys for a smartphone? Of course, the above is merely a metaphor. The properties Zhao Hatsai acquired through loans typically started at tens of millions. Then, with 500,000 or 1 million, he would purchase personal information. Utilizing this information, he would secure loans to buy properties. Faced with sums of 500,000 or 1 million, would anyone hesitate to sell? Thus, Zhao Hatsai became wealthy, and he had executed this scheme multiple times. This lucrative method was imparted to him by the friend he mentioned. The friend also assisted him in finding rental opportunities. Why did he come to the capital 4 years ago? Because his friend claimed the properties here were expensive and profitable. Zhao Hatsai was tempted. Why did he move into the implicated community 3 years ago? Similarly, it was his friend who found the housing opportunity for him, cheap, at half the market price. Wouldn't such an affordable property entice you? So the planning began 5 years ago. Xiaomu's complexion turned pale, a chill running through him. This meant that from the moment Zhao Hatsai's child was born and identified as having the Mumbai blood type, they had already been marked. Chapter 29, Playing Hide and Seek with Your Father, by Xingyu, male, 36 years old, a native of the capital, unemployed. Feng Shaoqiong read aloud a personal profile. This was precisely the friend that Xiao Hatsai had mentioned. Upon investigation, it was revealed that the suspect, Bai Xingyu, had once been a petty troublemaker, dropping out of high school to immerse himself in the underbelly of society. He had engaged in theft, robbery, gambling, and had served as an accomplice for others. 5 years ago, acquaintances of Bai Xingyu noted his sudden wealth, the source of which remained a mystery, yet he was notably generous with his newfound resources. However, 3 years prior, Bai Xingyu inexplicably vanished, landing on the missing persons list. The timing of his disappearance coincided precisely with the moment Xiao Hatsai and his family moved into the implicated neighborhood. Xiao Hatsai had also mentioned that after relocating, Bai Xingyu had ceased all communication with him. Another silencing, Xiao Muhammad, eyes closed in contemplation. It must be akin to what happened to that hacker and the loan shark boss. Meanwhile, the trail had gone cold. It was evident that the puppet master behind this was exceptionally cunning and ruthless. All leads accessible to the police had been severed, leaving no opportunity for further investigation. Faced with a dead end, one must adopt a fresh perspective. Xiao Mu revitalized his spirit, his thoughts racing. Solving a case is precisely this, never getting ensnared in a corner, for if one cannot escape the pit, the case remains unsolved. It was imperative to seek breakthroughs from alternative avenues. What options were available? Why do they want to kill me? The adrenaline surged through Xiao Mu, his neurons firing at an unprecedented rate. This indicated that someone was cornered, having stepped on another's proverbial tail. Their attempts to obstruct his investigation stemmed from fear of exposure. What are you afraid of? His mind was ablaze. He mentally retraced every detail gleaned from the missing child case. Suddenly his eyes widened in realization, fatigue evident yet overshadowed by exhilaration. Organs, hypothetically, if their intent was to procure organs from the child, what preparations would they necessitate? Firstly, an operating room, medical equipment, and surgical instruments. Secondly, a surgical team. To date, the number of doctors qualified to perform organ transplants globally is exceedingly sparse. For instance, in the Dragon Kingdom, approximately 300,000 patients require organ transplants annually, yet the number of physicians capable of executing such procedures is fewer than 2,000. Moreover, one must differentiate between standard organ transplants and critical ones, such as those involving eyes, kidneys, hearts, livers, and lungs. It would be naive to assume that all transplant surgeons are universally adept. Mastery of a singular transplant procedure is already an extraordinary feat. No wonder you wish to eliminate me. Xiao Mu furrowed his brow. You fear I might uncover your intent to acquire the child's organs and subsequently trace the doctors involved, correct? Engaging in organ transplants undoubtedly necessitates the involvement of physicians. Anyone seeking medical assistance invariably hopes to find a competent, reliable, and skilled doctor. Since the puppet master orchestrated this entire affair, not only outsmarting the police but also daring to surveil them and even commit murder in broad daylight, one could surmise this individual must be a significant player. Would they seek out ordinary transplant surgeons for the operation? To ensure a successful procedure, they would naturally pursue top-tier specialists. Additionally, there is a crucial point: organ transplants for adults differ significantly from those for children. The complexity of transplanting organs in children is markedly higher, rendering the procedure inaccessible to most practitioners. In the domestic sphere, the number of specialists adept in pediatric organ transplants is alarmingly limited. One could count them on both hands. If this reasoning holds, it stands to reason that within this cadre of doctors, some must be implicated in this case. Is that not the case? The puppet master's intent to eliminate him is rooted in the fear of his discovery. This is a precarious gambit, an unavoidable deadlock. For the success of the operation, they cannot afford to gamble with lives, not merely anyone's life, but one that holds personal significance. Hence, they must seek out these esteemed doctors. Xiao Mu exhaled sharply, a silent smirk creeping across his face. The tide had turned. Little vixen, I finally caught your tail. The police of the capital commenced their actions, investigating various hospitals and identifying doctors proficient in organ transplants, particularly those of high repute and authority in the field. The magnitude of this operation did not instill fear in Xiao Mu regarding the puppet master's awareness. He was unperturbed. This surgery was one that must be executed. The puppet master had too much at stake to allow for delays. All potential doctors were now under surveillance, and Xiao Mu had even prompted detectives to scrutinize these physicians. If the puppet master intended to conduct an organ transplant, would they not reach out in advance to negotiate and schedule the procedure? Should any of these doctors be complicit, how would they react when the police came knocking? Would they be able to conceal any telltale signs from seasoned detectives? Just as Xiao Mu brimmed with confidence, convinced he had outmaneuvered this high-stakes game, an eerie turn of events unfolded. The 8 renowned transplant specialists identified by the police had all been scrutinized, yet the outcome was unremarkable. What on earth? Xiao Mu struggled to maintain his composure, bewilderment washing over him. Could his deductions have been erroneous, or perhaps the puppet master's abduction of the child was not for the purpose of organ transplantation? Cold sweat trickled down his forehead as adrenaline surged. His mind raced like an overloaded CPU, brimming with agitation. No, Xiao Mu's eyes sparkled with clarity, thoughts accelerating. He had accounted for everything he could conceive, even the ostensibly inconceivable had been considered. What had he overlooked? His brain crackled with electricity. Numerous previously disregarded details began swirling in his mind, a kaleidoscope of thoughts flashing before him. Suddenly, Xiao Mu shot upright, directing a fervent shout at Yu Wu and Feng Shaoqiang. Investigate whether any foreign doctors specializing in organ transplants have entered the Dragon Kingdom, specifically the capital. Indeed, he had neglected this vital aspect, for expertise in organ transplantation was not exclusive to the Dragon Kingdom. Foreign practitioners existed as well. He had confined his focus domestically, inadvertently overlooking international possibilities. To ascertain whether foreign physicians had entered the Dragon Kingdom was a straightforward task. Yi Wu made a phone call, and the national security apparatus swiftly took action. The outcome was revealing. Not merely one doctor, but an entire medical team had arrived in the capital 6 days prior. The timing coincided precisely with the child's disappearance. Most intriguingly, just 4 hours ago, this medical team had vacated their hotel, their whereabouts now unknown. Upon receiving this information, Xiao Mu felt a surge of amusement rather than anger. This was the Dragon Kingdom, the very heart of the capital. To play hide and seek with his father was sheer folly. Find them. Chapter 30. He actually anticipated my anticipation. Within a police van, Xiao Mu was resting with his eyes closed, yet his hands were not idle. He was methodically stuffing pieces of sugary chocolate into his mouth, savoring each bite. The continuous high-intensity reasoning had rendered his brain fatigued, and the most effective remedy for such exhaustion was sugar, the sole source of energy for the mind. Yi Wu and Feng Shaoqiang were both. The boy's intellect was truly formidable. In the case of a missing children investigation, where the police had found no leads, he had managed to uncover the truth. Even when the mastermind severed all connections, he could still deduce their intentions, even theorizing the entry of foreign doctors into Longwa. What kind of mind is capable of such feats? Their thoughts drifted to the extraordinary case in ICT. Who would dare claim that Xiao Mu's success was merely a stroke of luck? Setting aside his intelligence, one could not ignore his terrifying physical prowess, equally daunting. If one day he were to stand against you as an adversary, could mere intellect alone suffice to outmaneuver you? Even if you could outsmart him, what about physical confrontations? Wouldn't it be terrifying to have such a youth as your opponent? Yu Wu and Feng Shaoqiang exchanged glances, a sigh of relief escaping their lips. Fortunately, Xiao Mu's father was a police officer, his mother a teacher, and he himself had chosen the path of law enforcement. At least they need not worry about him eventually finding himself in opposition to the people, society, or even the nation. The police vehicle came to a sudden halt in an underground parking lot. The door swung open, and Xiao Mu was the first to exit the police car. All information regarding the foreign medical team that had entered Longwa had been procured, yet this group had vanished without a trace after leaving the hotel. Through surveillance tracking, it was determined that the 6 individuals were picked up by a commercial vehicle immediately after departing the hotel, subsequently entering this underground parking lot and losing all traces, reported an officer. The officer gestured towards a parked commercial vehicle, but Xiao Mu did not direct his attention to it. Instead, he surveyed the surroundings. His perceptive insight activated immediately, conducting a thorough examination. First, he looked for tire tracks. None. The onlookers couldn't help but smirk at this scene. The seasoned detectives immediately suspected that someone had erased the shoe prints after the group disembarked. A mere broom would suffice. They had some counter-surveillance capability, but it was limited. However, they had not considered that while sweeping away footprints might obscure them, the broom would leave its own traces. Following the broom marks could lead one to the so-called location. After walking approximately 30 meters, they arrived at a parking space where the broom marks ceased, indicating that the individuals had congregated there. A vehicle change. Have we retrieved the parking lot surveillance footage? Xiao Mu inquired. It has been tampered with. A detective shook his head. Playing such games, Xiao Mu scoffed, his gaze shifting to the ground. Though there was no surveillance and no footprints, there were tire impressions. Feng Shaoqiang had already crouched down, analyzing the tire marks on the parking space. Minutes later, he looked up at Xiao Mu. Based on the tire spacing, the tire model, and the weight of the impressions, it's a large SUV. Retrieve the city surveillance footage outside the parking lot and track down the large SUV that left, commanded Xiaomu. After a brief interval, an officer reported, "We found it." He had contacted the city monitoring center, retrieving footage from the surveillance network outside the underground parking lot. A black SUV, license plate number, owner information secured. Find the vehicle. Searching for people now would be futile, Xiaomu ordered in a grave tone, locate where the vehicle is. They accessed the city traffic surveillance network to trace the black SUV, discovering that it had exited the 3rd Ring Road and entered East 4th Ring Middle Road. Shortly thereafter, the black SUV was spotted near the Chewa Lake Bridge, Chewa Lake Park, a verdant oasis nestled within the bustling metropolis, its tranquil beauty offering a refreshing respite from the frenetic pace of urban life. Yet, the countenances of Xiaomu and his companions were gravely serious as they combed through the park. Through their investigations and the footprints surrounding the black SUV, they uncovered that a group of 7 had disembarked and disappeared into the park. Xiaomu stood by the lakeshore, observing the footprints of the suspects, then slowly raised his gaze to the lake surface, contemplating a possibility. Investigate whether there were any boats docked here at that time to transport those individuals. 40 minutes later, through park surveillance and inquiries, it was confirmed that indeed a group of foreigners had boarded a pleasure boat to depart, docking at another lakeshore within the park. Quite clever, knowing how to utilize the lake to conceal their tracks. Xiaomu sneered, leading his team to the spot where the boat had moored. There, they once again discovered suspicious footprints and commenced their pursuit. They entered a high-rise residential complex, and through nearby surveillance, they pinpointed the suspects boarding a minibus, eventually tracing them to the Chongping Bedaling Villa district. Deploy police forces, Xiaomu directed, gesturing toward the villa district, seal it off. A tactical police unit arrived, surrounding the entire villa district. Countless detectives began to search every villa within the area. Xiaomu and Yu strolled through the district, gazing at the opulent residences. "Looks like we're about to achieve another success," Yu remarked, "to demonstrate such prowess even before officially becoming a police officer. My young brother, your future is boundless." "Don't jest," Xiaomu replied, his expression grave, scanning the surroundings. "Do you truly believe it would be so simple? An entity that dared to monitor police investigations, commit murder in broad daylight, and silence witnesses, would they be so foolish as to execute this case so carelessly?" A foreboding sense began to brew within Xiaomu. Even a cornered dog may leap over a wall. How much more dangerous might a human be? If this villa district were indeed the site where the operations were to be conducted, how could the mastermind have failed to make arrangements, to have contingencies in place? Xiaomu was struck by a peculiar feeling. With the intelligence of that mastermind, how could they allow him to easily uncover the entry of a foreign medical team into Longwe? Why had this medical team chosen to lodge at a hotel? Shouldn't this operation have been conducted in secrecy? Suddenly, Xiaomu halted in his tracks, his expression frozen in disbelief. He watched as Feng Xiaoqiang approached, noticing the grim look on his mentor's face. "Xiaomu, we've located the 6 foreign doctors in a villa, but there is no evidence of an operating room." Feng Xiaoqiang's expression was tumultuous. Upon questioning, they claimed they were merely visiting Longwo as tourists. There is no indication they were lying. In an instant, a chill ran down Xiaomu's spine. The mastermind was terrifyingly astute. He had actually anticipated my anticipation. Chapter 31. I won't rest until you're dead. The words of his teacher during his school days rang particularly true. Often, those who believe they have calculated every aspect are the most foolish of all. Xiaomu, in a moment of self-mockery, realized he was precisely the fool his teacher had described. Surrender. Slowly lifting his head, a radiant smile illuminated his face, reminiscent of the blazing Sunday. Those who rise from the mire are the true strong. Only the bird that cannot be burned is the phoenix. I want to rest until you're dead. At that moment, the unseen puppet master must have felt quite pleased, thinking themselves exceedingly clever. Yet, had they forgotten that the most astute individuals often fall victim to their own cunning? The more elaborate the schemes, the more convoluted the calculations, the greater the risk of revealing a flaw. Where might that flaw lie? Xiaomu's mind began to whirl with fervent thoughts. If the adversary could predict his every move and ensnare him so thoroughly, then all previous reasoning must return to square one. No matter how you plot against me, you ultimately require surgery, and that necessitates a doctor. Xiaomu's eyes sparkled with a frenzied light, gleaming with intensity. You must have anticipated that I would uncover this, which is precisely why you intend to eliminate me, seeking to thwart my plans. Am I correct? It bears repeating. This is a dead-end move, one that the puppet master must undertake. The doctors in the capital are under surveillance, physicians abroad have been located. If the puppet master desires surgery, from where will the doctor come? Haha, Xiaomu suddenly erupted into laughter. So that's how it is. What had he just realized? Every officer involved in this case had been ensnared within a singular mindset, the realm of criminal investigation. Everyone understood this was a case. The officers' habitual thinking led them to investigate from a criminal perspective, assuming the other party was a criminal, analyzing their psychology. They believed all actions were criminal in nature. This very assumption trapped them within this circle, but had they considered that the methods employed by the puppet master might not be criminal at all? Could the puppet master conduct the desired surgery through legitimate channels, openly and with proper procedures, right within a hospital? As Xiaomu articulated this reasoning, Yi Wu, Feng Shaoqiang, and the seasoned detectives were left utterly astonished. In an instant, their gazes upon Xiaomu were akin to witnessing a spectre, shocked, incredulous, and struggling to accept the revelation. How could it be? How could the puppet master dare such audacity? What gave them the temerity to perform surgery in a legitimate hospital? See, even you do not believe it? Xiaomu chuckled. Indeed, initially, I could hardly fathom such a possibility. After all, he has kidnapped a child, and it is likely he would have a vested interest in that child's well-being. Most would resort to secrecy in such matters, right? But is there truly anything absolute in this world? Precisely because we assume he would not dare, we overlook these hospitals. We cannot conceive it because we are police officers, convinced he would only employ criminal tactics. Yet, he has chosen to reverse that expectation, utilizing legitimate means. With his capabilities, to perform an organ transplant in a major hospital, it suffices to have the organs prepared and ensure the donor and recipient are suitable, then persuade the hospital and doctors to comply, completing the procedure. Xiaomu surveyed the speechless crowd. Is that so difficult? The police began to act promptly. They swiftly initiated investigations at major hospitals capable of conducting organ transplants, focusing particularly on the involvement of 1 or 2 children. To their astonishment, a startling revelation emerged. At 1 p.m. this very afternoon, less than an hour hence, a pediatric organ transplant was scheduled to take place at a prominent hospital. Xiaomu dashed toward the police vehicle. Yi Wu, Feng Shaoqiang, and others quickly jumped in. The shrill wail of police sirens pierced the air as 7 or 8 police cars formed a serpentine convoy, racing down the street. In less than half an hour, they arrived outside the hospital. However, just as the officers reached the hospital's entrance, a sudden, deafening explosion erupted from a parking lot, sending flames skyward. A car was obliterated, leaving chaos in its wake. The violent blast shattered the hospital's glass, scattering shards and debris across the ground. Panic ensued as people fled in all directions, engulfing the entire hospital vicinity in chaos and unease. Has he lost his mind? Xiaomu, having jumped from the vehicle, stared in horror toward the parking lot, where thick smoke billowed and the acrid scent of charred debris filled the air. Even more frenzied events unfolded. Two masked men burst forth from the hospital's main entrance, brandishing submachine guns, aiming at Xiaomu and his companions. Get down, take cover. Yi Wu bellowed, instantly throwing Xiaomu to the ground, seeking refuge behind the vehicle. Rat-a-tat-tat. Bullets whizzed through the air, slicing through the atmosphere, leaving behind chilling trails of death. Sparks erupted as they struck the police vehicles, sending shivers down the spines of all present. In that harrowing moment, everyone had taken cover behind their cars, listening to the thunderous cacophony of bullets colliding with metal. The speed and ferocity of the gunfire instilled a deep terror, as if the apocalypse had arrived. At that instant, no one dared to storm into the hospital ahead. Has he begun to panic? Rather than fear, Xiaomu's face shone with excitement. This indicated he had finally located the right place. Yet, he had not anticipated the adversary's sheer madness. This was the capital, the heart of the nation. Where had the firearms come from? Who were these assailants? What audacity did they possess to commit such acts in the capital? Countless questions surged through Xiaomu's mind, coalescing into a singular conclusion. He seeks to buy time, to forcibly carry out the surgery. Xiaomu roared, pushing Yi Wu aside. We must stop him. If they failed to intervene, it would not be long before a vibrant 5-year-old life was extinguished from this world. But how to halt it? The 2 gunmen had retreated into the hospital's entrance. On the police side, only a handful were armed with service weapons, and those were merely sidearms. Surely, one could not expect the police to engage in a gunfight with submachine guns wielded by the assailants. Moreover, civilians were everywhere. Would anyone dare to fire? Faced with such a dire situation, Xiao Mu felt the weight of despair pressing down upon him. What to do? The turmoil within his chest surged, causing his limbs to tremble uncontrollably. This was not fear or trepidation, it was the adrenaline coursing through him, a state commonly referred to as being hyped up. What were the consequences of this state? In an instant, Xiao Mu sprang into action, leaping into the police vehicle. Igniting the engine, shifting gears, gripping the steering wheel, he pressed the accelerator. The police car roared to life, the metallic beast charging toward the hospital entrance. With a thunderous crash, the glass doors shattered as the police vehicle barreled into the hospital lobby. In that moment, Xiao Mu embodied the very essence of a brutish marauder. Chapter 32. A heart refreshed, revived in the hospital lobby, the police car came to a halt, its doors flung open as Xiao Mu dashed out with remarkable speed. The sound of gunfire pierced the air like a harrowing shriek, reverberating as it struck the police vehicle. Two masked assailants unleashed a torrent of bullets upon the car, their ammunition seemingly limitless. One of them, spotting Xiao Mu emerging from the vehicle, swiftly adjusted his aim, preparing to fire. Damn it! With a swift motion, Xiao Mu seized a shard of broken glass from the ground and hurled it at the assailant. Reacting instinctively to the fast-approaching projectile, the thug attempted to evade. In that fleeting moment, Xiao Mu sprang forth with the agility of a leopard, covering over 2 meters in an instant. Just as the assailant aimed his weapon, Xiao Mu closed the distance. Bang! His fist collided with the thug's face, the sickening crack echoing as it shattered the bridge of his nose, causing his head to snap back. In a fluid motion, Xiao Mu positioned himself behind the criminal, their bodies forming a back-to-back stance. Simultaneously, he extended his arms, gripping the thug by the jaw, executing a maneuver reminiscent of a shoulder throw. It is common knowledge that a standard shoulder throw involves grasping the opponent's arms for leverage. However, seizing the jaw presented a different scenario altogether. With a forceful yank, Xiao Mu positioned the thug's neck against his shoulder and, summoning all his strength, pulled downwards. A sharp crack resounded, the thug's neck contorted at an unnatural angle, resembling a snapped chopstick. As Xiao Mu released his grip and stepped aside, he confiscated the thug's weapon, leaving the assailant's head slumped against his back, his eyes wide open yet devoid of life, their spark extinguished. His body crumpled lifelessly to the ground. The second assailant, having witnessed this shocking turn of events, stood frozen in disbelief. In mere moments, his companion had been dispatched with bare hands. Ratatatat. Xiao Mu fired the confiscated weapon, unleashing a relentless barrage of bullets that rained down upon the second thug. Each impact was accompanied by a spray of crimson, as if determined to obliterate life itself. The thug's abdomen, chest, and face erupted in blossoms of blood before he collapsed with a thunderous thud. Xiao Mu exhaled sharply, pivoting to confront a nurse clad in white. He approached her swiftly, seizing her by the arm. "Oh!" she screamed in terror. Slap! Xiao Mu delivered a resounding blow to her face, his voice a thunderous command. Silence! The nurse, her expression one of sheer horror, gazed at him wide-eyed. "Which floor is the surgical room? Where is it located? I demand to know where the large surgical room for organ transplants is." He bellowed, fear etched across her features. The nurse stammered, "Fifth floor." With a dismissive wave, he released her and charged toward the elevator. He pressed the button, and the doors opened slowly to reveal a few panicked individuals inside. Brandishing his weapon, Xiao Mu shouted, "Get out." Terrified at the sight of the gun, they scrambled out. Xiao Mu entered the elevator and pressed the button for the 5th floor. The doors began to close, and the elevator ascended. 2nd floor, 3rd floor, 4th floor. Ding! The elevator halted, and the doors opened to reveal 2 gun barrels aimed directly at him. Damn! Xiao Mu cursed under his breath, propelling himself into the air. In mid-flight, he twisted, facing the ceiling, his legs extended. With a thud, he executed a horizontal split, his thighs pressing against the elevator walls, suspended like a mural against the ceiling. Ratatatat. Bullets rained down from outside, striking the interior with sparks flying from the metal walls. Yet, after just a second of firing, the assailants seemed to be momentarily stunned, realizing the elevator was empty. Seizing the opportunity, a shadow descended silently. Ratatatat. Gunfire erupted. The 2 armed men outside trembled violently under the relentless assault, blood gushing forth. In that moment, life appeared strikingly fragile, as 2 lives were mercilessly claimed by the bullets. Third, Xiao Mu landed, discarding the now empty weapon, and burst from the elevator, standing before the still warm bodies of the fallen. He bent down, retrieving 2 weapons, inhaling deeply before scanning his surroundings. Using the signs on the walls and ceiling, he located the direction of the sterile large surgical room. With determination, Xiao Mu sprinted forth, calculating as he ran. 4 assailants remained, their identities unknown, and he had no idea how many armed individuals were still lacking. Time was of the essence. He understood the gravity of surgery, where a single incision could extinguish a life. Many recognized the duality of doctors, sometimes angelic, at other times more devilish than the devil itself. Their SA saying, "Do not expect a doctor to be a god, simply hope they are human." 5 seconds later, Xiao Mu raced down a corridor, covering 50 meters before entering another. Suddenly, his forward momentum halted, retreating abruptly. Rat-a-tat-tat. Gunfire erupted, bullets slicing through the air like the scythe of death, whizzing past him. Taking cover behind the wall, he extended his weapon, aiming at the source of fire. With his proficiency as a marksman, he needn't even rely on sight. He squeezed the trigger. Rat-a-tat-tat. A man firing from a distance of several meters was riddled with bullets, his body convulsing violently before he collapsed, the gunfire ceasing. Xiao Mu expelled a breath of frustration, stepping out from behind cover. He dashed forward, bypassing the bodies, arriving at a formidable metal door, the surgical room. Yet, Xiao Mu stood in awe, staring blankly at the door before him. Having seldom visited a hospital, he was unaware that the surgical room's entrance was exceptionally sturdy. The door was robust, sliding open in 2 ways, automatic or manual. However, it was locked from the inside. Xiao Mu's heart sank. He glanced at his weapon, then back at the door, a bitter smile creeping onto his face. If he couldn't open it, he couldn't prevent the surgery inside. Why did he know they were operating on the missing child? It was glaringly obvious. With gunmen guarding the entrance, there was no need for speculation. Unable to enter, how could he stop the surgery? No, there was another way. His eyes brightened as he surveyed his surroundings, spotting a small door at the corridor's end. Not quite a door, but rather a distribution box. Xiao Mu raised both weapons, aiming at the box. Rat-a-tat-tat. As the magazine emptied, the circuits within the distribution box were obliterated. The power system was instantly incapacitated, plunging the area into darkness. But in the next moment, Xiao Mu's sad face observed the corridor lights flicker back to life. What was happening? Little did he know, hospitals are equipped with emergency power systems, such as uninterruptible power supplies, UPS. Should all lines fail, the UPS would automatically engage, providing power for up to an hour. The question arose, would 1 hour suffice for an organ transplant surgery? Xiao Mu's heart, once chilled, now surged back to life. Chapter 33, Is there a tumor nestled between your 2 ears? A question arose, you cut off the electricity on the 5th floor, are you not concerned that other patients might be in jeopardy? An intriguing dilemma presented itself. The fate of others remained uncertain, but before me stood a child whose life was hanging in the balance. If you were a police officer, would you gamble on the safety of others or prioritize saving this child's life? Xiao Mu stood quietly outside the door, biding his time, fully aware that those inside would eventually emerge. It was entirely implausible to conduct an organ transplant within an hour. No one dared to undertake such a perilous procedure, and should they proceed, it might endanger both the recipient and the donor. Therefore, they would undoubtedly come out, wouldn't they? Time trickled slowly by. Approximately 5 minutes passed. The metallic door of the operating room creaked open. As it swung wide, a man stood there, his icy gaze locking onto mine. He appeared to be in his 30s, tall and handsome, exuding a poised elegance that radiated an indescribable air of nobility. When he looked at you, it evoked a sense of being scrutinized from a lofty height, an intimidating presence that was palpable. After a lengthy pause, Xiao Mu fixed his calm, unruffled eyes upon him and remarked, "Is your silence merely a fade of melancholy?" His gaze was drawn to the man's left hand, which gripped a remote control. At that moment, a red button on the remote lay pressed down, refusing to spring back. The sight of that remote sent a chill coursing through Xiao Mu's heart, as though he had plunged into an icy abyss. Was it a bomb detonator? When the button is pressed, does the bomb not explode? There exists a type of detonator that remains inactive while pressed, yet detonates when released. This is a common safety design. Even with a sniper present, one would hesitate to shoot him. Should he perish, his finger would spring back, triggering the explosion. Faced with such a detonating device, one often finds themselves at a loss. Are you not afraid of death? The man's words carried an irresistible force. I too wish to pose a question. Xiao Mu met his gaze. How could you possibly harm a child? The man chuckled, seemingly amused by Xiao Mu's retort. Do I need to concern myself with the lives of mere insects? The audacity of arrogance is an innate trait in most individuals. Xiao Mu reflected, yet this man truly exemplified the art of pretense. A moral compass set too high often leads to one's own detriment. The man mocked, much like you, a fervent youth driven by passion. Is that so? Xiao Mu chuckled at the man's jest. Then pray tell, what is your world like? Our world. The man pondered. In the realm of adults, everything revolves around self-interest. Therefore, I grant you 1 hour to restore the hospital's power system, or else. The man left the threat hanging, casting a glance at the remote in his hand. Are you not afraid of death? Xiao Mu mirrored the man's earlier question with a smile. Fool. The man scoffed, seemingly dismissing the conversation, turning to close the operating room door. However, as he raised his hand, it hesitated. The cold indifference on his face began to waver, his gaze fixed upon the approaching youth. At last, Xiao Mu stood before him. How dare you? The man's voice was icy, chilling to the bone. The person slated for surgery is someone you care for, isn't he? Xiao Mu's words were equally devoid of warmth, piercingly cold. If you wish to save him, you wouldn't want him to die, so are you merely trying to intimidate your father? The man's eyes, frigid and unfeeling, exuded a disconcerting ruthlessness. Did you guess? Indeed, I did. Xiao Mu lowered his gaze to the detonator in the man's grasp. Someone like you would not face death, even in intimidation. Too many would risk their lives for you, would they not? Thus, the detonator must be a ruse, merely a tool of intimidation. What was the man's true objective? To leverage a fake bomb to coerce the police into restoring power for the surgery. Even if apprehended later, the operation would have already been completed. Some might argue, isn't this individual still destined to die? Those who think this way may be rather naive. Xiao Mu recalled a case he had heard of, a man sentenced to death, administered a lethal injection. The entire process was documented, even the transportation of the body to the crematorium was observed, yet, years later, that man, who should have perished, was found alive and well. He merely adopted another identity and continued to live freely. Guess how that occurred? Much like the situation before him, Xiao Mu could distinctly sense an aura emanating from the man that was unattainable to the ordinary individual, that elevated air of nobility. What kind of environment breeds such an essence? Do individuals from humble backgrounds possess such a quality? The man's identity was already becoming apparent. Would such a person truly perish alongside others? The issue lies in the fact that the average person would not dare to gamble. For the explosion outside the hospital was real, the threats within were equally genuine. When he claimed there was a bomb, would anyone believe him? Yet, the man had not anticipated encountering a reckless youth, or rather, a lunatic like Xiao Mu. He was daring enough to challenge, to taunt. Why not release the detonator and let me see? The man's expression began to shift, surprise, confusion, anger, ultimately settling into calmness. He relinquished the detonator. With a pop, the red button sprung back, yet nothing remarkable occurred. However, the man's eyes remained glued to Xiao Mu's face, searching for fear. Alas, he was met with disappointment. Xiao Mu's countenance remained serene, unperturbed, even adorned with a faint smirk as if mocking something. You have won, the man sneered contemptuously, but regrettably, you have gained nothing. Xiao Mu furrowed his brow. What do you mean? This case you are investigating will soon reach its conclusion, the man proclaimed with arrogance, and I will be released shortly. No one can thwart this operation, not you, nor the police, nor anyone else. Once the surgery is complete, I will come for you, your family, your friends, everyone connected to you will meet their demise. And then is there a woman you cherish? Fear not, I shall not spare her either. In front of your lifeless body, I will play with her. The man regarded Xiao Mu. This is your just punishment, understand? As he finished his proclamation, in the distance, Yi Wu and Feng Shaoqiang arrived, racing towards the scene. The man bore a gleeful expression, looking at Xiao Mu as one might regard an insignificant insect. That smile seemed to convey, look, the police have arrived, you cannot even move against me now, and I will have my revenge on you later. What a pity. Yet in the next moment, the man's expression froze. He stared in disbelief at the youth before him, who had raised a micro-submachine gun, aiming it squarely at his chest. Is there a tumor nestled between your two ears? Xiao Mu spoke with a subtle smile. I forgot to mention, never provoke me, I might just become reckless enough to fear even myself. The gun erupted in a cacophony of gunfire, bullets spewing forth. The man's body was struck as if by a heavy hammer, staggering backward, yet a horrific wound blossomed on his chest. With a thud, the man collapsed to the ground, a look of bewilderment and disbelief etched upon his face, as if questioning. How could he dare to kill me? By what right does he presume to take my life? His eyes widened in shock, breathless and unblinking, departing this world with eyes wide open. Chapter 34. This dream I had in my previous life. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. National Security Surveillance Room. Yi Wu narrowed his eyes slightly, a glimmer of amusement flashing within them as he scrutinized the monitor displaying the surveillance footage. The image revealed an interrogation room. Xiao Mu was slumped in the interrogation chair, his head resting on the table, soundly asleep. How carefree he is. Yi Wu pondered, baffled. Is there truly nothing in this world that could instill fear in such a young lad? Or perhaps, he has already grasped something profound. Does he know that someone will come to his rescue, that he is under protection, and thus feels no fear? After a moment of contemplation, Yiwu shook his head. The thoughts eluded him. Then there was that man whom Xiaomu had shot. A trace of derision curled at the corners of Yiwu's mouth. When one deems others as mere ants, how are they not ants themselves in the eyes of some? In their circle, elders frequently admonish the younger generation. They often remind them with a solemn word, do not bring calamity upon the family, for sometimes, the troubles caused by the younger ones not only cannot be resolved by their elders but may also ensnare their kin in dire straits. A towering edifice can collapse in an instant. Xiaomu slept soundly, utterly exhausted. How can he still find solace in slumber, devoid of fear? Fear does not equate to inaction. Just ask those who serve as police officers, who have faced threats and retribution. Do they not fear? Indeed, they do, yet none have shed their uniforms. They simply do not act as extreme as Xiaomu does when confronted with threats to himself or his family. Apologies, but not even the mightiest deity could save you now. Whether retribution will come in the future remains an uncertain matter. Come now, let us inflict harm upon one another. Who truly fears whom? Uncertain how long he had slept, Xiaomu started awake. Upon opening his eyes, he found Yiwu seated before him. What is the status of the case? Xiaomu inquired as he sat up, retrieving a pack of cigarettes from his pocket. The child has been rescued, Yiwu replied calmly, but the other child is on the brink of death. Oh, Xiaomu responded with an indifferent tone, lighting a cigarette and taking a drag. He was never one to shed tears. The fate of the other child was of no concern to him. Should he sacrifice the organs of this child to save the other, allowing an innocent to perish? Such reasoning is utterly nonsensical. Are you not curious about whom you have killed? Yiwu glanced at him, a hint of frustration evident. Is it of any consequence? Xiaomu exhaled a smoky ring, his voice hollow and numb. It makes no difference. Yiwu's smile faded. Have you considered your own fate? Surely, they wouldn't push me onto the firing range, would they? Xiaomu grimaced. I'm still just a child. You mustn't be too cruel. And what if you are doomed? Yiwu teased. For heaven's sake, tread carefully with your words. Xiaomu's face paled. That cannot possibly be the case. Haha, Yiwu chuckled, nodding, knowing fear indicates there is still hope. Enough with the jesting. With his intellect, Xiaomu was fully aware that Yiwu was merely toying with him. Exhausted, he asked, what will happen to me next? Yiwu felt a tinge of disappointment. He had intended to frighten the young lad, but alas, it had not worked. With a frown, he raised his chin imperiously. You may leave. Xiaomu. What does this mean? Are you truly letting me go? Yiwu rose, casting a deep glance at him. Hurry, there are people waiting for you outside. Could it be, are they genuinely releasing me? Xiaomu's eyelid twitched as he followed suit. Exiting the interrogation room, accompanying Yiwu, they departed national security and arrived at the parking lot. Standing before a luxury vehicle, Sister Lee was smiling brightly at him, opening the car door. Xiaomu was unsurprised to see the beautiful woman inside the vehicle. While Yiwu was also gazing at the young beauty, but with the tender affection of an elder brother watching over his younger sister. Yet, Ichijun did not even glance at him, instead waving at Xiaomu with a warm smile. Xiaomu furrowed his brow slightly. He glanced at Xiaogu and then back at Yiwu. Why do these two resemble each other somewhat? In a state of confusion, he climbed into the car and settled himself. Xiaogu, do you know Yiwu? Xiaomu asked casually. I do not, Ichijun replied with a squinted smile, her cheeks dimpled. Sister Lee, who was driving. If Yiwu outside the car had heard this, he would surely have reacted. How heartless could one be? Oh, Xiaomu thought little of it and leaned back in his seat. However, his mind was filled with a myriad of questions. For instance, he had killed a man in front of both National Security and the Public Security Bureau. Furthermore, this individual likely had a terrifying background, most likely immensely powerful. And yet, he had been released. Can you believe it? Baffled, yet too fearful to inquire further, he sensed that something was fundamentally amiss. Suddenly, Xiaomu turned his gaze toward the serene and composed Ichijun, his eyes filled with intrigue. Xiaogu, did you assist me in some way? After much contemplation, he could only conclude that Xiaogu had aided him. Otherwise, it made no sense. Assisted you? Ichijun tilted her head, her expression one of surprise. Was it not Xiaogu? Xiaomu's countenance darkened as he pondered for a lengthy moment. Who else could it be? Unbeknownst to him, while he was lost in thought, the initially astonished Ichijun was concealing a glimmer of amusement in her eyes. Some say that women are natural actresses, and this particular woman undoubtedly understands them well. Upon returning to the courtyard, Yi Cho-jeon led him to a bathroom. Within, there was a large bathtub filled with warm water, already prepared for a bath. On the vanity, a set of men's loungewear, undergarments, and slippers were laid out. Gazing at these items, Xiaomu stood in a daze, momentarily unable to comprehend. "Take a bath," Yi Cho-jeon instructed, her eyes clear yet her cheeks slightly flushed as she turned and left. Xiaomu turned to watch her retreating figure, his expression perplexed. He felt a sense of uncertainty regarding her intentions. Could it be that Xiaogu harbored some feelings for him? "I regard you as a brother, yet you might have ulterior motives. Thus, it seems imperative for a young man to safeguard himself while away from home." Xiaomu undressed and slipped into the bathtub. The water was perfectly warm, enveloping him in a soothing embrace that seemed to wash away all fatigue and worries. The sheer comfort nearly made him cry out in bliss. So exquisite was the sensation that every inch of his skin basked in the warmth. He found himself reluctant to rise. After bathing and donning the loungewear, Xiaomu stepped out of the bathroom and into the living room. A wave of indescribable warmth and a scent reminiscent of home washed over him. He spotted a table laden with an array of dishes not far away, with Chiogu standing beside it. Xiaomu fell into a trance, momentarily struck by a peculiar illusion. In that moment, it felt as though he was in a home, where he was the husband, and Chiogu was the wife, patiently awaiting his arrival for dinner. His heart raced with an unfamiliar urge, a long-lost fervor, a youthful thrill. Wait, a true man must never be swayed by beauty. Just because Chiogu is attractive does not mean I shall succumb to temptation. Shaking his head to dispel such thoughts, Xiaomu approached the dining table and took a seat. He glanced at the dishes, then at Yi Cho-jeon. "Home, this dream I once had in my previous life." Chapter 35. Don't get me wrong, they are not eating excrement. Having feasted to his heart's content, Xiaomu comfortably squinted his eyes. He had often daydreamed of having a home to call his own. First, he envisioned having a gentle girlfriend, then transforming her into a wife, establishing a family, and welcoming a child into the world. Each time he returned home, the child would come running, calling out for "Daddy," while his wife would nestle affectionately in his embrace, whispering "Hubby." That feeling, what a dreamer. Casting a serious gaze at Yi Cho-jeon, who was tidying up the dishes, Xiaomu pondered. Social anxiety disorder, it often manifests during adolescence, with a higher prevalence among females than males. The primary symptoms include an overwhelming fear or anxiety in social situations and an aversion to interacting with strangers. Such a condition falls under neurosis. To put it bluntly, it is akin to insanity. Good heavens, is Cho-jeon truly insane? If she were to take a kitchen knife to chop me up, would she escape legal consequences? How terrifying. Through their interactions, Xiaomu sensed that Cho-jeon was far from insane. She merely feared going out and engaging with unfamiliar faces. The more she retreated, the harder it would be for her to recover, and the condition would only worsen. After a moment's contemplation, Xiaomu rose and entered the kitchen, approaching Yi Cho-jeon, who was washing the dishes. "Cho-jeon," he said deliberately, "let us take a stroll outside later, it's too stuffy in here." Yi Cho-jeon paused her movements, remaining silent and appearing somewhat pitiful. "What are you afraid of?" Xiaomu exclaimed, patting his chest. "I'll protect you. Have you forgotten that I always choose the support role to safeguard you during our games? You're not still worried about my skills, are you?" Yi Cho-jeon turned her head, her exquisite face adopting a serious expression. "You are such a burden." Xiaomu felt utterly embarrassed, nearly bursting from shame. How could he face the world? "All right, I admit, I can be a bit of a nuisance," he replied, his face flushed. "But sometimes, I can protect you, right?" Yi Cho-jeon's bright, clear gaze fell upon him, her demeanor cool and aloof. "Occasionally." "Xiaomu. So, we can't have a proper time of fun, can we?" "Actually," he began, his eyes darting, "I'm about to head to school, and I thought it would be nice to visit the night market to buy some daily necessities. It would be rather dull to go alone. As good brothers, shouldn't you accompany me?" "Good brothers?" Yi Cho-jeon's expression grew troubled as she bit her lip. After a moment's silence, she slightly nodded. "All right. Nice." Xiaomu maintained his expression. The first step had finally been taken. The best remedy for social anxiety is to confront it head-on. The more one fears something, the more one must engage with it to overcome that fear. It is akin to riding a roller coaster. Some individuals nearly wet themselves from fright on their first ride, but with subsequent attempts, the fear gradually dissipates. Eventually, they wonder, is that all? The setting sun poured down like molten gold, its afterglow mingling with the shadows, painting the horizon in brilliant shades of purple and red while casting a gentle, enigmatic light upon the streets. Xiao Mu and Yi Chuxuan stepped beyond the gates of the courtyard. At that moment, the petite beauty donned a floral dress and cute little shoes, her lace-trimmed socks peeking out. She was already stunning, but in this attire, she resembled a fairy. Xiao Mu found himself momentarily entranced. He felt as though he might be experiencing love at first sight. Of course, only a refined individual would articulate it that way. If a rogue were to express it, from the very first moment I laid eyes on you, I wanted to take you. When Yi Chuxuan reached out her small hand to link with his arm, leaning her petite frame against him, Xiao Mu snapped back to reality, and all thoughts fled his mind. He could sense the anxiety radiating from Chuxuan, her face pale, her grip on him tight, like she was clutching a lifeline. Chuxuan, you have no idea how rare it is for me to stroll with a good brother, Xiao Mu declared solemnly. I hope you won't take this for granted. Yi Chuxuan shot him a flirtatious glance, her other hand forming a fist as she playfully punched him. Shut up. Yet, the pallor of her cheeks had lessened, and she seemed to relax a bit. Now, that is more like it. Xiao Mu sauntered toward the narrow alley, a self-satisfied smile on his face. I'm not boasting. You have no idea how many girls wish to accompany a handsome guy like me to shop. I can hardly be bothered with them. This was not mere boasting. Standing tall at 185 centimeters, with a strikingly handsome face, he left many girls speechless and captivated. Boastful. Yi Chuxuan remarked, her lips curling into a playful smile as she pouted. With Xiao Mu's teasing words diverting her attention, her tension and trepidation began to dissipate. The two exited the alley, making their way toward the bustling night market. Every corner of the market brimmed with throngs of people. The air was thick with the enticing aromas of various delicacies. Visitors paused at stalls to select their desired goods or navigated through the crowd in search of further amusement. Children clutched toys, their faces beaming with innocent joy, while young adults gravitated toward trendy accessories and fashionable attire. Yi Chuxuan's eyes widened with curiosity as she strolled along the narrow walkway, her clear, bright gaze taking in everything around her, transforming her into a veritable fountain of questions. What is this? A cooling mat for ordinary folks. I doubt you wealthy individuals would appreciate it. And that? My dear brother, surely you can't be unfamiliar with second-hand routers. A puppy. What else could it be? If it's not a dog, is it a cat? Throughout their journey, Xiao Mu struggled to contain his frustration as he faced Yi Chuxuan's seemingly endless barrage of peculiar inquiries. What appeared mundane to most was utterly novel to her. Suddenly, Yi Chuxuan halted, covering her mouth and nose, her eyes wide with terror as she stared at a stall, fried stinky tofu. Her expression was one of sheer astonishment as she watched others consume the dark, pungent delicacy, her disbelief palpable. No way, Chuxuan, you don't even recognize stinky tofu. Xiao Mu rolled his eyes dramatically. Don't get me wrong, they aren't eating excrement. I know, Yi Chuxuan replied, clearly aware of what stinky tofu was. She just hadn't anticipated the intensity of the aroma. Dare you try it? Xiao Mu asked with a mischievous grin. Absolutely not. Yi Chuxuan shook her head in fright. Let us go. She clung to Xiao Mu, fearing he might make her taste it. Ha ha ha, Xiao Mu laughed heartily, intentionally drawing attention to them. His laughter attracted the gaze of many onlookers. Why Yi Chuxuan immediately stiffened, panic surging within her. Being observed by so many made her exceedingly uncomfortable. Suddenly, she turned and clung to Xiao Mu's waist, burying her face in his embrace, her petite frame trembling. Xiao Mu was taken aback and sighed. He realized he had been too hasty. Such a condition as social anxiety disorder cannot be cured overnight. It requires gradual acclimatization, otherwise, the situation could backfire. He gazed at her quietly, gently patting her back. With me around, there is nothing to fear. Yi Chuxuan lifted her head, her timid eyes squinting as she stared at him, an expression of bewilderment crossing her features. Strangely, she seemed to fear less than before, just as she had 3 years ago when he had captured a glimmer of hope and she stood protectively behind him. Chapter 36. My dear, are you serious? On a sweltering summer night, the streetlights lining either side of the road emanated a soft glow, harmonizing beautifully with the stars scattered across the night sky. This added a touch of romance and dreaminess to the summer evening. After wandering through the night market for 3 hours, Yi Chuxian gradually acclimated to the throngs of people, her face radiating happiness. It was a comfort to have someone by her side who could soothe her heart. Occasionally, she would be amused by Xiao Mu's antics, laughing like a carefree chick. Are you hungry? These 2 words were Yi Chuxian's favorite to ask him. Late night snack. Xiao Mu pondered for a moment, then said, let's go, I'll treat you to something delicious. Yi Chuxian. She followed him to an outdoor barbecue stall, watching as Xiaomu set a small stool in front of her. Sit, he gestured towards the stool. Oh. Yi Qiuxian obediently perched herself on the small stool, exuding an ethereal grace even while seated. Curiously, she surveyed the surrounding diners. Xiaomu ordered a variety of skewers and beers. As they awaited the arrival of their food, he discovered that Yi Qiuxian had never eaten such things, or perhaps had simply never had the chance. Indeed, a flower of wealth and beauty like her would seldom frequent such places for a meal. Even if she wished to, those around her would likely deter her from doing so. At this moment, in the distance, Sister Li stood by the roadside, casting a frosty gaze in Xiaomu's direction, silently warning him not to allow Yi Qiuxian to indulge in skewers. Everyone knows that barbecues can be rather unclean, however they are undeniably fragrant. Would Xiaomu care for her? Nonsense. First, hold it by the end, yes, grasp it firmly, then take a bite and slide it down. That's right, just like that. Xiaomu cheerfully instructed Yi Qiuxian on how to eat skewers. After taking her first bite of the grilled meat, Yi Qiuxian's beautiful eyes suddenly sparkled, her delicate lips savoring the taste, her brows lifting in delight, her gaze radiant. It was delicious, but when she encountered the second piece of fatty meat, her brows furrowed slightly. Suddenly, she extended the skewer towards Xiaomu. You eat. Xiaomu glanced at the fatty meat, then at Yi Qiuxian. I can't quite decide whether to laugh or cry. Amused yet exasperated, he bit into the fatty piece and slid it down. While Yi Qiuxian continued to enjoy the lean meat, offering him the fatty bits. The roles were clearly defined. Noticing Xiaomu sipping beer, her curiosity piqued. She licked her lips. Is it good? Bit bitter. Xiaomu shook his head, exhaling a puff of beer-laden air. Not suitable for you. You're lying. Yi Qiuxian's delicate, rosy face darkened, her anger evident. Then you try it. Xiaomu felt a wave of fatigue wash over him as he handed her a disposable cup. Yi Qiuxian took a sip, contemplated for a moment, then took another. Although she was socially anxious, it didn't mean she was naive or lacking in discernment. She quickly realized that the skewers were somewhat greasy. Surprisingly, a sip of beer alleviated the greasiness. It was bitter, yet refreshingly cold and delightful. How could it be so good? Xiaomu stared in astonishment at Yi Qiuxian as she alternated between biting the skewer and sipping the beer. Has she truly lost her senses? After finishing their small barbecue, Xiaomu settled the bill and found himself wrapping an arm around Yi Qiuxian's soft waist. The little beauty appeared somewhat dazed. After just half a bottle of beer, she seemed to float. Xiaomu seriously suspected that she was merely putting on an act for him. Aren't the online jokes always about this? A girl drinks a glass of beer and ends up tipsy, allowing the boy to make his move, thinking it a sweet victory. Little did he know that years later, they'd discover the girl had actually downed a bottle of strong liquor and remained unfazed. As the saying goes, the skilled hunter often appears in the guise of prey. When do you start school? Yi Qiuxian leaned against him, her eyes glazed with intoxication, her cheeks flushed. The two strolled down the street. Tomorrow, I suppose, Xiaomu sighed, but unfortunately, military training isn't over yet. I'm not going. Yi Qiuxian's eyes glimmered with mischief. I'll go after military training. That's not ideal. Xiaomu shook his head. Classmates, right? Yi Qiuxian gazed at him. Xiaomu was momentarily taken aback, rolling his eyes just as he was about to question whether she had ever been to school. He suddenly froze. It was entirely possible that she had never attended, never experienced school, never had classmates. I can't speak for how girls feel about classmates, Xiaomu mused, carefully choosing his words. For instance, a girl might stop contacting a friend for 3 days and consider that friendship over. But a boy, even after 3 years without contact, would simply exclaim, "My dear child, it's been ages." My dear child? Yi Qiuxian was utterly astonished. Indeed, Xiaomu suppressed a laugh. Sometimes, boys' friendships are forged in smoke, in drink, in playful banter and bickering. After 3 years without seeing each other, they might greet each other with a playful chokehold. We boys don't concern ourselves with details, nor do we engage in subtlety. Yet, unfortunately, there is no pure friendship among boys. Oh! Yi Qiuxian stared wide-eyed, her mouth agape, unable to comprehend. Boys often like to infuse a bit of familial affection into such relationships, Xiaomu chuckled. For example, child, I am your father. Pfft. Yi Qiuxian erupted into laughter, her giggles causing her to tremble and collapse into Xiaomu's embrace. That's just how boys are. They curse openly, as if they were brothers. Xiaomu winked, a hint of mischief in his demeanor. More often than not, the friendships among boys resemble game saves. Just load the next time you meet. This kind of bond surpasses mere friendship, akin to a mixture of mud and sand. I am the mud, and you are the sand. Which father would chat with his son every day? Conversely, if boys were to chat daily, that would be truly alarming. How amusing! Ichio Xian's eyes sparkled with delight. It's wonderful. Quite so, Xiaomu nodded. This is what friendship entails. What do you boys consider a good friend? Ichio Xian's curiosity piqued. What are they like? Unbeknownst to her, she had begun to express herself more freely. A good friend in a boy's eyes? Now that is something remarkable, Xiaomu chuckled. For instance, they can ascend to the heavens, breathe fire, give birth to little Ultramen, collect fats in bottles, soar during moments of urgency, and most importantly, they can descend while waving flowered hands. Ichio Xian was at a loss for words. This hardly sounded like a boy. Was it the mother of Ultraman with twin ponytails? What kind of friends should one make? Ichio Xian shot him a playful glance, her expression unexpectedly alluring, eager to hear more of his whimsical musings. Simple enough, Xiaomu replied earnestly. There are 3 types of people one should avoid befriending. Oh. First, those who won't buy you luxury cars or villas. Such friends are usually quite stingy. Second, those who won't treat you to a meal. Such friends tend to enjoy playing mind games. And third, those who dare to breathe in your presence. If they can breathe this time, they'll dare to call you out next time. Xiaomu cast a mischievous smile at Ichio Xian. Of course, in my heart, there is yet another type of friend one should avoid. What is it? Ichio Xian was utterly dumbfounded, her mind reeling from the absurdity. That is, Xiaomu declared solemnly, a friend who doesn't dare to shower in front of you. Such friends generally do not trust you. Ichio Xian sad face. My dear, are you serious? Chapter 37 Being honest, seeking forgiveness in the living room of the courtyard. Good night. Good night. Both Xiaomu and Ichio Xian were dazed smiles, exchanging silly words. It was inexplicably awkward. After returning to his guest room, Xiaomu entered the private bathroom to take a shower, preparing for a good night's sleep. Suddenly, there was a loud thud from outside the room, followed by the sound of something shattering. Xiaomu's expression changed drastically as he rushed out of the room, only to find Ichio Xian sitting on the floor next to a broken fruit platter, with pieces of cut fruit scattered around. He looked at her, noticing the glimmer of tears in Ichio Xian's eyes as she rubbed her ankle, her dark eyes fixed on him. How could you be so careless? Xiaomu exclaimed, intending to help her up. With a choked voice filled with grievance, Ichio Xian replied, "It hurts." While pointing at her ankle reluctantly, Xiaomu extended his hands and scooped her up in a princess carry, heading towards the living room. He gently placed her on the sofa, wanting to attend to her injured foot, but Ichio Xian instinctively pulled her leg back, refusing to let him touch it. "It's late, and you're still being shy about this." Xiaomu coaxed, "We are good friends, have you forgotten?" Ichio Xian squinted her eyes, contemplating for a moment before extending her foot towards him again. Xiaomu gently grasped her petite foot and removed her sock. A wise saying once claimed the perfection of a woman can be judged by her feet. For instance, some women may possess striking beauty and an alluring figure, yet they might have unsightly feet, which detract significantly from their overall appeal. However, Ichio Xian's delicate feet were different. They resembled exquisite jade. Each soft toe appeared akin to lustrous pearls. Xiaomu mused to himself, no wonder many ancients found joy in admiring a girl's feet. There was indeed a reason for it. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that her ankle had swollen and turned red, though not severely. He gently rotated and massaged it, even pulling out his phone to look up massage techniques for sprained ankles. Throughout the process, Ichio Xian remained obedient and calm, only letting out soft whimpers when it hurt. Her eyes sparkled as she gazed at him, puffing her cheeks adorably. "What did you do when you sprained your ankle alone in the past?" Xiaomu asked with a smile. "Just endured it," Ichio Xian replied in a hoarse voice. "In the future, if something like this happens, come find me," Xiaomu said, giving her a stern look. "Did you hear me?" "Oh," Ichio Xian nodded pitifully, biting her lip. Seeing that the massage was nearly done, Xiaomu fetched a towel and found some ice cubes in the refrigerator. After wrapping them up, he handed them to Ichio Xian for a cold compress. The two engaged in a light-hearted conversation, with Xiaomu doing most of the talking while Ichio Xian listened, occasionally bursting into giggles, her body shaking with laughter. Once Xiaomu had tidied up the overturned fruit platter, he lifted Ichio Xian and carried her to the master bedroom, placing her gently on the bed. "Time to sleep." "Oh." The lovely girl lay quietly, her eyes shimmering as she watched Xiaomu's retreating figure, her rosy lips curling into a smile, resembling a clever little fox that had just succeeded in a scheme. This time, she must really be acting right. Upon returning to his guest room, Xiao Mu frowned slightly. Did she intentionally sprain her ankle? The most puzzling point was that despite Yi Chushuan's injury, Sister Li had not shown up. After pondering this, Xiao Mu's mind felt blank. Did she not want me to participate in military training? Did she anticipate that knowing about her sprained ankle would prompt me to care for her? Once her ankle healed, military training would conveniently conclude. Realizing this, he nearly gasped in shock. From now on, should anyone dare to call her foolish, Xiao Mu would be the first to disagree. How could she be foolish? If she encountered a naive boy, wouldn't she have him wrapped around her finger? This also reminded Xiao Mu of his clever mother, causing a chill to run down his spine. Wasn't his father's fate already evident enough? He decided he needed to watch a couple of detective shows, preferably about dismemberment cases. Otherwise, the heart sealed in concrete might just crack. Pulling out his phone, he checked the time. It was 9 o'clock. Surely his mother was still awake. In the family WeChat group chat, the Crown Prince: "Mother, are you asleep? Your son wishes to pay his respects." A few seconds later: "Mother, if there is something to report, do so. If not, kneel in silence." "Crown Prince, please don't be like that. I am your biological child." "Mother, that is hard to say. It's possible I mistakenly picked you up at the hospital. Otherwise, my little rascal has been in the capital for so many days without even calling home to report his safety. Truly disappointing." "Crown Prince, Mom, you are a teacher. Stop learning these things online." "Mother, mind your own business, be careful, or I'll turn you into a shapeshifter." "Crown Prince, I've been honest, I seek mercy." Suddenly, a new message popped up. "Father Xiao Mu, I need to discuss something with you privately." "Mother, Father, just a little for the son bonding time." "Mother, guess whether I believe you." Everyone kneel in silence. "Father." Crown Prince. Turning off WeChat, Xiao Mu dialed his father's number. "Dad, what is up?" "The special case in ICT has been resolved," Xiao Guodong said with a serious tone. "Your contributions and bonuses have come through." "So soon? That shouldn't be the case, right?" Xiao Mu expressed his confusion. "How much is the bonus?" 20,000. Xiao Guodong's tone grew even more serious. Xiao Mu was taken aback. The amount of the bonus often reflects the magnitude of one's contributions. For instance, third-class merit yields a 5,000 yuan bonus, second-class yields 10,000, and first-class yields 20,000. First-class personal merit. Xiao Mu swallowed hard. Moreover, this recognition was granted unusually quickly. Normally, even after a case is closed, it could take a long time to process the accolades. At least 3 months, or up to 6 months, would be required to receive such acknowledgement. A first-class merit must be approved by the Ministry of Public Security, making the process even more complex and time-consuming. From the time the special case was solved until now, only a few days had passed, and the merit and bonus were already issued. How could this be right? "There is one more piece of news I need to tell you." Xiao Guodong's tone grew heavy. "You know the rules regarding police merit. A first-class merit allows for an early promotion in rank. However, you are still in your probationary period and are not yet an official officer, so your rank cannot be elevated. After discussions among the leadership of the ICT police force, they have specially approved your early confirmation." Xiao Mu was left dumbfounded. In fact, such occurrences were quite normal. If one could solve a special case, what was the point of still being a probationary officer? It would be absurd not to confirm Xiao Mu as an official officer. Moreover, with a first-class merit granted, rank elevation was inevitable. However, something felt amiss. Regaining his composure, Xiao Mu's expression fluctuated. During the child abduction case in the capital, he had taken down the mastermind in front of both the national security and public security agencies. Under normal circumstances, he shouldn't just be continuing as a police officer, he should be behind bars or at the shooting range. Why were the ICT police unaware of this? Or was it that the capital police were oblivious? Why was the Ministry of Public Security still granting him merit? As these thoughts swirled in his mind, cold sweat began to bead on Xiao Mu's forehead. Who possessed such terrifying capabilities? Chapter 38. You are not worthy, Dad. Tell me the truth. Xiao Mu licked his lips. Am I a second generation? If not, he truly could not fathom who would assist him so generously. Haha. Xiao Guodong was amused by his son's query. What have you been through to be so cautious, even in your dreams? What I have experienced is quite terrifying, and I fear it may alarm you. Xiao Mu's lips twitched, refraining from divulging anything to his father. His master would likely remain silent as well. Some matters are better left unshared with one's parents. By the way, Xiao Guodong continued, the head of the municipal bureau will be visiting the capital and will bring your police uniform, medal, and bonus. He will call you when he arrives, and you should go meet him. I trust you know the ways of the world well enough. Understood. Xiao Mu nodded, his expression growing increasingly peculiar. The head of the ICT bureau, Zhou Jiancheng, why would he suddenly come to the capital, and is it truly just a casual visit? Sometimes, the intricacies of officialdom are best left unexamined. Overthinking may lead to one's own headache. After chatting with his father for a while, the call concluded, and it was already 10 o'clock. Restlessness enveloped him. He pondered the recent events, trying to deduce who might be assisting him. Oftentimes, one becomes ensnared in their own circumstances, while an outsider sees clearly. The closer the events are to oneself, the more opaque they become. Even though Xiao Mu could think circles around a case, when it came to his own situation, he forget it. My fate is mine to bear, let others do as they please. Xiao Mu was too weary to waste any more brain cells on it. A fleeting thought crossed his mind, and the wheel of destiny began to spin. He commenced a lottery of sorts, then various thank you for participating messages flashed before him. Damn it, is this some kind of devilry? When all his fortune had been exhausted, not a single prize appeared. Xiao Mu was nearly enraged to the point of bursting, cursing under his breath. Fine, time to sleep, dreams encompass everything. The warm sunlight seeped through the cracks in the curtains, gently illuminating the room. When Xiao Mu awoke, the sun was already high in the sky. Roused by the insistent ringing of his phone, he glanced at the unfamiliar number on his screen. Xiao Mu, the voice on the other end was cheerful. I am Zhou Jiancheng. Who is Zhou Jiancheng? His brain, still sluggish from sleep, struggled to comprehend, but in the next moment, clarity washed over him. Hello, Uncle Zhou. I'm about to board the plane. I will arrive in the capital in 2 hours. Zhou Jiancheng chuckled. I've brought you some local specialties. Xiao Mu thought. Are these specialties legitimate? The mere mention made me want to flee. Alright, I'll go pick you up. After ending the call, Xiao Mu rose to wash up. As he exited his room, he heard sounds emanating from the living room. Curiosity piqued, he stealthily approached. To his astonishment, Yi Chuan was tidying up the house, wiping the coffee table. Was this the focus? No, the real surprise was that Yi Chuan was walking quite normally. Xiao Mu sad face, who recovers from a sprained ankle overnight. Thus, he had guessed correctly. Was he also deceived? He never expected such a side of Chuan. Ahem, retreating a few steps, Xiao Mu pretended to cough twice before leisurely walking into the living room. Upon arrival, Chuan was limping again. This was too contrived. Awake, Yi Chuan's beautiful eyes sparkled as she hobbled toward the kitchen. Breakfast is ready. Xiao Mu wore a grim expression, reminding her, didn't you sprain your left ankle yesterday? Why is your right foot now injured? Yi Chuan exclaimed, looking bewildered. Is that so? Then, she limped on her left foot while her right foot appeared fine. What the hell? Xiao Mu nearly lost his composure, holding back a torrent of expletives. Did she truly think him foolish? Chuan was quite the performer. He chose not to expose her ruse, stifling his laughter as he ate breakfast. He then mentioned his plan to pick someone up later. Together with Sister Li, Yi Chuan glanced at him. No need. Sensing her impending annoyance, Xiao Mu quickly amended, alright, you stay put at home and take care of your ankle. Yi Chuan's face broke into a radiant smile. Her eyes sparkled as she obediently nodded. How convincingly she feigned innocence. Xiao Mu felt exhausted. She simply didn't want him to attend military training. If he didn't go, fine, there was no deception. She was merely a caring sister, concerned for his well-being. After a brief bout of self-delusion, he helped Chuan clear the table. Exiting the courtyard, he climbed into the business vehicle driven by Sister Li, heading straight for the airport. Meanwhile, Yi Chuan, left at home, took out her phone. Mom, when will the car I requested be delivered? She puffed her cheeks playfully while speaking. A child must ensure that a good brother is not neglected. It's only right to present a luxury car to a good brother, isn't it? At the airport, Xiao Mu stepped out of the car and checked the time on his phone. Half an hour to go. At the arrival terminal, he spotted Zhou Jiancheng. Uncle Zhou, Xiao Mu. They greeted each other with smiles. Zhou Jiancheng was clad in casual attire, not wearing his police uniform. Although he was the top officer of ICT's police force here in the capital, he was just another face in the crowd. Until one arrives in the capital, one remains blissfully unaware of their insignificance. After exiting the airport, Xiao Mu escorted his superior into the business vehicle. Indeed, he was his superior. His professional ties in ICT rendered him a police officer there, while Zhou Jiancheng was his legitimate superior. Inside the vehicle, they exchanged pleasantries. Zhou Jiancheng observed Sister Li, a hint of curiosity flickering in his eyes. Upon entering the car, he had felt the substantial weight of the door. He intentionally lowered the window, noticing it was bulletproof glass. Confusion washed over him when the business vehicle arrived at a hotel. As Sister Li opened the door and turned, Zhou Jiancheng caught sight of the gun holster at her waist. His scalp prickled with alarm. This was not a police firearm. By 2018, standard issue firearms were uniform across the board. In Longwa, in cities, in the capital, who could carry a firearm, excluding police weapons, who else might it be? After the initial shock wore off, Zhou Jiancheng's expression grew serious. As he exited the vehicle, he no longer glanced at Sister Li but instead fixed his gaze on Xiao Mu with a weighty demeanor. Why had he come to the capital? Was it work-related? That was one aspect. The crucial matter was to assess Xiao Mu himself, because if Xiao Mu could conceive of such connections, surely others could as well, right? The last time he received special recognition, it was due to a call from an old leader at the provincial level, who had personally requested that he look after Xiao Mu and inquire about his party membership. Furthermore, that same leader had asked him to have Xiao Mu don his police uniform and take a photograph, which was then sent back to the leader. Having attained the position of the top officer in ICT, Zhou Jiancheng was no fool. His visit was primarily to discern who stood behind Xiao Mu, yet upon encountering Sister Li and witnessing the non-standard firearm, he felt an urge to shy away from probing into the young man's connections. You are not worthy. Chapter 39. There are villains who wish to harm me. Observing Zhou Jiancheng's retreating figure as he entered the hotel, Xiao Mu was somewhat taken aback while holding a tote bag. Just moments ago, his superior had entrusted him with the bag before departing. What could this possibly mean? Xiao Mu glanced at the tote bag, his mind swelling with questions as he made his way back to the business vehicle. On the journey back to the courtyard, he finally opened the tote bag. The first item he encountered was a medal case, though he could not discern whether it was crafted from crystal or glass. Nestled within was a resplendent gold medal, emblazoned with a red police shield and 5 stars, an individual first-class merit medal. Beneath the medal case lay a grand crimson certificate, a commendation from the H Province Public Security Bureau. Below it was an award certificate, meritorious service and a complete set of honors. Xiao Mu's hand trembled slightly. In 2 lifetimes, this was his first achievement, and to claim he was not excited would be a falsehood. Being a police officer was a dream, yet earning recognition from the state and the people was a monumental honor. Henceforth, he could proudly declare his service to the nation. As he continued to explore the contents, he discovered a set of police uniform nestled within the tote bag. Alongside it was a police identification card. He gingerly picked up the card and began to peruse its contents. The first thing that caught his eye was a photo ID. Indeed, it was the very image Zhou Jiancheng had taken of him in uniform, a close-up portrait. People's Police ID: name Xiao Mu, blood type, date of birth, position, criminal investigator, clerk unit, ICT Public Security Bureau, badge number, rank, 3rd class inspector, valid until, approved by the Ministry of Public Security of Longwa. Xiao Mu slowly closed the police ID, his hand extending to gently caress the epaulets on the uniform, his palm quivering with emotion. Not long ago, he had been contemplating whether to continue his career in law enforcement. Yet, if fate had other plans. In this lifetime, he donned the police uniform once more. Entering the courtyard and proceeding to the rear residence, Xiao Mu found Yi Qiushuan lounging in a sunlit chair. Her bare, delicate feet danced whimsically in the warmth, 10 toes glistening with vitality. You are back? Yi Qiushuan blinked playfully, exuding charm. What appeared to be a massage was, in truth, a playful indulgence. The sensation was delightful. He hoped Qiushuan did not suffer from athlete's foot. Xiao Mu chuckled inwardly, though his expression remained solemn. Yi Qiushuan glanced at him, then at her own feet, her lips twitching slightly. She remained true to her nature. She was socially anxious, not foolish. As Xiao Mu continued to toy with her small feet, he calculated how many days remained until military training concluded. Why the eagerness to return to school? Because he yearned to reunite with his former comrades, those cherished brothers from the dormitory. He recalled how they had taken exceptional care of him upon learning of his status as an orphan. Their companionship had been instrumental in helping him navigate the sorrow of losing his parents. As for Qiushuan, considering the joy of playing with her feet, perhaps he should accompany her for a few more days. In the afternoon, Xiao Mu assisted Qiushuan in preparing dinner. She cooked while he playfully disrupted her efforts. The two shared a delightful meal, and as Xiao Mu lounged on the sofa, enjoying Qiushuan's feet, his phone suddenly rang. It was a call from Feng Shaoqiang. Xiao Mu slapped his forehead. How could he have forgotten about his mentor? Surely, Feng had been worried sick these past few days, and he had failed to check in. Uncle Feng, he answered, embarrassment creeping into his voice. What prompted you to call me? Have you come out? Feng Shaoqiang's voice bore a hint of relief. That's good to hear. There should be no issues now, Xiao Mu replied with a smile. Uncle Feng, I assume the case on your end is nearing resolution. Indeed, we handled it briefly before the city bureau took over. Feng Shaoqiang sighed with a chuckle. Too many lives were lost, over a dozen, and we even uncovered some Asian mercenaries. Excuse me? Xiao Mu was momentarily stunned. Mercenaries? What on earth? Haha, Feng Shaoqiang laughed heartily. You don't even realize who you were dealing with in the hospital. Xiao Mu suddenly recalled the masked thugs. So they were mercenaries after all, and Asian ones at that. That term felt somewhat niche. By the way, have you heard about something? Feng Shaoqiang's tone shifted, becoming more serious. I caught wind of a rumor that a prominent figure in the capital suddenly fell from grace in the span of just 2 days. Xiao Mu was taken aback. What was his mentor implying? How did the downfall of such figures concern him? However, Feng Shaoqiang's final revelation struck him like a bolt from the blue. The mastermind you killed is connected to that prominent figure. The reason he kidnapped the child with the Mumbai blood type was to save his own offspring. Remember when we initially discovered there were 4 individuals with that blood type in the capital? 3 were ordinary people, but one, while not an ordinary individual, was in good health. This woman is the lover of the mastermind, then she bore him a child with the Mumbai blood type. That child's organs failed 5 years ago, which is why Xiao Mu stood frozen, phone in hand. Indeed, the mastermind had substantial backing. If his connections were so grand, why did he suddenly fall from power? And within such a short time frame. Wait, 2 days, he too had been taken to the National Security Bureau and had spent 2 days there. Xiao Mu's thoughts raced uncontrollably. What a remarkable coincidence. Then a possibility emerged in his mind. Was his detention at the National Security Bureau a form of protection? Were they concerned about retaliation from that powerful family? A smile slowly crept across Xiao Mu's face. What merit had he to warrant such attention? Could it be that he was the fabled child of destiny, causing all who encountered him to bow in submission, eager to protect him and assist him in achieving greatness? Oh my, what a delightful thought. Xiao Mu resumed playing with Chuxuan's feet, grinning foolishly. Unbeknownst to him, Chuxuan was gazing at him with her cat-like, beautiful eyes, as if observing a simpleton. Just as Xiao Mu was lost in his daydreams, his phone rang again. He picked it up and felt his heart sink. Why Iwu, what could this older brother want? Was it a reckoning after the harvest season? A sense of unease washed over him as he answered the phone. Hello. Little brother, what are you up to? Yiwu's deep voice resonated warmly, laced with curiosity. Just playing with some feet. I mean, giving a massage. Feeling slightly guilty, Xiao Mu glanced at Xuxuan beside him. She shot him a playful glare but did not withdraw her feet. Why Yiwu's tone shifted, hinting at something amiss. Whose feet are you playing with? Does it concern you? Xiao Mu chuckled. If you have business, speak. If not, I'll hang up. Wait. Yiwu suddenly chuckled. There is indeed something. Xiao Mu felt a sense of inflated pride. Had he perhaps overstepped? Why did it seem that the distinguished director of national security was trying to curry favor with him? What is the matter? I'm currently outside your friend's courtyard. Yiwu quickly stated, come out. Let us have a chat. Xiao Mu was left utterly perplexed. A feeling began to well up within him. Could there be villains plotting against me? Chapter 40 Destiny. Outside the courtyard, Yiwu leaned against the door of a sedan, a cigarette dangling from his lips as he exhaled clouds of smoke. Sister Li was gazing at him coldly. Li Feng, I am not a villain, I am Qiu Xian's elder brother. Is this truly necessary? Yiwu forced a smile. Is it too much to ask to at least step inside for a moment? Li Feng remained silent, her eyes still icy. Yiwu rolled his eyes and continued to smoke in silence. It was not until the courtyard gate swung open that Xiao Mu emerged. Oh, the atmosphere seemed a bit off. Xiao Mu's gaze flicked between Yiwu and Li Feng, a look of confusion crossing his face. Let us talk in the car, Yiwu said, opening the door and sliding into the back seat. Xiao Mu cast a sidelong glance before following him inside. Within the confines of the vehicle, Yiwu pulled out a pack of cigarettes and offered it to his younger companion. What exactly is the matter? Xiao Mu, not one to be polite, accepted the pack and extracted a cigarette. I need your assistance with something. Yiwu got straight to the point, locking eyes with his younger brother. Wait a moment, why did that sound strangely familiar? A smirk involuntarily crept onto Xiao Mu's lips, recalling how his master had spoken to him similarly just days ago, a conversation that nearly cost him his life. Would he dare to help with such matters again? I must take my leave. Xiao Mu declared without hesitation, reaching for the door handle to exit the vehicle. What on earth? Yiwu rolled his eyes. Have you forgotten when I helped you? His expression conveyed a sense of realization, as if saying, so, you are this kind of person. Well, Xiao Mu's face flashed with embarrassment, hesitating to exit the car. Memories of the time he had called for help flashed in his mind, and he forced an explanation, that is to say, I certainly did not forget. An explanation is merely a disguise. A disguise is just a story, Yiwu scoffed, just tell me whether you will help or not. Then you must first explain the nature of the task, Xiao Mu responded with righteous indignation. If it violates principles or laws, please spare me, Yiwu interrupted with a laugh, am I not from the national security? Would I engage in such activities? Then do enlighten me, Xiao Mu said, his expression darkening. I need you to locate an individual for us. Yiwu's demeanor grew serious, a spy. Farewell, Xiao Mu declared this time without a second thought, flinging open the car door and preparing to depart. What nonsense is this? He is a police officer, not a spy catcher. Besides, Xiao Mu did not understand the intricacies of the national security's operations. How could he pursue a spy? It was simply outside his realm of expertise. Wait. Yiwu grasped Xiao Mu's arm tightly. Catching a spy is akin to criminal investigation, much like how you pursue criminals. Brother, do not jest. They are not the same. Xiao Mu's eyes seemed to darken, feeling his nerves begin to fray. That is a spy we are speaking of. Can an ordinary person capture a spy? Should he encounter a 007 type, he would be eliminated before he even had a chance. Yiwu's expression turned increasingly frigid as he posed a question, do you harbor disdain for protecting our homeland? Xiao Mu's expression faltered, how could he, as long as one is not a sycophant of the West, not a traitor, not among those who do not regard themselves as true citizens of Longwa, who could genuinely refuse the call to defend their country? Brother, I am merely 18 years old and still a student. This is hardly appropriate, Xiao Mu replied bitterly. By the way, why seek my assistance? He did not believe that the earth would cease to spin without him. One should never overestimate their own importance. Perhaps the world would turn more merrily without him. Because of your investigative talents, Yiwu replied gravely, taking a drag from his cigarette. I have observed your abilities in the cases from ICT and the capital. I am not blind. The spy we are searching for conveniently aligns with your area of expertise. Really? Xiao Mu's interest was piqued. What has he done? We inadvertently captured a subordinate who is affiliated with a certain espionage organization, Yiwu explained swiftly. Through this individual, we learned that a spy organization is plotting to steal something, though we are currently unaware of the specifics. There is no such thing as a thief who operates without a watchful eye. We must locate this spy organization and apprehend the spy intent on theft to prevent an item from being taken. However, despite employing all possible methods, we have been unable to locate him, and then you thought of me. Xiao Mu thought to himself, MMP. So, I am to act as a mere tool once again. I certainly cannot allow you to toil in vain, Yiwu teased. If you manage to find him, I will guarantee you a first-class merit. Since when did first-class merit become so commonplace? Xiao Mu felt a tremor in his heart. If Yiwu was so ready to promise a first-class merit, one could only imagine how formidable this spy must be. Wait, you are not trying to deceive me, are you? Xiao Mu suddenly realized that is the merit from national security equivalent to that of public security. Yiwu chuckled softly, regardless of the source, it will undoubtedly be a first-class merit. Xiao Mu smiled, a cold smirk adorning his lips. It felt as though Yiwu was digging a pit for him, though he was still uncertain about the true nature of this pit. It should not be a bad thing, but it certainly did not seem promising either. I will consider it, Xiao Mu said dryly. I am in a hurry, Yiwu frowned. 3 minutes. Xiao Mu closed his eyes. Yiwu was left bewildered by his younger brother's behavior. What was he up to? In a fleeting thought, a wheel of fate appeared before Xiao Mu. Hadn't he just drawn a prize the previous night, expending all his fate points? Indeed, yet another day had passed, granting him 1 fate point anew. What was Xiao Mu contemplating? He sought the heavens to assist him in making a choice, using 1 fate point to gamble. Should he succeed, he would offer his help. If he failed, then it would be unfortunate. With a mere thought, the wheel of fate spun rapidly, visible only to him. In an instant, the golden red light began to flicker and coalesce. Surely it would not land on something significant, yet, Xiao Mu sighed inwardly. Even if he did not succeed, he was already inclined to assist. A spy had come to his doorstep. How could he ignore this? Suddenly, the golden red light converged to form 4 large characters. Frowny face, extraordinary body. Xiao Mu was taken aback. There was no thrill, no excitement. He merely stared blankly at those 4 characters. The wheel of fate, destiny. Even you wish for me to become entangled with national security, or is this truly my fate? In that instant, Xiaomu sensed a transformation within his body. An indescribable, yet terrifying surge of energy coursed through him, wildly surging. He felt an illusion, strength, speed, defense, endurance, flexibility, reaction time, all had been enhanced. No, it was not an illusion. Slowly, Xiaomu extended his hands, gently clenching them. As he formed a fist, a terrifying power manifested in his fingers and joints. His thoughts, his body, his senses all conveyed the message. With this punch, no one could withstand it. It could shatter anything. Regaining his senses, Xiaomu turned to Yiwu beside him. I have made my decision. Chapter 41. Our innocent living room. Xiaomu reclined on the sofa, while Yi Chuxuan lay half recumbent, her delicate legs draped over his. Brother Chiu, I have some matters to attend to. I may return shortly, or it might be several days, he said, his hand gently kneading her petite foot. Take care of yourself, all right. Where are you going? Yi Chuxuan sat up, her exquisite face drawing closer, peering intently into his eyes. You know, Xiaomu feigned an air of righteousness, I am a police officer. A flicker of concern flashed in Yi Chuxuan's gaze as she obediently nodded. Rising, Xiaomu ruffled her hair. I'll bring you some delicacies when I return. Yi Chuxuan perched on the sofa like a little duck, her eyes twinkling with a smile. When she laughed, her demeanor radiated warmth and grace, akin to a dutiful little wife. I'm off now. Xiaomu turned away, not glancing back as he headed for the door. The gaze of that little stray dog, Brother Chiu, was simply captivating. One might wonder why it is increasingly rare to encounter gentle, quiet, unpretentious, simple, and obedient girls in this era. Upon meeting Yi Chuxuan, Xiaomu found his answer, because such girls do not exist within the circles of ordinary people. To embody gentleness and tranquility, one must have a nurturing home free from hardship and worry, where one's needs are effortlessly met along with parents who do not nag, complain, or chastise. To be unpretentious and simple requires a certain level of insight, vision, aesthetic appreciation, and the environment one is exposed to, alongside their own social standing. Being simple and obedient necessitates being cherished, loved, and protected from a young age, with those around her treating her as a treasure. In essence, such a girl is seen as a paragon of virtue in society. Yet, how many comprehend the true meaning of noble family? The esteemed clans are few in the entire Dragon Kingdom. And how many of these noble families can raise such a paragon? Thus, it is evident that these girls do not exist within the spheres of ordinary folk. So, what to do if one encounters such a girl? Never let her slip away. What if she turns out to be a little crazy? Xiaomu, that would only endear her to me more. Exiting the courtyard, Xiaomu entered Yiwu's car. I have a question for you. As they drove away, Yiwu casually inquired, what is your current relationship with your friend? Isn't that a rather foolish question? Xiaomu chuckled from the passenger seat. You just called her a friend. What I meant was, Yiwu's expression darkened. When I called you, you mentioned you were playing with feet. Surely, that isn't your friend's foot, is it? Unbeknownst to him, the hint of menace crept into his tone. Xiaomu instantly sensed something amiss, fixing his gaze on Yiwu. It's nothing. Yiwu realized his tone was off. I was just curious how a girl would allow you to stay with her. Oh, so it's envy and jealousy. Xiaomu misinterpreted, puffing up with pride. What's wrong with a girl? Brother Chiu is indeed my good brother. Good brother, my foot. Yiwu's lips twitched. Can a man and a woman really be good brothers? Why not? Xiaomu beamed. We are very innocent. Innocent enough to touch her feet, huh? Yiwu suddenly felt a compulsion to intervene. However, considering the combat prowess of his little brother by his side, he decided against it. This little fellow was not only a bit unhinged but also terrifyingly formidable, ruthless and merciless. Since their first encounter, Xiaomu had already claimed nearly 20 lives. He's still a police officer. Surely, he can't be a thug, but the truth is, he only targets the wicked, killing with justifiable cause. One couldn't find fault with him, and attempts to rein him in would be futile. Impressive, isn't it? Are you really not going to explain, Yiwu asked wearily, how you became proficient in those little techniques? There are always individuals in this world who engage in deeds that can only be accomplished by those with extraordinary talent, Xiaomu replied with a smile. People love to label these exceptional individuals as geniuses. Yiwu. He had never met anyone as brazenly self-aggrandizing as Xiaomu. Hello, 110, we have someone showing off here. Yiwu realized he wouldn't elicit any useful information from Xiaomu, who would remain tight-lipped. The most troublesome issue was that, at present, no one could touch him. Xiao Mu's little sister had summoned their patriarch to protect her child. A prominent family, due to Xiao Mu and the patriarch's words, could vanish in an instant. As long as she safeguarded him and the patriarch remained, no one dared to lay a finger on him. Outside the capital, on a certain sealed-off road, a helicopter awaited. Xiao Mu followed Yiwu as they exited the car and boarded the helicopter. A wave of nervous excitement surged through Xiao Mu, feeling more exhilarating than a roller coaster ride. After approximately 3.5 hours, they were in ICT, where the helicopter gradually descended. As they disembarked, Xiao Mu and Yiwu climbed into a sedan. "I can't shake the feeling that I'm about to become the great Yu," Xiao Mu joked inside the car. Now back in ICT, he wished to visit home. Surely, he wouldn't truly become the great Yu, passing by his family without a glance. "Don't use that to poke at me," Yiwu shot him a glare. "We agreed you would help me find someone fast." Xiao Mu shrugged, falling silent. The car sped into the city, heading toward a specific area. After several minutes, they halted before a grand building. The H Province National Security Bureau, an agency under the Ministry of National Security, akin to the Provincial Public Security Bureau. However, it bore distinctions in its nature. Upon entering the office building, Xiao Mu surveyed his surroundings, following Yiwu into the elevator, the 8th floor, the top level. Yiwu guided him into a spacious office hall. The second investigation division of the H Province National Security Bureau. As they entered the hall, numerous gazes turned toward them. "Chief. Director." A chorus of greetings ensued. Yiwu nodded, leading his little brother into an office. Xiao Mu felt a sense of envy. Being a director, even a deputy director, was quite impressive. Moreover, Yiwu was barely in his late 20s. This was astonishing. Inside the office, Yiwu gestured toward the guest sofa and approached the desk. After taking a seat, Xiao Mu received a tablet from EW. To apprehend or locate someone, one must first understand the situation. The tablet contained detailed investigation records along with a comprehensive statement. Such information was classified, accessible only to internal personnel. Given the current scenario, since they had invited Xiao Mu to assist, they could not withhold information. However, if any leaks occurred, Yiwu would bear the responsibility. Activating the tablet, Xiao Mu swiped through the interface. There was only one folder on the home screen. Upon opening it, he found 2 documents and casually clicked on one. His eyelids fluttered. He encountered a record resembling a case file, but unlike any typical case file. It was a concise, detailed investigation report, titled Suspicion, Espionage and Theft of Secrets. Chapter 42. The mind buzzes again. Date of record: August 23, 2018. The National Security Agency has uncovered a suspect believed to be a spy, a man named Zheng Wanla, aged 34, employed at an AI development company. After a week-long surveillance operation, Zheng's identity as a spy was confirmed. He is highly likely an operative recruited by foreign forces. The term operative refers to individuals coerced or enticed by external powers, who often lack the merit to be called spies and are more akin to traitors. However, some find themselves compelled to act against their will due to threats. Imagine if someone had taken your loved one hostage, forcing you to commit nefarious deeds. Would you comply? The operative identified by the National Security Agency is indeed a victim of such coercion. The methods employed were exceedingly vile, involving a bomb disguised as a wristwatch strapped to his daughter's arm. The spy even produced an identical watch to demonstrate its destructive potential. The explosive device on the girl's wrist could only be disarmed with a special key. Any attempts to forcibly remove it would trigger the bomb. Faced with such blackmail, Zheng Wanla, as a father, capitulated. At this juncture, notions of treachery are irrelevant. For many, family invariably takes precedence, followed by allegiance to the nation. This is a perfectly natural psychological response for ordinary individuals. Nevertheless, the National Security Agency remained oblivious to this context. Initially, they only detected Zheng's espionage activities and proceeded to apprehend him. Upon his confession, they swiftly located his daughter and enlisted bomb disposal experts to deactivate the wristwatch bomb. Through Zheng's testimony, they uncovered the objectives of a particular espionage organization, which was seeking a specific item that Zheng was to retrieve from the AI development company. Curiously, despite prior investigations revealing no threats to national security within the company, the question arose, what could the spies possibly be searching for? It was not merely a search. They intended for Zheng to acquire a USB drive and connect it to every computer in the company sequentially. Analysis by the National Security Agency's technical personnel revealed that the USB drive possessed capabilities for scanning, cracking, implanting viruses, and exfiltrating data. Once inserted into a computer, it could swiftly capture all data and secrets contained within, subsequently transmitting this information through its built-in networking capability. Yet, the dilemma persisted. The National Security Agency had previously investigated the company, finding no evidence related to national security, corporate safety, military integrity, or technological confidentiality. This left them bewildered. The personnel at the H Province National Security Bureau were utterly confounded. They began to suspect that a particular spy or espionage organization might be toying with them. After all, how idle must a spy be to engage in such antics? Spies are not inherently foolish or dim-witted. Thus, the national security personnel reasoned that the company must harbor some crucial secret hidden within one of its computers. This analysis seemed sound, did it not? Consequently, the National Security Agency confiscated all computers from the company and deployed computer experts to scrutinize them thoroughly. Yet again, nothing of significance was discovered. At this point, Xiao Mu's mind was in disarray. What to do if this secret remained elusive? Seek assistance. If others were unaware of this secret, surely the spies were not ignorant either. By tracking down the spies, the truth would inevitably surface. The National Security Agency attempted to follow the lead provided by Zhang Wanla in their pursuit of the spies, but all leads ran cold and yielded no results. To exacerbate the situation, an unexpected development arose. Another operative was discovered within the company. Furthermore, a peculiar incident transpired. Through this new operative's testimony, it was revealed that his circumstances mirrored those of Zhang Wanla. He had also received a device from the spies, though it was not a USB drive, or instead, it was a tool designed to be inserted into routers and switches. The spies instructed him to connect this tool to every router and switch within the company. Predictably, the routers and switches were also seized by the National Security Agency. After another round of inspections, yet again, nothing was found. The investigators' heads were likely to explode from the mounting frustration. Indeed, Xiao Mu wore a similarly bewildered expression. First computers, now routers and switches. What were the spies truly seeking? No one could ascertain this, except by locating the spy or their organization. Otherwise, the truth would remain eternally shrouded. A week slipped by, and the H Province National Security Bureau had uncovered nothing, let alone tracked down any spies. At this opportune moment, Xiao Mu received a call for assistance from Yiwu. His younger brother was in peril. How could he not investigate? If something were to befall Xiao Mu, it would spell disaster. His sister was already in a fragile state, and any further calamity would be catastrophic. Once Xiao Mu resolved the case in the capital, Yiwu formulated a plan. His younger brother was genuinely brilliant, with an intellect that was astoundingly high. Reflecting upon the espionage case in ICT, he decided to enlist Xiao Mu's help, treating it as a desperate gamble. Perhaps Xiao Mu's intellect could illuminate a path to uncover the spies or yield some clues. An additional significant reason loomed. What do young people most enjoy doing together? Playing with fire. If Xiao Mu dared to touch his sister's feet today, would he not be emboldened to remove her clothing tomorrow? By the day after, would he not dare to share the same bed with her? He was a reckless youth, charging headlong into danger. If he had the audacity to engage in such antics, what could he possibly shy away from? Hence, Yiwu intentionally took Xiao Mu away, temporarily separating him from his sister. Whether they would uncover the spies or glean clues was uncertain. However, when Xiao Mu returned to the capital, he would be attending police academy, requiring him to reside on campus. An intriguing question arose. How could a poor boy like Xiao Mu be deemed worthy of Yiqiu Xian? Why was there no one to intervene? You have a girl who has suffered from social anxiety since childhood, shunning interactions with strangers, scarcely daring to step outside her home, let alone engage with other boys. In the eyes of her family, she was destined to live a solitary life. Suddenly, a young man appears, and she shows no fear. Rather, she enjoys his company, directing all her affections towards him. If you were a family member, would you dare to intervene? Would you not be overjoyed, intoxicated with happiness, to consider abstraction? The real dilemma now is not only the reluctance to intervene but also the contemplation of the repercussions should they ever part ways, or if something were to happen to that young man, would she be able to endure it? Their temporary separation was necessitated by Xiao Mu's tender age of 18. Should these two young souls inadvertently find themselves together, the implications could be monumental, sending their relatives into a frenzy. Chapter 43. Unyielding. Having completed the review of the investigative report, Xiao Mu's expression turned grave. He proceeded to open a second document, containing the testimonies of two spies. As he absorbed the details of their accounts, his past experiences whispered to him. It would be prudent to leave now, lest he find himself in a compromising position. The reasoning was straightforward. If one were to suggest that there are no fools among those who can serve as police officers, then it follows that those who become national security personnel are undoubtedly astute individuals. The mandate of upholding justice and safeguarding the nation speaks for itself. There is no need to elaborate on the weight of their responsibilities. Those selected for national security are essentially the elite of the elite, for they must contend with a cohort of equals. If one is not among the elite, how can they possibly engage in espionage, act as agents, or manipulate intelligence? In this realm, one could even liken it to celestial beings embroiled in combat, as even a cadre of clever individuals struggles to uncover leads to apprehend those spies. Shao Mu did not consider himself to be their intellectual superior. "What have you discovered?" Yi Wu inquired, handing him a bottle of mineral water, teasingly adding, "I hope you haven't found nothing at all. Before I've even taken off my pants, you are already eager to stir up trouble." Shao Mu retorted, irritation flaring. He nearly succumbed to the primal force within him, tempted to upend the table. "Bring it on, the real me." Haha, Yi Wu laughed heartily. The two then exited the office and made their way to the implicated AI company. The so-called company was not as grand as one might envision, a single floor of office space with merely dozens of employees. However, it was eerily vacant. All computers, routers, switches, and other network-related equipment had been confiscated by national security. Two operatives stood guard, forbidding entry to outsiders. Upon entering the office hall, Shao Mu surveyed his surroundings, frowning. According to Yi Wu's account, this company was engaged in the development of a gaming AI tool designed to enhance the intelligence and human-like qualities of NPCs. Rather than a thriving enterprise, it resembled a nondescript, struggling small business, hardly worthy of attracting national security's attention. It was perplexing that spies would target such a company in search of something. Was there not an element of absurdity in that? Yi Wu retrieved his phone, revealing 33 personal profiles and investigative reports, which he handed to his younger companion. Shao Mu glanced through them. These individuals were the company's owners and employees, and he reasoned they were unlikely to pose any issues, as those who had caused trouble had already been apprehended. For someone unfamiliar with AI, this company represented a knowledge blind spot for Shao Mu. Conducting a thorough inspection of the premises felt more disheartening than not investigating at all, with the company's leadership and personnel appearing unblemished, and the equipment and office space seemingly in order. Why then were spies fixated on this company? What could possibly be amiss? Was it conceivable that the problem did not originate from this company at all? However, such reasoning seemed flawed. If there were truly no issues, why would the spies still be controlling two employees, compelling them to seek something with their espionage tools on the computers, routers, and switches? After much deliberation, Shao Mu inquired, "Have we investigated the items developed by this company?" "We have, and there are no issues," Yi Wu affirmed confidently. Shao Mu felt a headache coming on. How on earth could they proceed with the investigation? To solve a case, one must first identify it. It is akin to unraveling a ball of yarn, which surely must have a loose thread. Yet the situation before him resembled a solid sphere, devoid of any discernible leads. How could one unravel such a conundrum? "Wait a moment." Shao Mu's eyes brightened. How did this sphere come into being? He glanced toward the office space. If this company were indeed a ball of yarn, then all the employees could be likened to strands of yarn. Given that these strands appeared unproblematic, the issue must lie with another thread, correct? One might wonder, haven't the employees been investigated already, and found to be without fault? Who else could there be? Shao Mu smirked coldly. Are the employees of a company fixed in place? The employees come and go. For every new hire, there are those who depart. The current staff may be clear of suspicion, but who could guarantee that those who left were equally innocent? "Investigate the employees who have left this company," Shao Mu instructed Yi Wu. "No need," Yi Wu replied, a bemused smile crossing his face. "We've already checked, and there are no issues." "Damn, how ruthless." Shao Mu rolled his eyes. Indeed, there are many who are smarter than you. It appeared that he would have to focus on the spies after all, which was precisely why Yi Wu had sought his assistance. Finding people, capturing them, and pursuing fugitives, these were the specialties of public security. At a kindergarten, Shao Mu stood outside, observing the children frolicking within. No one noticed him. The surveillance failed to detect him. That spy entered the kindergarten undetected and placed a bomb watch on a little girl. Yi Wu's voice was icy. In doing so, he gained control over the child's father, recruiting him as an accomplice. The phone. Shao Mu surmised. Indeed, the individual made only one call before instructing Zheng Wanla to purchase a new phone and download a communication tool, Yi Wu confirmed. It is a covert communication tool from the dark web, making further investigation impossible. The process for the other controlled accomplice was largely similar, and likewise, no further leads can be pursued. The capabilities of this individual are formidable. They executed the cleanup with exceptional skill, leaving us with no opportunities to trace them. Based on their methods, one could deduce they are a high-level spy with exceptional counterintelligence skills. Xiao Mu nodded in agreement. Now that made sense, otherwise, Yiwu wouldn't claim that locating the individual would earn him first-class merit. With that settled, let the search begin. Xiao Mu first circled the kindergarten, examining for signs of intrusion. Forget the notion of being undetected. If a spy had entered the premises, there would undoubtedly be traces left behind. After inspecting the perimeter walls, the front, and the back entrance, he found no evidence. Xiao Mu began investigating the kindergarten's teachers, staff, and owner, but to no avail. Ultimately, he turned to the young children in attendance, yet there were no anomalies to be found. He then directed national security personnel to interview the individuals who delivered food and collected waste for the kindergarten. Still, no irregularities emerged. What the hell? No, a cold glint flashed in Xiao Mu's eyes. Standing within the yard, he surveyed his surroundings. The kindergarten was situated outside a residential complex. The street lay ahead, a narrow alley behind, with residential buildings a mere 50 meters to the left and commercial establishments lining the right. In such an environment, how could someone covertly place a watch on a child without leaving any trace of intrusion? Suddenly, Xiao Mu looked up at the sky, then turned to gaze at the residential buildings. He had found the answer. Chapter 44. Youngster, you are too young. Some may inquire who adorned the girl's wrist with a watch. If the girl herself remains oblivious, after thorough investigation and subtle coaxing, the child professed ignorance. Upon awakening from her midday slumber at kindergarten, she found a watch inexplicably adorning her wrist. Is it not wondrous? It was not the doing of the kindergarten staff who, then, could have quietly slipped the watch onto the child's wrist. At this moment, Xiao Mu gazed towards the residential building, pondering what he might discern. Could it be that the watch had flown from the building to land upon the girl's wrist? Within the 7th-floor stairwell of the residential building, Xiao Mu stood at the window, surveying the kindergarten below. What brings you here? Yiwu inquired, his expression one of perplexity. I have conceived a plan, Xiao Mu replied after a moment of contemplation. Procure a drone. The national security personnel delivered a small drone. Xiao Mu familiarized himself with the remote control and watched as the drone soared from the window, gliding towards the kindergarten, gradually descending. Yiwu's confusion deepened. He struggled to connect the drone with the notion of a spy infiltrating the kindergarten to place a watch on the child. Was it possible to command a drone to adorn a child's wrist with a watch? Such a notion seemed absurd. The drone now hovered above the kindergarten. Xiao Mu maneuvered it to suspend before a window devoid of a screen, as the warm weather necessitated that it be left ajar during the day. He directed the drone to gently glide through the window and into the children's dormitory, where the little ones took their afternoon naps. Through the drone's camera, numerous small beds came into view. At this sight, Yiwu's expression shifted, gradually becoming grave, as he began to fathom Xiao Mu's intentions. Suddenly, Xiao Mu exclaimed, "Acquire a mini Bluetooth speaker." The national security personnel promptly provided a compact Bluetooth speaker. Typically, a smartphone can connect to a Bluetooth speaker within a range of 6 to 15 meters, while a Bluetooth gateway paired with an adapter can extend to approximately 50 to 80 meters. The distance between the residential building and the kindergarten is about 50 meters. Xiao Mu instructed the personnel to suspend the Bluetooth speaker beneath the drone using a rope. Subsequently, he had a watch attached as well. In that instant, everyone comprehended Xiao Mu's intent, for instance, utilizing the drone to infiltrate the kindergarten and enter the children's resting quarters, awakening a child with the Bluetooth speaker's sound, prompting that child to retrieve the watch from the drone and place it upon the target girl's wrist. Naturally, this process could involve the drone dispensing candies or toys to entice the child, thereby persuading them to adorn the girl with a watch. Could this be feasible? Including Yiwu, all present watched Xiao Mu with expressions akin to witnessing a UFO. Are today's youth truly this audacious? This is indeed a remarkable feat. This is the best strategy one could conceive, Xiao Mu said, handing the drone's remote control to Yiwu. It is highly plausible that the adversary employed a similar tactic, which is why we are left with the impression of being utterly oblivious to their actions while infiltrating the kindergarten to adorn the child with a watch. Confirming this is rather simple. If my deductions and methods hold merit, one of those children must have deceived you. In truth, he reveled in their misfortune. A cadre of national security operatives had stumbled over a child's trickery. Was it not amusing? Yiwu's face flashed instantly. The other personnel appeared equally embarrassed. Xiao Mu smiled broadly at Yiwu, curious to witness that once defiant demeanor now diminished. To validate Xiao Mu's deductions and methods, the national security team conducted another round of inquiries among all the children in the kindergarten, employing subtle inducements. This investigation was exceptionally thorough. 2 hours later, a child, accompanied by their parent, was brought before Xiaomu. On that day, I was asleep when a plane struck me. The plane spoke, offering me candy. I took the candy, and the plane spoke again, saying there was a watch instructing me to place it on Huohuo's wrist. The plane warned me not to tell anyone, lest a great monster devour me, and I dared not speak. The child's expressive capabilities were limited, being merely 4 years old, yet all present grasped the essence of the account, thereby affirming Xiaomu's methods and deductions. As a result, Yiwu and his companions were left in profound admiration. Could such an ingenious strategy truly originate from a mere youth? Not only had Xiaomu conceived it, but the spies had executed it as well. Just because one cannot fathom something does not imply that others are similarly incapable. Impressive, Yiwu remarked, giving a thumbs up. Not bad, Xiaomu replied with a grin, I'm merely slightly better than you. That hit deep, dear brother. Yiwu, rendered speechless, could only curse under his breath. A group of national security operatives had been thoroughly embarrassed by a young lad, yet, rather than feeling anger, Yiwu felt exhilarated. This only proved that inviting Xiaomu had been a wise decision. Behold, the clues had materialized. The national security personnel initiated a thorough search of the residential complex. Half an hour later, through surveillance footage, they identified a suspect. This individual had entered the complex on the day the girl was adorned with a watch bomb, carrying a designer bag. Shortly thereafter, he entered a residential building. Another surveillance angle captured the drone approximately 4 minutes later, heading directly towards the kindergarten. Upon magnifying the footage, they observed the drone trailing what appeared to be a speaker and a watch. Through the monitoring of the complex's gatekeeper, it was discovered that the suspect departed some 20 minutes later, boarding a taxi. The taxi was located, and its travel logs were secured, alongside the vehicle's interior surveillance footage. Regrettably, the suspect was clad in a hat, mask, and glasses, rendering facial identification impossible. However, data regarding the suspect's height and build had been collected. He stood approximately 1.75 meters tall and weighed around 65 kilograms. A particularly salient characteristic emerged: the suspect walked with an inwardly turned gait, indicative of slight leg deformity. As Yiwu and his colleagues beheld the suspect's legs, their expressions darkened instantaneously. Xiaomu queried, "What is the matter?" "We previously apprehended a spy from a certain nation, where it is estimated that 6 to 7% of the populace exhibits minor leg deformities," Yiwu replied, his tone frigid. "Yet, the vast majority of these conditions arise from environmental factors. Can you surmise the circumstances under which their legs might become so?" A flash of insight struck Xiaomu's mind, and he blurted out, kneeling. "Sakura country. My brother, I am thoroughly impressed," Yiwu said, his expression complex as he patted Xiaomu on the shoulder. "Consider joining national security." "Do not jest," Xiaomu replied with a bemused smile, "I am but a child. Please spare me. I swear on my integrity, I harbor no desire for pretentiousness." Merely a casual remark. Who would have thought it would strike true? "Are you certain you do not wish to reconsider?" Yiwu enticed. "With me backing you, I assure you, you know what I mean. I am not interested in that. I still have my own aspirations." Xiaomu shook his head in refusal. "I simply wish to be an ordinary police officer, truly." Yiwu chuckled and shook his head. "Can one merely wish for such things?" "Youngster, you are too young." Chapter 45. Run, you bastard, await your demise. Nightfall descended, accompanied by a gentle breeze that whisked away the remnants of the day's oppressive heat. After a thorough investigation, the National Security Agency pinpointed the exact location of a suspected spy. Within a particular community, in a quaint guest house, the individual's identity was confirmed as that of a citizen from the Dragon Country. Wasn't this supposed to be a national from the Cherry Blossom Country? Xiaomu furrowed his brow in confusion, glancing at Yiwu. "Quite normal," Yiwu replied nonchalantly, eager to enlighten his younger companion. "Most spies with Asian features attempting to start trouble in the Dragon Country often acquire false identity information." Xiaomu nodded, comprehending the situation. In his previous life, he had unraveled a case involving the illicit sale of identification cards and bank cards. Some individuals, in pursuit of monetary gain, would sell their own identification and bank cards. Much like those foolish enough to sell their kidneys for a mobile phone, such imbeciles were far too common. It was evident now that if the suspect was indeed a spy, he had likely checked into the guest house under a false identity as a resident of the Dragon Country. Through the lens of a telescope, he discerned that the lights were on in the suspect's fourth-floor room. They reviewed the community's surveillance footage, which revealed that the suspect had entered the premises today, had gone into the residential building, and had not exited since. Yiwu signaled discreetly. 4 National security personnel drew their firearms, conducting checks and preparing to breach. They swiftly approached the residential building where the suspect was located. Xiaomu felt a surge of excitement. This was his first encounter with the capture of a spy. His gaze fixated on the suspect's room. With his insightful vision, Xiaomu disregarded the shroud of night, clearly perceiving the interior of the room through the window. Due to the angle, he could only see the upper part of the space and the ceiling. Suddenly, he froze in realization. His gaze returned to the window. Why was it closed? Prior to arriving at the community, the national security personnel had inspected the building. The guest house where the suspect was staying lacked air conditioning. What was the issue? It was a significant problem. The season was early autumn, and the weather remained sweltering. Even in the northern regions, the temperature in ICT hovered around 27 to 28 degrees. Even at night, it was still approximately 26 degrees. In such heat, who wouldn't opt to open a window? Early autumn, 26 degrees, wasn't that stifling? Something's off. Xiaomu's expression shifted dramatically. He's not in the guest house. Yiwu, what was wrong with the younger brother? Xiaomu disregarded him, offering no explanation. His mind raced. The surveillance footage had shown the suspect entering the community and the residential building. Yet, if he was inside the guest house, why wouldn't he open the window in 26-degree heat? Considering the possibility that the suspect was a spy, there was only one conclusion. A warning line. The warning line serves as a precautionary measure to identify potential risks or dangers in advance, much like soldiers of the past, who, during their downtime on the battlefield at night, would cleverly set up a warning line around their resting area. They would attach spent bullet casings to the line, using them as makeshift bells. This was a measure to prevent stealthy assassinations by the enemy. If the enemy inadvertently brushed against the warning line, the vibrations would jostle the bullet casings, producing sound and alerting the soldiers. Could it be that the guest house itself served as a warning line? The suspect had entered the community, accessed the residential building, and turned on the lights in his room, all calculated moves. He then stealthily exited the building, concealing himself nearby to observe the guest house. If anyone were to enter the guest house to apprehend him, upon witnessing their arrival, he would know he had been compromised, allowing him to escape in advance. Therefore, the suspect was not within this building but rather in another location. Where could he observe the guest house? In an instant, Xiaomu scanned his surroundings. His gaze settled 200 meters away, fixated on 3 towering apartment buildings. His eyes swiftly scanned the 3 structures, beginning his search from the 5th floor. The lower floors, due to the angle, provided no view of the guest house. The optimal vantage point lay between the 5th and 8th floors. The 5th floor yielded no results, nor the 6th, nor the 7th. Suddenly, Xiaomu's eyes locked onto a floor-to-ceiling window. The interior was shrouded in darkness, obscured by curtains. However, to the left of the curtain, a narrow gap revealed a figure seated within, peering through binoculars. Little garbage, Xiaomu sneered. Don't think you can deceive these eyes that see through everything. He had found him. Without hesitation, Xiaomu sprang into action. As he took his first step, his expression shifted. He was running at an astonishing speed. In an instant, he had covered several meters. Not only was Xiaomu taken aback, but Yiwu was equally startled. Just moments ago, the younger brother had vanished in a flash. Vanished. The speed was so incredible that even Yiwu's eyes could hardly keep up. By the time he turned to look, Xiaomu was already more than 20 meters away. Why Yiwu's face instantly displayed an expression of shock, as if he had just dropped his sunflower seeds in disbelief. Was this the speed of a human? Could a sprinter possibly match Xiaomu's pace? As Xiaomu ran, he intentionally slowed his speed. Even so, his velocity was comparable to that of a sprinter achieving 10 seconds in the 100 meters. If he were to unleash his full potential, Xiaomu hesitated to contemplate it. He feared scaring people too much and worried about being sent off to some facility for scientific research. Of course, while others conducted research, he would be the subject of study. Extraordinary physique. After the initial shock, Xiaomu was overwhelmed with joy. Was this the onset of becoming superhuman? Not quite, but certainly far superior to an ordinary person's physical capabilities, remarkably abnormal. He raced forward, the 200 meters vanishing in the blink of an eye, charging toward the entrance of the high-rise apartment. 5 meters away, he spotted the closed entrance. Would he have to wait for someone to unlock it? There was no time. Xiaomu felt a surge of adrenaline. Like a bull, he hurled himself at the entrance. In that moment, he unleashed the full extent of his physical strength. He had no idea what consequences awaited him or whether his body could withstand the impact. In an instant, his body collided with the entrance. Boom! A thunderous sound echoed. Xiaomu's eyes widened as he witnessed the entrance being flung open. His body felt no excruciating pain, only a mild discomfort. Externally composed, internally he was in a tempest of emotions, his mind racing with exclamations of astonishment, yet there was no time to contemplate his physical state. He dashed toward the elevator, pressing the button for the upward door. Wait, Yiwu and the others had yet to catch up. What if he entered the elevator and the suspect escaped via the stairs? Ding, the elevator doors slid open, revealing an empty cabin. Xiaomu pondered briefly, then stepped inside, glancing at the elevator button panel. He raised his hand and, with a powerful punch, shattered the panel, rendering it inoperable. Examining his unscathed fist, Xiaomu grinned. An extraordinary physique, it was frighteningly powerful. Bursting from the elevator, Xiaomu charged toward the stairwell. The elevator was out of commission, but the stairs were his domain. How could the suspect possibly escape now? Run, you bastard, await your demise. Chapter 46, a great achievement. Rushing into the stairwell, Xiaomu finally unleashed his strength to sprint. When he ran with all his might, he resembled a streak of lightning. His speed was so astonishing that it felt as if he were flying through the air. In a single bound, he reached the rest area, then with another leap, ascended to the second floor. 2 seconds per level, the extraordinary capacity of his body was overwhelmingly powerful. Xiaomu felt no trace of fatigue, an inexhaustible reservoir of energy surged within him. As he raced upward, only a blurred silhouette remained, accompanied by the sound of whistling wind. In mere seconds, he appeared on the 7th floor. From the moment he noticed the unusual floor-to-ceiling windows, he dashed 200 meters into the apartment building and up to the 7th floor. The total time taken did not exceed 50 seconds. Xiaomu stormed in, recalling the layout of the rooms, then charged toward the entrance door. Armed with the experience of smashing open the unit door, he now resembled a ferocious beast, recklessly crashing into the security door. Boom! The security door caved in, extraordinarily sturdy, yet the door frame could not withstand Xiaomu's terrifying impact, being violently dislodged from the wall. With a thunderous crash, the security door and its frame slammed onto the foyer floor. Amidst the billowing dust, Xiaomu had already entered the living room. Where are you? The other party was absent from the living room. A chair and a telescope remained before the floor-to-ceiling windows. Xiaomu's expression shifted, and he dashed toward the bedroom door. With a resounding bang, the wooden door splintered, wood chips flying everywhere. Upon entering the bedroom, Xiaomu caught sight of an open window and a rope. The rope was tied to the foot of the bed, with the other end extending out the window. Damn! Xiaomu nearly let out a curse, his heart sinking as he rushed to the window. Peering down, he saw a shadow swiftly descending the rope, positioned on the 4th floor. Can you escape? Xiaomu flipped over and jumped, grasping the rope as he descended. The person below clearly felt the tremor of the rope and quickly looked up. One had to admit, this individual's reaction speed was remarkably quick. Suddenly, one hand grasped the rope while the other reached for their clothing pocket. When the hand re-emerged, it was aimed at Xiaomu, revealing an object the size of a cigarette case. Through Xiaomu's keen observational eyes, he noticed that this cigarette case-like object had a trigger protruding from it. A gun. Cold sweat trickled down Xiaomu's back. With a firm grip on the rope, his thigh landed on the 5th floor windowsill. He seized the upper end of the rope with his left hand, while his right hand grasped the lower section. With a powerful tug, he swung the rope. Bang! The gunfire erupted. A bullet whizzed past Xiaomu, grazing him. It struck the wall, creating sparks. Originally, that bullet would have struck his body, but Xiaomu utilized the rope to fling the individual below upward, causing the gun's aim to shift, thus evading the bullet. Xiaomu's face turned ashen, his eyes ablaze with seething fury. Damn you! Releasing his grip, he leapt down. The distance from the 5th floor to the 3rd floor was traversed in the blink of an eye. Third, Xiaomu's feet landed squarely on the other party's body, kicking them off the rope. Simultaneously, he quickly grasped the rope to stabilize himself. Third, the individual below crashed violently to the ground, convulsing. This was no mere jump from the 3rd floor. They had been kicked down by Xiaomu. Fortunately, the individual did not land headfirst. Unfortunately, one of their thighs and arms were grotesquely twisted. Broken. By the time Xiaomu slid to the ground, the other party was already unconscious. Yiwu arrived on the scene. Glancing at the person lying on the ground, he shifted his gaze to the cigarette case gun and then to the 7th floor, finally resting his eyes on Xiaomu, the perplexed expression adorning his face. What are you staring at? Xiaomu retorted, his face filled with indignation. As expected, the police are always the last to arrive. The National Security Bureau was also part of the police, one of the 5 major police forces. Yiwu nearly turned beet red, desperately trying to save face. Who told you to run so fast? If I had run slower, they would have escaped long ago. Xiaomu scoffed, utterly useless. Yet, he only complained to vent his terror. Reflecting on his recent experience, how had he dared to impulsively leap from the 7th floor? The thought of the other party drawing a gun sent a chill down his spine. People are like this, in a moment of impulse, they act without foresight. After the recklessness subsides, the fear sets in. Looking at the person lying on the ground, Xiao Mu felt a surge of exhilaration. A spy, he had never imagined that one day he would capture ASPY.IT was quite thrilling. Inside a car, Yu, seated in the driver's seat, cordially offered a cigarette to his younger companion, lighting it as if he were presenting it to a dignitary. Xiao Mu had indeed accomplished a significant feat by capturing a spy. Alas, the spy was dead, not from the fall, but from poisoning. Upon examination, it was discovered that the spy had bitten down on a false tooth after plummeting, which concealed a lethal toxin, claiming his life. Can false teeth conceal poison? Indeed, however, this is typically the case only when spies undertake particularly perilous missions. They would never dare employ such tactics during routine activities, for a broken false tooth could prove fatal. Not only false teeth, but various items such as rings, shoes, buttons, and other peculiar objects can also conceal poison, enabling self-destruction. If exposed, they would rather die than be captured by security personnel. For if apprehended, the consequences would be a fate worse than death, a torment beyond imagination. Some may still not comprehend why. Consider this: how would a country treat a captured spy? Any method you can conceive of as the most brutal, painful, and bloody would be employed against a spy. Every nation's security agency operates under this principle, without exception. If you were a spy and found yourself exposed, would you dare allow the security personnel to capture you, to avoid suffering and torment? Wouldn't you prefer death over capture? Hence, capturing a living spy is exceedingly challenging. Before you even locate them, if they deem escape impossible, 99% of spies would resort to self-destruction. To prevent such scenarios, all national security agencies exercise utmost caution during the apprehension of spies. It is not that they fear the spy's prowess, but rather they dread the possibility of a spy dying, rendering their efforts futile. Xiao Mu silently inhaled his cigarette. Futile. You don't understand spies, nor their methods. This isn't your fault. You've already done remarkably well, He Wu sincerely remarked. I've never seen anyone as fierce as you, single-handedly cornering a senior spy to such an extent. Speak plainly. Xiao Mu tilted his head to look at him. What do you mean? He wanted to ask. How can you confirm that the other party is a senior spy? There are certain matters I cannot disclose to you. They are not meant for ordinary individuals, unless you can join the National Security Bureau. Yu Wu gazed deeply at Xiao Mu. But he is indeed a senior spy. You have achieved a great accomplishment. Yet, Xiao Mu could not master any joy. The espionage case before him remained unsolved. Although they had captured a spy, the individual was dead. He and the National Security Bureau still had no idea what the other party was seeking. If the deceased was indeed a senior spy, the situation became dire. What could a senior spy possibly be searching for if not something extraordinary? Absolutely impossible. Chapter 47. The old blabbermouth in a high-rise room. Just moments after a spy had leapt through the window to escape, the national security personnel were investigating the scene, their expressions peculiar. Yu Wu's countenance was equally troubled, his heart racing with anxiety. He surveyed the shattered security door and the broken bedroom door, recalling the unit door that had been flung open downstairs, as well as the smashed button panel in the elevator. At that moment, Yu Wu's mind conjured a vivid image, a terrifying creature, in a fit of rage, barging into the apartment building, trampling everything in its path. A sense of dread inexplicably gripped Yu Wu. He reminisced about ICT, where Xiao Mu had taken bullets to eliminate an assassin. He recalled the capital, where his younger brother had dispatched several mercenaries in the hospital, and now, he thought of tonight, of Xiao Mu's alarming speed, akin to that of a sprinter. Gazing at the scene, seemingly invaded by a monstrous entity, Yu Wu's unease morphed into sheer horror. At that moment, Xiao Mu was also conducting his own investigation, but found nothing. This was his first encounter with the true terror of a spy. If the spy had managed to escape tonight, he might never be tracked down again. The scene, devoid of any evidence save for a chair, binoculars, and a rope, was chillingly barren. Even more alarming was the spy's corpse, which bore no fingerprints or palm prints. Can you believe it? Upon further examination, it was discovered that the deceased had undergone multiple cosmetic surgeries, rendering both their fingerprints and original visage unrecognizable. What did this signify? Unless it was an intelligence agency from a foreign nation, no one could ascertain the spy's identity outside the community. Xiao Mu remarked with a shiver. These spies, are they truly this formidable? He can hardly be categorized as merely a spy, Yu Wu replied, glancing at the body being loaded into a vehicle. He exists somewhere between a spy and an operative. To speak of luck, you were fortunate tonight to engage him in such a unique environment outside the building. In any other circumstances, given his capabilities, you might have been injured or worse. There was no need to elaborate on what an operative entailed. Many had seen films like 007 or The Bourne Identity, though exaggerated, the reality of operatives sometimes surpassed the realms of cinematic imagination. Sacrifice, I am but a mere pawn, should you not show some respect? Xiao Mu felt a twinge of indignation, yet this was not the time for banter. All leads had vanished. With the spy dead, Xiao Mu found himself at a loss. It was akin to two masters preparing for a duel, only for one to unexpectedly perish before the confrontation could commence. What a farce! Xiao Mu had begun to appreciate the complexities faced by national security. Capturing a spy was comparable to unraveling a series of mysterious cases, requiring relentless ingenuity and unwavering determination to outsmart the adversary. There could be no room for carelessness, no oversight, and no errors, otherwise one might be fortunate merely to lay eyes on a spy's corpse. Midnight. In a shabby eatery, Xiao Mu and Yu Wu were indulging in hearty noodles. Suddenly, Xiao Mu's phone buzzed. A WeChat notification appeared on the screen. Brother Chio from the capital, are you hungry? Grassland boss eating now. Brother Chio, oh. Grassland boss, miss me. Brother Chio, not at all. Grassland boss, Brother Chio, lying will only make your nose grow. Brother Chio. You're deceiving me. Grassland boss, Brother Chio, aren't we good brothers? Brother Chio, indeed. Grassland boss, then tell me, shouldn't good brothers help each other out? Brother Chio, absolutely. Grassland boss, Brother Chio, I've never had the chance to see a girl in black stockings up close, especially those long legs. As a good brother, could you fulfill this small wish of mine? Brother Chio, Grassland boss, why so silent? Brother Chio, are you like someone performing comedy under a bridge? Grassland boss, damn, you've truly hurt my brotherly heart. Fine, I suppose I'll have to seek out other girls to admire their stockings and legs. Alas, brothers are indeed unreliable, this world is so cold. Xiao Mu set his phone down with a smirk, feeling a wave of relief wash over him after the earlier gloom. He devoured his meal with vigor. Meanwhile, Yu Wu squinted, rolling his eyes in exasperation. He finally grasped the anger behind the phrase, I considered you a brother, yet you intend to pursue my sister. It felt akin to nurturing a flower with great care, only for a scoundrel to pluck it away. Not only had this scoundrel stolen the flower, but he had also taken the pot. One could hardly suppress a murderous impulse, yet, thinking about his sister no longer being alone and being able to enjoy life brought a paternal smile to Yu Wu's face. What are you laughing at? It's rather unsettling, Xiao Mu observed with a quizzical gaze. You aren't getting all hot and bothered, are you? Get lost. Yu Wu nearly hurled his bowl at Xiao Mu's face. You should focus on your studies and aspire to greater things at your age rather than dwell on frivolous thoughts, understand? The old blabbermouth, preaching morality. Xiao Mu scoffed, I refuse to believe a grown man like you doesn't think about women. What are you pretending for? Well, Yu Wu replied, somewhat defeated, let's consider the matter at hand and see how we can investigate this further. I can't assist you for much longer. Xiao Mu raised his hands in surrender. In a few days, I have to return to school after military training, or I'll have no excuse not to go. Then we must hurry, Yu Wu nodded. Rest assured, your contributions will not go unnoticed. Though they had only captured a single spy, albeit deceased, it was still a high-ranking one. Xiao Mu's achievements were already assured. Now, it remained to be seen if Xiao Mu could unearth any further clues, perhaps by sheer luck. If they could resolve this espionage case. The peculiar glint shone in Yu Wu's eyes. Surely, they would not let such talent slip away. As for the public security, would they not reconsider competing for this individual? After finishing their noodles, the two exited the shabby eatery, preparing to investigate the implicated AI company, thus initiating their inquiry. This was Xiao Mu's decision. With the spy dead, and that avenue closed, it was time to forge a new path. Just as Xiao Mu was about to open the car door, another WeChat notification appeared. He opened it to find himself utterly stunned. A photograph revealed a pair of long, elegantly shaped legs clad in black stockings, exuding an irresistible allure. The stockings clung to the skin, accentuating an enticing silhouette, as if capable of stealing one's heart and soul. These legs not only seemed to have a longer lifespan than his own but were also breathtakingly beautiful. Xiao Mu stood there, dumbfounded. No way, she actually dared to send this? Was she aiming for the heavens? Brother Chio, your unexpected contrasts have left me utterly unprepared. Chapter 48. Another mishap. At 2 o'clock in the morning, the lights in the office flickered to life as Xiao Mu and Yu Wu entered the AI company under investigation. A pressing question loomed. The spies were aware that something was concealed here, and the National Security Agency was also cognizant of the issues surrounding this AI farm. However, the spies remained oblivious to the precise location of this object, and they too were on the hunt. National security had conducted exhaustive investigations within the company, leaving no stone unturned, yet they had unearthed nothing. This was still a small company that lacked even the qualifications to be implicated in matters of national security. It was not only national security that was baffled, Xiao Mu too struggled to comprehend what could possibly warrant such scrutiny from spies, prompting the dispatch of a high-ranking operative. What exactly was it? First and foremost, we can ascertain that this object pertains to computers, routers, switches, and even networks, Yu remarked, his face a mask of seriousness. Our analysts have speculated that it could be a segment of data or a document. What perplexes us is if this object is of such paramount importance that it attracts foreign espionage, why would it be found in this company? And why has it appeared so stealthily, with foreign spies aware while we remain in the dark? It was akin to possessing a prized possession within one's home, yet the owner was oblivious while outsiders knew of its existence. It seemed absurd, incredulous, and profoundly perplexing. Is it possible? A sudden epiphany struck Xiao Mu like a bolt of lightning, causing his pupils to constrict and his eyes to widen in astonishment that this object did not originally. Why would a valuable item from abroad be stealthily delivered to Long Country, only for someone to exhaustively seek it out? What if this object is alive, or has been deliberately introduced into this company? Xiao Mu's imagination took flight, or rather, plunged into a void. Could such a scenario exist? Good heavens! Yuwu's pupils dilated in terror, a chill running down his spine, his eyes bulged wider than light bulbs, as if his jaw might fall to the ground. How could a living entity possibly be concealed within computers, routers, or switches? If Xiao Mu's theory held any merit, then the implications of a living being hidden in such apparatuses would warrant a documentary series on scientific exploration, potentially spanning 10 episodes. At 3 o'clock in the morning, a computer expert from the National Security Agency of H Province was summoned. Faced with Xiao Mu's hypothesis, the expert's brain stalled for a good 10 seconds. He regarded Xiao Mu as though he were a fool, shaking his head in disbelief. Don't jest. I'm not jesting, Xiao Mu responded. What if it isn't alive? Is there a possibility that someone has preemptively set up a device that activates under certain conditions, subsequently transmitting this object randomly to any computer in the world via the network? Achieving random transmission into any computer globally is theoretically unfeasible, the expert pondered for a moment, but if it is a designated computer with a backdoor left open in advance, that could indeed be accomplished. What if the anomaly does not originate from a computer? Xiao Mu pressed on. What if someone utilized a tablet, a phone, or a USB drive to directly receive it, merely using the computer, router, and switch as intermediaries, and then discreetly replaced the computer's hardware to obliterate all traces? Could that be feasible? Some might argue that any action performed on a computer leaves an imprint, yet, if one were to replace all the hardware, such as the hard drive, memory, and graphics card, with new components, would those traces still persist? The expert's expression shifted, and he nodded slowly. It is indeed possible. Eureka! Xiao Mu's brow unfurled in relief as he glanced at Yiwu. Take me to those computers. In a storage room of the H Province National Security Department, numerous computers lay in wait, all belonging to the implicated company. Have you opened any of these computers? Xiao Mu inquired, gesturing toward the computer cases. Yiwu furrowed his brow and shook his head. They had focused on system traces, not hardware. Who would dismantle a computer for no reason? National security even feared that tampering with hardware could lead to system malfunctions, which would be disastrous. That's fortunate, Xiao Mu exhaled, shifting his vision to an insightful gaze, beginning to scrutinize the computer cases before him. His focus zeroed in on the screws. For instance, the screws on the case panels were substantial, designed for easy removal and manual adjustment. What was Xiao Mu searching for? Fingerprints, dust. If these screws had not been disturbed for an extended period, they would bear little to no fingerprints or dust. Once a computer is assembled, it is seldom disassembled, especially in a corporate environment rather than a personal one. Xiao Mu's eyes meticulously examined each computer case. Suddenly, his gaze landed on one particular unit. The 4-panel screws exhibited signs of recent manipulation. The dust had vanished, leaving behind a residue of fingerprints. This grease, invisible to the average observer, was nonetheless detectable by Xiao Mu's discerning eye. He raised a hand and donned the gloves handed to him by EW. As he opened the computer case, he found a significant accumulation of dust within. His gaze swept across the hardware, and a cold smirk emerged. The hard drive, memory, and heatsink all bore traces of having been tampered with, just as he had theorized. When one replaces computer hardware, how could anyone discern any traces? However, the dust on the hardware suggested it was indeed the original equipment had it not been replaced. No, it had all been manipulated. At some point, it had been swapped with new components to receive something. Once the transfer was complete, the original hardware was restored, thus leaving no traces for others to uncover. This elucidated why the spies had failed to locate certain items, because there were simply no traces to find, rendering their search futile. Similarly, national security could not uncover anything. I now have a theory, Xiao Mu stated. There is an individual within the implicated company who has executed certain actions, successfully deceiving your agency. It is highly probable that they have pilfered something of great significance from abroad, and have attracted attention as a result. The spies are likely not searching for that specific item, but rather for traces on the computers, routers, and switches. They merely wish to ascertain whether that object has ever entered this company. Xiao Mu rose to his feet, yawning. You've encountered yet another mishap. A mishap is never a favorable occurrence. One slip could be attributed to oversight, but two, that would be sheer dereliction of duty. Chapter 49. Using a knife to kill. On a crisp early autumn morning, the air carried a hint of coolness. Xiao Mu, having spent the night in wakefulness, stared intently with his eyes fixed upon the 33 individuals standing before him, owners, supervisors, and employees of the implicated AI company, yet Yiwu's countenance bore a shadow of gloom. After 2 consecutive failures, the reputation of the H province national security had been utterly tarnished by the 2nd Investigation Division. In Xiao Mu's perspective, the fault did not lie with the national security, but rather with the cunning nature of the adversary. Take the current moment, for instance. He methodically scanned the faces of the 33 individuals, yet he discerned no anomalies. Was it possible to detect anything? Indeed, have you heard of micro-expression psychology? This was a component of criminal psychology he studied during his time at the Police Academy's investigation program. By analyzing expressions, gestures, and glances, one could glean insights into the suspect's psyche. For instance, individuals who have committed wrongdoings typically display signs of guilt upon encountering law enforcement. Their expressions, gazes, and movements often betray their inner turmoil. After closely observing each of the 33 individuals, Xiao Mu employed micro-expression psychology for his analysis. No irregularities were found. This indicated that either these individuals were entirely unrelated to the espionage case, or one among them was an exceptionally adept deceiver, concealing their true nature. Xiao Mu proceeded with a small experiment. He entered an office and instructed the 33 individuals to enter one by one. With each arrival, he would pose a single inquiry: are you aware that the spy is searching for you? Those uninvolved in the espionage case would likely exhibit confusion upon hearing this, while those with something to hide would react differently. No matter how well they masked their emotions, one aspect remained unguarded: their pupils. For instance, when a person experiences joy, affection, or excitement, their pupils dilate to 1 or 2 times their usual size. Conversely, when faced with anger, disgust, or negativity, their pupils constrict. Upon encountering fear or terror, the pupils may uncontrollably and rapidly fluctuate in size. Such changes in pupil size can reflect a person's psychological state, and notably, these variations are beyond conscious control. Ordinary individuals may not perceive the changes in another's pupils, yet Xiao Mu was different. He possessed a keen insight. Under his perceptive gaze, not only pupil changes were discernible, but even the particles of dust suspended in the air. As the 33 individuals appeared before him, each responding to his question before departing, Xiao Mu found himself momentarily stunned. All 33 had passed the test without issue. Their pupils exhibited normal behavior. Regaining his composure, Xiao Mu muttered, if it isn't them, then who tampered with the computer? Why target this AI company for certain information? It was akin to a city filled with internet CFS, every household equipped with computers, and among the youth, who did not possess a laptop. Why, then, would one specifically choose this AI company? It was utterly illogical and unreasonable. Soon, 8 former employees of the AI company were brought before Xiao Mu for further testing, and yet again, no irregularities were detected. His scalp prickled with unease. Something was amiss, far too amiss. Suddenly, Xiao Mu's expression stiffened, his mind reeling in realization. Unless did this AI company indeed harbor some issues, why would spies focus their attention on this establishment? How did the national security uncover the initial spy's connection? Had the spy not considered that once their associate was discovered, this AI company would be exposed under the watchful gaze of the national security? Such a significant informant, would a spy truly allow them to be compromised so easily? The crux of the matter was the emergence of a senior spy. A senior operative controlling 2 subordinates. Would a spy of such caliber be foolish? If not, why would their informants be exposed? A possibility struck Xiao Mu. Was someone manipulating him? If this were the case, the spy had intentionally led the national security to discover their informant, deliberately directing them towards this AI company, even going so far as to expose a senior spy. Perhaps the computer was also a clue left by the spy. Thus, the national security found no issues within this AI company. Despite his enhanced perception, he had failed to uncover any problems among the employees, for this AI company was fundamentally innocent. Everything was a figment of their imagination, an elaborate ruse orchestrated by the spy. But what was the objective? Every endeavor necessitates a purpose. What did the spy aim to achieve? To sacrifice a senior operative, all to entangle the national security in this espionage affair. Wait a moment. Xiao Mu's mind erupted with clarity. Could it be that this espionage case involved more than one group of spies? Hypothetically, one individual could be deliberately leading the spies to this AI company, intentionally exposing their informants to attract the attention of the national security. The illusion of important information within the AI company would also be a carefully orchestrated setup. Even that anomalous computer was part of the premeditated scheme. Their intent was not solely to ensnare the spies within the AI company but to use the national security as a weapon against the spies. No, that still felt incorrect. Xiao Mu shook his head. There must be an existing element that warranted the spies' pursuit of the AI company. Perhaps this individual had set the trap to evade the spies, using the national security as a shield to thwart his pursuers. If this were true, it would make sense. This would also explain why neither the spies nor the national security discovered anything. The sought-after information was never within the AI company, but rather in the possession of another individual. This also elucidated why, amidst countless computers on every street, this particular AI company was chosen. Everything was deliberate, an intricate trap crafted by one individual. Xiao Mu was both amused and infuriated. In 2 lifetimes, he had never been toyed with in such a manner. Not only had he been used as a pawn, but he had nearly been outsmarted, and that individual, at this very moment, might be leisurely enjoying snacks, reveling in the spectacle of the national security and the spies engaging in a battle of wits, finding the entire affair amusing. Was it not so? You little rascal, if I don't track you down and put an end to you. Xiao Mu, nearly beside himself with rage, ground his teeth in frustration. I swear, I will make you pay. Subsequently, he relayed his deductions to Yu Wu and the others, leaving them in stunned silence, their expressions frozen in disbelief. The esteemed national security had not only been outmaneuvered but had unwittingly become the very weapon used to eliminate a senior spy. Could anyone truly believe such a twist of fate? When Yu Wu finally regained his composure, he took a deep breath. Was the scenario deduced by his junior brother credible? The special cases in Ice City, the grand cases in the capital, were all resolved by Xiao Mu. Even the senior spy had been identified by him, resulting in their own demise. Could one question the validity of his reasoning? Chapter 50. Not understanding, yet daring not to ask. In the conference hall of the 2nd Investigation Division of the H Province State Security Bureau, Xiao Mu asked succinctly, "How did you initially discover that spy's contact?" The 2 state security officers exchanged glances, and one replied, informant. Informants are among the most common sources of intelligence for law enforcement, typically comprising unemployed social drifters or recruited criminals. A saying rings true: cats have their paths, dogs have theirs, and mice have their holes. Each individual's world, their sphere of influence, is inherently distinct. Take, for instance, those social drifters and criminals. The people, events, and information they encounter are often quite varied. Sometimes, even the police may be oblivious to who has committed a crime, but these individuals know, for they dwell within the shadows, the gray areas, amidst a milieu rife with criminality. The individuals they interact with belong to similar circles, and the information they hear is predominantly of that nature. By transforming some of these individuals into informants and utilizing them effectively, law enforcement can significantly aid in the resolution of cases. However, how does one connect informants with spies? To illustrate, should a spy wish to conceal themselves within a nation, the first necessity is an identity. Where does this identity originate? The simplest method is to procure identification from such individuals. Furthermore, if a spy seeks to gather intelligence, they can also enlist the help of these people for reconnaissance. Should a spy require transportation, they may similarly acquire it through these contacts. Often, one may realize that individuals within this circle can assist with a myriad of tasks, and their services are exceedingly convenient. As long as one possesses money, they can facilitate virtually anything. Thus, these individuals serve not only as informants for the police but also for state security. Thanks to these informants, at least 10% of spies are apprehended each year. Although 10% may seem minimal, these are not ordinary criminals. They are elites who can engage in a battle of wits with security personnel from any nation, yet they falter in the hands of informants. On August 23, an informant approached state security personnel, claiming to have identified a highly suspicious individual. The agency initiated an investigation and surveilled the suspect for a week, ultimately confirming that this individual was the spy's contact Zhang Wanla. If Xiao Mu's reasoning holds true, someone is wielding a knife from the shadows. Consequently, this informant must have encountered trouble. It was precisely because of this informant that state security became involved, having been used as a tool. Arrest. Yu Wu's expression darkened as he sought the younger man's counsel. If this is your trap, Xiao Mu countered, once a tool has served its purpose, would you leave it behind, exposing yourself? This statement was both a question and an answer, a key to confirming whether Xiao Mu's deduction was accurate. Yu Wu gestured to his subordinates. A few state security officers departed. 35 minutes later, Yu Wu's phone rang. The informant had vanished. Instantly, Yu Wu felt as though struck by lightning, his expression frozen as he stared blankly at the younger man. Indeed, Xiao Mu said, extending his hand to rub his temples, my reasoning stands validated. The confirmation of this reasoning rendered the situation even more alarming. The individual capable of orchestrating such a scheme must possess formidable skills and intellect. To manipulate state security and a cadre of spies so deftly, what else could be deemed impressive? Another crucial point emerged. He remains hidden within Longwo, possibly even within this very city. Xiao Mu accepted the cigarette Yu Wu offered, igniting it and taking a draw. He cannot escape. He has nowhere to run and must rely on state security's blade. Yu Wu nodded in understanding. A fool cannot ascend to state security nor become a division chief. He merely reacted a bit too slowly in Xiao Mu's presence. It was not just him. The seasoned detectives from Bingcheng and Beijing, all of whom were experienced and sharp-minded, also failed to keep pace with Xiao Mu's insights. This starkly illustrates that Xiao Mu's intellect surpasses that of the vast majority. Are you suggesting that if he could flee, he wouldn't have set a trap at the AI company? Yu Wu's expression fluctuated. He must rely on us to shield him. Otherwise, why would he not escape while he had the chance to lay such a trap? Xiao Mu inhaled from his cigarette. This only indicates he cannot flee. If state security does not shield him, he will be apprehended and face dire consequences. Given this, why would this individual not collaborate with state security or simply sell his possessions to Longwo? Such naivety. If he were bold enough to seek cooperation with state security, there is a strong possibility that what he possesses belongs to Longwo. That individual would evaporate from existence, and as for other nations, they would be even more ruthless, employing far more severe measures. Cooperation. What leverage do you possess to collaborate with a nation? Lacking absolute strength, one is but an ant before any country. They can crush you at will. Your possessions become theirs. What objections could you raise? This is the stark reality of the world. Yu Wu frowned. Is that item truly valuable? Indeed, it likely is, and it's possible. Xiao Mu scoffed that it is something stolen from the nation of the spies, which is why those spies are pursuing him like rabid dogs. Even senior spies have been dispatched, and there are likely more than one. Yu Wu's face darkened. Indeed, to obtain this item, it is highly probable that even more spies will emerge. Bingcheng is on the brink of chaos. Our immediate priority is to locate him before those spies do and seize what he holds. Xiao Mu's eyes gleamed. We are not the only ones with intellect. Those spies cannot be foolish either. Since we discern this as a trap, do you think they cannot recognize it? How then shall we find him? Yu Wu suddenly became intrigued. Do not seek him, Xiao Mu replied leisurely. Wait. Yu Wu sad face, winky face. Not understanding, yet daring not to inquire further, lest he appear dim-witted. Tell me, who is most anxious at present? Xiao Mu chuckled at his brother's expression. The spies or us in state security? If the item belongs to the spies nation, naturally, it is those spies. Yu Wu's gaze became vacant. He still did not comprehend what the younger man was insinuating exactly. Xiao Mu smirked slyly. Since they are so desperate, they will undoubtedly frantically seek this individual and are highly likely to devise a means to locate him. You must consider how an isolated individual, if they wish to evade capture by these spies, would act. Could it be? Yu Wu's heart tightened. To find us, precisely, he will certainly come to us. Xiao Mu jested. Having already borrowed our blade once, he dares to do so a second time. But what kind of person can simply borrow state security's blade? Damn, Yu Wu inhaled sharply. Finally, he grasped Xiao Mu's intention. He aims to capture that individual, along with the spies, in one fell swoop. Chapter 51. The grand performance begins in the ICCT, within a certain underground sewage pipe well. Darkness enveloped the surroundings, as if one had stepped into an alternate realm. A fetid odor assailed the senses, reeking of the sediment of time and decay. A solitary figure traversed the dimly lit sewage conduit, occasionally groping with his arms to navigate the treacherous path. A rudimentary gas mask concealed his face, while a small oxygen tank provided him with vital air. The noxious methane in the pipe was so dense that not even a rat could hope to survive. After a span of several minutes, he entered a main pipeline. This conduit was remarkably spacious, measuring 3 meters in both width and height. After walking approximately 20 meters, he halted before a small iron door. He produced a slender piece of metal, inserting it into the lock, then gently twisted. Moments later, with a click, the lock sprung open. Removing the lock, he cautiously opened the small door. Inside lay a storage room of less than 5 square meters, a modest space designated for maintenance workers to store their tools. Upon entering, he meticulously closed the door, as if fearing to make a sound. Only then did he retrieve a flashlight, the room illuminated, revealing him standing around 1.70 meters tall, his ordinary visage obscured behind the gas mask, the typical face of an Asian man. The storage area housed not only an assortment of maintenance tools but also a substantial oxygen tank. The man disconnected the oxygen tube from his mask and affixed it to the tank, exhaling deeply as a wave of relief washed over him. For the moment, he was safe, as no one would suspect him of hiding like a rat within the inhospitable depths of the underground sewage system. Yet, this safety was only temporary. Those capable of uncovering his hiding place would surely do so in due time. He understood this method of concealment intimately, just as they did. No one knew them better than he did, and conversely, none understood him better than they did, for they were all operatives, all spies. The man gradually settled down, leaning against the damp wall of the storage room, and closed his eyes. He cherished every fragment of rest, aware of the necessity to maintain his physical stamina. Not only was he being pursued by a cadre of espionage agents, but security personnel from the Dragon Country were also on his trail. Surely, his ruse had been uncovered. The national security of Dragon Country was no fool, and neither were the spies. This was precisely what he had anticipated. By leveraging the strength of Dragon Country's national security, he hoped to entangle those espionage agents, creating an opportunity for himself. Why not flee? It was futile. No matter where he sought refuge, those agents would inevitably track him down, determined to retrieve something he possessed. In other nations, he would not only be unsafe but would be even more vulnerable to capture. The Dragon Country was different. They would not collaborate with foreign intelligence operatives, nor would they compromise with any external adversaries. They were a band of fanatics, their minds singularly focused on defending their homeland. For the sake of protecting Dragon Country, these zealots would go to any lengths. Thus, should they discover an infiltrating spy, they would pursue with a ferocity akin to rabid dogs, intent on exterminating the intruders. This was also what he wished to see, utilizing the might of Dragon Country to hinder those spies in their relentless pursuit of him. Setting the trap was merely the first step. The second step: did the national security of Dragon Country believe he was cornered? A dark smile crept across his face. They would undoubtedly assume that, faced with such formidable adversaries, he would seek their aid again, tapping into their resources. Indeed, he would consider it, for he desired neither death nor capture. Yet, they would not find him. They would only collide with one another, leading to mutual destruction. At that moment, the grand performance would truly commence. With a sinister grin, akin to that of a venomous serpent, he extinguished the flashlight. Then darkness enveloped the storage room. Meanwhile, a group of individuals had silently infiltrated the ICCT, commencing a frenzied search. The national security of each province was also in action, with countless agencies cooperating in their efforts, weaving an intricate net, a web of surveillance. Within a hotel room, Xiao Mu lay on the bed, having gone 2 days and nights without rest, his eyes closed. My goodness, I feel like I might just drop dead. His condition was far from optimal. His heart raced uncontrollably, teetering on the brink of overload. Even though he possessed an extraordinary physique, his body was not invincible. The expenditure of mental energy was not akin to physical fatigue. They were distinct realms. After all, Xiao Mu was but a man, not a superhuman. Fearing he might not awaken again, he was relieved when he finally opened his eyes, 7 hours later. We've detected a significant number of individuals entering the ICCT. Yiwu, seated in a chair with a cigarette dangling from his lips, observed the bewildered young man on the bed. What shall we do next? Xiao Mu, still disoriented, took a moment to regain his senses, feeling a wave of melancholy. Do you have a habit of watching men sleep? Yiwu. Otherwise, Xiao Mu exclaimed in indignation, why on earth did you sneak into my room while I was sleeping? Are you trying to do something inappropriate? Yiwu. The implications of the young man's statement were overwhelming, quite shocking indeed. Xiao Mu rose and entered the bathroom to freshen up, soon regaining his composure. Let us go. He opened the door to the guest room and stepped outside. While Yiwu shook his head with a smile, following closely behind. By the way, as they settled into a vehicle, Xiao Mu turned to his older companion, I have a feeling that you've been keeping an eye on me. Quite self-aware, aren't we? Yiwu chuckled. Why's that? Xiaomu tilted his head. I'm just a student, not one to stir up trouble. There's no danger, right? Do you believe your own words? Yiwu scoffed. You not causing harm is already a contribution to society. Come on, don't make me sound like a lunatic, Xiaomu retorted, glaring. Are you not? Yiwu mocked, his expression rife with mischief. The distinction between me and a lunatic is that I am not insane, Xiaomu shot back, extending a middle finger. Enough nonsense. Have we confirmed which country's operatives we are dealing with? Most likely, it's the land of cherry blossoms. Yiwu's demeanor shifted, his expression growing stern. What on earth could it be that warrants such a commotion? Xiaomu furrowed his brow. Could it possibly be nuclear weapons? Whoa, tread carefully with your words, Yiwu exclaimed, startled, fearing that Xiaomu might deduce something catastrophic. The implications were too dire to fathom. Some might question, do the Japanese possess such capabilities? As a nation with advanced nuclear technology, their industrial prowess ranks among the top in the world. Can you imagine they are incapable of producing such weapons? Even a nation like North Korea can manage it. Do you think the Japanese cannot? Let us not entertain the notion that their nuclear arsenal could be a product of assistance from the Russians. The land of cherry blossoms is backed by the Americans. Surely they wouldn't be denied such support. Then they could utilize nuclear capabilities to restrain Dragon Country and the rest of Asia. Some matters are best left unexamined. The more one contemplates, the more terrifying it becomes. It must be something extraordinary. Xiaomu's eyes glinted with a chilling resolve. Since they have arrived, that individual should also make an appearance. The grand performance is about to commence. Chapter 52. A dog. Do not let me look down on you. In H Province's National Security Bureau, Xiaomu encountered a director as well as several division heads. After exchanging a few pleasantries, he entered the conference room. Hundreds of national security personnel were seated within, their gazes fixated upon him. The pressure was immense. Being observed by others may not be daunting, but being scrutinized by a group of national security agents was undeniably overwhelming. However, it was merely a small affair. Once seated, the senior director smiled at Xiaomu. From this moment forward, you shall be the chief commander of this operation. Is that agreeable? The young fellow's capabilities were well known. There was no doubt he was aware of them. It was precisely because he was aware that the distinguished director, the figure of considerable stature, spoke to Xiaomu with utmost courtesy. There were families that wished to be less than cordial towards the young man, but that family had ceased to exist. Of course, should Xiaomu dare to act in opposition to the nation, they would not hesitate to wield their swords against him without mercy. Leader, this is not appropriate. Xiaomu shook his head. If something goes awry, I cannot bear that responsibility. You need not bear it. I shall take it upon myself, the senior director replied without hesitation, a smile gracing his lips. Xiaomu was taken aback, gazing at the director before him. He sensed a profound sense of responsibility and righteousness emanating from this middle-aged man. There was no trace of the petty dealings typical of bureaucratic circles, nor the sycophancy one often encountered. Turning his gaze around the conference room filled with national security personnel, he noted the same atmosphere. Xiaomu's heart raced violently. Is this what national security embodies? Very well. Xiaomu resolved without further hesitation. Rising, he exited the conference room. The senior director chuckled softly, nodding at Yiwu, who had also stood up. Yiwu wore a bright smile as he followed Xiaomu out of the conference room. Come swiftly into the embrace of national security, little brother. In the office of the division head, shall we continue to wait? Yiwu had taken to habitually offering Xiaomu a cigarette these past few days. There should be no need to wait any longer, Xiaomu replied with a cold smile as he accepted the cigarette. We will soon confront those spies. Really? Yiwu was taken aback. That individual must leverage our strength, yet will not allow us to locate him. Xiaomu inhaled deeply, exhaling a cloud of smoke. Yiwu's expression shifted dramatically. He intends to reap the benefits without exerting any effort. Does he even have the right? Xiaomu scoffed. Nevertheless, this is his gift to us. What do you mean? Yiwu was somewhat bewildered. The spies infiltrating ICT are the gifts he has presented to us. Xiaomu sighed wearily. He is deliberately trying to curry favor with us. If those around him were a tad more astute, he would not need to expend so much mental energy. Yiwu's expression morphed as he grasped the implications. Indeed, that individual was intentionally luring foreign spies into the fray. As long as a considerable number of external agents entered, how could national security fail to notice? And what were these external agents? For national security, this was a remarkable achievement. From a national perspective, it was indeed a significant boon. The Dragon Nation could trade this gift for certain benefits. What does that mean? For instance, not only would they capture some spies, but also some individuals from the Dragon Nation who had ventured abroad would likewise be spies and would inevitably be apprehended. Would one stand idly by as these guardians of the nation perish abroad? If one wished to rescue these individuals, what must be done? An exchange of interests. The spies captured could be traded to bring back their own people. This logic is rather straightforward, is it not? Furthermore, one could utilize these spies to acquire even greater advantages. This world is not solely illuminated, yet ordinary individuals can only perceive the light. Behind that light, countless matters remain unknown to the common populace. Sometimes, living a simpler life can indeed be a fortuitous circumstance. The gift is laced with poison, yet we must consume it. Xiao Mu inhaled deeply. The benefits outweigh the drawbacks. Should one refuse to partake, it would signify national security's incompetence. If it were to result in mutual destruction, one could hardly blame others. In fact, that was precisely what the individual desired to witness. What a treacherous scheme! Yi Wu's expression fluctuated continuously. Indeed, this marks his second step, Xiao Mu affirmed. The first step involves utilizing the AI company to compel our participation. The second step entails presenting us with a grand gift, intending for national security to clash with those spies. As for the third step, he chuckled. Do you truly think I would allow you to have your way? You think too highly of yourself. Proceed with the investigation, Xiao Mu enunciated clearly. There is a buyer who has also arrived in Ice City. A buyer? Yi Wu's expression shifted yet again. Yes, his third step likely involves the buyer. Xiao Mu nodded. That buyer must be a significant figure, capable of ensuring his safe escape, and will undoubtedly assist in his departure, for what he possesses is far too enticing. Moreover, his second and third steps will occur simultaneously. He intends to complete the third step while we engage with foreign forces. When we consume that gift, their transaction will be concluded. They will have long since fled. Upon hearing Xiao Mu's deductions, Yi Wu broke into a cold sweat. Such a terrifying calculation. He was speaking of that individual, and he was also referring to Xiao Mu. What sort of mind could strategize 10 steps ahead, orchestrating such a scheme? If one could not see through their machinations, how could ordinary individuals avoid becoming pawns? It was truly frightening, yet, despite the fear, it was imperative to locate that buyer. This matter extended beyond Xiao Mu's capabilities. It was the purview of national security. No matter how formidable an individual's skills may be, they pale in comparison to the overwhelming force of the state. When a violent machine operates at full capacity, it is a terrifying prospect. However, how does one find that buyer, unaware of their identity, their background, or their nationality? How to search? Xiao Mu had already provided a hint. The individual must be a significant figure. Such a person, even if quietly entering the Dragon Nation, would not scurry about like a rat. This is akin to Jack Ma. He may dine on barbecued skewers or instant noodles, but he would not reside in a budget inn. Once one's living standards elevate, returning to the past becomes impossible. National security promptly identified numerous foreign individuals fitting the criteria of significant figures. Do not fixate solely on foreign individuals. The buyer could also be a domestic figure. Xiao Mu offered a suggestion. It is possible that he is someone from Ice City. Otherwise, why would he specifically choose this city? Yi Wu felt a chill run down his spine. He was genuinely impressed. However, whatever Xiao Mu suggested, the H Province National Security Bureau adhered to. The range of suspects expanded once more, now including domestic individuals who fit the significant figure profile. Once identified, they commenced meticulous investigations one by one. That night, Xiao Mu sat on the curb, cigarette in hand, gazing at the night sky. He pondered a question. Whatever he could conceive, that individual should also be capable of imagining, right? Therefore, what would that person's contingency plan, or fourth step, entail? One can only anticipate. Xiao Mu exhaled a plume of smoke, the smile gracing his lips. Dog, do not let me look down on you. Chapter 53. The triangular performance. In the dimly lit streets of the night, the shadows of the trees danced ominously, as if concealing countless secrets. Outside a large repair factory, numerous figures clad in full military gear emerged, members of the Armed Police Special Forces, also known as Armed Police Special Operations. These were the elite troops within the Armed Police Force. 200 meters away, on the rooftop of a residential building, Xiao Mu and Yi Wu stood at the edge of the terrace, observing the distant scene where national security personnel surrounded the repair factory. Xiao Mu was keenly watching, while Yi Wu held a night vision binocular. Action, Xiao Mu commanded. There was no explosive battle, nor any semblance of resistance. Under the relentless machinery of the Long Kingdom's violent apparatus, what could one possibly resist with? 16 individuals, representatives of external forces, could also be termed as spies. In an instant, 4 were eliminated, and 12 taken alive. A smile crept across Yi Wu's face, but Xiao Mu narrowed his eyes. It was too easy, so effortless that it raised suspicions of another performance being staged. Let us not forget, are spies truly fools? Xiao Mu was astute, and so was someone else. Both were engaged in various calculations against each other. Therefore, is it not plausible that the spies could also be calculating against them? Triangular performance. Xiao Mu chuckled lightly. Yi Wu's eyelids twitched. What have you discerned? A bunch of insignificant debris, utterly devoid of value. Xiao Mu shook his head. These individuals were deliberately cast aside. Why? Yi Wu felt a chill in his heart. The real battlefield is not here. Xiao Mu began to walk toward the safe passage. Where could it be? Yi Wu smiled wryly, realizing his intellect was falling behind his younger counterpart's pace. Sometimes, after striving hard, one discovers that the chasm of intelligence is insurmountable. For instance, if effort were the answer, could one labor to produce an aircraft carrier and J-20 fighter jet, or land on the moon? What then is the purpose of high intelligence? The reality can indeed be quite cruel. A convoy sped down the road like a dragon in flight. Inside a business vehicle, Xiao Mu rested his eyes, yet his mind raced, analyzing, reasoning, and reviewing various scenarios. Suddenly, Yi Wu's phone rang. Upon answering, his expression shifted dramatically. We've located the buyer. Oh, Xiao Mu opened his eyes, his demeanor indifferent. A deputy director, also a foreign spy, has long been on our radar. Yi Wu gritted his teeth. I just didn't anticipate he would surface at this moment. If they had already been monitoring him and knew he was a foreign spy, why not apprehend him? The answer lies in fishing. The small fry holds no meat. Only when they are grown and fattened can they be turned into a delightful dish. The small fry may also serve as bait to catch larger fish. Thus, nurturing them holds greater value than mere capture, does it not? Not quite, Xiao Mu countered. It serves as bait, intending to lure the spies and us toward them. The reasoning is straightforward. If that individual wishes to escape, he must first eliminate the spies, otherwise, it remains a ticking time bomb, one that he surely fears. Simultaneously, he can utilize these spies to stall national security. A trifecta of gains, but what is the third gain? A transaction. As the spies are drawn away and the national security personnel follow suit, the two parties will become entangled, leaving no time to attend to him. Hence, a deputy director appears quite significant, yet utterly valueless. Previously, even national security had no desire to act against him. Now, with his sudden emergence, is there not something amiss? Is he not bait? Bait? Yi Wu hesitated for a moment. Should we ignore him? Can we discern what the spies are capable of? Xiao Mu retorted. Will they take the bait? If the spies are likely to pursue, national security will undoubtedly follow. After all, these are opportunities for merit and profit that must be seized. While speaking, Xiao Mu raised his wrist to check the time. It was 9 p.m. Why would they cast bait at this hour? Wait a moment. He seeks a transaction, yet also wishes to flee. By what means would he escape? Surely, he cannot remain in the country. If he were to flee, it would be directly abroad. The quickest escape route, the airport. Investigate, Xiao Mu ordered. How many flights from ICT airport are heading abroad at the latest hour, and at what time? There is another crucial point. If that individual intends to escape from the airport, he would undoubtedly be accompanied by that significant figure, correct? There must be some entourage, bodyguards. The likelihood of him being alone is minimal. It should involve multiple individuals. If we merely check for several flying to the same country, we may uncover something. Found it. Yi Wu lowered his phone, excitement glimmering in his eyes as he looked at his younger counterpart. One individual is accompanied by 5 attendants, fitting the profile of a significant figure, with the destination being Damao country. Damao? Xiao Mu was momentarily taken aback, murmuring, how could it be Damao? He quickly shook his head. What of Damao? Between nations, only interests exist. Where is the friendship? Xiao Mu recalled a detail. Which country's spy is that deputy director? Damao, Yi Wu blurted out, then paused, stunned. What a remarkable coincidence, Xiao Mu commanded. To the airport. The convoy blared its sirens, racing towards the airport. 17 minutes later, at ICT, Taiping International Airport. The convoy screeched to a halt, and dozens of national security personnel, including Xiao Mu and Yi Wu, leapt from the vehicles like a pack of wolves. They dashed towards the entrance. Upon reaching the door, Xiao Mu suddenly halted, his pupils narrowing sharply. In an instant, he turned to gaze into the distance. Who is watching me? Ever since acquiring the ability of a humanoid weapon, Xiao Mu's perceptiveness had sharpened, particularly regarding danger. In that fleeting moment, he sensed a gaze, a distant scrutiny, fixated upon him. How far can an ordinary person see at night? Under what circumstances could one discern a figure from afar? That gaze upon him radiated a chilling murderous intent. No, that was not the gaze of a mere human. Xiao Mu's spine turned cold in an instant. Am I being targeted by a gun? In that moment, his brain boiled with thoughts, racing wildly. Spies, have they also found their way to the airport? If so, it implies this place is a trap, a second bait from someone. A lure designed to draw both national security and spies together. Impressive, my friend, truly remarkable. Xiao Mu admired. Is this your fourth move? Now, where are you? Since it is not by airplane, and you wish to leave the country, the only remaining option is the highway. At the highway entrance in Ice City, a luxurious bus rolled forward. Within, a young man with black hair and a middle-aged man with golden locks exchanged a firm handshake. The two burst into laughter, reveling in their triumph. The bus then exited the highway. One need not necessarily board a plane to leave the country. In each province, there lies a city adjacent to Damao, Aihan City, the twin city of China and Russia. The two cities are separated by a river, allowing for a swift crossing in mere minutes. Chapter 54. You bastard, I've come to find you. On the highway leading from Ice City to Aihan City, inside a bus, a young man with black hair and a middle-aged man with blonde hair locked eyes. Why only half of the transaction? The middle-aged man's expression was frigid as he spoke in Russian. Because I do not wish to meet my demise. The young man narrowed his eyes, resembling a venomous serpent, responding in the same tongue. Are you not afraid of what I might do to you? The middle-aged man smirked slightly. Then your boss will never see the other half of that item in his lifetime, the young man retorted with audacious mockery. Do you dare? The middle-aged man's demeanor darkened, but a sudden smile broke through. I was merely jesting. That's fine, the youth chuckled lightly, nodding. Such jokes should be reserved for after you have left the Dragon Kingdom. Our cooperation this time to toy with the Dragon Kingdom has incurred significant losses. The middle-aged man shifted the conversation. I hope you will not disappoint my boss. Understood? Of course not, the young man replied earnestly. As long as I can leave the Dragon Kingdom, I will fulfill our agreement. A smile returned to the middle-aged man's face. It is best to keep it that way. The two men resembled cunning old foxes, each probing the other. Suddenly, two SUVs sped towards them, changing lanes from the left and appearing directly in front of the bus. The young man felt a jolt of anxiety and glanced at the middle-aged man, who frowned. Those spies and Dragon Kingdom operatives should be detained at the airport by now. How can you be so certain they will be held there? The youth's expression grew increasingly grave. What if? There is no what if, the middle-aged man replied confidently. Even if they arrive, what can they do? With a wave of his hand, figures began to rise within the bus. As they stood, an aura of menace surrounded them, every inch of their skin soaked in the scent of gunpowder and blood. There were 10 of them in total, all mercenaries who had faced countless battles for survival. As the 10 mercenaries rose, they swiftly lifted the bus floor, retrieving black duffel bags from beneath. They placed the bags on the seats with a series of metallic clinks. Upon opening the bags, tactical vests, handguns, submachine guns, grenades, and drum magazines capable of holding 100 rounds each were revealed. The mercenaries armed themselves in less than 20 seconds. An invisible aura of death emanated from their bodies, as if declaring the imminent arrival of destruction. Suddenly, the two SUVs screeched to a halt ahead. The bus driver, realizing too late, attempted to brake. Boom, the rear of one SUV collided with the front of the bus, only to be forced away. Almost immediately, the other SUV crashed into the bus once more. With a resounding crash, the bus was brought to a halt, the doors swung open, and 8 masked individuals descended from the SUVs, fully armed, charging towards the bus. Rat-a-tat-tat, gunfire erupted. 10 streaks of flame erupted from the bus, shattering windows and striking the masked assailants. In the blink of an eye, the 8 masked men fell like a swarm of bees, lifeless on the ground. Hey, the middle-aged man inside the bus coughed contemptuously. However, the black-haired youth's expression darkened instantaneously. Something was amiss. How could the spies from their country be so weak? Moreover, they would never act so recklessly. Then, with a series of muffled explosions, 2 fist-sized objects struck the rear window of the bus, shattering it and flying inside. The occupants had no time to react. Bang, bang, the objects detonated with tremendous force, accompanied by blinding light. Flash bangs, also known as stun grenades. These devices are designed to produce intense sound and light, temporarily incapacitating their targets. At that moment, 6 masked individuals charged from the 2 SUVs that had long since stopped, rushing towards the bus. One pressed an object against the door while another held a remote control and pressed the button. Boom, the door was blown apart. The 6 fully armed individuals rushed through the opening, yet rat-tat-tat, the mercenaries, who were supposed to be incapacitated, instead fired their submachine guns. 4 of the masked men were shot down on the spot, while only 2 managed to evade the gunfire. Confusion filled their minds. Why hadn't the mercenaries been stunned? The mercenaries were all members of one of the top 3 mercenary groups in the world, some of whom had once been special forces. To play such games with them was tantamount to seeking death. Even if some operatives excelled in the realm of intelligence, on the battlefield, they were mere novices compared to the mercenaries. Could the remaining 2 masked men possibly escape? Impossible. They were on a highway. Where could they run? Amidst the gunfire, the last 2 masked men were reduced to riddled corpses. The black-haired youth gazed solemnly at the scene, while the middle-aged man wore a calm, almost amused expression. He had witnessed such spectacles far too often in the past, to the point of numbness. Soon, they exited the bus. With the vehicle rendered inoperable, they swiftly boarded the 4 SUVs that had been provided by the other party, speeding away and leaving behind a field of corpses. Just as the black-haired youth began to feel a sense of relief, believing they were finally safe, suddenly, a thunderous roar resonated from the sky. And the vehicles, including the blonde middle-aged man, all expressions of ease vanished, replaced by solemnity. They were all too familiar with that sound. A helicopter, specifically, an armed helicopter. How could it arrive so quickly? The youth's face paled, murmuring, "Is it him?" From the moment he arrived in Ice City, everything had proceeded smoothly. The security personnel of the Dragon Kingdom had danced to his tune, yet, in recent days, the situation had changed. Every scheme he devised seemed to be effortlessly unraveled by someone. That individual had calculated every step he took with precision. From the initial disruption to the 3rd step of baiting, all had been seen through. However, in the 4th step, the young man had enlisted the cooperation of the agents from the Great Bear Nation, even sacrificing one of their spies and deliberately allowing the Great Bear operatives to feign a trip to the airport. Logically, that individual should have fallen for the trap, leading to mutual destruction at the airport. Yet now, he had come after them. How could he foresee such outcomes? Why, the black-haired youth's face turned ashen, his eyes filled with rage, resentment, and boundless terror. Above in the sky, within the armed helicopter, Xiao Mu gazed coldly down below. "You bastard, I've come to find you." Chapter 55 Found you. The armed helicopter did not hover in the air but soared over 4 off-road vehicles, heading into the distance. The occupants inside the vehicles were momentarily stunned. Were they not coming for them? "Run," the young man with black hair suddenly shouted, "or it will be too late." The middle-aged man with blonde hair looked taken aback, a peculiar expression on his face. What was he afraid of? Then they saw the armed helicopter appear ahead, slowly descending to hover less than 5 meters above the ground. Suddenly, a figure leapt from the helicopter, crouched to absorb the impact, and then stood up. Xiao Mu's expression was cold as he stared at the convoy. At the same time, the helicopter's nose was directly aimed at the convoy. The cannon's motor on the helicopter began to whir, and the cluster rockets were primed and ready. With just a single command, the 4 off-road vehicles could be obliterated in an instant. Forget about mercenaries, forget about bullets, and certainly, do not mention the performance or defenses of the off-road vehicles. Whatever it was, before an armed helicopter, it was nothing but flimsy straw. "Run, it's fine, he's just trying to scare us." Upon spotting Xiao Mu in the distance, the young man with black hair felt his scalp nearly explode. He knew this youth was undoubtedly the one who saw through his plans. The young man yelled again, "I have what they want fire, they dare not take the risk, hurry." The middle-aged man's eyes lit up as he commanded, "Go." With a thunderous crash, the lead off-road vehicle smashed through the highway barrier, plunging down the embankment into the farmlands below. The other 3 vehicles followed closely behind, speeding away. "Hey!" Xiao Mu let out a cold laugh, "You're in the convoy, aren't you?" Indeed, he was trying to intimidate them, while also probing. If that person was in the convoy, they would certainly realize he was attempting to frighten them. Because the other party knew he wanted to obtain something, now that it was confirmed that the person was in the vehicle, things would be easier. Xiao Mu dashed forward, covering 10 meters in an instant. The helicopter descended, now only 3 meters from the ground. In that moment, Xiao Mu turned and sprinted towards the helicopter. As it lowered to just 2 meters above the ground, Xiao Mu suddenly leaped high into the air, like an acrobat, gracefully jumping into the cabin. "Go!" Xiao Mu commanded. Whether it was Yu Wu, the soldiers inside the cabin, or the pilot, everyone was momentarily stunned. It was their first time witnessing someone leap onto a helicopter in such a manner. The helicopter soared into the sky, pursuing the convoy. "We cannot allow them the opportunity to enter a civilian area," Xiao Mu stated coldly. "We must intercept them in advance." Yu Wu shook his head. "Mobilizing the military police will take time." After all, they were on a highway, not within a city. Even if they dispatched regular police, it would be tantamount to sending them to their deaths. They could only deploy special police, armed police, or special forces, but how long would it take for them to arrive? The individuals would have long escaped at that moment. Apart from Xiao Mu and Yu Wu, as well as the 4 soldiers inside the armed helicopter, there were no other personnel available to participate in the capture. The firepower on the armed helicopter could not be used either. If employed, it would lead to destruction, potentially killing someone and risking the loss of the object they sought. Moreover, they could not allow those individuals to escape into areas populated with civilians, or the consequences would be unimaginable. What to do? Xiao Mu's breathing began to quicken, his blood slowly boiling, a hint of madness flickering in his eyes. Seeing his younger brother in such a state, Yu Wu was taken aback. He recalled the special case in ICT when Xiao Mu realized that Xiao Godong might be in danger. He had the same look on his face then. Subsequently, this young man had charged into a shopping mall, single-handedly taking down those assassins. Don't be impulsive, Yu Wu admonished. You saw the bus, you saw those bodies. Their firepower is fierce and their numbers are considerable. Shut up. Xiao Mu roared, cutting him off, and looked towards the soldiers in the cabin. 2 minutes later, Xiao Mu donned a tactical vest, strapped a military handgun to his chest, slung a submachine gun on his back, and secured a tactical knife to his thigh. He checked the magazines, grenades, and stun grenades. With the ability to wield human-shaped weaponry, all weapons felt familiar and proficient in his hands. Xiao Mu took a deep breath and ordered the pilot, fly a little ahead of the lead vehicle, as low as you can. Are you insane? Yu Wu's face darkened. But he could not intervene, for the younger brother was the overall commander of this operation. Unexpectedly, Xiao Mu regained his composure, a smile spreading across his face. He turned his head, glanced at Yu Wu, and walked to the open cabin door. At that moment, the helicopter rapidly descended, hovering 5 meters above the convoy. Without hesitation, Xiao Mu leapt towards the lead vehicle. Damn! Yu Wu shouted, drawing his weapon along with the other soldiers, aiming at the convoy below. They could only hope he wouldn't die. The convoy of off-road vehicles sped along. The mercenaries in the lead vehicle wore fierce expressions. 2 kilometers ahead lay the city. If they could burst into the city, perhaps they still had a chance to survive. It was common knowledge that a group of mercenaries wreaking havoc in a city could be devastating. They could seize civilians as hostages at any moment and hide to wage urban warfare. There would even be opportunities for negotiation. Boom! A pair of legs landed on the roof of the vehicle, causing the canopy to buckle. The mercenaries inside the lead vehicle were momentarily stunned. What was happening? The occupants in the rear vehicle gaped in horror at the figure atop the lead vehicle. How could this be? Someone actually dared to jump from a helicopter onto a speeding vehicle. Was he out of his mind? Even movies wouldn't dare portray such a scene. The mercenaries in the lead vehicle quickly regained their senses, 3 of them raising their weapons towards the roof. Rat-a-tat-tat. Bullets flew, creating numerous large holes, yet they failed to hit their target because a pair of legs was planted firmly on the front hood. Xiao Mu crouched, raised his hand, and swung his fist. Boom! The windshield shattered, but due to the inner layer of adhesive, it merely cracked, forming a spiderweb pattern without scattering. However, one fist had already penetrated the glass, striking the driver squarely in the face. The mercenary driving the off-road vehicle visibly crumpled, his face shattered and concave, his head snapping back as it shattered against the seat behind him. The mercenary in the passenger seat stared blankly, astonished. The human skull is the hardest bone in the human body. What kind of power could shatter a person's head with a single punch? In the next moment, the fist that had crushed his comrade's skull seized the steering wheel. With a swift twist and a violent yank, crack, the steering wheel was wrenched off entirely. At the same time, Xiao Mu withdrew his fist and leapt up into the air, observing the off-road vehicle lose control, skidding sideways and rolling. He descended gracefully, landing with a thud on the hood of the second off-road vehicle. Xiao Mu's eyes brightened. Through the window, he fixated intently on the 2 individuals in the back seat. A black-haired youth and a blonde middle-aged man found you. Chapter 56. A single punch, exploding is such luck possible. A sense of surprise unfurled within Xiao Mu, and in an instant, his fist swung. With a thunderous bang, the windshield shattered as if it had been struck by a missile. His fist collided with the mercenary's face in the driver's seat. The power bestowed by his extraordinary physique was overwhelming. In that moment, Xiao Mu resembled an enraged bear, wielding its paw with ferocity. This punch, could anything withstand it, let alone a human skull? Unsurprisingly, the mercenary in the driver's seat met his demise with a single blow. The off-road vehicle did not veer out of control but came to an abrupt halt. In his final moments, the mercenary flailed his legs, pressing the brake pedal with desperation. Xiao Mu's body slammed against the already cracked windshield, rebounding and rolling onto the ground before the vehicle. Two more sharp screeches echoed as the doors of two off-road vehicles swung open, and 5 mercenaries charged out simultaneously. 2 mercenaries emerged from the now unstable lead vehicle. In front of Xiao Mu, one mercenary had already raised a submachine gun, aiming directly at him. At this moment, he was effectively trapped, with no room for evasion. Just then, a series of rapid gunfire erupted from above. On the helicopter, Yu and 2 soldiers, armed with rifles, began firing downwards. Yet, it seemed the mercenaries had anticipated this very scenario. The instant the shots rang out, they took cover behind their vehicles. 2 mercenaries retaliated, firing at the helicopter, while the remaining 6 aimed their weapons at Xiao Mu, pulling the triggers. Rat-a-tat-tat. The gunfire roared, bullets raining down like an unavoidable tempest. They ravaged every inch of space, descending upon him relentlessly. However, even before the mercenaries opened fire, Xiao Mu had already leaped into action, his figure darting forth like a leopard. Fully unleashing his physical prowess, he soared over 2 meters high in an instant, landing atop the vehicle, arms outstretched. The submachine gun on his back and the pistol at his chest were gripped tightly in his hands. No one could adequately describe the swiftness of his movements, nor comprehend the terrifying potential of the human weapon he had become. As his feet landed on the roof of the vehicle, he unleashed a barrage of gunfire from both weapons, targeting both the front and rear simultaneously. In the first second, the 2 mercenaries in front and the 2 behind were struck by bullets, blood and shattered bones spraying across their faces. In the second second, before the mercenary in the passenger seat could even open fire, Xiao Mu had already lifted his leg, bringing it crashing down. Bang! The roof caved in, punctured, as his foot slammed into the mercenary in the passenger seat. With a sickening crack, the mercenary's skull was driven into his chest. Meanwhile, Xiao Mu's guns continued firing, relentlessly suppressing the remaining 3 mercenaries, who dared not reveal themselves from behind their cover. In 3 seconds, both the submachine gun and pistol were emptied of ammunition. It was as if the mercenaries could calculate the precise moment Xiao Mu would run out of bullets. The instant the gunfire ceased, they rose from their cover, poised to retaliate. Alas, it was too late. Xiao Mu leaped down from the vehicle's roof, resembling a human cannonball, and appeared above the 2 mercenaries' cover. With lightning speed, he reached out, seizing their necks, gripping tightly. He exerted force. Crack! The muscles in the mercenaries' necks ruptured, their throats crushed, blood erupting forth. In the next moment, releasing his grip, Xiao Mu's right arm slid down to his thigh, where a military knife was strapped. With a swift motion, he brandished it, sending it flying toward the last mercenary's cover. The mercenary had just stood up, completely unaware of what was about to transpire. Crack! The knife pierced through his eye socket, penetrating the brain. Even in death, a look of disbelief lingered in the mercenary's remaining eye, as if he was still questioning what just happened. Third, the mercenary collapsed, breathless inside the off-road vehicle. The black-haired youth and the middle-aged blonde were rendered speechless. From Xiao Mu's appearance to the end of the battle, it seemed not even 10 seconds had elapsed. The outcome, the convoy was halted, 10 mercenaries slain. 10 seconds, was this truly within the realm of human capability? As they witnessed Xiao Mu's ruthless slaughter, his monstrous strength, and his cold-blooded methods, they were left utterly dumbfounded. What was most terrifying was Xiao Mu's inhuman ability, which transcended their understanding of combat. A singular question loomed in their minds: is he truly human? Bang! A fist shattered the vehicle's window. The fist extended, grasping the car door. With a resounding crash, the door was wrenched off and flung to the ground. Faced with this spectacle, the 2 inside struggled to swallow their fear, their eyes wide with terror as they gazed at the figure outside, exuding an aura of malevolence. Up close, the youth appeared as towering as a small mountain, his physique more imposing than a model's, and his eyes colder than ice. His gaze, devoid of any emotional fluctuation, bore down upon them as if they were already dead. At that moment, Xiao Mu exhaled deeply, his eyes regaining clarity as they fell upon the youth. With keen interest, he inquired, "It's you, isn't it?" The black-haired youth shivered, gripped by an overwhelming fear, yet, in the next instant, he regained his composure and nodded, "It is I." Some individuals possess a pride and dignity that remains intact even in death. In that moment, they both recognized each other's identity. "You've lost," Xiao Mu said, a smile of relief spreading across his face. "Is that so?" The black-haired youth replied with a cryptic smile, "Are you certain?" However, just then, Xiao Mu's expression froze. He caught sight of a revolver, which had silently materialized in the hand of the middle-aged blonde. Bang! The gun fired, not just once, but in a rapid, lightning-fast succession of shots. In 1 second, 4 shots rang out. The speed at which the blonde middle-aged man fired was astonishing, leaving no room for Xiao Mu to evade. Of course, this applied to normal people. Was Xiao Mu a normal person? No, he was extraordinary. As the middle-aged blonde raised his weapon, Xiao Mu's pupils dilated, an intense feeling of danger surging within him. Just moments before the adversary discharged his firearm, Xiao Mu sprang into action. The extraordinary physique bestowed upon him not only endowed him with immense strength but also significantly enhanced his agility, endurance, coordination, flexibility, and sensitivity to an incomprehensible degree for the average person. As the gunfire erupted, Xiao Mu had already leaped high into the air. By the time the bullet was unleashed, he had positioned himself above the car's roof. Following the volley of 4 shots, he landed upon the vehicle's top, adopting a single knee-kneeling posture. His formidable fist, accompanied by a tempestuous gust of wind, descended with ferocity. With a resounding crash, it pierced through the car's roof, striking the golden-haired man's head. 1 punch, and it detonated. Chapter 57. Come, try to act tough with me again. The young man with black hair gazed at the fist descending from the car roof, watching as the golden-haired middle-aged man was struck down with a single blow. A chilling aura enveloped him, causing an involuntary shiver to course through his body. It was utterly terrifying. The young man's face turned ashen, his eyes fixated on the fist that was slowly retracting from the opening in the car roof. With a thud, a pair of legs reclaimed their stance on the ground. Xiao Mu, with a composed expression, scrutinized him. Is that all you've got? If this is your final resort, then I must regard you with contempt. What kind of monster are you? The young man, regaining his composure, wore a face of terror and confusion. Nothing more to say. Xiao Mu expressed his disappointment. The young man fell silent for a moment before raising a hand. Xiao Mu's eyelids twitched as he noticed the object gripped in the other's hand, a grenade with the safety pin already removed, held tightly against the lever. Don't be foolish. Are you not aware that even if you pull the pin, the grenade takes a few seconds to detonate? Xiao Mu chuckled. Do you realize what I could accomplish in those few seconds? Have you ever heard of a type of grenade? The young man maintained a calm demeanor. A flashbang grenade? Xiao Mu's expression shifted. He had heard of it and understood its implications. Any method of killing, since acquiring the ability to wield human weapons, had become clear to him. A flashbang grenade was not an ordinary explosive. It was a specialized device. Many young individuals might be unaware of this. The older generation of soldiers from Long Country, such as the veterans from the Old Mountain front line, were once familiar with such grenades. It carried a melodious name, the Glory Bomb. Its purpose was to prevent capture in combat scenarios, serving as a unique measure. It was an instant exploding grenade, a type of explosive that detonated without delay. In this day and age, who would still resort to using a glory bomb? Some, like spies and agents, might, at times, employ it to avoid capture, resorting to extreme measures. I possess not only a flashbang, the young man grinned wider, but also a venomous tooth, a poison needle concealed within my ring, and a toxic blade hidden in my heel. If I desire to die, can you stop me? Xiao Mu fell silent, his gaze icy and penetrating as he scrutinized the young man's eyes, expression, and movements. Micro-expression psychology. He was not lying. Do you think Long Country would acquiesce to your demands, be it conditions or negotiations? Xiao Mu's eyes turned frigid as he regarded this peculiar young man. Aren't you afraid? With that, a cruel glimmer flickered in his eyes. It is precisely because I fear that I do not wish to die, the young man replied without hesitation. I wish to negotiate a deal with you and Long Country. Why did you not cooperate with Long Country from the outset? A blatant murderous intent lingered in Xiao Mu's gaze. Do you truly believe that if I had approached them from the beginning, Long Country would have collaborated with me? The young man chuckled, shaking his head. We are all intelligent individuals. Had I done so, I might have already turned to ash. Xiao Mu fell silent once more. Things are different now. The young man inquired with a smile. Both Long Country and you must understand how significant the item in my possession is, which is why I remain safe. Then, Xiao Mu grinned broadly. Long Country must know what it is, otherwise, what reason do I have to let you live? The young man calmly uttered 2 words. The key. Xiao Mu was momentarily taken aback, realization dawning upon him. The key broadly refers to various encryption technologies. For instance, the computer systems people use daily. To utilize genuine software, one must activate it with a key. What does it activate, or what kind of password is it? Xiao Mu's expression grew grave, a sinking feeling taking root in his heart. A covert agency from Sakura country has stored classified documents and scientific achievements along with a secret account within a foreign bank safe. The young man enunciated each word carefully, 124 billion US dollars. Xiaomu. For someone who had never seen even $1 million in cash throughout his life, the concept of 100 billion was incomprehensible, and in US dollars, no less. Was this the crux of the matter? No. While many might be tempted by money, the astute recognized that the confidential documents and research outcomes in that safe could very well be worth far more than that sum. This was a potential windfall. Xiaomu finally grasped why a certain country was frantically pursuing the young man, even going so far as to dispatch numerous agents and spies into Long Country to locate him. You certainly have some audacity, Xiaomu chuckled. What are the terms? The money belongs to me, the items belong to Long Country, the young man asserted with gravity. That is my bottom line. Quite fair, Xiaomu nodded, but what? The young man sensed a subtle unease, unable to comprehend its origin. In this state, who would dare to harm him? Are you aware that Long Country has a custom? Xiaomu inquired with a smile. We never compromise with external enemies, nor do we negotiate with them. When you infiltrated Long Country, treating our national security as a mere tool, you became our enemy. Do you know how we treat enemies? A chill surged from the young man's feet to his head. His complexion turned ashen before he could speak or act. A hand appeared as if out of thin air, landing on the young man's hand that clutched the grenade. Crack, along with the young man's arm, it was swiftly severed, gruesomely torn away. With a motion of Xiaomu's arm, it was flung out of the car and into the air. Boom, an explosion erupted in the sky. Xiaomu's hands were relentless, fists flying, bang, bang, bang. The young man's other arm and knees were shattered by Xiaomu's blows. Agonizing pain compelled the young man to open his mouth, attempting to scream. Does it hurt? With a sinister grin, Xiaomu's hand descended upon the young man's chin. Crack, he wrenched the other's jaw open. The last time a high-ranking spy had taken their own life had troubled Xiaomu for quite some time. However, back then, he had been ignorant of spies, unaware that they would resort to suicide. This time, however, Xiaomu would not grant the young man such an opportunity. In an instant, he seized the young man's neck, pulling him out of the car, lifting him high. With a swift motion, he tore away the young man's clothing, stripping him of all his accessories and shoes. Finally, he extracted a false tooth from the young man's mouth and discarded it. At this moment, Xiaomu gazed at the despairing young man in his grasp with a smile. Come, try to act tough with me again. Chapter 58. Oh, my brother is quite charming. Yiwu glanced at the scattered corpses of the mercenaries, then turned his gaze towards Xiaomu, who was puffing on a cigarette and exhaling clouds of smoke. Initially, he thought that for someone to leap from a helicopter, not only would it be miraculous to halt a convoy, but merely surviving the fall without becoming disabled would be an extraordinary feat. Yet, this young lad acted like a lunatic, no, like a demigod from a novel. With sheer determination, he not only brought the convoy of off-road vehicles to a standstill but also eliminated 11 mercenaries. What was most alarming was that one of the mercenaries was capable of 4 shots in 1 second. Ordinary individuals might not grasp the significance of this. They might assume that as long as one could pull the trigger quickly, achieving 4 shots within a second would suffice. However, that notion is utterly misguided. True 4 shots in 1 second entails firing 4 bullets in rapid succession within a single second, effectively sealing off the target's left, right, chest, and forehead. It eliminates any avenue for evasion, rendering the target inevitably doomed. While anyone can understand the principle behind 4 shots in 1 second and learn to replicate it, the number of individuals who can genuinely accomplish this feat is exceedingly rare. Each one of them is a master of firearms, and yet, such a firearms expert was dispatched by Xiaomu using nothing but his fists. Can you believe that? Coming back to his senses, Yiwu looked at the youth whose limbs had been broken and forced a smile, saying, "Brother, you're a police officer, not a thug." Xiaomu exhaled a smoke ring and retorted, "Have I ever killed an innocent?" Ah. Yiwu found himself at a loss for words, then defiantly countered, "Aren't you afraid of getting into trouble?" His words referred to Xiaomu's ruthless demeanor and the peculiarities surrounding him. Xiaomu fell silent, regarding Yiwu with a smirk that was both amused and unsettling, making Yiwu's heart race. He then posed a question, "Are you going to get me into trouble?" That statement felt somewhat off. Yiwu's heart skipped a beat. Did he know something? Otherwise, why would he ask such a question? In the next moment, a cold sweat broke out on Yiwu's forehead. After 3 cases, did he not have a clear understanding of Xiaomu's intellect and reasoning? As long as he applied his mind to it, how many things in this world could truly deceive him? There was also a glaring connection. When Xiao Guodong encountered trouble in his previous life, why did the National Security Bureau come to assist Xiaomu in avenging him? Coincidentally, the individual he met in the game, Chiogu, shared the surname Ye. Who also bore the surname Yi and worked for the National Security Bureau in ICT. Could one not draw certain conclusions from this? I simply couldn't be bothered to think, Xiao Mu remarked, patting the sweating Yiwu on the shoulder. That doesn't mean I'm foolish. After saying this, he strode towards the armed helicopter, leaving behind a remark. The person has been captured, the mission is accomplished. If you still cannot extract what you desire from him, damn. Yiwu could no longer contain himself and extended his middle finger towards Xiao Mu's retreating figure, shouting, "Who the hell do you think you're looking down on?" In response, Xiao Mu burst into laughter, exuding a carefree charm. Oh, my brother is indeed quite charming. It remains to be seen how Yiwu will react when he learns that Xiao Mu has deemed him charming. Will this rugged man, standing at 6 feet tall, roll on the ground in embarrassment, utterly humiliated? At 6 o'clock in the evening, the rarely unburdened Xiao Guodong was enjoying dinner with his wife, Lu Yuning, reflecting on life. His son had officially become a police officer at the age of 18, earning first-class merit. Regrettably, that excitement and joy were tempered by the knowledge that he could not share this with his wife, for Lu Yuning would understand the implications of first-class merit and would be concerned enough to lose sleep over it. Just moments ago, the head of the municipal bureau called to inform him that his son had become a party member. Subsequently, Xiao Guodong lost track of what the leader said as he stood there, utterly flabbergasted. How could this happen so quickly? This was not right. He then recalled Xiao Mu's previous question, "Dad, am I a second generation?" Xiao Guodong began to question whether he himself was a second generation, for how else could one explain that his son, at 18, could become a full-fledged police officer, earn first-class merit, with such rapid advancement, and become a party member under the most unreasonable circumstances? If he were not a second generation, could one rationally explain this? "Old Xiao, have you fallen in love?" A calm voice broke through his thoughts. In an instant, cold sweat began to trickle down Xiao Guodong's back. "Love, I am over 40, could you refrain from insulting that term? Otherwise, why would you be so distracted in front of me?" Lu Yuning chuckled. It seems the young ladies outside are being mischievous again. Are they short on cash? Should I, as their older sister, send them a red envelope to placate them? The cold sweat on Xiao Guodong's forehead transformed into a torrential downpour. He was terrified, nearly dropping to his knees. Just as Lu Yuning was preparing to give her absent-minded husband a proper talking to, the sound of the door opening echoed from the entrance. The couple exchanged startled glances. Moments later, the door swung open, and Xiao Mu's laughter filled the air. "Dad, Mom, your obedient and understanding big son has returned." Xiao Guodong. Lu Yuning. It was undoubtedly their son who could utter such shameless words. "Why are you back?" Xiao Guodong, having narrowly escaped a disaster, was filled with excitement as he rose to embrace his son. But why did he feel as though his father was on the brink of a panic attack? Was it merely a figment of his imagination? Xiao Mu looked bewildered as he observed his smiling mother approaching. What on earth happened? "Be honest," Lu Yuning said, her smile fading. "Shouldn't you be at military training? Why are you back?" Reminded by his wife, Xiao Guodong's expression changed, and he shot a cold glare at his son. "Of course, I have my reasons." Xiao Mu winked at his father. "Isn't that right, Dad?" Xiao Guodong's eyes darted around, reluctantly covering for his son. "Yes, there's a matter with our team that required Xiao Mu's assistance, so he took leave from school." "Is that really the case?" Lu Yuning's gaze turned sharp as she scrutinized both her husband and son. "Absolutely," the father and son nodded in unison. "We promise we aren't lying." "Hey." Lu Yuning scoffed. "If I believed that, I would be a fool." The father and son exchanged sheepish smiles, throwing their arms around each other as they headed to the balcony. On the balcony, "Speak," Xiao Guodong said, accepting the cigarette his son offered, his expression stern. "I helped the National Security Bureau solve a case," Xiao Mu replied casually, "and even earned first-class merit." Xiao Guodong was taken aback, left utterly bewildered by his son's words. And then, the bewildered fruit beneath the bewildered tree, bewildered between you and me. Chapter 59. Is it truly a plastic brotherhood? Xiao Mu briefly recounted the espionage case, of course, only what was permissible to disclose, as he had been forewarned by Yiwu that certain matters were beyond the comprehension of ordinary individuals and could incite panic. For instance, mercenaries entering the country. Xiao Mu selectively shared only the less alarming details with his father. It suffice to say that he had assisted the national security in solving a case, and they had promised him a first-class merit. But can it truly be as simple as just a first-class merit? Once the national security pride opened the young man's lips and obtained the key, let alone the contents of the safe, just consider the sum of over $100 billion. You dare to grant me merely a first-class merit? If you include what lies within the safe, are you quite certain that a mere first-class merit will suffice? If the higher-ups truly play it this way, the rewards and punishments will be unjust, making it difficult to lead this team in the future. This does not imply that Xiao Mu's values are skewed or that he is avaricious. Why should he forgo what is rightfully his? It is akin to laboring for an entire month only to receive a mere 500 when your salary is 5,000. Would you accept that? Xiao Mu comprehended this logic, and so did the national security. Thus, he found himself brimming with anticipation, eager to discover what reward the national security would bestow upon him. At this moment, Xiao Guodong was deep in contemplation about life. Is this truly my son, the seed I have sown? What has it grown into? Why has he suddenly appeared to have gained enlightenment, transforming into a genius? Even the national security is seeking his assistance. What has become of this world? Dad, stop overthinking. Xiao Mu praised himself. I swear by my integrity, your son is undoubtedly a genius. Xiao Guodong. Indeed, such shamelessness can only belong to one's own family. Other people's children are so well behaved. What is that look in your eyes, Dad? Xiao Mu glared. Nothing. Xiao Guodong chuckled. Wait until you bring back that first-class merit for me to see. It is evident that he still struggles to accept this truth. My father actually doubts me. Xiao Mu felt a pang of sadness. Life is so arduous, devoid of any affection. Nevertheless, returning home is delightful. In an environment where one need not engage in scheming, where one can let down their guard and ease their mind, is the truest form of happiness. Suddenly, a figure surfaced in Xiao Mu's mind. He recalled that courtyard, and the little fool who pretended to twist her ankle. A smile involuntarily crept onto his lips, and he found himself missing Qiugu a bit. I wonder what she is up to. Speaking of which, Qiuji's legs certainly deserve a commendation. The father and son returned indoors, and the family joyfully shared a dinner together. They chatted and laughed with his parents until 9 in the evening. Xiao Mu then retreated to his room and pulled out his phone. WeChat dialog box. Green grassland leader awaiting a fated person who can don black stockings. A few seconds later, capital city, Yo Qiugu. Green grassland leader. Qiugu, shall we play a game? Capital city, Yo Qiugu. What game? Green grassland leader. I present you with two choices. Choose wisely. If you select correctly, show me black stockings. If you choose poorly, show me your long legs. What do you say? Capital city, Yo Qiugu. Initially, he thought she would come up with something fierce. Instead, she unleashed a big surprise. Green grassland leader. The first choice offers you 100 yuan to kiss the most handsome man in the world. The second choice offers you 5 yuan to kiss me. Qiugu, what is your choice? Capital city, Yo Qiugu. He could have directly ensnared me, yet he opted for a multiple choice question. Truly a good person. In the capital city, within the courtyard, Yi Qiuxian held her phone with a gentle smile, biting her lip, her eyes sparkling with mirth. Should she make a choice? Slowly rising, she walked back to her bedroom. 10 minutes later. A pair of exquisitely sculpted, long beautiful legs adorned in black stockings emerged. Yi Qiuxian's cheeks flushed as she gazed at her legs, her lips curling into a small, triumphant smile. She snapped a photo of her legs, hesitated for a moment, then clicked send. Meanwhile, far away in Ice City, a boy clutched his phone, soundly asleep. He was utterly exhausted. Morning arrived, the melodious chirping of birds echoed outside, and the light in the bedroom gradually brightened. A warm ambience enveloped the room, inviting a sense of comfort. Suddenly, a delightful ringtone pierced the tranquility. A hand grasped the phone, placing it against a handsome cheek. Hello, Xiao Mu mumbled, still groggy. Come to national security. Yi Wu's tone bore gravity, resonating through the phone into the ears of the young man. The big boss wishes to see you. Big boss? Xiao Mu opened his eyes wide in confusion. Do I know him? Why should I go see him? Shouldn't he come see me instead? Yi Wu fell silent for a moment, his tone resembling someone constipated. Little brother, I'm on speakerphone. The big boss is right here. If he is, then what makes him special? Does he have an extra egg? Xiao Mu shut his eyes once more. Don't interrupt my sleep. With that, he tossed the phone aside and resumed his slumber. 1 second, 10 seconds, 1 minute, 10 minutes. Suddenly, Xiao Mu's eyes flew open, nearly bulging out of their sockets. Yi Wu's big boss? No, Yi Wu is already a deputy director. Who has the stature to earn such a title? The director of the National Security Bureau of H province doesn't even hold that privilege. At most, he could be referred to as a boss. This means that the person in question is of a higher rank than even the director. Oh my! Xiao Mu bolted upright, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. The big boss was just beside Yi Wu, wasn't he? I just said he was less worthy than others. This is a tad awkward. Xiao Mu's mouth twitched. No, I must flee. I need to return to the capital city immediately. At this moment, only Qiu Ji's petite feet can bring me a modicum of warmth. With this thought, Xiao Mu dressed hastily, exited his bedroom, and washed up quickly. He then realized he was the only one at home. His parents had already gone to work, leaving breakfast behind, which warmed his heart. He took out his phone and sent a message in the family group chat. Crown Prince, dear mother and father, your dashing and lovable son has returned to the capital city for school. If you miss me, please don't hesitate to send a video to your son using your data. Love you, Dad, love you, Mom. See you during the winter break. I winked as I arrived, just as I awkwardly left. Waving my hand. What am I waving at? If I don't flee now, something will surely happen. Xiao Mu dashed out of the house and exited the neighborhood just as he was about to hail a taxi to the airport. Suddenly, a convoy sped by, gradually slowing down, coming to a halt before Xiao Mu. Upon seeing one of the license plates, a string of zeros with only a single digit at the end, his stomach began to churn ominously. With a pained expression, he watched as a door swung open. Yiwu, with a look of schadenfreude, waved at him. Welcome, little brother, hop in. I swear. Xiao Mu was filled with a desire to strangle Yiwu. Is this truly a plastic brotherhood? Waiter, bring me 2 pounds of true love. I'll feed it to the dog. Chapter 60. Being honest and not terrified, a sense of relief inside the vehicle, Xiao Mu sat quietly beside an elderly gentleman. Yiwu occupied the passenger seat, while the driver appeared to be a bodyguard. Xiao Mu, the elder, gazed steadily at the young man beside him. Yes, Xiao Mu sat upright, his attention directed towards the elder. The old man, though not particularly tall and clad in plain clothes, exuded an aura of undeniable authority, appearing frail yet commanding. An oppressive silence enveloped the vehicle, compressing the air and weighing heavily on Xiao Mu's mind. The elder's eyes were calm and unwavering. With a slight pause, he uttered, "Come to national security." The air thickened with his words, freezing Xiao Mu's expression. An indeterminate silence stretched on. My apologies. Xiao Mu met the elder's piercing gaze. I am a police officer. The elder's brow furrowed slightly, a chill emanating from him. The light in his eyes shifted. There was no warmth, nor any trace of kindness. His gaze was as cold as ice, yet as reflective as a mirror, seemingly piercing through the air and directly into Xiao Mu's soul. Nevertheless, instead of recoiling from the elder's penetrating stare, Xiao Mu held his ground, unblinking. The two, one old and one young, silently scrutinized each other, oblivious to the cold sweat forming on the foreheads of Yiwu and the bodyguard in front. How dare he? Did he not realize who sat before him? Was he unaware that a mere stomp from this elder could send tremors throughout the nation? Suddenly, the elder spoke again. National security has promised to grant you merits. What do you desire? In that moment, Xiao Mu, although initially unafraid, felt a chill wash over him, gripped tightly by fear. Every hair on his body stood on end. Please, don't say that. Xiao Mu was on the verge of tears. I'm only 18. The coldness in the elder's eyes vanished, replaced by a hint of amusement. I thought you were truly fearless. Turns out you're just a little fox. What was Xiao Mu truly afraid of? One day, an emperor was hosting a banquet for a meritorious minister. The table before the minister was laden with delicacies, yet no utensils were provided. The emperor inquired, "My dear minister, why do you not eat?" The minister replied, "Your Majesty, how could a mere subject partake of imperial cuisine? Sometimes, what is offered to you can be consumed, but what is withheld may lead to dire consequences if attempted." Xiao Mu felt fear but did not feel ashamed, for he now understood who the elder was, a figure of immense stature, the head of national security. Damn it, Xiao Mu cursed inwardly. Yiwu had merely referred to him as the big boss. Who could have anticipated it would be this man? Being honest and not terrified, he felt a strange sense of relief. Throughout the journey, the elder remained silent until the convoy entered the airport. They indeed drove straight into the airport, halting before a passenger aircraft. The elder strolled up the boarding stairs and entered the plane. Yiwu glanced at Xiao Mu and gestured towards the stairs. Xiao Mu sad face, "What are you all planning?" However, now compliant, Xiao Mu obediently boarded the aircraft, led by a flight attendant to a seat in front of the elder. The boarding stairs retreated, the cabin door sealed shut. The aircraft, under the control of the control tower, taxied down the runway and took off. For 4 hours, Xiao Mu sat on pins and needles. Fortunately, the elder did not cause any further disturbances. At the capital's airport, the plane landed smoothly on the runway. Xiao Mu quietly observed the elder and his entourage disembark before he finally rose to exit the plane. As he stepped down the boarding stairs, he watched as the elder entered a Hongqi car, with his companions following suit, driving away from the airport. Xiao Mu, what the hell, so suddenly? Is no one going to manage me? Now standing alone outside the runway, he resembled a conspicuous figure on the brink of extinction, being cruelly stared at by several ground crew members. I swear, Xiao Mu bolstered his spirits, I too shall become such a significant figure one day. Just as he prepared to leave the airport, a familiar business car approached from a distance, halting right in front of him. Li Feng emerged, seemingly suppressing a laugh, and opened the side door. Inside, Yi Qiujuan's exquisite face broke into a radiant smile. Something felt off. Xiao Mu's heart raced. It seemed deliberate that a certain big boss had left him behind, only for Qiugu to appear just in time. He must be a fool. Climbing into the business car, he plopped down beside the charming beauty. Qiugu, may I ask you something? Xiao Mu fixed his gaze on Yi Qiujuan's enchanting eyes. Do you know the Minister of National Security? No, I do not, Yi Qiujuan replied with a gentle smile, shaking her head slightly. I believe that. Xiao Mu pouted. Qiugu's conscience must be quite lacking, however, that realm was beyond his reach at present. Knowing too much would yield no benefits. Upon returning to the courtyard, Xiao Mu began to organize his suitcase. All good things must come to an end. It was time to report to the police academy. Yi Qiujuan stood quietly beside him, watching obediently. Suddenly remembering something, she sprinted off with her long legs. She soon returned, carrying 2 large fashion bags, which she handed to Xiao Mu. What is this? Xiao Mu inquired with curiosity, glancing inside. Autumn attire, shoes, watches, belts, even sleepwear, everything had been prepared for him. These items bore no notable brands, yet even a fool could sense an understated luxury. But then came the surprise. Beneath one of the fashion bags lay a car key. Xiao Mu, what on earth is this? You said it yourself. Yi Qiujuan narrowed her eyes playfully, grinning like a crafty little fox. A good brother cannot be stingy. Xiao Mu sad face. Did I say that? When did I ever utter such words? Following Qiugu, he stepped out of the back courtyard and into the garage. There, he beheld a new car, a Hongqi H9. Xiao Mu was astonished. If memory served correctly, the Hongqi H9 had made its debut on January 8, 2020, at the Great Hall of the People. Xiao Mu had watched the live broadcast, believing it to be the car of his dreams. But here is the conundrum. It was now 2018. Oh, how had this vehicle manifested? Not only had it appeared, but the license plate was already affixed. Can you comprehend that? Do you like it? Yi Qiujuan's eyes sparkled like stars, her smile radiating joy. Indeed, Xiao Mu nodded earnestly, glancing at Qiugu, unsure if he was referring to the car or the person. Why Yi Qiujuan beamed with delight, her beautiful, pure smile blossoming. She even reached out to open the passenger door, settling in before looking at him. Xiao Mu, with a complex expression, took his place in the driver's seat. Drive. Why Yi Qiujuan's eyelashes fluttered as she looked at him expectantly. All right. Xiao Mu prepared to start the engine but paused. I forgot to mention. What? Yi Qiujuan asked, surprised. Xiao Mu managed a smile that was more painful than crying. I don't have a driver's license. Yi Qiujuan's sad face, her expression seemed to say, are you trying to make me laugh on purpose? Li Feng, who had been watching, burst into laughter. Surely, these two must be a pair of little fools. Chapter 61. It's wonderful to have you all here at this moment. Xiao Mu, who is merely 18 years old, has just concluded his college entrance examinations and has yet to pursue a driver's license. He had initially intended to enroll in the police academy and learn to drive during the winter break, yet who could have anticipated that the playful banter with Qiugu about gifting cars and houses would be taken seriously by this Novi girl. At this very moment, Yi Qiujuan, seated in the passenger seat, bites her lip, her enchanting eyes gazing at him unblinkingly, resembling a wronged little wife, evoking a pang of sympathy. Once I obtain my driver's license, I promise to take you on exciting adventures, all right? Xiao Mu chuckles at her earnestness. I'll bring you to countless delightful places, I assure you. After all, it's merely a matter of enticing her with grand promises, much like painting a beautiful picture of the future. As long as the boy provides sufficient benefits and vows, the girl, captivated by this alluring dream, will allow him to have his way. By the time she realizes she has been deceived, it will be too late. The rice is already cooked. This is the art of enticing a girl. Okay. Yi Qiujuan pecks her head, her spirits lifted. The child often plays tricks on her, colorful and lively. She enjoys playful antics and admires his legs. Yet, he has never misled her with his promises, not even once. Xiao Mu finds it amusing, ruffling her hair with his hand. Will you accompany me to the police academy? Are you brave enough? Yi Qiujuan's sparkling eyes flicker with trepidation and uncertainty before she finally nods. All right. Having experienced the previous excursion to the night market with him, she feels safe with him by her side. The two descend from the car and board the business vehicle driven by Sister Li, heading straight to the People's Police University with their luggage in tow. 3 weeks have passed since the start of classes and the conclusion of military training. On the way to campus, Xiao Mu takes out his phone and dials a number, the phone of Wei Hua, the captain of the Chaoyang branch. It was he who had assisted in arranging leave and aided the undercover team in solving cases. Now that he is about to enroll, it is essential to greet him and inform him to notify the school. Why are you thinking of calling Uncle Wei? Wei Hua's voice booms with laughter when the call connects. Uncle Wei, I'm about to start school, Xiao Mu responds with a smile. I'd like to ask you to put in a good word with the school. Coincidentally, I'm near your school and will be there shortly. After ending the call, Xiao Mu is left bemused, holding his phone in disbelief. I merely asked you to give a heads up, I didn't request your presence. Before he can lower his phone, it rings again. Why Iwu, Xiao Mu answers, puzzled. What's up? Can't I call you unless there's a matter? Yiwu's tone is nonchalant. Are you heading to school? Are you guys from the national security monitoring me? Xiao Mu is incensed. Are we not brothers anymore? Who is monitoring you? I merely guessed, Yiwu chuckles. Enough nonsense, I have a colleague from national security at your school. I'll give him a heads up to assist with your enrollment. His number is, go find him. And with that, the call ends. Xiao Mu narrows his eyes, just like Wei Hua. Yiwu is also acting suspiciously. What is the saying about undue flattery? For a simple enrollment, he is not a person of great importance. It is not just the police chief coming, even national security personnel are involved. Pondering this, Xiao Mu's hand seems to have a mind of its own, unconsciously grasping a soft little hand, gently toying with it. Yi Qiushuan's face gradually flashes, allowing him to hold her hand. She leans her feeble body against Xiao Mu's shoulder, like a little bird seeking comfort. Upon arriving at the People's Police University, Xiao Mu feels something is amiss. Sisterly drives the car directly onto the campus without any hindrance from security, heading straight for the administrative building. Curiously, as the business vehicle comes to a halt, a group of individuals, both elderly and middle-aged, appear to be welcoming him. Xiao Mu, utterly bewildered and defenseless, spots Wei Hua in his police uniform and a figure clad in national security attire. Both stand respectfully behind an elderly man dressed in the uniform of a deputy chief police commissioner. Xiao Mu recognizes him at once, the current president of the People's Police University, a major general of the armed police, deputy chief commissioner, and of vice ministerial rank. Principal Ma. Gasp. Xiao Mu inhales sharply. No way, are they really here to welcome him? Does he even deserve this? After disembarking, Xiao Mu remains oblivious, although it seems the crowd is watching him. In truth, their gazes are fixated on Yi Qiushuan, who is half hidden behind him. Sensing her tension, Xiao Mu grips her hand as they approach the three dignitaries standing before them. Good day, Principal. Good day, Uncle Wei. Xiao Mu greets politely. He nods at the National Security Inspector, acknowledging him since they are strangers. Principal Ma's eyes narrow with sharpness, cheerfully inquiring, have we met before? Oh, right, how could he possibly know the principal upon their first encounter? Xiao Mu's expression falters as he stammers, I've seen you online because I'm about to enroll. Ah. Principal Ma nods with a smile. Let us go, I'll take you to my office. The group enters the administrative building and proceeds to the principal's office. Once everyone is seated, the secretary presents tea. Moments later, another individual enters the office. Xiao Mu recognizes him, the director of the principal's office. Principal Ma gestures toward the director, indicating Xiao Mu. Old Zhou, please assist this young man with his enrollment, accommodation, and day student status. The office falls silent. Upon hearing the term a day student, Xiao Mu is left dumbfounded. Has anyone ever heard of a fully police-managed academy, the People's Police University, allowing day students? This is akin to serving in the military while being free to leave at will. Nonsense. Even during rest periods, one must apply to go out, and it isn't a free-for-all, let alone the prospect of leaving off campus. Day student, what an absurd joke. The office director casts a long, scrutinizing glance at the bewildered Xiao Mu before nodding in agreement. He then requests Xiao Mu's identification and departs, returning shortly. Not only has he facilitated his enrollment, but also provided a bank card and campus card. He even brings a list of available dormitories for Xiao Mu to choose from. Xiao Mu's eyes brighten instantly as he spots a particular dormitory. This 6-person room is just one occupant short, and it happens to be the same dormitory from his previous life at the police academy. Images of 5 figures flash in his mind that year. 6 youths clad in police uniforms posed for a selfie, giving a thumbs up. They included officers from various divisions, criminal investigation, narcotics, and internal affairs. 2 years later, they reunited, but from the original 6, 2 were missing, yet their faces still radiated the youthful vigor they had upon graduating from the academy, saluting the 2 now darkened figures in the photograph. After a lifetime apart, Xiaomu smiles joyfully. It's wonderful to have you all here. Chapter 62. Indeed, this is the flavor. Principal Ma was gazing at the radiant pair before him, the golden boy and jade girl. He recalled receiving a call from an old friend in ICT before the school year commenced. The friend mentioned that a young lad would be attending the People's Police University and requested that he look after him. Subsequently, he received another call from the chief of the ICT police force, who, being an old subordinate of his friend, had a good rapport with him. Like his friend, he too asked for the young lad's care, noting that he was a designated individual from ICT who had even cracked a significant case. Principal Ma was left dumbfounded. A mere child, yet to report to the police academy, had solved a major case. Not long after, another call came in. It was conveyed that the boy could not enroll nor participate in military training, but rather was off solving cases. To be honest, Principal Ma was quite taken aback. What kind of prodigy was this lad, arriving in the capital only to dive into investigations? Do you think that was the end of it? No, yesterday, the secretary to the head of national security reached out to him, imparting a single phrase that the boy was affiliated with national security. Understood. This implied that others were to leave him be and ensure he remained under national security's watch. Wasn't that terrifying? Principal Ma was nearly paralyzed with fear. Following closely, the business vehicle arrived at the school. Li Fong, the individual revealed her identity as a security officer, indicating no ulterior motive, merely requesting a pass to facilitate future visits to the police academy. A security officer may not be significant in itself, but she represented a couple. Upon hearing about this couple, Principal Ma was drenched in sweat. The reason for the pass was also directed towards that young lad. Did you think this was the most daunting part? No, the truly alarming news followed. Principal Ma investigated the boy's identity and personal file, along with some records inaccessible to the average person. He was left speechless. He could only see the surface details, the same as any ordinary individual. Xiaomu's identity seemed utterly mundane, with no remarkable background. There were no grandiose tales of heroism, nor was there any illustrious lineage. He was simply an ordinary child, albeit one who had caught the attention of numerous influential figures. Can you even fathom that? Yet this was not the source of fear. What was truly concerning was that certain files regarding the boy had been sealed. Even he, the principal of the People's Police University, a deputy ministerial figure and a major general in the armed police, could not access them. At that moment, Principal Ma felt genuine trepidation. He leveraged connections to inquire further. Not well, it was an inquiry, not an investigation. He lacked the courage to delve deeper. Subsequently, his contacts revealed something alarming. The boy currently resided in a Sihiwan courtyard house, and its owner was a young girl named Yi. Upon realizing the significance of the Isa name, Principal Ma was not only drenched in sweat but also rendered numb. Now, he could see not only the young lad but also the girl named Yi. He could discern the closeness between them and the girl's attachment to the boy. Principal Ma couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Young master, why choose to attend the police academy when Tsinghua or Peking University, or even the 7 military academies, would suffice? He was bewildered and dared not ask. His priority now was to act as if he knew nothing, ensuring the boy's enrollment was arranged, and wishing to manage nothing else. As long as Xiaomu did not cause trouble at school, he could do as he pleased. They couldn't afford to provoke him. The enrollment was completed, and the dormitory was arranged. After bidding farewell to the 3 influential figures, Xiaomu, carrying his suitcase, headed towards the dormitory building. Principal Ma, Wei Hua, and the national security officer silently watched as the 2 youngsters departed, each exhaling a sigh of relief in their hearts. What occupied their thoughts remained a mystery to everyone. Inside the dormitory building, Xiaomu registered with the dormitory supervisor. The supervisor looked at him as though he were a celestial being. The school year had already commenced, military training was completed, and classes were set to officially begin next Monday, yet he was only just arriving. Moreover, upon noticing the registration form indicated that the student was permitted to commute, the supervisor, having served 3 years in this role, was utterly flabbergasted. The term commute was quite niche. A police academy, have you ever seen one? Having received the key and grasping Choji's hand, Xiaomu bore a perplexed expression. Everything felt so profoundly off. What on earth was happening? At this moment, regardless of how astute he was, he could not comprehend it. He decided to put aside his thoughts. Overthinking was exhausting, and his brain cells were at risk of dying en masse. I truly am not cut out to be a competent schemer, Xiaomu consoled himself. Walking down the familiar corridor, Xiaomu's spirits gradually soared, and some inexplicable emotions began to surge. He could now see many students donned in dark blue military uniforms and casual attire. Whenever someone spotted Xiaomu and Yi Chuan, they were left dumbfounded and astonished. Xiaomu paid them no mind, instead standing before the door of dormitory 411, quietly lost in thought. Faintly, he could hear laughter, shouts, and exclamations of frustration from within. A smile crept onto Xiaomu's lips as he grasped the doorknob, turned it, and pushed the door open. "Hey, boys. Your old man has arrived." Yi Chuan quietly observed Xiaomu, scrutinizing every expression that crossed his face. She missed not a single change. Her careful observation led her to a surprising realization. The boy seemed remarkably familiar with this police academy, even more so with the dormitory building, particularly in front of this very dorm. He appeared immensely excited, his hands trembling with anticipation. Why, Yi Chuan's beautiful eyes sparkled with curiosity about the inhabitants of this dormitory. "Damn it, all four, you're such a pain. Your Angela is an absolute disaster. Not only did you reverse into the pit, but what the hell was that, trying to pee on my face? Old boss, how dare you talk? What did your elbow mean by jumping into the dragon pit? Are you trying to jump on someone? How can a elbow like you hope to solo the Dominator? Stop arguing, help me out. They're chasing me with weapons. What have I done to these people and little Luban? I merely launched a couple of missiles. Help. Everyone, calm down. Why bother arguing with someone like Old 2, who plays games with his feet and thinks with his backside? A handful of rice on the phone screen could outperform Old 2. Old 5, stop whining. Do you believe in Buddha? Why not just kill someone? I'm Xiaoming. Every time, it's 5 against 1. How can I fight back? Old 5, shut up, you are so dramatic. Why don't you audition for the Spring Festival Gala? Old 3, hurry home, don't let the wild monsters take you down. I swear it's all your fault, Crow. I might actually die. As Xiaomu stepped into the dormitory, he beheld 5 individuals shouting animatedly at their phones and couldn't help but chuckle. Indeed, this was the flavor. Chapter 63. Please don't cause trouble. Thank you. Time flies like an arrow, and in the blink of an eye, a week has passed. Xiaomu has grown quite familiar with the big boys, as if returning to a previous life. Life at the police academy is fraught with challenges and trials, even if it were to start anew. Throughout this week, whenever there were no classes after school, he would venture to the courtyard, taking Brother Chiu out to revel in life. The bond between the two has rapidly intensified. Good brothers, of course, should cherish and care for one another, for instance, listening to poetry and sharing playful banter. On this particular day, Xiaomu was summoned to the principal's office. Once again, he encountered Wei Hua, along with the medal he had brought. An individual first-class merit medal. Staring at the medal, Xiaomu found himself momentarily bewildered. What have I been up to lately? After a brief moment of confusion, clarity dawned upon him. The missing children's case, medal, 20,000 yuan. A second-level police officer. As previously mentioned, individuals awarded first-class merit or higher are eligible for early promotion in rank according to relevant regulations. Specifically, once a police officer attains first-class merit, barring cases where there is no further promotion possible, most can expect to ascend in rank ahead of schedule. This serves as a recognition and encouragement of their commendable work. Within the precinct of the police academy, Wei Hua donned a sincere smile, saying, "Consider it. How about transferring your post to the capital? What a lofty ambition you have, seeking to poach me." Xiaomu was not in the least surprised, for the adjacent National Security Bureau shared the same sentiment as Wei Hua. "I hail from ICT and have no intentions of remaining in the capital for the time being." Xiaomu chuckled. "The police force in ICT is quite commendable, wouldn't you agree?" "Indeed, your father also works in ICT." Wei Hua was unfazed by Xiaomu's refusal. "However, I've come with a task this time." "A task?" Xiaomu maintained a polite smile. "Please don't cause trouble, thank you. There's a classmate of mine whose case has encountered some difficulties. If clues are not found soon, they may face repercussions, possibly even being stripped of their badge." Wei Hua sighed. "Moreover, they have already enlisted the help of numerous individuals without success. Could you do me a favor and take a look? You truly are like a grandmother crawling into bed, making me chuckle." Yet, Xiaomu found nothing amusing about it. In the eyes of many, police officers are perceived as those who handle cases daily, investigating, solving, and closing them. They believe that as long as officers remain unscathed, able-bodied, and not sacrificing themselves, they can serve a lifetime. However, this is far from reality. When a police incident arises, each case may have a deadline. This time limit is determined by the severity of the case. For instance, in homicide cases, it is imperative to solve them in the shortest possible time frame. This minimum period could range from 3 days to a month. If the case is not resolved within this period, failure to apprehend the suspect equates to incompetence and dereliction of duty. Criticism may ensue, leading to disciplinary actions, demotion, or even stripping of their badge. Why should Xiao Mu concern himself with someone else's case? Perhaps some did not pay close attention to Wei Hua's words. He mentioned two words: classmate. Wei Hua, like Feng Shaoqiang, was a classmate of Xiao Guodong. So one might wonder, who else could be Wei Hua's classmates? Aren't they all classmates of Xiao Guodong, from the same cohort? An unsettling premonition surfaced within Xiao Mu. As expected, his phone rang. It was a call from his father. Such is Xiao Mu's intellect. Just from Wei Hua's single statement, he discerned that trouble was afoot and found himself unable to smile. For if Wei Hua could mention this matter to him, he could very well have spoken to his father about it too. Even if he chose not to assist, would it matter? You can bet that if someone sought help from Xiao Guodong, being an old classmate, he would undoubtedly place a call urging his son to take a look, always thinking 10 steps ahead. This was the essence of Xiao Mu. Upon seeing his father's incoming call, a profound weariness washed over him. There was no need to answer, he already knew the outcome. Ignoring his father's call, Xiao Mu grimaced. Uncle Wei, are you subtly insulting my intelligence? Haha, don't misunderstand. Wei Hua laughed heartily. I have no intention of being indirect. Damn. Were it not for the fact that he was an elder, Xiao Mu's short temper might have led him to throw a punch. Dad, is there something you need? He answered the call, feigning ignorance. How has your studying been lately? Xiao Guodong inquired cheerfully. Oh my, Dad, you are quite something, playing your tricks fast. You express concern for your son, engaging in a display of paternal affection, only to turn him into a tool later. At this moment, Xiao Mu felt an urgent desire to disconnect his father's oxygen supply in the future. Doctor, continuing this treatment will only prolong your father's suffering. Son, he must be treated, even if it costs the family fortune. Doctor, it's merely a fever. Son, oh, so you want to let it burn. Doctor, we can attempt resuscitation. Son, pull the plug, it must be done. Indeed, it was a thoroughly amusing display of paternal affection. Xiao Mu's mind raced with various scenarios, his irritation palpable. Dad, stop with the pointless chatter. Ha! Xiao Guodong was taken aback by his son's retort, chuckling. Indeed, there is a bit of a situation. I have a few old classmates who are quite remarkable. You've met Uncle Feng and Uncle Wei, right? There is another one working at the Ministry of Public Security in the Special Case Investigation Team. And then what? Xiao Mu raised an eyebrow. You can't be suggesting I take a leave from school to meet your classmate. Xiao Guodong was beginning to lose patience with his son's sarcasm. Have I not disciplined you in a while? Come on, he only resorts to threats of physical punishment. Understood. Xiao Mu rolled his eyes. Uncle Wei is here with me. I'll accompany him to see what is going on. Xiao Guodong advised, be cautious. A warmth spread through Xiao Mu's heart. A father's love is something that doesn't require words, it can simply be felt. Setting the phone down, he turned to Wei Hua. Uncle Wei, I'll help you request a leave, Wei Hua replied cheerfully as he left. Such thoughtfulness. Xiao Mu was quite pleased with Wei Hua's demeanor. However, a vague sense of unease lingered. Was there truly no one left in the public security system? Why did Wei Hua specifically seek him out for assistance? What level of self-importance did one possess to believe that the police force and cases would falter without him? A hypothesis began to form in his mind. Perhaps the request to look into the case was genuine, yet there might be underlying motives at play. Xiao Mu mused internally. To manipulate a child, do you really have the audacity? Behind this, what lies? Moral decay or a distortion of humanity? He picked up his phone and dialed Chiogu's number. What is up? Chiogu, wait until I return, let us have some fun. Where to? Someone has asked me to look into a case. I have a bad feeling about it, so I might not be able to accompany you these days. All right. When the time comes, we can watch a movie together. I heard that playing footsie in the cinema is quite thrilling. Shall we give it a try? Pervert. If there were no perverts like me in the world, what value would beauties like you, Chiogu, possess? Chiogu. Yes. Xiao Mu's expression turned serious. I miss you. After a long pause, shy words emerged from the other end. Come back soon, so we can have fun. Chapter 64. Have you always been so brave? Xiao Mu once thought that he and Yi Chushuan belonged to entirely different worlds. He did not wish to impose on others, nor did he want to demean himself. However, when a furnace draws near, can one truly remain unaware of its warmth? She may appear as a delicate vase, beautiful, somewhat nervy, occasionally socially anxious, and not particularly loquacious. Yet this little vase has poured herself out entirely for his sake. Do you truly have no thoughts on the matter? Although Kyag is a woman he would not dare to sully even in bed, there are other places, the kitchen countertop, the living room sofa, before the bathroom mirror. Shao Mu believed all of this could suffice. Why are you smiling so joyfully? Wei Hua's hand landed on Shao Mu's shoulder as he grinned foolishly. What delightful thoughts are you harboring? Care to share them with Uncle Wei? Have you always been so brave? Shao Mu glanced at Wei Hua. I was just thinking of my Kyag, are you sure you want to share? Wei Hua's face paled instantly at the thought of that enchanting beauty. Don't joke around, little brother. A woman of her caliber is not someone I could dare to fantasize about, besides you, of course. If anyone else were to harbor such thoughts, they might find themselves in grave peril. What exactly did Wei Hua know? When he had come to assist Shao Mu with his enrollment, he received a call from a certain high-ranking official at the Ministry of Public Security. After years of service, it was the first time he had received a call from someone of such stature. It was a dream he never dared to entertain. This official had shared a little secret with him, one that nearly caused Wei Hua to soil his trousers. The official had also assigned him a task: to see if there was an opportunity for Shao Mu to remain within the Beijing public security system by daily getting involved with several cases. As for the reason, the official had not disclosed it, and Wei Hua did not dare to ask. Coincidentally, an old classmate had encountered a particularly tricky case, thus, the stage was set. Never trust that coincidences exist in this world. Perhaps what you perceive as coincidence is merely what someone has allowed you to see. Little did Wei Hua know that his minor schemes had been largely deciphered by Shao Mu. Even less did he suspect that this young brother of his had, merely a week prior, been orchestrating operations within the national security system of H province, engaging in a battle of wits against foreign spies and mercenaries from a certain large nation. His trifling calculations pale in comparison to such high-stakes maneuvers. To put it bluntly, if Shao Mu's intelligence were weighed, it would surely surpass Wei Hua's by a considerable margin. Were it not for his father's acquaintance, Wei Hua wouldn't even qualify to contend with him. Beijing, Ministry of Public Security, Special Major Case Investigation Unit, commonly referred to as the Special Case Investigation Division. As previously mentioned, when certain major cases arise domestically, they are first handled by the Municipal Bureau, then by the Provincial Department, and ultimately by the Ministry of Public Security itself. Of course, in instances that lead to particularly severe consequences or have a significant impact, the ministry may send personnel directly, leaving local authorities with no say in the matter. Numerous agencies exist within the ministry, each targeting different categories of cases. The Special Case Investigation Division exclusively manages serious and major criminal cases. Why are they so formidable, daring to represent the ministry in handling such cases? Indeed, they are formidable. This is because every member is a king of police. What is a king of police, you may ask? It refers to every police officer who has received an honorary title within the public security system, those who have been recognized as heroic models within the police force. From 1980 to 2018, there have been a total of 237 such individuals, with 46 still in active service as of 2018. The Special Case Investigation Division comprises 7 of these elite officers. Can you fathom their prowess? Yet, astonishingly, this remarkably formidable division found themselves utterly confounded by a particular case. After a month and a half of investigation, they had not only failed to resolve the case but had not even unearthed a single clue. Can you believe that, on the journey there, as Shao Mu listened to Wei Hua's brief overview, he felt as though his mind was being swept away by an unmanageable storm, nearly short-circuiting. The kings of police Wei Hua spoke of were icons within the public security system, revered during Shao Mu's own academic days. To consider a case of such magnitude that even these idols could not crack, can one even begin to imagine what caliber of case that might be? How could Wei Hua dare to suggest that Shao Mu take a look at it, and yet, here he was foolishly complying. Goodness, the fool is me. Upon arriving, Wei Hua led Shao Mu into the ministry building. Ascending the elevator to the 6th floor, they traversed a corridor until they reached their destination, the Special Case Investigation Division. Before him lay a modest office space. Though small, it was efficiently organized, every inch utilized to accommodate the demands of daily operations. However, the room was thick with smoke, despite the air conditioning vent being on. The dense haze lingered unabated. At the disheveled desks, some individuals were slumped over in slumber, others stared blankly into space, while some sipped coffee. A few gazed at Shao Mu and Wei Hua with bloodshot eyes, their attention unwavering. Shao Mu stood frozen, overwhelmed by a torrent of thoughts he could not articulate. The office of the Special Case Investigation Division was a far cry from his expectations of a place occupied by such esteemed figures. Was it truly this chaotic? How did it differ from a standard criminal investigation team's office? The reality was that no matter how illustrious one might be, they were still individuals, and for detectives pursuing a case, appearances became irrelevant. It was entirely normal for them to go days and nights without changing clothes, neglecting personal hygiene, and sporting unkempt beards. Did they truly expect to be in a film, all polished and pristine? What nonsense! How could one's appearance possibly aid in solving cases? Old Wei, what brings you here? A middle-aged man with a full beard rose, greeting Wei Hua with a smile. Upon seeing him, Xiao Mu's heart raced, and his eyes sparkled. In the realm of criminal investigation in Longwo, legends abound. The most renowned are the 8 tigers of criminal investigation and the later 10 dragons of case kings. These are the veritable top-tier police officers in Longwo. Among the new generation, there are also some remarkable figures, such as the one standing before him, Zhao Shaotang, a top-tier forensic sketch artist. This specialized role may be unfamiliar to some, yet many recognize a certain existence, the much-lauded panda of the police world, the artist. They utilize their artistic skills and professional knowledge to analyze the psychology and modus operandi of criminals, deducing and depicting the suspect's life history, personality traits, ethnicity, gender, age, and more. Remarkably, the finest artists can create a portrait of a suspect solely from verbal descriptions. To put it plainly, these are the unsung heroes of assistance. How did Xiao Mu come to know him? Because this individual is a guest professor at the People's Public Security University, frequently invited to lecture students. In a way, Xiao Mu could consider himself one of his students. Chapter 65. People are quite remarkable. It's him, the son of my old classmate. Not only did he solve a special case in ICT, but he also cracked the recent incident in the capital. Wei Hua shook hands with Zhao Shaotang and then gestured towards Xiao Mu. I want to say much more. It was also he who unraveled that mystery. The case of the missing children in the capital involved certain sensitive matters that could not be disclosed. Listening to the conversation between the two, Xiao Mu's eyes widened in astonishment. To think that among his father's acquaintances, there was a police king, and he had been oblivious to it in his previous life. Is old Zhao's son really this handsome? Zhao Shaotang remarked, eyeing Xiao Mu. With looks like that, it would be a pity not to become a star. Xiao Mu. That's quite a harsh critique nowadays. What kind of stars are there? Does anyone truly remain ignorant? However, he understood that Zhao Shaotang was complimenting him, so he smiled and greeted, hello, Uncle Zhao. Hello, Zhao Shaotang replied, his gaze toward the young lad warm and affectionate. Xiao Mu. Yes, just call me Xiao Mu. Xiao Mu nodded. Little did he know, Zhao Shaotang turned to the others in the office and called out, everyone, stand up, the little police king from my classmate's family has come to guide our work. Xiao Mu. His previously amiable smile instantly froze on his face. Uncle, are you trying to incite jealousy in me? People are quite remarkable. One by one, the figures rose with amused expressions, approaching to observe. Xiao Mu felt a wave of embarrassment as he greeted each uncle. Among those present, there were only 3 police kings and 3 criminal investigation auxiliary specialists, a psychological profiling expert, a forensic trace expert, and a firearms analysis expert. The other 4 were engaged in investigations in another city, specializing in field investigation, interrogation, injury assessment, and fingerprint identification. This was a small group, yet a formidable team capable of addressing a wide array of criminal cases. Naturally, the special investigation team consisted of more than 7 members, with additional supporting personnel and considerable authority. They possessed the power to mobilize local agencies for assistance and could, when necessary, directly deploy personnel across systems, such as the Special Weapons and Tactics Unit. Wei Hua departed, having work to attend to. Zhao Shaotang, however, did not stand on ceremony with the child of his classmate. Before Xiao Mu lay a laptop displaying a detailed investigation report. Take a look, Zhao Shaotang said, patting the young lad's shoulder, let Uncle Zhao see your capabilities. The other 2 police kings, cigarette in hand, regarded the young boy with a hint of anticipation. They were seasoned detectives, police kings themselves, or how could they ever underestimate anyone? Years of criminal investigation had taught them never to look down on anyone, especially not a child who had cracked a special case. And let us not attribute it to luck. If luck could solve cases, what need would there be for police? Xiao Mu felt an acute discomfort, akin to being pushed into a situation against his will. Since he was already here, he might as well take a look. He sat before the desk, maneuvering the mouse to open the investigation report. Just a glance was enough for Xiao Mu's temples to throb with impending pain. His face was a mask of astonishment, his mind echoing 3 words, no way. What could possibly astonish him to this extent? There was indeed something. A brief scan of the report revealed an incomprehensible detail. Someone had committed murder, dismembered the body, and even disposed of the remains, yet no traces were found at the scene. Not only had the body vanished, but the perpetrator had also disappeared without a trace. On the night of July 28, a month and a half ago, the emergency hotline in Loncheng, Yunnan province, received a call. The caller identified himself as a resident of a certain community, claiming that his neighbor was making a racket in the middle of the night, smashing things, chopping items. The noise was unbearable. He requested that the police send someone to investigate and halt the disruptive activities. The emergency dispatch sent officers to the area. Upon arrival, the two police officers first met with the caller. They then approached the noisy household and knocked on the door, but no one answered. The officers contacted the property management, who provided the homeowner's phone number. They called, but it was busy, possibly turned off. Since there was no ongoing disturbance, after some consideration, the officers decided against forcibly entering and, after advising the caller, left. The entire process of the report and the police response seemed unproblematic. However, disaster struck. The next morning, the sewage pipe of the building was clogged. A resident summoned a plumber for repairs, and upon disassembling the sewage pipe, the worker let out a blood-curdling scream, collapsing in shock. What did he see? A human hand. Not only the plumber but the entire household was horrified. They then called the police. When law enforcement arrived to investigate the scene, they confirmed that the severed hand had been discarded from the upper unit. Why use the term discarded? Because it was highly likely that the hand had been disposed of through the toilet sewage outlet. This deduction was reasonable, as every household in the apartment building had sewage outlets, and only the toilet's drainage pipe could accommodate a human hand. From there, the investigation led to the grim realization that the hand likely belonged to the resident whose noisy activities had prompted the earlier complaint. The locksmith arrived, and the door to the implicated unit was opened, allowing the police to conduct their investigation. They were bewildered. Inside the room, the police found no signs of an assault or murder, yet the forensic expert, using a special method, discovered remnants of human fat and other substances in the toilet of the implicated unit. These substances were traced back to the severed hand. The police nearly dismantled the building sewage system, but aside from the hand, nothing else was uncovered. The forensic analysis indicated that the hand was likely severed by a heavy, sharp instrument, possibly an axe. The time of dismemberment was estimated to be within 12 hours prior, aligning perfectly with the time of the neighbor's noise complaint. Yet, the most astonishing part was this: despite multiple investigations, no evidence of assault or murder was found within the implicated unit. Through surveillance footage, the police identified that a man and a woman had entered the community the previous afternoon, entering the building in question, presumably entering the crime scene. However, this man and woman subsequently vanished. Analysis of the footage revealed that after entering the community and the building, they never reappeared. At this point, the investigators were left dumbfounded and horrified. How could two living individuals simply disappear? Coupled with the severed hand, it was truly chilling. Subsequently, through facial recognition comparison, the identities of the man and woman were confirmed. The man was a local tycoon, a well-known wealthy individual, while the woman was suspected to be his mistress, also the resident of the implicated unit. The police then extracted DNA from the severed hand to compare with the woman's relatives, confirming that the hand belonged to her. By this stage, the investigators had formed numerous hypotheses. However, none of them bore any significance. Two living individuals were missing. The most frightening aspect was that no signs of life from the man and woman were found within the room. The police found no fingerprints, footprints, blood, hair, not even a speck of dandruff. Yet, that severed hand had been flushed down the toilet. Faced with this scene, every investigator stood in stunned silence. How could this possibly happen? Chapter 66. Someone pressed the head of the police king to the ground. The dismemberment case had an exceedingly detrimental impact, inciting public panic. The case was impossible to contain, growing more outrageous as it spread, even making its way onto the internet. The Ministry of Public Security promptly dispatched a special investigation team to conduct an inquiry. After all, one could not underestimate the police king's prowess. Upon their arrival, they uncovered a multitude of clues and points of suspicion. The first point of suspicion was that the scene had been professionally cleaned. For instance, forensic investigators possess a specialized liquid that, when sprayed at the scene, can reveal any bloodstains present, regardless of whether they are from days or even years prior, or if they have been subjected to various cleansing agents. This renowned forensic reagent is known as luminol. However, this forensic method is not infallible. It can be easily circumvented by thoroughly cleaning the area with hydrogen peroxide followed by alcohol, and then applying luminol again, after which a final wipe with hydrogen peroxide renders the evidence invisible. The scene before them had clearly been subjected to such a meticulous cleaning process. Upon discovering this anomaly, the expressions of the special investigation team shifted dramatically, the reason being, an ordinary person would scarcely know what luminol is, let alone devise a countermeasure against it. What manner of individual could execute such a feat? Next came the second point of suspicion. A hand had been flushed down the toilet. Consider the size of a toilet's waste outlet. How large is a human hand? It is, in fact, quite a challenge to flush an entire hand away. Those well-versed in forensic science recognized this as decidedly illogical. The third point of suspicion could also be deemed a significant lead. A police king discovered a hidden camera at the scene. This camera was ingeniously concealed within the ceiling of the living room, capable of monitoring the area around the clock, complete with a 24-hour recording function and automatic cloud storage for the footage. The recorded video was retrieved. On the night of July 28, the camera's perspective revealed a dimly lit living room, suffused with an indescribable atmosphere that evoked a profound sense of unease. A woman lay on the sofa, appearing to be in a deep slumber. Suddenly, a short, stout figure gradually emerged into view. His movements were slow, as if deliberately concealing his footsteps. In his hand, he wielded a bone-slicing axe, glinting ominously in the dim light. When the rotund figure stood before the sofa, motionless for nearly half a minute, he abruptly raised the axe and brought it crashing down. The axe struck the woman's neck, severing her head, and blood gushed forth in a violent spray. Yet, he did not cease. Like a soulless machine, he relentlessly hacked at the woman's body, now lying twitching on the floor. Arms, hands, calves, thighs. In less than half an hour, he dismembered the corpse into pieces. However, what transpired next was even more horrifying. The panting, stout figure slowly turned around, and his face finally came into the camera's view. Under the dim light, his eyes seemed to emit an eerie greenish glow, as if piercing through the darkness, chillingly scrutinizing the viewer. An invisible dread enveloped one's spine. Simultaneously, the man appeared to be aware of the camera. He produced an object and pressed a button. The surveillance footage abruptly vanished. After viewing this recording, the members of the investigation team wore grave and troubled expressions, for the stout man was none other than the affluent individual involved in the case, while the dismembered woman was suspected to be his mistress. The surveillance footage unequivocally confirmed the man's heinous act of murder and dismemberment. Had they not seen this footage, it might have been easier to dismiss. However, after witnessing it, the team members were left with expressions of confusion and disbelief. They could comprehend the murder, the dismemberment, and the scene's cleanup, yet one question eluded them: why had the perpetrator discarded a hand into the toilet? Where were the other body parts? Most critically, where had the affluent man vanished to? For the next month and a half, the special investigation team exhaustively examined every conceivable lead, even those beyond the imagination of the average person. Yet, no body was found, nor any trace of the affluent man. He had simply evaporated from existence. Ultimately, the investigation team could only formulate one overarching hypothesis: the affluent man, the perpetrator, had employed methods incomprehensible to ordinary individuals to dispose of the body and flee. What led to this conjecture? 6 months prior, the affluent man had liquidated all his assets, including his company, shares, and real estate, amassing approximately $1.3 billion. Bank withdrawal records indicated that he had withdrawn the entirety of this sum, leaving his whereabouts unknown. After much contemplation, the only plausible explanation was that he had fled abroad. However, this case was being handled by 7 police kings. Even considering this possibility, they sensed that something was amiss, uncovering countless inconsistencies and anomalies. No matter how they viewed the situation, it felt profoundly peculiar, yet they could not pinpoint what exactly was amiss. Was it merely a case of murder, dismemberment, and subsequent flight from justice? In conclusion, the special investigation team identified 3 principal points of suspicion. 1. How did the affluent man come to know of luminol, and how did he acquire it? What enabled him to understand counter-surveillance techniques for cleaning the scene? 2. This was a billionaire. Surely a person of such wealth would possess intelligence and cunning. Why would he personally commit murder? Is that reasonable? 3. Both the body and the affluent man had vanished without a trace. If he was indeed the perpetrator, how did he acquire such expertise, and how did he manage to leave a monitored area without detection? Yet, despite their relentless investigation, they could uncover no further leads. Of course, based on the current evidence, the case could be classified as a murder committed by the affluent man. However, could the special investigation team accept this conclusion? Was it not an affront to their intellect as police kings? Yet, as time passed, if they failed to provide an explanation to their superiors, they would soon find themselves in need of justification. This was why Wei Hua had warned Xiao Mu that if the case remained unsolved, Zhao Xiaotang and the others might face disciplinary action. A reprimand, a severe warning, demotion, or even the end of their police careers could be at stake. Naturally, the latter scenario was highly unlikely, given their past achievements. Nevertheless, they were unwilling to relent, harboring a sense of indignation akin to having their heads ground into the dirt. They enlisted countless friends and colleagues to assist, yet to no avail in uncovering the truth. Then, Xiao Mu arrived. Chapter 67. You have been played. Xiao Mu arrived with multiple eggs. Can they truly rival these esteemed police kings? To put it dramatically, whatever you can conceive, these gentlemen can envision as well. Even the implausible is within the grasp of the police kings. In the realm of criminal investigation, they are undoubtedly the sovereigns. What have you to compare against them? Words alone. Xiao Mu diverted his gaze from the investigative report on the computer and looked towards Zhao Xiaotang. Uncle Zhao, why don't you share the possibilities that the special investigation team has considered? Shouldn't it be you who shares first, allowing us uncles to listen? Zhao Xiaotang countered with a smile, exchanging amused glances with his two colleagues. Could you not behave this way? Xiao Mu felt utterly vexed. He thought to himself, I am merely a bashful, shy, introverted youth. Must you pressure me so? I have long since returned the bravado to the ox. Even it requires sustenance. I have no desire to put on airs. Unfortunately, everyone was watching him, and Xiao Mu knew he could not escape. Taking a deep breath, he uttered a single word. Clean zone. In that instant, the three police kings, what could this clean zone possibly be that would render the three police kings so astounded? A clean zone is neither a fish nor the so-called assassin from abroad, nor is it a sanitation worker. Rather, it is a profession, a crime scene cleaner. This vocation is bifurcated into two factions, one righteous and the other nefarious. The righteous are employed by the state, tasked with cleansing crime scenes, such as those of homicides, erasing all traces once investigations conclude. Blood stains, odors, bodily fluids, decomposing flesh, and remnants must be meticulously eradicated, leaving no trace behind. The nefarious faction, however, is far more formidable. Professional criminals, their role is to meticulously eliminate any traces left by others' crimes. They are masters of concealment, disguise, and even of the art of crime itself. Some of the more skilled among them can fabricate a scene to mislead law enforcement. One might wonder how such a profession could exist. The answer lies in profit. Their clientele typically comprises the affluent or powerful. Ordinary individuals cannot afford their services, nor know how to seek them out. Consider the profession of assassin, which is widely recognized for its lucrative nature. But what if I tell you that the clean zone profession is even more profitable than that of an assassin? Would you be astonished? The clean zone Xiao Mu referred to is indeed the nefarious professional criminal. The first possibility that sprang to his mind was that the current case was orchestrated by a clean zone. Otherwise, numerous aspects would remain inexplicable. However, upon witnessing the expressions of the police kings, Xiao Mu realized he was mistaken. These seasoned investigators had likely considered this angle, perhaps even scrutinized the scene. If a clean zone were responsible for this case, it would surely have escaped their notice. Even if it were not the case, it had left the three police kings at a loss. Zhao Xiaotang and his colleagues exchanged glances. No one capable of solving a special case is ever simple. This young lad certainly possesses something remarkable. Isn't that so? Xiao Mu maintained his expression. Then, how about non-military special tactics? The moment those words escaped his lips, the three police kings were visibly taken aback. How could this be? Where had he even heard of such tactics? What are non-military special tactics? They encompass spies, agents, and other non-military capabilities. For the average person, let alone those who are not involved in special professions, such knowledge is practically unheard of. Xiao Mu's awareness stemmed from his dealings with national security personnel, having heard a whisper from Yu Wu in the past. Isn't that so? Xiao Mu felt a headache coming on. The expressions of the three police kings indicated they understood these special tactics and had investigated them. Then there remains only one final possibility. Xiao Mu closed his eyes, rubbing his temples. You have been played. Someone is orchestrating a performance. Why would he have a headache? If his assumptions were correct, it could ensnare the seven police kings. Just imagine how terrifying this individual must be. The gazes of Zhao Xiaotang and his colleagues shifted toward Xiao Mu, filled with a newfound wariness, as if assessing an anomaly. They indeed had contemplated the possibility of being played, but it was a thought that came later. However, the young lad before them had merely glanced at the investigative report and articulated this possibility. What kind of mind is this? They had pondered for a month, while he arrived at it in an instant. Is there truly a need for comparison? In the realm of intellect, it may take merely a second. Even if one is just a second swifter, that is still a mark of superior intelligence. If someone can conceive an idea in an instant while you require a month, it transcends mere cleverness. It is the mark of genius. I have only thought of this much. Xiao Mu opened his eyes, massaging his temples. To discern how they have played you, one must visit the scene. Yet even then, it may not be evident. Speculation is perpetually the least meaningful of endeavors. No matter how astute the deductions, one cannot attain absolute certainty. Even Zhuge Liang had his miscalculations. What makes you think you are any better? Prepare the helicopter, Zhao Shaotang suddenly commanded, addressing two subordinates nearby. Xiao Mu, what are you planning to do? Surely you do not intend to take me along for some ostentatious display. Let us go. Accompany Uncle Zhao to the scene. Zhao Shaotang regarded Xiao Mu with a deep gaze. If this is the case, my burden will only grow heavier. Xiao Mu chuckled helplessly. Uncle Zhao, I have school. Small matter. I shall grant you leave. You attend the People's Police University, correct? Zhao Shaotang's lips curled into a smile. They ought to show me some respect. Such words were delivered with unwavering confidence. Uncle Zhao, isn't that inappropriate? Xiao Mu's lips twitched. You cannot place upon a student the burdens that do not belong to his profession. Haha, the others present were amused by the young lad's cheeky remarks. Just moments ago, while Xiao Mu perused the investigative report, one police king casually checked the young lad's background. Upon completion, they could not help but gasp in astonishment. 18, he was not only a formal police officer, a criminal investigator, but also held the rank of second-level police chief, with 2 first-class merits to his name. Is your scalp beginning to tingle? Can you fathom the feats this young lad must have accomplished to attain the rank of second-level police chief at such a tender age, along with 2 first-class merits? Achieving a third-class merit is akin to standing still, a second-class merit is earned while reclining, and a first-class merit is often awarded to family members. Sometimes, this saying is not mere jest. Yet here stands this young lad, vibrant and full of life. Reflect on it. In his wholly healthy state, how did he manage to secure those 2 first-class merits? The gathered veterans of criminal investigations are not oblivious to this. It is quite unsettling. Thus, how can he so shamelessly claim to be merely a student? Considering I am a classmate of your father, Zhao Shaotang smiled, help Uncle Zhao out. If you phrase it that way, I can hardly refuse. Xiao Mu rolled his eyes. Of course, I must assist. Otherwise, upon returning home, his father would undoubtedly give him a thorough scolding. The most infuriating part is that he would not dare to resist. Chapter 68 Deceiving yourself with your own eyes. In a certain location outside the capital, but the Ministry of Public Security's dedicated airport, Xiao Mu and Zhao Shaotang disembarked from a helicopter and boarded a small plane. The entire journey took approximately 5.5 hours. The aircraft landed on a cordoned-off road in Lon City. Upon stepping off the plane, Xiao Mu commended the special investigation team. Had they waited for a commercial flight involving layovers and transfers, who could fathom the time it would have consumed to reach their destination? The small plane, however, was different. As long as there existed a sufficiently spacious road at the scene of the incident, it could land there. Once they exited the aircraft, the group promptly boarded a police van. Approximately 6 minutes later, they entered an upscale residential area. After disembarking, Xiao Mu noticed 4 middle-aged men standing outside the vehicle. The unmistakable air of seasoned detectives surrounded them, leaving no doubt as to their identities. The 4 gentlemen regarded Xiao Mu with eyes that seemed to scrutinize him like a peculiar specimen. Zhao Shaotang had informed them over the phone that they were bringing in a young talent to assist with the case, detailing the deductions Xiao Mu had drawn from the investigation report verbatim. This revelation left them astonished. Was this young prodigy truly that remarkable? There was no exchange of pleasantries as they headed directly towards the residential building before them, taking the elevator to the 4th floor. After donning shoe coverings and gloves, Zhao Shaotang led Xiao Mu into the residence linked to the case. The moment they stepped through the threshold, Xiao Mu paused to examine the floor, momentarily taken aback. Through his discerning eye, he observed that the ground was impeccably clean, as if meticulously scrubbed. Despite having endured over a month since the incident, a fine layer of dust had settled, yet traces of deliberate cleaning were still evident. Xiao Mu did not venture further inside but instead crouched down and inquired, "Is the entire house like this?" "Indeed," Zhao Shaotang affirmed with a nod. "The perpetrator has thoroughly cleaned the floors, walls, and even the various pieces of furniture and appliances, eradicating all traces." "Something is amiss," Xiao Mu remarked, furrowing his brow as he rose. "Zhao, have you noticed?" "Yes, the sounds are inconsistent," Zhao Shaotang concurred. Sounds. Following the investigation, it had been established that a neighbor had reported noise, prompting police to arrive, only to leave before the incident occurred the following day. The police had revisited the neighbor multiple times to confirm one crucial detail. After the noise had prompted the report, no further sounds emanated from the room in question. Why was there silence? While disposing of a body, one would surely make some noise, wouldn't they? Fine, let us assume they could manage to be silent during that, but how could they possibly clean the scene, wiping down walls, furniture, and appliances, without producing even the slightest sound? Don't even start with the idea that others couldn't hear. In the stillness of the night, even the faintest noise could be discerned by the neighbors. To clean an entire residence without a sound. If that were indeed possible, it would be astonishing beyond measure. Is this something a human could achieve? Xiao Mu's expression darkened. They have indeed accomplished it, Zhao Shaotan replied, equally troubled. We find it quite unbelievable. Xiao Mu refrained from further questioning. Entering the living room, he gazed at the sofa. The scene before him overlapped with the surveillance footage of the crime. The leather sofa was stripped of its cushions, throw pillows, and any items that could bear bloodstains. It was evident that after committing the act, the assailant had removed all evidence that could not be cleansed. Kneeling before the sofa, Xiao Mu scrutinized it closely. It too had been cleaned meticulously, even the crevices were devoid of any remnants. Shifting his gaze, Xiao Mu's pupils contracted as he surveyed the floor. Nothing was discovered. It appeared as if it had been licked clean by a dog. Following a thorough examination of the entire room, Xiao Mu scrutinized every corner through his discerning perspective. After having been astonished by the previous case of a missing child and the room equipped with mechanisms, his face once again displayed incredulity. How could this be achieved? Even with professional cleaning, certain traces would remain. Yet within this residence, all evidence was obliterated, as if life itself had been meticulously erased. Do you see anything? Zhao Shaotan inquired, his expression complex, eyes sharp and solemn, fixated on Xiao Mu. Could it be that he had truly discerned something? After a few seconds of silence, Xiao Mu spoke gravely, the timeline is inconsistent. Goodness, this is a prodigy indeed. Zhao Shaotan sighed. Some individuals are simply born geniuses, endowed with innate talent. Just as Xiao Mu had articulated, the timing was indeed problematic. Many people have experience cleaning a room or frequently tidying up. How long does it take to thoroughly clean a house, not missing a single spot? In this process, one must also remain silent, necessitating a slower pace and meticulousness. Would this not require doubling the time? Returning to the present case, the assailant had committed the murder in the dead of night, and the following morning, the tenant discovered a blocked drain caused by a severed hand. This incident occurred in the early hours, from the time of the murder to the morning when the drainage issue arose. Only approximately 7 hours had elapsed. Assuming the perpetrator possessed a sound mind, they would not have executed their plan within that time frame. They would have likely begun well in advance, hence, this time could be reduced to 6 hours, or perhaps even 5. Now, considering the need to dispose of the body and clean up afterward, this would require at least half an hour, if not an hour. How much time remained? 4 hours, I ask you. Is 4 hours sufficient to meticulously clean an entire house without producing a sound, erasing all traces? Is it feasible? If it were possible, there could only be one explanation. This was not the work of a single individual. At least 2, if not more, must have collaborated in this endeavor. Of course, there exists another possibility that everyone would prefer to avoid contemplating. Xiao Mu shook his head, his expression icy, just as he had conveyed to Zhao Shaotan and the others. Someone was orchestrating this charade. Everything before them could very well be a carefully constructed facade intended to deceive their senses. Did they truly believe the noise the neighbors reported was genuine? Did they assume that surveillance footage was authentic, and that severed hand, could they be certain it was real? Ultimately, was the crime scene before them genuinely what it appeared to be? Do you recall the words uttered by Xiao Mu's professor during his time at the police academy? If you are a police officer engaged in criminal investigation, never trust your own eyes. What you see may merely be what others wish you to see. Your eyes could be aiding the criminal, deceiving you in the process. Chapter 69. Come, let us battle. The night sky was as clear as a polished mirror, dotted with stars. In the absence of the daytime clamor, a profound tranquility enveloped the surroundings. Xiao Mu, inhaling the smoke, sat beside the flower bed, lost in thought as he gazed at the nearby residential building. After a while, he muttered, "What on earth does that person intend to do?" He flicked away the cigarette butt, extinguishing it beneath his foot. A strong desire to solve the case surged within him, swiftly restoring his composure. His mind became rigorously logical and clear once more. Countless doubts and flaws presented themselves, yet there were no tangible traces to be found. Such a case was unprecedented, defying logic and reason. Faced with this conundrum, even the police chief was rendered speechless. He himself was equally perplexed. However, one thing Xiao Mu was certain of: the special investigation team had been played. They were still attempting to deceive his eyes, preparing to lead him into a trap. Could he endure this? Xiao Mu's eyes widened, and he raised his hand. Sword, come forth. No, hang on. The wheel of fate materialized out of thin air, suspended before him. Gazing at the pitiful fate points, Xiao Mu felt an urge to weep, yet the tears would not come. It had been 13 days since he last drew the extraordinary physique. With a mere 13 fate points, given the wheel's notorious tendency, he was almost certain to strike out. He casually clicked for a single draw, then. Thank you for participating, Xiao Mu. Wheel of fate, we've known each other for so long, can we not uphold the bonds of friendship? Grant me a favor, another 2 single draws. Thank you for participating, damn it all. Xiao Mu fumed. In a moment of impulse, he opted for a 10 consecutive draw. Come on, let us fight. Perhaps sensing Xiao Mu's fury and resentment, or perhaps due to sheer luck, suddenly, the radiant golden light coalesced to form 4 characters. The scent of invincibility. Holy smokes, I hit the jackpot. Xiao Mu leaped up, brimming with excitement. Almost immediately, a sharp pain and tingling sensation surged in his nose, only to vanish in an instant. And then, nothing more followed. Xiao Mu's sad face, this is it. In the next moment, he discovered that his sense of smell had transformed. It became exceptionally acute, allowing him to detect scents in the air that he had never encountered before. He could even perceive the shapes of odors in the atmosphere. This ability to capture scents extended rapidly, enabling him to identify and judge, reaching far and wide. An endless array of aromas was locked onto by Xiao Mu's enhanced olfactory sense, discerning the nature and size of objects based on the scents they emitted, be it human, cat, dog, or food. Holy crap. Xiao Mu nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. What use is this ability? Should I become a drug-sniffing dog? The thought sent shivers down his spine. In a fleeting moment, his sense of smell returned to normal, and Xiao Mu's lips twitched in irritation. It was evident that although the wheel of fate granted him a bizarre ability, it was not necessarily practical. As the saying goes, better to have than not to have at all. Who knows when it might come in handy? With tearful self-reassurance, Xiao Mu forced a smile. What a bloodbath this was. Let us eat something fast. Zhao Xiaotang approached, handing him a takeout bag containing 2 boxes of dishes, a serving of rice, and a bottle of water. Xiao Mu accepted without hesitation, sitting by the flower bed to enjoy his meal. After a few bites, he found himself reminiscing about the meals prepared by Qiu Ji. It wasn't that Yi Chuxuan's cuisine was superior to that of outside establishments. Rather, it was the essence of her cooking that set it apart, an indescribable quality that made it utterly delightful. Zhao Xiaotang, lacking appetite, sat nearby smoking. Once the young man finished his meal, she inquired, confirmed. Yes. Xiao Mu took a hearty swig from the mineral water and belched, confirmed. Zhao Xiaotang's eyes sparkled. Tell me, let us see if our thoughts align. It's not at the primary scene. Setting down the water bottle, Xiao Mu tilted his head in contemplation. Most likely, the noise was intentional, the surveillance footage is fabricated, and the traces inside the implicated residence have already been meticulously cleaned. The crime scene is not here. The murder video was pre-recorded and deliberately uploaded to the cloud to mislead us into believing the incident occurred at this location. Meanwhile, a severed hand was left behind to complement the surveillance footage, fooling even seasoned detectives. As for the primary scene, Xiao Mu smirked, glancing at the community before him. It should be here, right? Why this assumption? The living room decor, furniture, appliances, and flooring in the video bore an uncanny resemblance to the crime scene. While other elements can be fabricated, replicating the layout of a house would be exceedingly complicated, akin to reconstructing an entire dwelling before proceeding with decoration. Xiao Mu had perused the investigation report. The implicated community was classified as a high-end neighborhood, complete with furnishings, appliances, and ready for immediate occupancy. Given the time, manpower, and resources required to fabricate a crime scene, one could easily be exposed. Why not simply purchase a house that was identical in decor, furnishings, and appliances? Isn't that the logic? Sounds about right. Zhao Xiaotang gazed at Xiao Mu with a complex expression, now viewing him not merely as a child but as an equal who could potentially outmatch them in intellect and cunning. Unfortunately, we've already checked all the residences in that community resembling the crime scene. Zhao Xiaotang sighed, no leads whatsoever. Xiao Mu realized that they had arrived at the same conclusions, having already conducted searches with no results. It must be here. Xiao Mu's tone was resolute and assured. If they could fabricate a crime scene, cleaning up the primary scene would be a piece of cake, wouldn't it? Zhao Xiaotang's eyelids twitched, and he nodded. All right, let us reinvestigate. He called over colleagues, reallocating manpower to commence a renewed search of the community. Xiao Mu lit a cigarette, not assisting but rather indulging in silent contemplation. Once the arrangements were in place, Zhao Xiaotang sat beside him. Have you considered that even if we locate the primary scene, it might bear no significance? Is it possible he never left the country but instead assumed a new identity to hide domestically? That is not what I wish to confirm. A peculiar smile spread across Xiao Mu's face. Zhao uncle, have you ever considered the question? If we never find the primary scene, would that not be the most terrifying scenario? Zhao Xiaotang was taken aback. He mulled over Xiao Mu's words. Suddenly, an icy wave of dread cascaded over his heart, leaving him feeling as though he had plunged into an icy abyss. Staring incredulously at the youth before him, he whispered, "You mean exactly as you suspect?" Xiao Mu inhaled deeply, enunciating each word. That woman, is she truly dead? Could it be that the real victim was the wealthy businessman? Zhao Xiaotang's scalp tingled, nearly bringing him to his knees before Xiao Mu. Chapter 70. They could take on 10 of you. Zhao Xiaotang stood in stunned silence, his expression vacant. I in the realm of normal human reasoning, upon viewing the surveillance footage and witnessing the murder of the woman, alongside the discovery of her severed hand at the crime scene, one would inevitably deduce that her demise was indeed peculiar and fraught with anomalies. No matter how one might analyze or speculate, the most one could conclude would be that the woman was undoubtedly deceased. After all, from whence did that severed hand originate? It was only through Xiao Mu's subtle hints that Zhao Xiaotang began to entertain the notion that the woman might still be alive. Was the woman's survival the crux of the matter? No, it was Xiao Mu's subsequent revelation about the death of the tycoon that truly unsettled him. What kind of imaginative leap would it take to conceive such a possibility? If the tycoon was indeed deceased, then who was the tycoon depicted in the surveillance footage? How did you arrive at that conclusion? Zhao Xiaotang, snapping back to reality, gazed at Xiao Mu as if he had seen a ghost. There's a film, Fast and Furious, Xiao Mu replied with a shrug. In it, the male lead suffers a fatal car accident in real life. The film is halfway through, and they cannot replace the actor. What do? They bring in the lead's brother and employ computer technology to resurrect the character, allowing the film to continue. Given that such technology exists, it stands to reason that others would undoubtedly exploit it as well. Uncle Zhao, why couldn't the tycoon in the surveillance footage be an impersonation? Just as I deduced, the surveillance footage itself could be a fabrication, a ruse designed to mislead the authorities, with a mere decoy present. What is so perplexing about that? But Zhao Xiaotang wore an expression of utter frustration. If the tycoon is dead, then how do we explain the woman's survival and the severed hand? Uncle Zhao, it seems you've overlooked a crucial detail. Xiao Mu locked eyes with Zhao Xiaotang. 3 billion, a thunderclap echoed in Zhao Xiaotang's mind, leaving him frozen in place, as if turned to stone. A proverbial saying emerged in his thoughts. Men die for wealth, birds perish for food. Do not utter the figures of 3 billion, 130 million, or even 13 million, for even 3 million could incite someone to sever their own hand. Is there anything amiss in this assertion? The reason the other party presents this hand is unmistakable, aimed at leading us to believe she has perished. Xiao Mu continued his deduction. The severed hand, along with the video, is sufficient to mislead us all. Our minds, bound by habitual thinking, will unconsciously disregard her in any reasoning process. However, the situation has changed. She may not be dead, which indicates a more significant issue, her fear of being discovered by us, prompting her to feign death. There is a clever saying circulating online. Only a cheating child fixates on the proctor, terrified of being caught. If this statement holds merit, could it be possible that this case was orchestrated by this woman herself? Astonishing. Zhao Xiaotang felt a prickling sensation on his scalp. He stared at Xiao Mu, as if gazing upon an enigmatic creature. Do not speak of a severed hand. With that 3 billion, she could procure a hand in mere moments, and the cost would be negligible. Xiao Mu scoffed, for the sake of this 3 billion, to deceive every officer. If you were Zhao Shu, a man willing to go to any lengths for wealth, would you not partake? Zhao Xiaotang opened his mouth, rendered speechless. Applause, a round of clapping resounded behind them. It emanated from several police chiefs, their faces betraying a mixture of admiration and submission. After hearing Xiao Mu's reasoning, they felt as though they had squandered their lives. A cadre of police chiefs appeared less astute than a child. Xiao Mu's deductions seemed to have rendered their previous investigations irrelevant, as if he had discarded their findings into the toilet, pressing their heads into filth. Regaining their senses, Zhao Xiaotang and his colleagues exchanged glances, each feeling a sense of embarrassment. They had initially hoped to maintain the facade of authority, to jest with the younger generation, and perhaps even mentor Xiaomu. They were already aware of numerous aspects of this case, merely wishing to test the young man. For instance, they had noticed discrepancies in the voice and timing, recognizing that they were being played, and had deduced that the current scene was not the primary one. Yet now, they realized they had attempted to teach a lesson in futility, while he had effortlessly seen through their ruse. It became evident that in sheer intellect, he could outmatch them tenfold. Alas, they remained oblivious. If it came to a contest of strength, Xiaomu could similarly best them 10 times over. A brand new lead emerged, one they had never considered. The woman they believed to be deceased, Yuan Guoxue, female, 28 years old, unemployed. Through investigation, it was revealed that Yuan Guoxue graduated from the Shanghai Academy of Drama, possessing both beauty and an admirable physique. She had worked as a model, released singles, and participated in web dramas. One could classify her as a minor celebrity or argue that she was nothing of note. 3 years ago, she was frequently seen in upscale entertainment venues, a regular guest at an exclusive club, flitting like a butterfly among the affluent. 2 years ago, suspicions arose that Yuan Guoxue was being kept by a wealthy man named Sun Kailang, 42, the CEO of a certain company. Through police investigations and interviews, it was confirmed that Sun Kailang indeed had an improper relationship with Yuan Guoxue. It was also uncovered that Sun Kailang transferred 150,000 monthly to Yuan Guoxue via a certain account and purchased a property for her, which happened to be the residence involved in the case. Xiaomu gazed calmly at Yuan Guoxue's profile. He had never harbored contempt for women. Raised under the formidable intellect of his mother and her authoritative methods towards him and his father, he sometimes felt intimidated by her. Xiaomu understood that some clever women could manipulate men as if they were mere playthings, and if a woman chose to be ruthless, she could easily overshadow any man. Consider Wu Zetian, or that Empress Dowager, Cixi, who, though not an emperor, wielded just as much power. The most formidable was Qin Liangyu, who was conferred the title of Marquis through military merit, dominating her contemporaries with sheer strength. She is the only female general in history recorded in the official annals of a dynasty, having never tasted defeat throughout her life. Quite impressive, wouldn't you agree? Yet now, Xiaomu had encountered another remarkable woman. Yuan Guoxue, you are indeed formidable. So ruthless that you would sever your own hand. With such a fierce disposition and relentless resolve, what could possibly be beyond her reach? Has your performance concluded? Xiaomu inquired with eager anticipation. It is now my turn to take the stage. Where do you think you're fleeing? I have state security at my back. As long as you remain on this planet, brace yourself, I am coming for you. Chapter 71. It's confirmed, I did not find the first crime scene. Zhao Xiaotang reported with a grave expression, the finding that precisely corroborated Xiaomu's deduction. The absence of a first crime scene was the most alarming revelation, for it implied that no one had perished, that the woman in question was still alive. It suggested that the crime scene before them was fabricated, that the surveillance footage was likewise a deception, then most significantly, that the severed hand was a deliberate ruse intended to mislead the authorities. Yet, these remained mere conjectures. The ultimate truth could only be unveiled through exhaustive investigation. Without the truth, all your deductions are nothing but nonsense. This line of reasoning had granted the Special Investigation Team a fresh avenue of inquiry. An all-encompassing investigation into Yuan Guoxue's past was underway. The national security apparatus, notorious for its brutality, was matched in tenacity by the police force, with the elite detectives of the Special Investigation Team fully engaged in the case. Once they set their sights on a target, escape abroad was the only option. Even if one managed to flee the country, Xiaomu was prepared to enlist the aid of national security to ensure her capture. Would national security show leniency? Had one forgotten that they still owed Xiaomu a favor? And what of that national security veteran, Yi Wu? He was more than just a close ally, wasn't he? Outside the Lone City Public Security Bureau, the group of municipal leaders awaited certain individuals. Suddenly, 2 business vehicles approached. The leaders' eyes lit up, their faces adorned with professional smiles typical of bureaucrats. The doors swung open, and a cohort of 8 emerged from the vehicles. The municipal leaders were momentarily taken aback, for at the forefront of this group was an unexpectedly handsome youth. The members of the Capital's Special Investigation Team followed closely behind the boy as if he were their superior. What was going on? The scene felt like something out of a melodramatic novel, exuding an intensely awkward atmosphere. Xiaomu silently scoffed, steeling himself to approach the Lone City leaders. There was no alternative. These officials were now entirely beholden to him, unwittingly transformed into the command structure of the investigation team. This was, after all, the most traditional and genuine form of law enforcement, a team where merit dictated leadership. The principle of respecting the capable transcends time. In both police and military contexts, this principle is magnified. The competent rise, while the inept fall. The one who possesses strength, who can solve the case, becomes the leader. Now, with Xiao Mu's prowess in uncovering clues and deducing the case details, he naturally assumed command. However, should another case arise where he falters and someone else excels, he would find himself relegated. This is a straightforward truth. Dare one appoint an incompetent to lead the special investigation team? Trust that the seasoned detectives would swiftly deliver a reality check, but the demeanor of the special investigation team astonished the leaders of the police bureau. They speculated about the identity of this young man and why he was positioned ahead of a cadre of esteemed detectives. It was unclear whether he had even attended university, what warranted his prominence. Upon reaching the municipal leaders, Xiao Mu halted without uttering a word. Xiao Xiaotang stepped forward, shaking hands with the bewildered chief of the Lon City Police. The group then entered the municipal office and proceeded to the reception room. The purpose of their visit was to mobilize the entire Lon City Police force in search of clues. Normally, Zhao Xiaotang could easily facilitate this with a phone call. However, such an approach would lack respect for the chief of the city's police force. Would he be inclined to offer his utmost cooperation under such circumstances? Never attempt to second-guess human nature, for doing so may lead one to the most disheartening of realizations. Minutes later, commands from the chief of the Lon City Police were disseminated to various investigative units. The entire police force commenced an investigation into every detail concerning the suspect, Yuan Guishue. While Zhao Xiaotang engaged in discussions with the municipal leaders, Xiao Mu perused his phone, examining various materials. Many individuals occasionally cast sidelong glances at him, their expressions laden with intrigue. Was it not somewhat excessive for the young man to be engrossed in his phone in front of such a distinguished assembly? Yet, Xiao Mu was not merely playing. Even if he were, would he need to concern himself with their perceptions? At that moment, he was scrutinizing the surveillance footage from the crime scene, alongside photographs captured by seasoned detectives and images of the scene post-tampering. Some tasks are beyond the capabilities of a single individual. Xiao Mu understood this concept, and so did the special investigation team. Yuan Guishue must have had accomplices, adept in the art of crime. It was akin to piloting a fighter jet. Possessing the aircraft does not guarantee one can operate it. The same applies to criminal acts. For instance, can an ordinary person effectively disguise, forge, or stage a crime scene? Even if one possesses the skill, could their fabrication possibly deceive a cadre of seasoned detectives? What manner of individual could successfully mislead the police? Only a master, a connoisseur of criminality, particularly one skilled in crafting deceptive crime scenes, could achieve such a feat. Moreover, this could not be the work of a novice. Repeated practice breeds proficiency. It is implausible to assert that these actions stemmed solely from Yuan Guishue. No matter her intelligence, it is improbable that she could single-handedly execute the tasks of several individuals. Indeed, it is highly probable that the counterpart is a cohesive team, resembling a cleanup crew. From this deduction, it follows that Yuan Guishue collaborated with this team. The objective was self-evident. The wealthy Sun Kelenji.it ultimately boiled down to one word: money. Therefore, the team cooperating with Yuan Guishue could not have emerged from thin air. They must possess skills, organization, and channels through which they could connect with those in need of their services. Who, then, could access such a team? Suddenly, Xiao Mu's expression shifted. Could it be that this team is the cleanup crew? Were they concerned about being traced, employing tactics to mislead Zhao Xiaotang and others into believing they were not the cleanup crew, thus evading detection? Otherwise, Xiao Mu could not fathom who else could fabricate a crime scene that could fool a cadre of distinguished detectives. Once more, familiarity breeds skill. If one cannot even achieve proficiency, how can they deceive others? The reason for recalling the cleanup crew was that his initial speculation had been dismissed by the special investigation team, stemming from a deep-seated trust in the detectives' expertise. Yet the outcome. Xiao Mu chuckled softly, realizing that challenging these seasoned detectives might not be as daunting as he had presumed. In reality, Xiao Mu had idolized these detectives, perceiving them as the pinnacle of law enforcement, while neglecting a crucial detail. How old were they? Is it not possible that their status as top detectives was built upon a foundation of numerous cases, accomplishments, and years of service, rather than sheer intelligence or genius? At times, they might simply be ordinary individuals, lacking the extraordinary abilities one might envision. I was careless, I did not evade. Xiao Mu mused internally, nearly intimidated by these esteemed detectives. If his deductions were accurate, mobilizing the entire city's police force might not yield results. He even harbored doubts that the suspect, Yuan Guishue, might have undergone a transformation. Indeed, for Xiao Mu was reminded of the severed hand. If one possesses 1.3 billion, would they willingly sever their own hand? Would they not desire to seek a replacement? If it were indeed possible to reattach a hand, would undergoing cosmetic surgery be overly challenging? Furthermore, there was the crucial matter of access. A 28-year-old woman, an inconspicuous starlet, how could she possibly engage with such channels? Suddenly, the realization struck him. Yuan Guoxue had often frequented high-end entertainment venues, appearing amongst the elite. A glint of determination flashed in Xiao Mu's eyes. So, this was where the access lay. Chapter 72. In the 18th layer, is it conceivable for an ordinary person to encounter a cleaner? In the past, Yuan Guoxue was merely an average individual. Some people are confined to a certain circle or echelon from the moment they are born. Whether you acknowledge it or not, there exist realms, individuals, and matters that you will never have the fortune to encounter in your lifetime. It is akin to a jest. You reside on the first floor, while others dwell on the 18th. This is not merely a quip, it is a veritable truth. Each stratum of society possesses its own set of accessible resources. For instance, Yuan Guoxue could only be regarded as part of the lower class. What right does she have to engage with a cleaner, an entity accessible solely to those in higher echelons? She is unworthy, yet those she interacts with are deserving. Beauty has always served as an exceedingly effective weapon against men. Some astute women adeptly exploit their own allure to ascend into realms and domains previously deemed unattainable. The metaphor of a common fowl transforming into a phoenix encapsulates this phenomenon. Xiao Mu contemplated for a moment and discerned the source of Yuan Guoxue's connections. The influential individuals she previously mingled with likely stemmed from the affluent businessman Sun Kailang. Behold, does this not elucidate the matter? Only such luminaries or Sun Kailang himself could have the opportunity to engage with a cleaner, for cleaners are precisely those who undertake that dirty work for these individuals, albeit at a steep price. It is said that fees commence at $1 million, soaring into the tens of millions, and occasionally even surpassing $1 billion. Why such exorbitance? Because, at times, their services extend beyond mere menial tasks. Imagine having a competitor vying for the same lucrative contract worth $10 billion. You enlist a cleaner, and your rival meets an untimely demise, an accident, a fatal illness, or a seemingly natural death, all conveniently unlinked to you. Ultimately, the cleaner takes away $1 billion, leaving you with $9 billion. Quite reasonable, isn't it? This encapsulates the stark reality of a world inaccessible to ordinary individuals. Even if one were to suddenly acquire immense wealth and seek a cleaner for such undertakings, finding one would prove futile. Sudden affluence does not guarantee acceptance into that stratum. You remain unworthy. This elucidates why the profession of a cleaner can, at times, yield greater profits than that of a mere assassin. They operate with techniques delving into realms far beyond comprehension. In the current case, the special investigation team nearly faltered, mistakenly believing that Yuan Guoxue had been murdered and that the wealthy businessman Sun Kailang had fled. From the outset, they never entertained the notion that this was a ruse orchestrated by Yuan Guoxue. No, she lacked the acumen for such a scheme. Is it not you? Xiao Mu's expression turned icy. Little brat, you are quite the showman. A multitude of gazes turned toward him. Zhao Xiaotang and the leaders of the Lone City Bureau were expressions of utter bewilderment, unable to comprehend Xiao Mu's sudden outburst. Rising to his feet, Xiao Mu declared, "Let us go." Instantly, the members of the special investigation team stood and followed the young man, leaving behind a cadre of city bureau leaders in a state of confusion. Outside the bureau, Xiao Mu elucidated his reasoning. Why not speak within the bureau? Walls have ears. Can you guarantee that your words won't reach the ears of those with ulterior motives? It is akin to the film Infernal Affairs. If you have an undercover agent among the wrongdoers, do you believe that there are none among the police? The profession of a cleaner encompasses a myriad of complexities and fields. Can you assure that there are no informants within the police ranks? Upon hearing Xiao Mu's deductions, Zhao Xiaotang and the others felt their faces flush with embarrassment. Why, when Xiao Mu first encountered the case and reviewed the investigation report, his initial hypothesis pointed to a cleaner. Yet, they dismissed it, although they had scrutinized the scene and noted that the perpetrator's methods bore resemblance to those of a cleaner. They also observed numerous errors that a cleaner would never commit. However, they failed to consider the possibility that this could be a deliberate setup, a ruse meant to mislead them. Yuan Guoxue may be ruthless, but she could never master such intricacies of deception or possess the expertise to cleanse a crime scene. Such skills cannot be acquired in a short span of time. Xiao Mu continued, my conjecture is that Yuan Guoxue had her sights set on the wealth of businessman Sun Kailang, and she sought the services of a cleaner to execute her scheme. Then she orchestrated a ruse, arranging for the cleaner to stage a false death, leading others to believe that Sun Kai-lang had committed murder and fled. Ultimately, she would re-emerge in public with a new identity, and no one would suspect that she was the former Yuan Guoxue. Xiao Mu turned to the group. Is this not a possibility? Why not flee abroad? One of the police officers inquired. Uncle, have you forgotten that she had a severed hand during that period? Xiao Mu explained, at that stage, one misstep could lead to disaster. How could she possibly risk fleeing overseas? To many, she had already become a ghost. Escaping abroad would necessitate a false identity, possibly even smuggling. Most critically, you may have overlooked one detail. 1.3 billion, in cash. What a staggering volume that represents. Do not speak of depositing it in a bank. Any substantial deposit would invite scrutiny. And do not suggest laundering it through black market channels. With such a sum, if you were to launder it abroad, you would be lucky to retain 3 to 4%. The money, painstakingly acquired, would be split with the cleaner and the money laundering syndicate, leaving you with barely half. Would you be content with that? However, if she remains domestically, numerous issues can be resolved seamlessly. All it requires is a modest payout to the cleaner, a transformation of her appearance, and a change of identity to live within the country. Does that not sound appealing? Moreover, consider the environment, the sentiments of the populace, familial ties. There are countless attachments a person cannot easily sever. Would you truly wish to exist in isolation in a foreign land, devoid of friends and family? Xiao Mu raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. Taking all these factors into account, where do you think she might be? The 7 police officers, upon hearing his reasoning, felt as though they were plummeting into an abyss of unfathomable darkness, chilled to the bone. What were they truly fearing? Not the case, but the intricacies of human nature. The youth before them had pierced through the veil of human intentions to such an extent, calculating with such precision. The coldness they felt was a sudden illusion, a sensation akin to standing before someone utterly unclothed. If this youth sought to ensnare you, could it be that your innermost thoughts were laid bare before him? What difference would there be if you were unclothed? Their current demeanor was a visceral instinct of trepidation, caution, and fear. In the presence of someone like Xiao Mu, one should refrain from attempting to play mind games or employ tricks. It is entirely possible that even the slightest movement of yours would be discerned by him. What shall we do next? Zhao Xiaotang suppressed her trepidation and gazed at Xiao Mu, as did the others. Medical, social elites. Xiao Mu commanded, conduct a dual investigation. Medical, a severed hand would necessitate a physician. If she sought a transplant, a doctor would still be required. Should she desire cosmetic surgery, that too would demand medical expertise. Investigate whether anyone has undergone treatment in the past month. Examine all beauty clinics for any full facial surgeries performed. Social elites, as mentioned earlier, the channel of cleaners is inaccessible to ordinary individuals. It can only originate from within that echelon. However, tracing it proves challenging. Even if someone is aware of a cleaner, who would dare to divulge that information? This relies on the capabilities of these police officers. Just because you cannot, does not imply they lack the means. Chapter 73. In their presence, you are merely a junior. As the night deepened, the early autumn sky appeared remarkably clear. The gentle moonlight cascaded softly upon the tranquil earth, draping the cool air in a silvery veil. Today, Chen Bin was in high spirits, for he had secured a lucrative deal. In no time, the share of 1 million would effortlessly find its way into his hands. What kind of deal was so profitable? It was bridge building, specifically, alleviating the troubles of certain celebrities and affluent individuals. However, the individuals behind Chen Bin were a rather formidable group. Some preferred to refer to them as the cleaners. At the age of 31, Chen Bin enjoyed a commendable family life. His parents were alive, and his wife was gentle and kind. Not long ago, he had purchased a villa outright, moving in with his beautiful and tender spouse. Once his wife became pregnant, he intended to leave this line of work, embracing a life of normalcy and savoring the joys that lay ahead. After parking his car in the underground garage of the villa, Chen Bin hummed a tune as he made his way to the first floor. The living room was dimly lit. He looked up in surprise towards the second floor, puzzled as to why his wife had not turned on the lights today. However, upon hearing music from above, a smile crept across his face. Thoughts of his wife's exquisite visage and graceful figure ignited warmth in his heart. He prepared to ascend the stairs, planning to surprise her with a passionate display. He did not even intend to switch on the lights, heading directly toward the staircase. Yet, as he approached the living room and passed by the sofa, suddenly, Chen Bin's smile froze, his expression blank, and his body went rigid. In that instant, his neck, like a rusted gear, slowly turned to face the sofa. There, he beheld a tall figure sitting like a spectre, cold eyes fixed unwaveringly upon him. An explosive surge of emotions surged within Chen Bin, as if icy insects were crawling up his spine, instilling a chill in his heart. Come here, the indifferent voice of the figure resonated, carrying an eerie chill that struck him. Chen Bin shuddered, slowly approaching, cautiously standing before the person. With the aid of the moonlight, he finally discerned the face of his interlocutor. He was taken aback. It was a youth possessed of a visage so striking that it could only be described as beautiful. Suddenly, a feral snarl emerged on Chen Bin's face as he lunged forward with lightning speed, a sharp knife appearing in his raised hand, aimed at the handsome youth's chest. However, just as the blade hurtled towards its target, a resounding crack echoed in the air. Chen Bin's body jolted as his wrist was seized. In his horrified gaze, another crunch sounded as his wrist broke, causing the knife to clatter to the ground. A fist crashed into his chin, the terrifying force propelling him upward from the ground. Yet, in the next moment, an arm shot out like lightning, a hand effortlessly grasping his neck and lifting him high into the air. A profound sense of suffocation enveloped him. Suspended in midair, Chen Bin began to convulse violently, his eyes rolling back in his head. Just as he was on the brink of unconsciousness from asphyxiation, the icy, bone-chilling voice pierced through the silence once more. I have no desire for idle chatter. Xiao Mu fixed his gaze upon the suspect before him. I ask, you answer. Should you answer incorrectly, the consequences will be dire. Do you understand? With that, he flung Chen Bin onto the sofa. Cough, cough, cough. Chen Bin, his face flushed, gasped for breath, staring incredulously at Xiao Mu, having forgotten the pain in his shattered wrist. Answer me, Xiao Mu enunciated each word clearly. Do you comprehend? Yes. Chen Bin felt a jolt in his heart, lowering his gaze, his face ashen. Why was he so compliant? Did he not wish to inquire about the identity of this person? Did he not want to resist any longer? No, he dared not. The reason for his submission, for his obedient demeanor, lay in the glaring red dots that had appeared on his chest. The beams of light emanated from outside the window, where two fully armed SWAT officers stood under the moonlight. Previously, Chen Bin had only witnessed such scenes in movies. He never imagined he would one day find himself in a similar situation. Overcome by an involuntary tremor, his heart raced like a drum. The identity of his interrogator was now abundantly clear. Any further movement could result in him being shot on the spot. Chen Bin did not wish to die. Your work involves taking orders for the cleaners, correct? Xiao Mu queried coldly. Extracting commissions, sharing profits. The ability to locate the individual before him stemmed from the methods employed by Zhao Xiaotang and his associates, gleaned from the affluent and famous. As for how they accomplished this, Xiao Mu did not inquire, nor did Zhao Xiaotang divulge any information, for some methods could not be explicitly stated. Upon hearing the term cleaners, Chen Bin's face drained of color, turning as pale as paper. He nodded, yes. Are you their agent? Yes. How do you contact them? The dark web. Have you met them? I have. How many are there? I'm not sure, but only 5 come frequently to handle jobs in Lone City. Do you know who they are? I do not. Do you remember their faces? I do. As the questions and answers flowed, time whisked by rapidly. Why was Chen Bin so forthcoming? In his situation, a degree of honesty might result in a life sentence or a suspended death sentence. However, if he resisted or fought back, he would undoubtedly meet his demise. They had managed to track him down, SWAT had been dispatched. This indicated that the person before him knew him exceptionally well. Failure to cooperate would lead to his certain death. Was there any choice in the matter? As dawn broke, based on Chen Bin's account, Zhao Xiaotang sketched 5 composite portraits. This was the capability of a forensic sketch artist, also known as a portraitist. Subsequently, through a big data comparison of these 5 portraits, the expressions of everyone present grew somber. Among the 5 images, only one matched a resident of the Long Kingdom's extensive database. Remarkably, that singular face belonged to someone no one expected, a crime scene cleaner. As previously mentioned, the profession of cleaners has both positive and negative aspects. The counterpart was indeed a public servant, a true crime scene cleaner. No wonder the scene they arranged could deceive even the police king. Who in the world could possess a more intricate understanding of crime scenes than a crime scene cleaner? Have you considered that the police, in their investigations, encounter far fewer crime scenes than they do, while the police are confined to a specific jurisdiction, responsible solely for the crime scenes within their area? The crime scene cleaners oversee the cleanup of crime scenes throughout the entire city. If we are to purely discuss knowledge of crime scenes, what do you possess to compare with them? To put it bluntly, it is likely that even the police king has encountered fewer crime scenes than they have. In their presence, you are but a junior. Chapter 74. The next time you play pretentious, remember to hold back. 10 a.m. Xiaotong, Yunnan Province, Forensic Identification Center. Xiao Mu gazed coldly at the office building before him. The so-called crime scene cleaning operation was primarily undertaken by forensic cleaners. Unlike abroad, where specialized crime scene cleaning companies exist, it is accurate to say that these individuals are living off the public purse. Zhao Xiaotang entered the Forensic Identification Center with his team. 20 minutes later, he returned with a darkened expression. The individual hasn't been to work for a month, Zhao Xiaotang stated with a frigid tone. He's fled. Xiao Mu's countenance shifted, his mind racing to analyze the situation. In an instant, he grasped the reason. Originally, this murder case did not warrant the involvement of a special investigation team. Their engagement stemmed from the case's adverse impact, which had been publicized online. Under normal circumstances, this case would have been handled by the Lone City Bureau. Had things proceeded as expected, those investigating would likely have been deceived, categorizing the case as a murder with the suspect on the run, issuing a warrant for the affluent businessman Sun Keiling. But this scenario was precisely what Yuan Guoxue and the cleaner hoped to see, yet fate had other plans. The special investigation team arrived, uncovering numerous inconsistencies and anomalies. Ultimately, Xiao Mu arrived on the scene, yet regrettably, a full month too late. A month prior, the cleaner had already been aware of the incident. They were not foolish, fully cognizant of the repercussions of the case being publicized online, particularly with the arrival of the special investigation team, which would scrutinize the case for over a month, indicating that the truth was likely to be uncovered by the police. Would you flee under such circumstances? Why was the suspect Chen Bin unaware of the need to escape? Why would a mere errand runner matter to the cleaner? Xiao Mu could conceive of this, and so could Zhao Xiaotang and his team, each wearing expressions of shame. Had the lead on the cleaner's side been severed? There is still hope. Xiao Mu replied darkly. Just earlier, Zhao Xiaotang discovered that the target had fled 4 days after the special investigation team's arrival, indicating that even with the case publicized, they were not overly fearful. Why precisely did they consider fleeing only after the special investigation team showed up? A leak from the police department. Zhao Xiaotang's expression darkened further. Not necessarily, Xiao Mu countered, shaking his head. There's another possibility. The victim's family. At that moment, everyone believed Yuan Guoxue was deceased. The ones most eager to uncover the truth would undoubtedly be her family. I recall an incident. Yuan Guoxue's parents visited the scene. Zhao Xiaotang's complexion shifted. They questioned us about our identities, causing a commotion, crying and wailing. To pacify them, a colleague showed them identification before they quieted down. Reflecting on it now, it seems quite suspicious, especially since this coincided with our arrival on the 3rd day. At that time, they had assumed Yuan Guoxue was indeed a victim. Who would have thought her parents were in trouble? Huh? Xiao Mu scoffed. Were Yuan Guoxue's parents genuinely concerned about the case, or were they merely probing for information? The moment Yuan Guoxue's parents encountered Zhao Xiaotang and the others, some individuals fled the very next day. There lay the clue. Moreover, it was no trivial lead. Yuan Guoxue's parents might be aware that their daughter was alive. If they knew their daughter was alive, did they also know she was involved in criminal activities? In a residential area of Lone City, before a particular apartment door, Xiao Mu knocked gently. Who are you looking for? A male voice, middle-aged, responded from within. Police, Xiao Mu replied coldly. Moments later, the door creaked open. A middle-aged man stood inside with a composed demeanor, his gaze icy as he scrutinized Xiao Mu and Zhao Xiaotang. Zhao Xiaotang presented his identification. The man's expression shifted upon seeing it. What is it? Unexpectedly, Xiao Mu interjected. Where is your daughter? Where is my daughter? The man's face paled further. The astonishment etched across it. Wasn't my daughter murdered? Micro-expressions in psychology. The individual's gaze was fixed, repeating the question when responding, pupils sharply constricting. A direct stare. When someone prepares to lie, their eyes instinctively lock onto the target's eyes, attempting to instill belief or gauge the other's credence. Repeating the question when answering. This is a classic sign of deceit. Sharp pupil constriction. When a secret is unveiled, it incites psychological terror, panic, then fear, causing the pupils to constrict dramatically. Xiao Mu turned and headed towards the stairwell. Take him away. Lone City Bureau, interrogation room. Where is she? Xiao Mu glared coldly at the middle-aged man, handcuffed and restrained in the interrogation chair. My daughter is already dead. The man's voice rose from a low to a high-pitched. You police told me that. How would I know where my daughter is? The elevated tone, repetition of phrases, the classic sign of lying. Xiao Mu smirked. No matter, you may continue to conceal the truth. Not only will your daughter remain lost, but you and your wife will also likely spend your lives behind bars. Not only in prison, but perhaps even at a shooting range. Do you genuinely believe that 1.3 billion is easy to squander? The man's expression faltered, revealing a hint of panic. Yet, he quickly regained his composure, glaring silently at Xiao Mu. Do you think I, as a police officer, want to dare to act against you? Xiao Mu observed the man with a half-smile. Do you believe that by remaining silent, I cannot do anything to you? The man merely stared coldly at Xiao Mu, a flicker of disdain crossing his eyes. Could he endure this? This was an unabashed provocation. Would he not retaliate? I quite enjoy your defiant demeanor, Xiao Mu chuckled, retrieving his phone to dial a number, speaking a single phrase once connected. Brother Wu, I'm in Lon City. Dispatch 2 national security interrogators here, quickly. Wasn't it supposed to be interrogators? It was not a slip of the tongue, it was interrogation. National security operates differently from public security, employing varying methods. National security will stop at nothing to procure a confession. An hour later, national security dispatched 2 interrogators. Upon meeting Xiao Mu, they exchanged greetings and directly posed 2 questions. What are the odds? 10 out of 10. If something goes awry, who will take the blame? I will. The 2 interrogators ceased any further small talk and entered the interrogation room. Zhao Xiaotang and the others stood in shock. Wow, a single phone call summoned national security personnel. Xiao Mu maintained a facade of tranquility internally. He thought, I'm shouldering this burden, of course, it's my good brother Yiwu who will take the fall, right? Less than an hour later, the interrogation room door swung open. A national security interrogator glanced at Xiao Mu, nodding with a smile. He confessed. National security, adept at managing all forms of obstinacy. Xiao Mu grinned as he stepped into the interrogation room, observing the middle-aged man curled up in the chair. His eyes were vacant and devoid of life, his face reflecting misery and despair. He had lost control of his bodily functions, trembling uncontrollably. A sight too tragic to behold. Next time you play pretentious, remember to hold back. Xiao Mu gazed at him with an indifferent expression. Do you understand? Chapter 75. Are you an elementary school student? Thank you. You're welcome. Xiao Mu shook hands with the 2 interrogators and watched as they departed in a police car. He then made a phone call. Is everything settled? Yiwu's boisterous voice echoed from the phone. Ma'am. Xiao Mu replied. Just is enough. Yiwu sounded displeased. Do you understand the concept of human relations? Human relations, my foot. Have you forgotten that I helped you catch a spy? Xiao Mu taunted. You haven't lost anything. What nonsense, are you in elementary school? Yiwu gritted his teeth in frustration. Doesn't your conscience hurt? Why should it? Xiao Mu smirked. My Chiogu will help me massage it. She cares for me dearly. Yiwu fell silent, feeling an overwhelming urge to leap through the phone signal and confront Xiao Mu. The little brat certainly knows how to push buttons. After a long pause, Yiwu ground his teeth. You better treat my sister well, or watch out for your legs. Can you even take me on? Xiao Mu retorted defiantly. Yiwu was at a loss for words. If it weren't for the fact that a single slap from you could end me, I might have committed a crime. This was no joke. Xiao Mu was indeed capable of delivering a punch that could shatter skulls. Enough of this nonsense. Xiao Mu said, feeling a headache coming on. I have a case to handle. Once I return to Beijing, and you find time to come back, let's grab a drink, and bring Chiogu along. Great, it's a promise. Yiwu packed up. Call me when you're back. He had never dined out with his little sister before, mainly due to her severe social anxiety. After ending the call, Xiao Mu returned to the municipal bureau, where Zhao Xiaotang was also wrapping up her interrogation. With the interrogator's guidance, Yuan Gushue's father confessed. He indeed knew that his daughter was alive but was unaware of her exact whereabouts. Their reason for visiting the crime scene a month ago was not because of their daughter, but due to threats. Someone had threatened him with the news of his daughter's survival, claiming they would inform the police if he did not comply. Thus, they were forced to gather information. The motive was simple. The perpetrator wanted to know the identities of the investigating officers. The couple had been at odds, insisting that Zhao Xiaotang and her team were not police officers, pressuring them to present their badges, only to discover they hailed from the capital. The person threatening them was, in fact, the crime scene cleaner that the special investigation team was pursuing, Shong Hongbo, male, 44 years old, a resident of Shuefu, Xiaotong, Yunnan, and a janitor at the Xiaotong Forensic Identification Center. The suspect has not used any identification, online banking, traffic records, or accommodation records in the past month. A member of the special investigation team reported coldly, he is too familiar with criminal investigation protocols. It has been a month, and finding him now will be quite difficult and will require time. Xiao Mu, however, did not have that luxury. He was merely assisting and needed to return to school. Since this path is a dead end, let's explore another. Xiao Mu said, his expression grim. Let us see if we can unearth something else. Zhao Xiaotang and the others looked puzzled. The cleaner had run dry on leads, and Yuan Guishue's case was still under investigation. Major hospitals and cosmetic surgery clinics were being scrutinized, but there was no news. What more could they dig up? Xiao Mu was also troubled. Both avenues had hit a brick wall, yet, the more dire the situation became, the calmer he felt. You little brats, do you still wish to dance? Kneel before me. Xiao Mu was furious. He began to list everything he had uncovered in the past, meticulously organizing it. His mind was ablaze, akin to fish frantically competing for food in a pond, an avalanche of information flooding his thoughts. 1 minute, 10 minutes, an hour passed. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Money! Xiao Mu exclaimed. The group stared in confusion. What do you mean? As previously mentioned, 1.3 billion in cash. Xiao Mu's eyes sparkled. Why did the wealthy Sun Kailang suddenly sell his company for cash? Have we looked into that? Everyone was momentarily stunned, shaking their heads. Initially, they assumed Sun Kailang had fled after committing murder. Selling his company in advance, wasn't it normal to do so before fleeing? The problem now was that Sun Kailang was not the murderer. He could very well be the victim. If he wasn't the killer and wasn't he running away, then what was his motive for liquidating his assets? Moreover, forming a corporation involves shareholder agreements. It's not simply a matter of selling at will. Did he consult the other shareholders? Yet, Sun Kailang managed to sell the company smoothly, indicating the other shareholders had consented. Why would a profitable company be sold? After a lengthy investigation, the special investigation team uncovered some information. A former shareholder of Sun Kailang's company was brought before Xiao Mu. We had no choice but to sell. A young master had set his sights on our company and intended to acquire it. The shareholder wore a look of indignation. If we hadn't sold early, we might not have seen a penny. A young master. Xiao Mu was taken aback. The term young master typically referred to the so-called second generation. They might not necessarily be wealthy, but they could wield power or influence. Xiao Mu was not well versed in such matters, but someone else was. He pulled out his phone and dialed Yu Wu once more. What now? Yu Wu asked, exasperated. Wu Gu, do you know anything about the second generation? Xiao Mu inquired with a stern face. I'm talking about those in power. Yu Wu's tone turned serious. What do you mean? I need to know, Xiao Mu pressed. Is it possible for these individuals to brazenly seize others' possessions without fear of repercussions? Ha ha, Yu Wu burst into laughter. Have you been reading too many novels? Only the most foolish second-generation kids would dare to do that. Do they have no brains? He then imparted a lesson to Xiao Mu. Regardless of the generation, if one's family member is involved in politics, no matter how high their rank, as long as they do not wish to face ruin or witness their relatives suffer because of their actions, they will generally keep a low profile. Understand, there are countless anecdotes online. For instance, Grandpa, I want this, and then your grandfather hands it over to you. Or, a young master snatching someone else's job and tossing it to a dog to play with as a frisbee. There are plenty of such tales. The most alarming thing is that some people genuinely believe them. To put it bluntly, do you have any idea how many people are eyeing your family's position? The moment you make a mistake, they could potentially use it to bring your family down. Is your grandfather foolish enough to hand over someone else's belongings to you and doom himself? Countless eyes are on you, watching and waiting for you to slip up. How brain-dead do you have to be to dare to seize someone else's property and stir up trouble, only to hand over incriminating evidence and jeopardize your own family? After hanging up the phone, Xiao Mu's expression shifted dramatically, the veins on his temples bulging. Trouble was brewing. Chapter 76. The fusion of reality and illusion, creating something from nothing. Xiao Mu stood dazed in place, unable to regain his composure for a long while. He was aware of his own modest cleverness and limited intellect. In the past, he had always believed that the number of people capable of deceiving him was likely few, yet now, he found himself confronted with the unsettling possibility that he had, indeed, been thoroughly deceived. Of course, he was not the sole victim. The entire special investigation team, as well as anyone who had come into contact with this case, had also fallen prey. Even those seemingly peripheral figures, the cleaners, might have been ensnared in the web of deception. A thought struck Xiao Mu's mind. Could Yuan Guishue truly be the mastermind behind all of this? This was swiftly followed by another idea. What if both the wealthy Sun Kailang and Yuan Guishue were already dead? What if the money had been seized by the real puppeteer? How surprising and unexpected would that be? What had Xiao Mu deduced? From the onset of this case, someone had been digging pits, one after another. The murder and subsequent escape of Sun Kailang was merely the most superficial trap, the first pit designed to confound the police. Had the police fallen into this first pit, the second trap would emerge. Yuan Gueshue and the cleaners. This pit was crafted especially for the adept detectives of the police force, capable of ensnaring them completely. In fact, it had done just that. Xiao Mu had stumbled into it, mistakenly believing that the case was merely the handiwork of Yuan Gueshue and the cleaners. However, what was truly alarming was that as Xiao Mu extricated himself from this pit and uncovered discrepancies, a third pit manifested itself. The second generation. Had Xiao Mu not been acquainted with Yu Wu, had he not taken the time to investigate the second generation, would he have plunged headlong into an investigation of this second generation? The disappearance of Yuan Gueshue and the concealment of the cleaners alone posed significant challenges. Now, to turn his attention to the second generation, how much time would it take to unravel this? There exists yet another possibility. Merely these three traps could ensnare the police indefinitely, potentially leaving the case unresolved for a lifetime, ultimately becoming a cold case. If this were indeed the case, how extraordinarily high must the intelligence? It was as if this individual was single-handedly attempting to bury all investigators within this case. Such intelligence is indeed fearsome, isn't it? Zhao Xiaotang and the others gazed at the perplexed Xiao Mu, exchanging glances filled with confusion. What was going on? After a lengthy pause, Xiao Mu finally regained his senses, looking towards the assembled uncles, and sighed, "We have been played." At this utterance, the expressions of all present shifted drastically. They had come to hold Xiao Mu's intellect in high regard. He was nothing short of a monster in their eyes, yet how could such a formidable intellect, capable of overwhelming them with sheer cleverness, claim to have been deceived? What caliber of intelligence could possibly outwit Xiao Mu? This case has been in the hands of a schemer who began laying the groundwork long ago. Xiao Mu furrowed his brow. If I am not mistaken, their first move coerced the wealthy Sun Kailang into selling his company. This tactic involved conjuring a young master, leading Sun Kailang and the shareholders to believe that this young master intended to usurp their positions, thereby instilling a sense of urgency that compelled them to liquidate the company in exchange for cash. You may wonder why the conversion to cash rather than depositing it in a bank. Because, at certain times, money held in a bank may not truly belong to you. There are individuals who can seize your funds in an instant. They must have feared that this young master would, in a fit of rage, abscond with their money. Thus, Sun Kailang opted to convert the funds into cash, keeping it securely in his grasp. This was the safest course of action. The faces of Zhao Xiaotang and the others turned ashen with a newfound terror and shock, for they recognized the chilling rationality behind Xiao Mu's deductions. The unsettling truth was that Sun Kailang had acquired the cash less than 6 months prior to the emergence of this case. What implications does that suggest? You have arrived at the same conclusion, have you not? Xiao Mu surveyed the crowd. On the surface, it appears Sun Kailang murdered Yuan Gueshue. In reality, someone has been digging a pit. If ordinary investigators fail to see through this, they risk falling into it, fixating solely on the murder case and neglecting the money involved. Is that not so? The expressions of the police officers grew grave as they nodded in acknowledgement. Had they not arrived, this case might have morphed into something entirely different, a mystery of a murderer who had fled. Sun Kailang would become the scapegoat, yet no one would ever manage to locate him. He would vanish from existence, along with the money and the accusation of murder. What is remarkable is that this individual anticipated the possibility of an unexpected turn, the emergence of a cadre of skilled investigators. Xiao Mu shook his head. Thus, they had already prepared a second trap. Yuan Gueshue and the cleaners. The officers were taken aback, goosebumps rising on their skin, as a chill coursed through them from the base of their spine to the crown of their heads. Zhao Xiaotang and her colleagues may not possess Xiao Mu's intellect, yet their wealth of investigative experience was profound. Just a single hint was enough for them to grasp what Xiao Mu was insinuating. Yuan Gueshue and the cleaners. One police officer's expression darkened. Are they merely pawns, tools? Should this prove true, there exists a grim reality. Yuan Gueshue may be lost to us forever. Even finding the cleaners could be an insurmountable task. As for the reasons behind their elusiveness, do we need to elaborate? This pit could certainly ensnare all investigators within its depths. Do you believe this concludes the matter? Xiao Mu's expression remained impassive as he continued, No, this mastermind has also calculated that there might be high intelligence individuals within the police force. Anticipating that we might uncover the second trap, they devised a third. The second generation. Zhao Xiaotang's countenance twisted with fury. The others had also come to this realization. Indeed, the case has circled back to its origin. Xiao Mu nodded. This individual is truly formidable, leading us on a detour through Sun Kailang's company sale and into the realm of the second generation. What makes this particularly fearsome is the possibility that this second generation is entirely fabricated, non-existent. Yet they have managed to convince Sun Kailang and others of its existence, compelling them to sell the company. Xiao Mu invoked an idiom, creating something from nothing. The bodies of those present grew colder, as if they were standing in the depths of winter without clothing. They trembled ever so slightly, struck by the chilling realization of such a cunning scheme, but terrifying series of traps, every step calculated to the utmost degree, every conceivable method, every clue, every discovery that the police might consider had been meticulously accounted for, leaving no opportunity for them to uncover the identity of the mastermind, let alone apprehend them. What manner of person could orchestrate such a grand design? The fusion of reality and illusion, 9 truths and 1 falsehood, creating something from nothing. Xiao Mu let out a cold laugh. Have you yet to grasp the nature of this technique? The room fell silent for a moment. Suddenly, the expressions of the gathered officers shifted dramatically, and they gasped in unison. Deception. Chapter 77. Forget it, just abandon your mind. Deception is a concept familiar to many, with countless individuals having fallen prey to its various forms. Take, for instance, the ubiquitous realm of online fraud. A multitude might scoff, thinking, is this truly an attempt to con me? Indeed, many presume such scams to be utterly simplistic. However, the reality is stark. In 2023 alone, citizens of the Dragon Kingdom were swindled out of over 400 billion. If these deceptive tactics are as crude and mindless as they seem, how then do they succeed? How many must have been ensnared to amass such a staggering sum? Are all these victims truly foolish, dim-witted, or simple-minded? Reflect on this. Can one still find humor in the situation? What, then, is the pinnacle of deceit? As Xiao Mu elucidated, it lies in the fusion of reality and fabrication, where 9 truths mask 1 falsehood, creating something from nothing. Consider the case before us. Does it not embody this very principle? When one perceives it as a homicide, it morphs into a scheme for financial gain. Just as one suspects a financial motive, it becomes evident that a trap is being laid. At the moment one suspects a setup, the ultimate revelation is that it is a con. Has anyone ever encountered a case of such complexity? At this juncture, the scene resembles a still life painting, with silence enveloping the air. Several police officers stand in stunned disbelief, while Xiao Mu appears lost in thought. At this moment, it is prudent to refrain from mentioning clues. Everything you might perceive as evidence or traces could very well be deliberately staged for your inspection. Someone has meticulously calculated every detail, leaving no room for resistance, intent on ensnaring them. Within this case, this aligns with what our mentor often says: any criminal not apprehended by you possesses an intelligence far superior to yours. Your sole opportunity to catch them lies in leveraging state resources to overpower them. In a mere contest of wits, you may very well find yourselves outmatched. Brother, let me escort you back to school. We wouldn't want to impede your studies. Zhao Xiaotang sighed, glancing at Xiao Mu. She recognized that delving deeper into this case would prove arduous and time-consuming. They could not allow their investigation to hinder his education. Another point of confusion lingered. What was the significance of Xiao Mu attending the police academy? After all, he had already outmaneuvered them with ease. Was he merely toying with the idea of attending? Yet, at this moment, no one dared to regard Xiao Mu as a mere child. Zhao Xiaotong's address had shifted to a more egalitarian tone, referring to him as a brother, indicative of their newfound parity. Indeed, how could one still consider him a junior? Xiao Mu had already demonstrated his prowess, experience, and intellect, earning the respect of these seasoned officers. Uncle Zhao, spare the jest, Xiao Mu replied, his countenance frosty enough to chill. I refuse to live without resolution. Having been toyed with, could he simply walk away? With his fiery temper, could he truly rest until he had exacted his revenge? There is no option at present, Zhao Xiaotang lamented. To seek new clues and locate this individual would be exceedingly challenging in the short term. Nay, Xiao Mu interjected with a cold smirk, who claimed there is no way. The assembly shuddered in unison, fixating on the young prodigy. Their expressions mirrored that of a blooded draven encountering a healing soreka, or a beleaguered Luban, pursued by 5 brutish foes, spotting a lifeline in the form of a dog leash. Did he truly possess a solution? High-quality ingredients often require the simplest of culinary methods, Xiao Mu asserted coolly. No matter how exquisite the dish, it cannot be created without the proper ingredients. The crowd exchanged perplexed glances, their intellect seemingly insufficient to grasp his meaning. If we regard this case as a dish, Xiao Mu probed, what are the ingredients? Zhao Xiaotang and the others paused, pondering the question. The ingredients, of course, represented the case's underlying motive. Every action undertaken by individuals is driven by a purpose. One drinks when thirsty, eats when hungry, and sleeps when weary. In a fleeting moment, the gathered crowd grasped the concept. Zhao Xiaotang finally uttered a single word: money. Precisely, Xiao Mu smiled. Regardless of the deception or the intricacies of the setup, the ultimate aim remains the same: 13 billion. Thus, why should we remain entangled in this? If we do not extricate ourselves from this snare, how can we hope to comprehend their machinations? As long as we focus solely on that singular objective, money, regardless of how they dig their pits or craft their plots, I will fixate on one matter: the money. 13 billion cannot simply vanish into thin air. Ultimately, it must find its way into someone else's possession. From this moment forth, we shall not investigate any further avenues. Our sole focus will be tracing the path of the money, from the moment it was acquired by Sun Kailang to how it subsequently disappeared. Xiao Mu inhaled deeply, declaring, "Let us concentrate on this sole point." Some may argue that hiding or transporting money is a simple task. Please do not jest. We are discussing 13 billion. Do you comprehend the magnitude of that sum? The volume of 100 million yuan in cash amounts to approximately 1.2 cubic meters for 1.3 billion. One can only imagine the immense volume it would occupy. Even an ordinary armored vehicle would be incapable of containing such a sum. Regardless of the methods employed to erase traces, this fortune was initially concealed in a location designated by Sun Kailang. Should anyone muster the audacity to tamper with it or attempt to abscond with it, they will inevitably leave behind evidence and clues. Those individuals, irrespective of their identities, will invariably be linked to the puppeteer orchestrating this scheme. Would you not agree? The moment a single clue is unearthed, how could one possibly escape? The expressions on the faces of the crowd transformed to one of dawning comprehension, their gazes towards Xiao Mu now laden with complexity. Could they not fathom such reasoning? Indeed, they could, yet it requires time, far more than Xiao Mu anticipated. As previously stated, a mere second of speed signifies if one were to be faster by 10 seconds, 1 minute, 1 hour, 1 day, or even 1 month, this would starkly contrast the intellect of an ordinary individual against that of a prodigy. Such individuals are often described with the phrase, as cunning as a fox. After exchanging a few knowing glances, the group of officers decided to relinquish their independent thoughts. For now, they would heed the words of this young prodigy, obediently assuming the role of unthinking instruments. After all, they could not compete with someone whose every thought was laced with cunning. Half an hour later, the group arrived at a residential area, standing within an apartment building and entering one of its units. This location had long been identified by the Special Investigation Team, given that it involved 1.3 billion yuan. Whether Sun Kailang fled post-murder with the funds or Yuan Guishue conspired for monetary gain, it was certain that this sum would be taken. The Special Investigation Team had initially intended to pursue this lead, but after yielding no results, they abandoned the effort. However, the circumstances have changed. This is now their sole avenue to uncover the mastermind behind the scenes. They must unearth this lead, even if it requires digging 3 feet into the ground. Chapter 78. The Scent of Unparalleled Mystery. When we conducted our investigation, we found no signs of intrusion, nor any indications of destruction, Zhao Xiaotang reported, yet that sum of money simply vanished into thin air. Xiao Mu crouched before a heap of large boxes. Within them, not a single coin could be found, let alone a stray hair. Through meticulous scrutiny of various surveillance footage, it was revealed that 1.3 billion in cash was withdrawn from the bank and subsequently transported to this residential complex, ultimately arriving at this very apartment. The entire process appeared seamless. The individuals involved in the withdrawal were merely 2, Sun Kailang and a driver, accompanied by a rented small cargo truck. With a staggering sum of 1.3 billion in cash. The original volume measures 15.6 cubic meters, and with the inclusion of the box's dimensions, it totals 17 cubic meters. Typically, the containers of small cargo trucks range from 20 to 30 cubic meters. One cannot help but marvel at Sun Kailang's audacity. After all, it is 1.3 billion. Does he not fear robbery? Presently, the conundrum lies in the fact that this substantial amount was evidently delivered here, yet the police investigation failed to uncover any withdrawals. Not only has the money vanished, but it has also left behind a mere heap of boxes. Is it not astonishing? Was there surveillance monitoring that small cargo truck from the bank to this location? Xiao Mu's expression grew peculiar as he scrutinized the boxes, his nose wrinkling in contemplation. Indeed, Zhao Xiaotang replied gravely, no substitution was detected. Xiao Mu let out a cold chuckle. Something was amiss, the money had indeed been swapped. How could he be so certain? It was due to his newfound ability, the divine scent, which allowed him to discern that there was no trace of any currency within those boxes. What scent does money possess? Ink, grease, perspiration, bacteria, and so forth. When these odors come into contact with a box, they inevitably leave a scent behind, while others may be oblivious. How could Xiaomu, with his divine scent, fail to notice? This also elucidates why the police were unable to trace the missing funds. They had never truly entered this place, hence nothing could be found. The surveillance of the route taken from Sun Kailang's withdrawal to his residence must still be preserved, correct? Xiaomu inquired as he rose. Zhao Xiaotang nodded and retrieved her phone, accessing the dedicated database for the special investigation team, pulling up several surveillance videos, and then handed her phone to Xiaomu. Upon receiving it, he began to watch. Indeed, as Zhao Xiaotang had indicated, there was nearly continuous monitoring throughout the entire journey. The city's surveillance network, traffic cameras, neighborhood monitors, and residential cameras had meticulously documented the small cargo truck's movements without omission. It was not just Xiaomu who suspected a swap. Surely the police were not oblivious to this possibility. Their acknowledgement of such a scenario, coupled with their thorough investigation yielding nothing, had compelled them to abandon their pursuit. However, the situation had now changed. Xiaomu had gained an upper hand and confirmed that the money had never entered. How was this achieved? Suddenly, Xiaomu pressed pause on the video, fixating on the small cargo truck. Ahead of the vehicle lay a tunnel. At a speed of 60 km/h, it would take approximately 50 seconds to traverse the tunnel, yet, within this brief span of time, there was no surveillance coverage inside the tunnel. Conveniently, that day coincided with maintenance work, resulting in the absence of cameras. How fortuitous! A sly smile crept across Xiaomu's face. He resumed the playback of the footage, observing the small cargo truck enter the tunnel and then exit. The total duration was 67 seconds. It should take only 50 seconds to pass through the tunnel, yet it had taken 67 seconds. Does one comprehend how far a vehicle can travel in 17 seconds under normal circumstances? Certainly, there are instances when a vehicle moves slowly, prolonging the journey. However, from the perspective of the surveillance, when the small cargo truck emerged from the tunnel, it was traveling at a speed of at least 70 km/h. Xiaomu's smile grew even colder. Rewinding the video, he replayed it. This time, rather than focusing on the small cargo truck, he observed the other vehicles. He discovered that approximately 1 kilometer before the small cargo truck reached the tunnel, a large cargo truck had been consistently driving ahead of it. Upon this realization, Xiaomu chuckled to himself, murmuring, "Is this a game of speed and passion with your father?" He recalled a scene from the film A Fast and Furious, where a car enters a tunnel and then drives into a large cargo truck, performing a vanishing act. Was it possible that a similar scenario unfolded within this tunnel? Xiaomu's imagination conjured a scene: the large cargo truck slowly entering the tunnel, the cargo doors opening, and a small cargo truck identical to the one behind emerging from within. At that moment, both small cargo trucks would park, the occupants switching vehicles. Subsequently, one group would drive the swapped small cargo truck into the large cargo truck's compartment, while another group would drive the exchanged small cargo truck out of the tunnel. The money had been covertly relocated, and the mastermind behind this operation was none other than Sun Kailang. He had concealed the funds in another location. This apartment was merely a ruse. Why undertake such a scheme? As previously mentioned, a certain young master coveted his company and possibly his wealth. Was Sun Kailang not taking precautions, fearing his money might be seized? Thus, the appearance of transporting the money to this apartment was merely an illusion, involving only a few empty boxes. Locate that large cargo truck, Xiaomu commanded, pointing at the post footage. Using the license plate, vehicle model, and owner registration details, they were able to lock onto the target. However, the driver was deceased. A month prior, a traffic accident had claimed the driver's life. The offending driver had cooperated fully, settling the matter with compensation. Xiaomu and his companions exchanged knowing smirks. The target was identified. The driver of the accident. Nevertheless, apprehending individuals was a task for others. As Xiaomu had previously stated, his sole focus was the money. The large truck was located, but due to the driver's untimely demise, the vehicle had been parked for a month. The dashcam footage was retrieved empty. Xiaomu found amusement in this. Who else could have deleted the footage? Fortunately, the perpetrator had left the storage card behind to avoid raising suspicions. Yet, what significance does deleting dashcam recordings hold? An ordinary person might assume that once deleted or formatted, the data is irretrievable. However, those knowledgeable in the field understand the folly of such beliefs. Police technicians arrived on the scene and began to recover the original dashcam footage. Subsequently, the recordings were restored, and from the recovered footage, it was discovered that the small cargo truck concealed within the large cargo truck had departed from a certain location, entering a villa district. Upon reaching this point in the investigation, Xiao Mu was astounded. This particular neighborhood was none other than that of the affluent Sun Kailang. The entrance through which the small cargo truck had entered was adjacent to Sun Kailang's residence. The most perilous locations often harbor the greatest security. Upon Xiao Mu's arrival at the villa, he entered and conducted a search. While he found no money, he did stumble upon 2 highly decomposed corpses. The deceased were confirmed to be Sun Kailang and Yuan Guishue. Upon encountering the bodies, Xiao Mu felt no surprise, for he had anticipated their demise, though he had not envisioned it occurring in this location. Moreover, he had not foreseen. Suddenly, Xiao Mu lifted his gaze to the ceiling and uttered a phrase. "Did you even anticipate that I would be fixated on the money line?" The expressions of Zhao Xiaotang and the others shifted dramatically as they turned their gazes towards the ceiling. At that moment, an indistinguishable electronic synthesized voice echoed, "I never anticipated that someone could see through all my schemes." Chapter 79 Hybrid, are you lacking there? You are quite clever, you nearly calculated our demise. Xiao Mu gazed towards the speaker, then turned to Zhao Xiaotang and the others, "You all go outside first. I wish to exchange a few words with him." The group paused momentarily before hastily exiting the villa. A sudden sense of relief washed over Xiao Mu. Initially, I believed those arrangements were sufficient. After a prolonged pause, the other party asked, "What have you discerned?" "The trail of money is a dead end, those who tread it will meet their demise." Xiao Mu articulated each word with precision. "You are well aware that anyone who continuously sees through your schemes will inevitably locate you. Thus, you deliberately left a thread to draw this person in, wishing to ascertain their identity. Your objective is to eliminate anyone capable of tracking you. Once they are dead, no one will ever discover your whereabouts again, correct?" No response came. The other party appeared to have fallen into a profound silence. "Do you believe you are on the 18th floor?" Xiao Mu taunted, "In reality, you are merely on the surface of the earth." That was a close call. He almost stumbled into disaster. He nearly cursed under his breath. Had Xiao Mu truly unraveled something? No, he had merely arrived at the villa, observed the corpse, and sensed another's gaze upon him. It was in that instant that he discerned the anomaly. He deduced various possibilities in a flash, ultimately grasping the other party's intentions. It was precisely this understanding that now left him on the verge of panic. Why? Can you guess why Xiao Mu had just sent Zhao Xiaotang and the others away? Did he genuinely wish to converse privately with the mastermind? In truth, it was a possibility that had emerged in his reasoning. Since the other party sought to eliminate those who ventured here, what would be the most effective strategy? Having already awakened his extraordinary instincts, Xiao Mu detected a particular scent within the villa. Ammonium nitrate explosives. This term may sound somewhat sophisticated, but many would likely recognize it as mining explosives. Xiao Mu was familiar with ammonium nitrate explosives due to a past theft case. Someone had engaged in insider theft, selling ammonium nitrate explosives. He had caught a whiff of that scent once. Under normal circumstances, the other party should have detonated the bomb the moment they entered the villa, obliterating them all. Xiao Mu's brilliance lay in his utterance. "You calculated that I would follow the money trail." He had thwarted the other party's immediate detonation. Many individuals relish in posturing. The more intelligent they are, the more they tend to show off. However, when faced with someone equally clever, if you were to exclaim, "Wow, impressive, my friend," they would likely dismiss you. Intelligent individuals possess a certain pride. You must pinpoint their points of pride for them to acknowledge you. The pit the other party had dug, intending to eliminate them, was precisely their point of pride. You see, no matter how clever you are, you were still lured in and subsequently led to your doom. Simultaneously, Xiao Mu's words conveyed to the other party that he was the one who had seen through all the schemes, the very person they sought. Hence, the other party merely watched as Zhao Xiaotang and the others departed without taking action. In their subconscious, as long as Xiao Mu remained, it sufficed. Others could not even fathom their designs. They were mere ants, unworthy of concern. A seemingly simple statement encompassed not only inducement, traps, and psychology but also adaptability. Had it not been for this utterance, Zhao Xiaotang and the others might have met their end. As for Xiao Mu, his willingness to stay indicated he was prepared to fight for his survival. Suddenly, "No, you have not truly seen through my scheme, you are merely bluffing." The other party sneered coldly. "Otherwise, how could you have walked into this villa?" Xiao Mu maintained an impassive expression. "Are you certain?" "Cease the theatrics. It is futile." The other party unabashedly taunted. "You are doomed." That remains to be seen, perhaps we shall meet again shortly. Xiao Mu replied with a sardonic smile, do you genuinely believe you can escape? Haha, the other party laughed heartily, do you know where I am to wish for a meeting? In the realm of criminal psychology, there exists a saying, Xiao Mu's smile broadened, many criminals delight in returning to the scene of the crime. This behavior may stem from a sense of lack, evasion of detection, a challenge to authority, or a mere recollection of the scene. However, there is one type of person who will inevitably return to the scene, even standing there to observe the commission of the crime. This type of individual is proud and astute. They regard the scene they have orchestrated as a masterpiece. The motivation behind this is purely psychological satisfaction, to admire their own creation. It is akin to igniting fireworks. Once you have lit them, how could you possibly turn away? You must remain and await the explosion that illuminates the night sky. Xiao Mu's smile faded. You are nearby, are you not? At this moment, could the other party have been rendered speechless? More likely, they were stunned into silence upon realizing he had guessed correctly. Suddenly, a terrifying force surged through Xiao Mu's legs, propelling him towards the ground. At this moment, there was no room for concealment. His extraordinary physique erupted in full force. In the blink of an eye, his body transformed into a human projectile, hurtling towards the villa's floor-to-ceiling window. He resembled a bolt of human lightning, crashing into the glass. With a resounding boom, amidst the shower of shattering glass, Xiao Mu burst forth from the villa, unleashing a furious roar. Conceal yourselves. The onlookers outside the villa stood in shock at the spectacle. However, Xiao Mu could no longer concern himself with them. In midair, he curled his body into a ball. It was at that moment, boom, a cataclysmic explosion erupted. The villa was instantly engulfed in flames. The deafening roar of the explosion reverberated, fire and smoke intertwined in a terrifying display, as if to rend the villa asunder. An even more horrifying shockwave collided with Xiao Mu. In an instant, his body was hurled several meters away, crashing violently to the ground. He rolled a few times before lying motionless on the earth. After what felt like an eternity, he gradually regained his senses, his eyes shifting as he gazed at the villa, nearly obliterated by the explosion. In that fleeting moment, his eyes were filled with bloodshot veins, taking on a menacing glint, shimmering with madness. Rising to his feet, he turned to a particular area within the villa complex. Hybrid, are you lacking there? Chapter 80. Am I not speaking clearly, or are you deaf? 300 meters away, atop the villa's roof, an elderly man was peering through a telescope. With a sudden burst of energy, Xiao Mu propelled himself forward, racing ahead. The scenery around him blurred past in a whirlwind. The old man, holding the telescope, was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend such speed. Was this truly the velocity of a human? As he regained his senses, Xiao Mu's figure appeared over 100 meters away. The old man's expression shifted, his cold gaze seemingly harboring an endless frost and chill. In the next moment, Abruptly, Xiao Mu halted. He stomped his foot against the ground, swiftly shifting 2 meters to shelter beside the courtyard gate. Bang, bang, bang. The wooden boards of the villa's gate erupted with a myriad of bullet holes. Countless tiny projectiles sprayed from the door. A shotgun. Xiao Mu's pupils contracted slightly. In an instant, he leaped up, placing his palm against the courtyard wall, exerting a slight force. He vaulted over the high wall and landed inside the courtyard, standing before 2 men wielding shotguns. Almost simultaneously, with one man's pull of the trigger, Xiao Mu's hand shot out like lightning, seizing the gun barrel and thrusting it upward. Bang! The deafening roar erupted as gunfire erupted, showering the sky with countless pellets. At the same time, Xiao Mu delivered a swift kick to the man's knee. Crack! The man's lower leg buckled backward, his body tilting dangerously, yet he had not yet collapsed when the shotgun was already in Xiao Mu's grasp. He raised it high and brought it down with force. Thud! The stock of the gun crashed against the man's face. The sound of bone fracturing erupted, blood splattering everywhere. The man's face caved in as if struck by a truck, and he crumpled to the ground, unconscious. Just then, the second armed man finally reacted, pivoting his gun to aim at Xiao Mu. Unfortunately, his movements were too slow. Before he could redirect his aim, the shotgun in Xiao Mu's hands was already pointed at his face. Bang! A fiery tongue of flame erupted, and pellets rained down, exploding upon the man's visage. Flesh and blood flew, his features obliterated, as if half his face had been torn apart. He fell like a sack of potatoes, convulsing on the ground. Xiao Mu glanced at the 2 men lying motionless and turned to stride toward the villa's main entrance. So it is, he mused, a hint of surprise lingering in his heart. The cleaner. How? One of the middle-aged men was indeed the crime scene cleaner they were after. Shomhongbo. Realization dawned upon Xiao Mu, a cold smirk gracing his lips. They were truly playing a dangerous game. Third, his leg struck the villa door, sending half the door panel crashing inside. Xiao Mu followed the momentum, darting into the villa, halting abruptly to turn and glance toward the side door, where a man stood, a dagger in hand. An ambush, as anticipated. The man swung his arm, thrusting the short blade toward him. However, Xiao Mu raised his hand to grasp the assailant's wrist. Crack! The man's wrist snapped. With a swift motion, Xiao Mu reversed the grip, thrusting the blade toward the man's chest. Crack! Third, the violent force disregarded the man's ribcage, piercing through the sternum and heart. Releasing his grip, Xiao Mu did not cast another glance at the fallen man, turning instead toward the living room. Third. A sound of the man collapsing echoed behind him, accompanied by the frantic flailing of limbs. Xiao Mu strolled leisurely into the living room, finding it empty. He raised his gaze to the second floor and proceeded toward the staircase leading up. Suddenly, Xiao Mu crouched down sharply. Bang! Gunfire erupted, countless pellets sprayed overhead, striking the ground. Before the assailant on the second floor could prepare to fire again, he froze, bewildered. The target below had vanished. Where had he gone? Just as confusion clouded his mind, he failed to notice a hand grasping the railing beneath him. With a powerful pull, Xiao Mu vaulted over the railing to the second floor. Suspended in midair, one leg swung like a war axe, striking the man's cheek. Third, the man's body flew sideways. Just as he soared, Xiao Mu stretched out his hand, seizing the man's ankle. He yanked him down, swinging him like a human sack toward the ground. Third, the man's body slammed onto the floor. The sounds of bone fracturing echoed through the air, blood erupting from his face. Releasing the man's foot, Xiao Mu cast a glance at the shattered remains of the man's skull before proceeding toward the second floor living room. At that moment, in the second floor living room, an elderly man sat while a young man stood. Xiao Mu's gaze settled on the elderly man's face, confirming that it was indeed the same elderly man who had been watching him through the telescope from the rooftop. His attention then shifted to the young man. Surprised, he noted the young man's thick brows and large eyes. Standing at a height of approximately 182 to 183 centimeters, his physique devoid of any excess fat, resembling a robust leopard. The young man's body was taut, as if coiled like a bow, ready to spring into action. Anyone with eyes could discern that this young man was extraordinary. In the next moment, the youth lunged forward, charging at Xiao Mu. He halted, calmly observing the young man approach, watching as he raised his hand and swung a punch toward him. In response, Xiao Mu casually lifted his arm, mirroring the young man's motion but arriving fast. He met the incoming fist with one of his own. Bang! The two fists collided with a resounding impact. Crack! The young man's fist shattered, his fingers twisting grotesquely. Not only that, the young man's shoulder was forced out of its socket by Xiao Mu's punch, tearing through flesh to expose the stark white bone. Before the young man could scream in agony or retreat, Xiao Mu swung his fist once more. Bang! The punch struck the young man's face. Blood erupted as the young man's head snapped back. Crack! His neck shattered, the back of his head smashing into his shoulders. From the front, it appeared as though he had become a headless corpse. Xiao Mu withdrew his fist, calmly gazing at the elderly man. He advanced step by step. Third, the young man's lifeless body collapsed to the ground. Is this what you call a cleaner? Xiao Mu stood before the elderly man, silently regarding him. Why are you here, and where is the person I seek? At that moment, the elderly man's expression was blank, staring vacantly at the lifeless body of the young man nearby. How could this be? This was someone he had watched grow up, a person who had mastered the art of free combat. Was he truly dead? Before he could collect his thoughts, a hand descended upon him. Slap! A resounding slap struck the elderly man's face, blood and teeth sprang from his mouth. Xiao Mu looked down at the elderly man sprawled on the sofa. Am I not speaking clearly, or are you deaf? Chapter 81. The clock in reverse. How did Xiao Mu discern that the elderly man before him was not the elusive mastermind he sought, though the mastermind employed an electronic synthesized voice while conversing in the villa, rendering it impossible to distinguish gender? An astute observer would still possess the means to differentiate. No matter how one alters their vocalization, certain characteristics remain immutable. For instance, the manner of speech varies distinctly among the elderly, youth, and children. Similarly, men and women articulate their thoughts in disparate ways. The crux of the matter lies here. The mastermind conversing with Xiao Mu in the villa was a woman, a middle-aged woman. As previously stated, one must never underestimate a woman. When a woman truly resolves to act, men are rendered inconsequential. What role does the elderly man play in this unfolding drama? A mere henchman, at best the leader of a scavenger group, or perhaps the chief? Xiao Mu regarded the old man with a stoic expression, a palpable aura of menace flickering around him. At this juncture, he had completely lost his composure. Ignited by the explosion at the villa, he remained oblivious to the fates of Zhao Xiaotang and the others, yet he could not afford to dwell on such matters. Capturing the perpetrator was imperative. Should the culprit escape, all their efforts would be in vain. They were all engaged in the art of criminal investigation. Once one chooses this path, certain realizations are inevitable. Otherwise, what purpose is there in being a police officer? This urgency fueled Xiao Mu's wrath. Colleagues might be injured or even lose their lives. Just moments prior, they were vibrant and full of life. The next moment, they could be gone. How would one feel in such a scenario, regardless of how many rebirths one undergoes or how clever one becomes? He was only 24 years old in his previous life. It would be strange not to erupt in fury. The wrinkles on the old man's face seemed to contort alongside his sinister, cold laughter, reminiscent of a wolf's howl in the wild, invoking a sense of dread. Bang! Xiao Mu's fist struck the old man's face, blood splattering. The punch was heavy yet delivered with only a fraction of his strength. The power of his extraordinary physique was formidable. Had he unleashed his full might, the old man's head would have burst. But even with diminished force, the old man's nose shattered, and his upper teeth were all obliterated. The terrifying strength sent him crashing into the sofa as if struck by a vehicle. Xiao Mu gradually withdrew his fist, his expression remaining devoid of emotion. His calm demeanor could instill fear in anyone. According to my past temperament, I should crush you like an ant. Xiao Mu spoke in a dispassionate tone. However, at present, I require you to remain alive. Hence, attempting to tread upon an ant without squashing it is a challenging endeavor. Can you comprehend my predicament? Haha, the bloodied old man still managed to display a chilling, malevolent grin. Dream on. I will not speak. Bang! Xiao Mu's fist connected with the old man's face once more. Amidst the shower of blood, the old man succumbed into unconsciousness. Truth be told, whether you choose to speak or not is inconsequential. I have already deduced the location of that individual. With his bloodied fist retracted, Xiao Mu smiled. I merely wished to strike you. Casting a glance at the old man, who lay as if in a car accident, Xiao Mu turned and strode towards the villa's exit. That certain someone, are you waiting for me now? On the second-floor balcony of a villa, a middle-aged woman sat in a chair, cradling a teacup, gazing out at the distant city. This villa belonged to the affluent Sun Kailang, and the woman was his wife. A figure approached silently, settling beside her, as if to share in her contemplation of the city. Neither spoke for a while. Eventually, the woman turned to the handsome youth beside her and asked with a smile, "How did you realize it was me?" "It was not a matter of realization. You revealed it to me," Xiao Mu responded, turning to her. "If the explosion did not claim my life, you were aware that escape was futile, and you understood that your exposure was inevitable. Thus, it was better to meet me in person and express your final thoughts, correct?" The woman appeared momentarily stunned. "What kind of monster are you?" "There are far too many who are more astute than I," Xiao Mu replied, shaking his head. "You've already surmised, haven't you?" The woman sighed. "Quite nearly," Xiao Mu stated calmly, fixing his gaze upon her as he articulated his thoughts slowly and clearly. "It is because Sun Kailang and his mistress have gone too far, is it not?" "Hey." The woman scoffed dismissively, her tone weary. "If it were merely excessive, I could overlook it. But they intend to kill me." Images began to form in Xiao Mu's mind, the scheming of the adulterous couple conspiring against the rightful wife. "I did not hail from a privileged background," the woman continued after a moment of silence. "By not good, I do not refer to poverty. Rather, my father dabbled in dubious enterprises. He was a scavenger." Xiao Mu recalled the elderly man. "He aspired for me to grow up as an ordinary child, to marry like an ordinary woman, to experience life as an ordinary person, and to live joyfully through the years." A peculiar smile graced the woman's face. "I found that appealing. Then, I met Sun Kailang in college, and after graduation, we Wednesday." Xiao Mu let out a soft chuckle. "Women are, by nature, performers. Just observe the disproportionate ratio of male to female actors in the world, 1 to 23. Men in this profession are often overshadowed by women, and those who excel in performance, are they not all astute women?" Thus, she had feigned innocence, goodness, and compliance, presenting her best self to her husband. "Is that not so? In the end, she sought to engage with you as an ordinary person, only to be met with disregard. Could she tolerate the fact that her own husband and his mistress plotted her demise? Thus, the moment of reckoning arrived. The plot likely unfolded thusly. She orchestrated a scheme, introducing a second generation that frightened Sun Kailang into selling the company, and the fates of Sun Kailang and Yuan Guishue need not be elaborated upon. The entire affair was rather straightforward, yet the woman's cunning intellect and intricate planning rendered it confounding to the police, leading them into a convoluted labyrinth, including Xiao Mu himself. They nearly transformed this case into a cold case. Could one not marvel at her prowess, such a woman? Could anyone truly apprehend her? Would she grant you the opportunity to capture her? Xiao Mu gazed at the teacup in the woman's hand, letting out a sigh. A sudden smile of contentment illuminated the woman's face as she gazed into the distance, seemingly lost in recollection. She softly murmured a song. In a haze, the dream you bestowed upon me has begun to crack, causing me subtle pain. How to communicate when you lack the time, claiming I do not understand, but it's futile. The clock traversing through time's imagery begins to move in reverse, returning to the moment I loved you. The content freezes infidelity. The woman smiled, closing her eyes. Xiao Mu slowly turned his head, gazing into the distance, murmuring, you sing beautifully. In your next life, refrain from singing like this. Chapter 82. It is time to showcase true acting skills. Xiao Mu gazed as Zhao Xiaotang and the others were lifted onto the ambulance, waving goodbye to him. A radiant smile illuminated his face. They were all alive. Oh, how wonderful. The woman's body had been removed, and the elderly man along with his subordinates, those sanitation workers, both living and deceased, were also taken away. As for what was to follow, it no longer concerned Xiao Mu. At the hospital, he observed the injured Zhao Xiaotang and the others. Their injuries were not severe, which was a stroke of luck amidst misfortune. A simple treatment and a period of rest would suffice for their recovery. At that moment, he finally felt a sense of relief. In the hotel, Xiao Mu took a quick shower and collapsed onto the bed. He retrieved his phone and opened WeChat. September 21 ST, Capital City. Your brother Chio, are you hungry? Mother Empress, a little rascal, is your allowance sufficient? September 22 ND, Capital City. Your brother Chio, remember to eat. September 23 AD, Capital City. Your brother Chio. Come back early. September 24 TH, Capital City. Your brother Chio, have you checked your leg? September 25. Xiao Mu sent a message. Green Pastures leader, brother Chio, I'm so tired, I wish I could hug you right now. Exhausted, he succumbed to the unrelenting demand of his body and drifted into a deep slumber. Time passed, and he sensed someone had opened the hotel room door, yet he felt no danger, only a sense of familiarity. It was as if he had dreamt that Yi Chushun had come to his bedside. In his dream, he reached out to pull brother Chio onto the bed, cradling her in his embrace. Lost in this dreamlike state, he fell asleep once more. Uncertain of how long he had slept, he awoke to find himself resting on a soft arm, nestled within a warm embrace. His face was buried against a magnificent chest. This chest defied logic. Was it 36D or something more? Surely, he must be dreaming. Like a little pig, Xiao Mu nuzzled closer, inhaling the intoxicating scent before surrendering to sleep once more. Suddenly, he jolted awake, bewildered, and slowly lifted his head from that warm embrace, only to behold an enchanting visage. Brother Chio, Yi Chushuan's cheeks were flushed with a rosy hue, her beautiful eyes shimmering with a misty allure. Biting her delicate lips, she held him close, gazing at him with an expression so tender it seemed almost to weep. Brother Chio, I never imagined you would look so exquisite even in my dreams. Xiao Mu feigned innocence, embodying the moment perfectly. Yi Chushuan's lips twitched, stifling a laugh. The initial shyness she felt had dissipated. Being with a child was like that. They always managed to put you at ease and bring joy. He would tease her and play the fool, offering endless amusement. Extending her delicate hand, Yi Chushuan pinched his handsome cheek. Are you hungry, starving? Xiao Mu replied, putting on a pitiful face and nodding earnestly. Get up, she said softly, her eyes filled with warmth. Let us go eat. All right. Xiao Mu rose, and as Yi Chushuan attempted to do the same, she collapsed back down. Her arm had been used as a pillow for so long that it felt as if it had gone numb. Noticing her discomfort, Xiao Mu's gaze shifted, and he gently lifted her, helping her sit up before massaging her arm. Yi Chushuan looked on with a charming dimpled smile, her lips curving upward. Once her arm regained sensation, the two descended from the bed and exited the hotel. The golden rays of the setting sun bathed the bustling night market in a warm glow, illuminating the vibrant stalls and crafting a captivating scene of human existence. Hand in hand, Xiao Mu and Yi Chushuan strolled past various food stalls, sour radishes, sweet syrup, bamboo tube rice, water-splashing rice cakes, and marinated chicken feet. With the child by her side, Yi Chushuan's social anxiety seemed to vanish. Gaily, she savored snacks with Xiao Mu, wandering through the night market, their faces adorned with smiles. It was as if the bustling world around them bore no significance. Occasionally, their eyes would meet in shared laughter, and they would relish the delicious morsels exchanged between them, resembling a pair of young lovers delighting in a splendid evening. Brother Chio, do you know what younger brother scripture is? Xiao Mu inquired playfully as they made their way back to the hotel. Yi Chushuan responded with a radiant smile, her beautiful eyes blinking playfully. Was the child about to cause mischief again? You don't know. Xiao Mu prepared to tease her, drawing out the moment. Then let us learn it together. Okay. Yi Chushuan bit her lip, obediently nodding, resembling a little white rabbit ready for mischief. Xiao Mu felt an inexplicable urge to protect her innocence, his heart melting at her adorable demeanor. However, don't listen closely, he said, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. Younger brother is heaven. Younger brother is heaven, Yi Chuan replied, her eyes squinting with delight, forming crescent moons. Younger brother is earth, younger brother is earth, younger brother is the best, without him, life would be unbearable. Younger brother is the best, without him, life would be unbearable. Seeing Yi Chuan earnestly reciting the younger brother scripture, Xiao Mu felt an odd pang of guilt. Why was he indoctrinating such a pure-hearted child? He resolved to never let Brother Chiu play the fool again. She was too convincing. Have you learned it? I have learned it. Truly clever. Xiao Mu chuckled heartily. By the way, Brother Chiu, how do I appear in your heart? Yi Chuan's eyes flickered with confusion. You like to play with feet, enjoy looking at legs, and really like to sneak glances at my chest. Stop. Xiao Mu's face darkened. Is this really how you perceive me? No, it couldn't be. When did my image crumble? He felt an overwhelming desire to roll on the floor in embarrassment, almost contemplating self-harm. Isn't it? Yi Chuan gazed at him with innocent eyes, blinking in confusion, embodying both cuteness and bewilderment. Xiao Mu let out a weary sigh. All right, you are right. His disheartened expression failed to notice the glimmer of mischief in Yi Chuan's eyes. The child was actually quite astute. For some reason, she made him feel foolish, as if he were incapable of independent thought. Suddenly, Yi Chuan halted, gazing up at him with a pitiable expression. Xiao Mu was taken aback. What's wrong? Tired, she replied, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears, her voice weak. Xiao Mu paused, realization dawning upon him. Brother Chiu had never been fond of venturing out, and after wandering through the night market, her stamina was running low. I'll carry you. Without a second thought, he turned and crouched before her. Yi Chuan squinted her eyes, the silent smile playing on her lips. The slight uplift at the corners of her mouth betrayed her amusement, and she climbed onto his back, wrapping her arms around his neck. She squinted her eyes, resembling a delighted little fox. Xiao Mu grasped her long legs, slowly rising to his feet. Brother Chiu, I'm longing for that large bathtub at home. Let us go home. When we get back, can you give me a shoulder massage after a nice soak? All right. You are the best, Brother Chiu. We truly are great brothers. Yi Chuan chuckled softly, wrapping her arms around his neck. Yes, we will always be the best of brothers. Chapter 83. After slaughtering the dog, shall we also skin it? The following day, Xiao Mu did not rush back to the capital. Instead, he first visited the hospital to see Zhao Xiaotang and the others. He also spent an entire day exploring the unfamiliar Lone City with Qiugu. Social anxiety is a peculiar affliction. The more one fears social interactions, the more severe the condition becomes, and the less one dares to venture outside, the more pronounced the anxiety. Yet, Xiao Mu found himself perplexed. It seemed that as long as Qiugu was by his side, her social anxiety diminished significantly. However, when she was alone, it was as if she could not be persuaded to step outside her door. A thought struck him. Had he stumbled upon a loophole? Xiao Mu felt an inexplicable joy. Did this mean that in the future, only he could share delightful moments with Qiugu, while others would be excluded? His emotions were complex, tinged with nostalgia, comfort, satisfaction, and a hint of pride. As he strolled down the street, a foolish grin plastered on his face attracted the attention of passers-by. He is quite handsome, but alas, he appears to be a fool. Meanwhile, Yi Chuan beside him shyly covered her face, yet her curiosity about why the boy was smiling so foolishly lingered. Xiao Mu, unfazed by the gazes of others, took Qiu Ji's hand and hopped into a taxi, heading straight for the airport. It was time to return to the capital. At the airport, Zhao Xiaotang, with his arm in a cast, eagerly awaited their arrival. Soon, his eyes widened, and his expression became vacant as he beheld a striking couple, akin to Golden Boy and Jade Girl, entering the terminal. Their stunning compatibility was simply too captivating. Had they been graced by the touch of the goddess Enwa. When Zhao Xiaotang regained his senses, Xiao Mu and Yi Chuan stood before him, accompanied by a shadowy figure, Li Feng. Who is this? Zhao Xiaotang inquired, glancing at Yi Chuan. This is my Chiu sister, Xiao Mu introduced with a smile. Sister. Zhao Xiaotang's gaze flitted to their entwined hands, the twitch forming at the corner of his mouth. Is he taking me for a fool or a simpleton? If she is his girlfriend, why refer to her as sister? Yet, he deemed it inappropriate to pry into their affairs. Let us go. It's time to board. No need, the plane is ready, Li Feng interjected suddenly, striding toward a designated area. Who is this? Zhao Xiaotang was momentarily taken aback. The aura of a soldier and the demeanor of a bodyguard hinted at something he could only vaguely surmise. Uncle Zhao, let us go. We'll take a different flight, you can refund your ticket later, Xiao Mu said cheerfully, leading Qiugu toward Lifeng. Zhao Xiaotang, still bewildered, followed suit. They then entered a special passage, exiting the terminal and arriving at the tarmac. A small plane awaited them. Zhao Xiaotang's eyelids flickered once aboard the small aircraft, his mind swirled with confusion. He occasionally glanced at the two youngsters, who were playfully bantering, and then at the serene Lifeng. A bodyguard, perhaps, accompanying that little girl, what then was her identity, who could be worthy of being her companion, sharing such an intimate bond? Countless thoughts swirled in Zhao Xiaotong's mind, leading him to a singular phrase, playing the pig to eat the tiger. Who was Xiao Mu? Was he truly just an ordinary child of his old classmate, Xiao Guodong, who had been masquerading as someone mundane? Goodness, he had hidden it well. Uncle Zhao, the case is pretty much wrapped up, right? Xiao Mu turned to the dazed Zhao Xiaotang with a grin. Only the final touches remain, Zhao Xiaotang replied with a smile. We still need to dig into the scavenger group a bit more. We're preparing to uproot them entirely. By the way, you've made a significant contribution this time, the primary one. Don't joke around, Xiao Mu waved his hand with a chuckle. I was merely helping. The credit belongs to you all. He had already secured 2 first-class merits. What he truly desired now was the goodwill of the Special Investigations Unit. With their support, it would be like having a multitude of powerful allies. In the future, he could navigate the police force with ease. Anyone daring to oppose him would soon find themselves outnumbered by a legion of law enforcement officers. Isn't it delightful to witness a novel come to life? Haha, Zhao Xiaotang chuckled. At their age, what hadn't they seen? He could see through Xiao Mu's intentions instantly, and it was clear that he wanted him to understand the intricacies of human relations were not lost on him. Once I recover, I plan to visit Ice City for a drink with your father, Zhao Xiaotang remarked with a grin. It has been far too long since we last met. Sure, I'll let my father know, Xiao Mu nodded, feeling elated. The intricacies of human connections require nurturing. The more one engages, the closer they become. Zhao Xiaotang's willingness to voice this sentiment indicated his acceptance of their bond, which naturally brought Xiao Mu joy. In the capital, at the airport. As the plane gently descended onto the runway, 2 cars awaited outside. One of the vehicles was occupied by a figure, Yiwu. News of his little sister and younger brother returning to the capital reached him in mere moments, prompting him to return early to await their arrival. Xiao Mu had promised him a meal and drinks, and he intended to uphold that promise. As Xiao Mu and Yi Qiushuan disembarked the plane, Yiwu greeted them with a smile. Yet, Yi Qiushuan's cheeks flushed. She recalled the time when the child had asked her, "Do you know Yiwu?" To which she replied, "No." Being caught in a lie made her cheeks burn with embarrassment. Xiao Mu, seemingly oblivious to this, immediately embraced his older brother with enthusiasm, exclaiming, "Brother, may our friendship endure through the ages, as steadfast as the mountains and rivers." Yiwu was taken aback, his mouth quivering. You flatter me." Yi Qiushuan stifled a laugh, watching the child tease her brother. Witnessing their camaraderie filled her with joy. Zhao Xiaotang. Yiwu. One from national security, the other from public security, both serving as department heads, they exchanged a handshake. Li Jie, could you assist by seeing Uncle Zhao off? Xiao Mu turned to Li Feng with a smile. Li Feng graciously opened the door to the luxury vehicle. I'll take my leave then, Zhao Xiaotang said with a smile, waving to the group as he entered the car, the head of national security arriving to pick someone up. A vehicle from the security bureau, and a private small plane. Zhao Xiaotong's mind was in turmoil, an inexplicable sense of unease washing over him. Xiao Mu and Yi Qiushuan settled into Yiwu's car. The trio exited the airport and headed to a well-established restaurant in the capital, where the cuisine was renowned. While Yiwu had reserved a private room in advance. Once they arrived and the dishes were served, they began toasting and enjoying each other's company. Yiwu discreetly observed Yi Qiushuan, shocked to find that her social anxiety had seemingly vanished. Could it be true? Not only had it disappeared, but she was also attending to Xiao Mu like a devoted partner, serving him food and peeling shrimp. Goodness! Yiwu nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. Had he ever received such treatment as a brother? The most outrageous part came next. Qiugu, let me tell you, the tigers at the zoo are quite terrifying. I'll take you to see them when we have the chance. Really? Indeed, they roar and show their teeth, quite frightening. How scary. Yiwu then witnessed his sister, wide-eyed and resembling a startled fawn, leaning against Xiao Mu, blinking and playfully pouting. Yu regretted joining them for dinner. This was the classic case of luring a dog in, only to slaughter it afterward. Chapter 84. A word from you is worth more than 1,000 words. Outside the courtyard, unable to endure the sweet torment of those around him, Yu drove away. Before departing, he uttered to his younger brother, "Come to the National Security Ministry tomorrow." A tremor ran through Xiaomu's heart as he pondered what favor the national security still owed him. "Let us go home." Yi Chuchuan gently shook his arm, her delicate, curled eyelashes fluttering slightly, her cheeks tinted with a hint of crimson. "Time for a bath. What are you blushing for?" Xiaomu mused, a smile creeping onto his face. Back in Lone City, he had mentioned looking forward to a soak at home, and he had also asked Chuchuan to give him a shoulder massage. She had agreed. In the bathroom, shedding his clothes, Xiaomu sank into the bathtub. The warm water flowed around him like silk, gradually dissolving all his weariness. As he basked in the warmth of the bath, the entire world felt soft and comfortable. Xiaomu felt so at ease that he wanted to hum. Suddenly, footsteps echoed, and a figure approached the bathtub, settling onto a small chair. A pair of jade-like hands rested on Xiaomu's shoulders, gently kneading and massaging him. It felt delightful. Xiaomu grinned silently, put in a bit more effort. "Haven't you had your meal?" Yi Chuchuan rolled her eyes playfully, puffing her cheeks, and increased the pressure. "Chuchuan, why don't you dare go out?" Xiaomu inquired with a smile, his eyes closed. "I don't know." Yi Chuchuan's voice grew softer. "Shall I share a story of my own?" Xiaomu grasped one of her small hands resting on his shoulder, playfully squeezing it. Yi Chuchuan nodded. "Once upon a time, I was very concerned about my image." Xiaomu began with a smile. "Do you remember my first visit to a Western restaurant? My friends told me to order a medium-rare steak, lest I be ridiculed. Back then, I feared being laughed at for my ignorance, for not knowing how to enjoy Western cuisine, so I always ordered medium-rare." Arms encircled his neck from behind. Yi Chuchuan murmured softly, "And then, eventually, I seemed to grow up suddenly, understanding many things." Xiaomu continued with a smile. "Just think about it. Since we have come into this world, we never intended to leave and return. What is there to fear? What is there to be ashamed of? Why pretend? And what is the point of maintaining an image? Haha." Yi Chuchuan chuckled like a little chick. "And then? Since we have come into this world, we never intended to leave and return. A word from you is worth more than 1,000 words. Eventually, I realized that concern for appearance is utterly trivial. Why should I compromise myself for the sake of vanity, for fear of embarrassment, or for the dread of being mocked?" Xiaomu said cheerfully. "When I returned to the Western restaurant with friends, the waiter asked how I wanted my steak cooked. I replied, 'Well done, at least a bit charred. I dislike it too tender.' The waiter was taken aback, then my friends looked at me as if I were a fool. At that moment, I not only felt no shame but rather an indescribable exhilaration. The waiter's gaze held a hint of disdain as he told me they only served medium rare and rare. Would it be acceptable if I were served rare? I said, 'I want it well done. If your chef cannot prepare it, I can teach him how to cook.' The waiter left, while my friend still gazed at me in disbelief. Xiaomu opened his eyes and, gazing at Chuchuan who was close by, asked with a smile, 'Can you guess what happened next?' Yi Chuchuan shook her head, her curiosity piqued. The chef personally brought the steak to me, accompanied by a glass of wine and a pair of chopsticks, having cut the steak for me. Xiaomu continued, "The chef said, 'Brother, you know how to eat. Do you realize that whenever a guest orders something other than well done, the entire kitchen laughs at him? We chefs ourselves prefer our steak well done. After all, the foreign palate isn't suited to our tastes. Why do people come here to order their steak cooked to a specific doneness? What pretentiousness is that?'" Yi Chuchuan appeared utterly astonished. She wondered how it could be this way, yet upon reflection, it made perfect sense. This is Long Country. After all, the people of Long Country seldom enjoy undercooked meat. Many Western dishes simply do not suit their palate. Chefs understand this better than anyone, yet they witness a crowd of Long Country folk, driven by vanity, attempting to mimic foreign dining customs, adapting to foreign tastes. How could the chef not find such behavior laughable, spending money to endure discomfort? How foolish could one be? Yi Chuchuan recalled a joke. "Primitive man, we discovered fire, we can finally eat cooked food. Modern man, we want to eat it raw. Isn't that amusing?" Later, I became friends with that chef who shared a secret with me. Xiaomu chuckled. He said, "Cooking a steak well done is a true test of a chef's skill. If done poorly, it becomes tough or unpalatable. Thus, many Western chefs, especially the incompetent ones, shy away from cooking it well done, fearing that a botched job would tarnish their reputation." Meanwhile, a medium rare and rare are the easiest to prepare. For instance, if you order a well-done steak and take a bite only to find it unappetizing, you can frown and spit it out with a napkin, shaking your head, ready to leave. Any moderately upscale Western restaurant would retain you, having the kitchen prepare another plate, often with a more seasoned chef, when they serve you another portion. If you take a bite and spit it out, angrily confronting the manager, saying, "Do you find wasting my time amusing?" Then you would receive a steak meticulously prepared by the head chef that those fools look down upon as merely well done, because the best steak, the one that truly tests a chef's skill, is precisely the well done one. My chef friend laughed and said, "Brother, you have no idea, when you ordered the well-done steak," the waiter embellished the story, "we in the kitchen thought you were causing trouble, and we nearly panicked. That's why I came out to deliver your wine, you nearly scared me to death, Chushwan, isn't that hilarious, haha." Chushwan laughed, her body shaking with mirth, so entertaining. She realized that the essence of this story was not merely about steak or Western cuisine. It was about encouraging her to be bolder, to embrace new experiences. What embarrassment, what vanity, what fear, what are those even? "Do you understand?" Xiao Mu turned to her and suddenly kissed her cheek. Chushwan blushed, not recoiling, her cheeks blooming like flowers. "Chushwan, why not be a little braver?" Xiao Mu held her hand. "Life is long, and the conclusion of our story is far from over. Let us strive together, shall we?" Chushwan's beautiful eyes sparkled like radiant stars. Then, she truly became bolder. She kissed the boy's cheek and murmured, "All right." Chapter 85 Reward. A triumvirate of roles. In the early morning, the National Security Bureau stood majestically, resembling a formidable guardian silently towering in the heart of the city, exuding an air of inviolable authority. Xiao Mu waited at the entrance until Yiwu appeared. "You are here, little brother." Yiwu greeted with a smile. "You look like a vendor of kidneys." Xiao Mu rolled his eyes. "What is the procedure? Let us discuss it inside." Yiwu led his younger brother into the building, proceeding to the elevator. Suddenly, Xiao Mu sensed something brushing against him within the confines of the elevator. Additionally, something flashed past his eyes. Finally, he felt several gazes fixated upon him. Cameras. What on earth is happening? Xiao Mu instantly felt a loss of security. The elevator doors opened, revealing a middle-aged man of imposing stature, yet possessing an understated demeanor that would render anyone who beheld him in awe. "Good morning, Secretary Lu." Yiwu smiled as he stepped out of the elevator. "Good morning, Deputy Yi," Secretary Lu replied with a beaming smile, nodding at Yiwu before turning to Xiao Mu. "You must be Comrade Xiao Mu, am I correct?" Xiao Mu nodded. "Hello. The minister is expecting you." Secretary Lu spoke no further, guiding the two men down the corridor. The mention of the minister sent Xiao Mu's heart racing. He recalled the elderly man he encountered in Ice City, and a pang of anxiety struck him. "No, I'm merely here to claim credit." "Why must I meet the minister?" he quietly asked Yiwu. "Brother, is it too late for me to make a run for it?" Xiao Mu felt that the risks of fleeing paled in comparison to the perils of meeting the head of national security. Yiwu nearly broke into a cold sweat. "Little brother, who gave you such audacity?" Liang Jingru. Yiwu shot a warning glance at his younger sibling. "Don't cause trouble, it could be fatal." Xiao Mu promptly adopted a compliant demeanor, presenting himself as harmless. "What a good actor." Yiwu's lips twitched uncontrollably. If his memory served him right, just days ago, Xiao Mu had assisted in solving a case, resulting in several fatalities. It seemed that every case Xiao Mu touched ended in death, all at his hands. More ruthless than a thug. Before an office door, merely gazing at the imposing black wooden door, Xiao Mu felt a palpable pressure emanating from within, primarily from the individual working inside. "Please wait a moment," Secretary Lu instructed the two men. He knocked and entered. Moments later, he emerged and said to Yiwu, "Deputy Yi, you may leave now." Yiwu nodded with a smile, not daring to utter a word, and swiftly turned to exit. Xiao Mu, he could only steel himself, following Secretary Lu into the minister's office. His mind was in a tumult, like a boiling kettle. He had never considered himself significant. Recalling his previous encounter with the head of national security in Ice City, it had already felt amiss. Let us not talk about merit. Even if you achieved something noteworthy, you were undeserving of an audience with him. Do you understand? You are unworthy, yet today felt even more surreal. To directly enter the National Security Bureau and meet the head of national security. Who do you think you are? Despite Xiao Mu's mind racing, he couldn't fathom why. It was incomprehensible. Upon entering the office, an indescribable aura enveloped him, compelling him to temper his relaxed demeanor. The office was spacious and bright, adorned in a minimalist yet dignified style, exuding a rigorous work atmosphere that imparted an intangible solemnity. Xiao Mu's gaze instinctively fell upon the figure behind a desk. When that figure's eyes met his, the chilling intensity emanated, yet the seemingly unimposing figure slowly rose, a hint of a smile gracing his lips as he gestured toward a nearby sofa. "Please, have a seat." Xiao Mu walked over and settled down. The elder approached just as the secretary arrived with 2 cups of tea. Xiao Mu felt bewildered and puzzled, still unable to comprehend the other's intentions. "I have prepared 3 choices for you, which also reflect your accomplishments." The elder began with this peculiar declaration, "How you choose will depend on you." Xiao Mu. How novel, the opportunity to choose one's merits. Was it truly permissible to play this way? Following the elder's words, the secretary brought forth 3 large red trays, placing them on the coffee table before the sofa. Upon glimpsing the contents of the trays, Xiao Mu was momentarily stunned. The first tray contained a first-class personal commendation and a pair of first-class police insignia. The second tray held a set of national security attire, a first-class merit medal, and an identification document. The third tray displayed a military uniform. It was the sight of the third tray that rendered Xiao Mu dazed. A singular thought flashed through his mind: impossible, a mere glance, and with his intellect, he had already grasped the situation. The items on the first tray were self-evident. The items on the second tray indicated an invitation to join national security or to hold dual roles. As for the military uniform on the third tray, he was a police officer. How could he possibly become a soldier? Moreover, he was currently enrolled in police academy. It was inconceivable for him to enlist. Thus, only one possibility remained: dual roles as a military and police officer. Wasn't that absurd? There existed dual roles in police and political spheres, such as a mayor also serving as the head of the police department, and there were instances of dual roles between armed police and public security. But who had ever heard of dual roles encompassing both military and police? Hence, the sight of that military uniform left him utterly bewildered. Furthermore, it was merely a uniform, there was nothing else. Wasn't that even more bewildering? Yet, upon seeing the military uniform, Xiao Mu's eyes ignited with fervor, fixated upon it while completely disregarding the other 2 trays, swallowing hard. The elder, witnessing Xiao Mu's reaction, found himself momentarily taken aback. Was it mere coincidence, or had someone whispered something to him? Otherwise, why would the young man fixate solely on the military uniform, ignoring everything else? No, the elder regained his composure, his expression turning complex. No one possessed such audacity. Even that little girl wouldn't dare. Even her grandfather could not possibly be involved in such matters. Then the elder sought a word: destiny. Subsequently, he rose and ceased to regard Xiao Mu, uttering but a single phrase: "From this day forward, you shall hold 3 roles." These words struck Xiao Mu like a thunderclap, leaving him utterly bewildered. What did this mean? Upon regaining his senses, his expression changed. Public security, national security, and military service. Was this his reward, or were these 3 trays meant to be his accolades from the beginning? Yet, if he chose incorrectly, would he lose the other 2? What had he just done? He fixated on the military uniform. Indeed, Xiao Mu felt a rush of excitement. How many boys recalled the wishes they made in their youth? To don a police uniform, to uphold justice, to wear a military uniform, to guard the realm. Seeing a military uniform, how many boys could resist the allure? But that was not the crux of the matter. Xiao Mu's expression grew solemn as he scrutinized the 3 trays before him. Over 100 billion USD and the treasures within that safe. Was this reward not a tad overwhelming? Chapter 86. Oh, you've really done it this time. Xiao Mu arrived at the National Security Office, utterly bewildered, clutching 3 tote bags in a daze. Upon exiting the door and encountering Yu Wu, he still bore an expression of perplexity. "What is the matter? Are you overjoyed?" Yu Wu teased. "Don't worry, you'll gradually get used to it." "Are you really not afraid of a beating with such a way of speaking?" Xiao Mu regarded him. "Why don't we find a place to spar a little?" Yu Wu felt a wave of unease wash over him. "Can I use some foul language?" "You are with national security. You must maintain decorum." Xiao Mu's gaze turned sharp. "Shouldn't you say something to me?" As he spoke, he lifted the 3 tote bags. "Let us discuss it in the car," Yu Wu replied wearily. The 2 made their way to the parking lot and settled into Yu Wu's vehicle. Not only that, but he also produced another tote bag and handed it to his younger companion. With a warning, he added, "You can only take these into the courtyard with Li Feng's consent, otherwise, it could lead to trouble." Xiao Mu, taken aback, accepted the tote bag and peered inside. Instantly, his pupils constricted violently. A gun, not the standard police firearm used for official duties, but a specialized service handgun. Yu Wu's sidearm was of this kind, as was Li Feng's. Many people lack an understanding of firearms and fail to comprehend the distinction between the two. To illustrate, it's akin to the difference between a police handgun and a military handgun. The power, ammunition, and application scenarios differ greatly. What does this mean? Xiao Mu's expression turned grave as he coldly scrutinized Yiwu. Men are typically fond of firearms, but in Dragon Country, mere admiration does not grant one the liberty to wield them. Not even the police are exempt. Let us see the credentials first, Yiwu said with a hint of mockery, gesturing towards the tote bag. Xiao Mu frowned and extracted a firearm license from within the bag. It was a permit issued by the Ministry of National Security, astonishingly bearing his identity information. He finally grasped why Yiwu had provided him with a gun. The firearm license was extraordinary, exceedingly so. It was a permit from the Ministry of National Security's Special Operations Bureau. You are probably wondering why I possess a military uniform, Yiwu said, pulling out a cigarette and offering one to his stunned younger companion. Because, strictly speaking, your military position encompasses 3 roles. You are not entirely classified as a soldier, but rather as a member of National Security's Special Operations. Many are aware that national security is one of the 5 major police forces, yet few understand its origins. When national security was first established, a portion of its personnel hailed from a mysterious place, the Central Special Investigation Bureau. For those unfamiliar with the Special Investigation Bureau, it is a rather intimidating institution. However, those who transitioned from the Special Investigation Bureau did not come to serve as national security officers. Furthermore, all of these individuals were soldiers, forming a bureau of their own. The second Bureau of National Security, the International Intelligence Bureau, responsible for the collection of international strategic intelligence. It is also one of the most enigmatic bureaus in Dragon Country, one of the 3 major bureaus, the Special Operations Bureau. Of course, this Special Operations Bureau is not to be confused with the Armed Police's Special Forces, nor with Internal Security. As for the Bureau's functions, there is no need for elaboration. International Strategic Intelligence Collection, what else could it entail? Every individual within this bureau is a soldier, whether you accept it or not. Soldiers are forever the most loyal group to their nation. Thus, everyone within this bureau must be military personnel. The military status that Xiao Mu currently holds is affiliated with the Special Operations Bureau. He possesses a rank without an official position, enjoying the corresponding privileges of that rank. This means that Xiao Mu holds a military title without an actual military role. Not only is he in this situation, but every member of the Special Operations Bureau shares this circumstance. Due to the unique nature of this department, it cannot have formal military positions. Having a military position necessitates the existence of a unit, and with a unit comes a designation. Therefore, they cannot have such titles. As for the reasons behind this, those who understand. Thus, Xiao Mu's current 3 roles are as a public security officer, a national security officer, and a special operations officer. The most intriguing aspect arises here. On the surface, Xiao Mu is still a police academy student. After hearing his brother's explanation, Xiao Mu felt somewhat dazed. What on earth are the higher-ups trying to accomplish? He then retrieved the national security uniform. All were dark blue, and the styles were largely identical, with the only difference being that the public security insignia had been replaced with national security. The chest emblem, badge number, and shoulder patches differed. When he saw the rank of first-class inspector, he nearly burst into laughter. Simultaneous promotion in 2 ranks, this was not a significant issue. A low rank does not necessarily indicate a minor position. Xiao Mu's current role within the public security system is merely that of a clerk. You are no longer a clerk. Yiwu chuckled at his younger companion. You are already a section chief at 18. This is also a reward for you. Xiao Mu paused in surprise, shaking his head. Stop joking, I haven't even received my party membership. Who told you that you aren't a party member? Yiwu teased. Do you know there is a term called special approval? Xiao Mu. I've become a party member and a section chief without even realizing it. His heart grew increasingly uneasy. He ventured to ask, what did national security discover in the overseas safe, referring to the previous espionage case? I can't say, Yiwu shook his head, and I don't know either. A secret that even the director of national security cannot know. Xiao Mu felt a jolt of alarm. There are some matters you are not meant to be involved in, Yiwu cautioned, and the things we ought to know will inevitably come to light. It is prudent to be less aware of what you shouldn't know, but as taking responsibility for yourself, understand. You've really done it this time. Xiao Mu's mind was racing with 1,000 thoughts. All right, national security is the most formidable. Oh, such a spot-on retort. Yiwu wore a mysterious smile. Your current task is to focus on your studies and not dwell on unnecessary matters. This guy is insufferable, does he never know when to stop? Xiao Mu replied in a somewhat exasperated tone, you are not in the right frame of mind to be talking. Just drive, I want to go home. I can't believe this. Yi Wu felt his blood pressure rising. He started the car and drove his younger brother home. Throughout the journey, Xiao Mu took out the military uniform. Even as a junior soldier, his hands trembled uncontrollably. He was already immensely satisfied. A military uniform is the dream of countless men in Dragon Country, and now, he could finally fulfill that dream. Upon arriving outside the courtyard, as Xiao Mu was about to exit the vehicle, Yi Wu opened his mouth to speak but then closed it again. Xiao Mu fixed his gaze on his face. Do you have something to say? Nothing at all. Yi Wu waved him off. Go home. Something feels off. Xiao Mu frowned but didn't press further. Why Yi Wu was correct. The more one knows, the more complicated matters become. After getting out of the car, he waved goodbye to his brother and walked away. Yet Yi Wu watched his younger brother with a complex expression, ultimately sighing and driving off. Back at the courtyard, Xiao Mu did not head directly to the back house. Upon seeing Sister Li, he handed her a tote bag before leisurely seeking out Brother Chiu. Li Feng cast a glance at the contents of the tote bag, her eyelids twitching violently when she spotted the firearm license. Even as a security officer, she was taken aback, exclaiming in shock, what kind of joke is this? Chapter 87. Brother, I have been bullied in the back courtyard. The living room. 2 police uniforms, 1 military outfit, and 2 first-class police merit medals were elegantly displayed on the coffee table. At this moment, Yi Qiushuan nestled closely beside the child, her curious gaze fixed on the 3 sets of uniforms and the medals. Xiao Mu squinted, his mind racing with thoughts, deducing for over half an hour. With a bitter smile, he murmured 2 words, supervision. Supervision of what? Him. Sometimes, when a person acquires certain things, it may not necessarily be a blessing. These acquisitions could morph into constraints, becoming a shackle that binds you. The 3 positions, the medals, the rank of clerk, might seem like monumental accolades, yet they could equally confine Xiao Mu to national security, perhaps even depriving him of the opportunity to resist. Of course, there was a 3rd layer of meaning, protection. A tremor coursed through Xiao Mu's heart. Who possessed such immense power to send him to national security, forcibly assigning him a special duty in the name of safeguarding? Xiao Mu glanced at Yi Qiushuan beside him. Not the nervy little fool. Perhaps she was clever, however, she would never master the cunning ways of the bureaucratic world in 100 years. It was certain that this was related to Brother Chiu. Was it his family? Auntie, I still want to strive. My appetite is quite good. You cannot force me to live off others. With a self-deprecating thought, Xiao Mu raised his arm. Yi Qiushuan instinctively nestled into his embrace, like a little kitten. Brother Chiu. Ma'am. I'm heading back to school tonight. Oh. Then, her small head rested on his shoulder, contentedly humming. The following day, the bedroom was suffused with a gentle morning light, intertwined with the warmth of the blankets, creating an indescribable sense of comfort and coziness. Clutching the blanket, Xiao Mu longed to linger in bed, yet he knew he must rise. It was time for school. Though the significance of that institution had diminished, yet there were too many attachments within its walls that he couldn't bear to sever. After washing up, dressing, then stepping out of the room, he could smell someone cooking in the kitchen. He even heard Yi Qiushuan humming a tune. With a smile, Xiao Mu entered the kitchen, stealthily approaching Brother Chiu from behind. Suddenly, he wrapped his arms around her slender waist. Ah! Yi Qiushuan exclaimed, her body trembling slightly before quickly relaxing against the warmth of the child behind her. What are we having? Xiao Mu rested his chin on her shoulder. Rice porridge. Ma'am. Buns. Ma'am. Fried eggs. Ma'am. That's it. With each of her statements, he responded with a and their faces radiated a soft, sweet smile. An indescribable warmth lingered in the kitchen, in the courtyard, wafting through the air. After breakfast, Xiao Mu stood at the entrance, watching Yi Qiushuan fetch his shoes. Once he was dressed, she tenderly adjusted his clothing as if she were a gentle older sister, then gazed at him with soft eyes. If you feel bored, go online. If you're unhappy, watch some funny videos. If you find yourself restless, take a stroll with Sister Li. It's perfectly fine to wander about right at the doorstep. Xiao Mu chuckled, did you hear that? Otherwise, his legs would be frozen in place. It was only at this moment that he truly understood why heroes often lament over beautiful women. The beauty trap you imagine is not merely a seductive display. No, the true beauty trap lies in unfulfilled yearnings of youth, the unattainable white moonlight, and the tender affection during times of hardship. Was Zhu Yuanzhong ruthless? Yet, he had to heed the words of Empress Ma. When officials encountered Empress Ma, it was as if they were meeting their own mothers. Why? Because Zhu Yuanzhang was adept at killing and showed no mercy to kin. He executed ministers as effortlessly as chopping vegetables. Only Empress Ma could restrain him. When Empress Ma passed away, the ministers wept more sorrowfully than anyone else, for at that moment, the tightening spell on Zhu Yuanzhang vanished. One must not forget friendships forged in poverty, nor should one cast aside a wife of humble beginnings. Zhu Yuanzhang and the Ma family exemplified this adage. It spoke of that moment when you have achieved success, and a woman approaches you with a gentle smile, softly saying, "You must be tired and a bit smelly. Go wash up." At that moment, which man could remain unaffected? The essence of the beauty trap is not merely about beautiful women, there are countless beauties in the world. It is about winning hearts. Exiting the back courtyard, Xiao Mu observed Li Feng's grave expression. He also noticed the handbag he had given Sister Li yesterday. "I forgot to ask yesterday," Xiao Mu smiled. "Sister Li, can I bring this into the back courtyard in the future?" Li Feng's expression shifted continuously before she finally managed to utter two words, "Yes." Then she inquired, "Do you understand guns?" The atmosphere grew somewhat tense. Li Feng sad face, Xiao Mu sad face, winky face. Does he understand guns? Possessing the ability akin to a human weapon, he comprehended all things lethal, he was proficient in them all. Recently, he had faced off against 11 mercenaries while fully armed. Wouldn't that imply he understands? If he didn't, would national security equip him with a firearm? However, everyone remained taciturn, with Yu Wu and those above pretending not to know, much like the two words Xiao Mu deduced, protection. Someone was safeguarding him, which is why no one dared to harm him. Otherwise, with his abnormalities, he might have been locked away for life. "It seems you do understand," Li Feng observed him thoughtfully, handing over the handbag. "No need," Xiao Mu shook his head. "Please help me keep it safe. I'm off to school now." With that, he stepped out of the house under Li Feng's peculiar gaze. Upon reaching the street, Xiao Mu hailed a taxi straight to the police academy. He was still contemplating whether he should request a leave of absence soon to acquire a driver's license. Wouldn't it do for the family's red flag to gather dust? Yes, it was a delightful decision. Before he could arrive at school, his phone rang. Upon checking, he saw an unfamiliar number. Xiao Mu answered. "Who is this?" "Hello, I am from the National Security of Bingcheng." As soon as the words left the other party's mouth, Xiao Mu's heart sank, and his expression shifted. He recalled the look on Yu Wu's face as he left yesterday. Had something happened to his brother? What is going on? Xiao Mu's voice turned icy. "Yi Chu was shot but has just awakened." "He is fine," the other party reported. "He asked us to convey a message to you. Brother, I have been bullied." Xiao Mu fell silent, his expression gradually cooling, yet those who knew him understood that the calmer he appeared, the closer he was to an explosive outburst. He then uttered a single sentence, "Prepare a flight to Bingcheng for me." Unbeknownst to him, the other party added, "Not Bingcheng." Xiao Mu was taken aback. What on earth was his brother trying to do? Chapter 88. Brother, you've crossed the line in the city of Jilin. At the armed police hospital in Spring City, the expressionless Xiao Mu entered a private hospital room and encountered Yu Wu. His lips twitched in surprise. He had initially believed Yu Wu to be gravely injured, only to discover that he was merely bandaged on his thigh. Upon entering, he found Yu Wu sprawled on the hospital bed, engrossed in his phone, sporting a silly grin, evidently amused by some humorous video. "Looking at legs, are we?" Xiao Mu rolled his eyes. Such trivial interests of men are universally understood. After all. Oh, well, Yu Wu's face flashed crimson with embarrassment and indignation. "What do you take me for? I am a national security officer. How could I possibly be ogling stockings or long legs?" Xiao Mu gazed at him in astonishment. He did not expect his older brother to articulate such shameless thoughts so brazenly. Chuckling lightly, he replied, "I merely mentioned legs. I never inquired about stockings or long legs." Yu Wu, winky face, suppressed a torrent of shame and awkwardness, hastily retorting, "Brother, isn't that a bit inappropriate? Let us discuss you instead." Xiao Mu smirked coldly, pulling up a chair to sit. "You were perfectly fine in the capital yesterday. How did you end up injured overnight, and in Spring City no less? You, a national security officer from the Black Province, sustaining injuries in Jilin Province. How novel. Brother, you've truly crossed the line. The manpower for national security isn't as abundant as that of the public security," Yu Wu explained. "Sometimes, when local manpower is insufficient, we will be dispatched for support. You know the investigations we undertake, ordinary individuals cannot assist, and they often involve sensitive matters." Understanding dawned on Xiao Mu as he nodded, gesturing towards the bandage on Yu Wu's leg. What transpired? Yiwu's expression shifted. I came to assist with an investigation yesterday and encountered foreign special agents. I was ambushed. Is there no honor among warriors? What do you mean by calling me here? Xiao Mu feigned ignorance. Stop pretending. With that brain of yours, you must have already guessed. Yiwu pointed at his own leg with irritation. Can you endure this? It's not me who's injured. Xiao Mu nearly burst into laughter. Why should I care? Then who am I? Yiwu exclaimed in exasperation, pointing at himself. You're merely a statistic in this world. Xiao Mu jested, suppressing his laughter. Are the adversaries formidable? His older brother summoned him for assistance, which implied he was seeking external support. No, he was now also part of national security. This suggested that the case had already become a headache for Jilin province. Otherwise, they wouldn't have dispatched personnel from the Black Province for reinforcement. The presence of a gunfight and gunshot wounds indicated that Yiwu, of all people, had been outmaneuvered, suggesting that the adversaries possessed some level of capability, albeit not substantial. At this point, they likely could not locate the culprits, which is why his brother was pouting. Just listen, little brother, I've been bullied. Xiao Mu felt a wave of absurdity wash over him. Imagining a rugged man, standing at 6 feet tall, trying to act coy like a girl was both terrifying and comical. After a moment of malicious imagination, he wore a wicked smile. At that moment, a knock echoed through the hospital room, and a middle-aged man entered. Xiao Mu turned to look. The man stood tall, his features resolute, with sharp, profound eyes that exuded a sense of calm born from life's tribulations. Director Wang, Yiwu greeted with a smile. Are you all right? The middle-aged man approached with a friendly demeanor. Just a minor issue. Yiwu shook his head. How is your investigation progressing? The middle-aged man glanced at Xiao Mu before shaking his head. Xiao Mu, a younger brother of mine, Yiwu introduced, from the National Security Department in the capital. Xiao Mu, the middle-aged man's eyes lit up, extending his hand eagerly. I've heard much about you. I am Wang Su from the 3rd Division of the Spring City National Security Bureau. Pleasure to meet you, Xiao Mu said, almost laughing, shaking the man's hand. The notion of having long been acquainted felt somewhat odd. Sometimes, an understanding of underlying meanings can make even the simplest phrases sound suggestive. This had little to do with intellect and everything to do with one's level of exposure. As for the reason behind the man's sudden warmth, it likely related to the espionage case Xiao Mu had recently unraveled in the Black Province. As expected, Wang Su continued, we've heard about the case you cracked in ICT. It's truly impressive. Some details are confidential, yet the process of solving cases is rarely shrouded in secrecy. Moreover, national security agencies often exchange information and learn from one another, which is common knowledge. Director Wang, you flatter me, Xiao Mu replied with a grin. Feel free to chat, I'll step out for a smoke. He was quite considerate in his intent to leave. Don't, Yiwu chided playfully. What nonsense, we didn't invite you here just for you to smoke. Indeed, Wang Su chimed in, warmly pulling Xiao Mu's arm. Sit down and talk. He then opened the window and offered Xiao Mu a cigarette. When a high-ranking official offers you a cigarette, it's difficult to distinguish between genuine goodwill and ulterior motives. Xiao Mu graciously accepted the cigarette, and after it was lit, he quipped, this smoke isn't very pleasant. Ha ha ha. Both Yiwu and Wang Su laughed, fully aware that Xiao Mu's remark about the smoke was not about the cigarette itself. What's the case at hand? Xiao Mu inquired, taking a puff as he gazed at the two high-ranking officials. Yiwu and Wang Su exchanged glances before responding in unison, we don't know. What the heck, are you playing with me? Xiao Mu nearly bristled with anger, narrowing his eyes at them as if to say, you'd better explain, or I'll show you what true cruelty is. Well, Yiwu said, awkwardly scratching his head. We genuinely do not have any information, we are utterly in the dark regarding their intentions. Wang Su added, initially, we discovered a suspected spy monitoring in a critical location. We didn't think much of it, believing it to be a minor player. However, upon further surveillance, a colleague lost his life. Xiao Mu's expression shifted sharply. Why Yiwu and Wang Su's faces mirrored his concern, and the air thickened with tension. After a long pause, Xiao Mu spoke, that doesn't add up. If it were as simple as that, why would the national security from the Black Province get involved? Wait, his pupils narrowed to pinpricks as he looked at Yiwu's bandaged thigh, then asked, was that individual, or that group, particularly formidable? Yiwu and Wang Su appeared momentarily stunned. They recognized that this younger brother was astute, yet they never expected him to deduce so much from so little. How did he arrive at such conclusions? After a prolonged silence, Wang Su's expression turned grave. Top-tier special agents, as a term, varies by country. One might also refer to them as operatives or senior intelligence personnel. Each field possesses its elite, akin to a pyramid structure. The concept of a pyramid is universally understood, layer upon layer, rank upon rank. Consider the military. There are ordinary soldiers, reconnaissance troops, special forces, and even the ultimate warriors. The police force operates similarly, with regular detectives, seasoned investigators, and the kings of law enforcement. Every domain has its champions. The realm of special agents is no different. Chapter 89. What the hell, is there a cheat? Top-tier special forces. Xiao Mu's expression changed dramatically. This was not due to cowardice, rather, it was a reaction born from unfamiliarity. It is a primal human instinct to fear the unknown. How did it happen? He fixed his gaze on Yiwu, probing for the cracks of the matter. A surprise attack from over 60 meters away with a handgun. Yiwu's countenance betrayed a hint of disbelief, his face paling. Not just him. When Xiao Mu had over 60 meters, he too was momentarily taken aback. Those familiar with handguns might understand. For instance, a police sidearm's accuracy diminishes past 20 meters. Military handgun training typically involves targets set at 25 meters, and only reconnaissance units and special forces might engage targets at 50 meters. Beyond 50 meters, it is no longer about aiming, it becomes a matter of gun feel. Never believe the notion that a handgun can be effectively used for self-defense at 50 meters to precisely strike an assailant. That is merely a ruse to deceive the gullible. At that distance, why not opt for a submachine gun or a rifle? Hitting a target with a handgun at over 60 meters, what does that even mean? That is nothing short of boasting. If it is not mere bravado, then it must be something else entirely. Do you think you are one of those legendary warriors of the Dragon Kingdom who achieved sanctity through sheer physical prowess? However, if none of the above applies, Xiao Mu's expression darkened. There was another crucial detail. Yiwu was shot in the thigh, not in the head or upper body, but in the thigh. Hitting a person's thigh with precision from over 60 meters. While in motion. Xiao Mu asked in a low voice. While in motion. Yiwu nodded. What the hell, is there a cheat? Xiao Mu grinned. Should I take my leave immediately? He finally grasped the essence of what it meant to be top-tier special forces. What difference is there between such marksmanship and cheating? Both Yiwu and Wang Su remained silent. One last question. Xiao Mu's expression grew solemn. Why are there so many guns? What he implied was, besides the official channels and violent organizations, where did all these sudden appearances of firearms come from? He recalled the dark web case involving his father after his rebirth. The assassins had guns. The missing children case in the capital, those Asian mercenaries had guns, and they were submachine guns at that. Then there was the spy case in ICT. The mercenaries from the north not only had guns but also ammunition, and let's not forget the murder case in Lone City, where the scavengers wielded shotguns. Now, not only has a suspected top-tier special forces operative emerged, but so too has the handgun. In summary, how did all these firearms come into existence? Yiwu posed a question to his younger brother. In the Dragon Kingdom, each year, 2/3 of organ transplants have unknown sources. How do you think those organs come about? Xiao Mu was momentarily stunned. Many naively believe that with a strict gun control in the Dragon Kingdom, how could there be illegal firearms? Wang Su sighed. Little do they know there are countless ways to smuggle guns into the country, one of which is through smuggling. Do you think it's merely about utilizing shipping goods? No. Not long ago, the National Security Bureau uncovered a smuggling case threatening national security in the maritime area. Certain individuals used modified underwater propulsion devices to transport firearms remotely from the bordering sea into domestic waters, with fishermen responsible for retrieval, thus bringing them into the country. Could you have imagined such a method in the past? Yiwu continued. Brother, our country is currently safe, so ordinary people rarely see guns. Those who possess firearms, under the state's strict crackdown, dare not display them. But if one day chaos ensues in our nation, you will find that civilian firearms may exceed your wildest imagination, to the point where it becomes terrifying to contemplate. If ordinary citizens can smuggle in guns, do you think mercenaries, agents, and spies cannot? If they can smuggle in people, bringing in a few weapons is hardly a challenge. This is why it is often said that living simply is actually quite good. Otherwise, once you truly comprehend this world, you may even lose the courage to continue living. I've learned something new. Xiao Mu chuckled. In truth, he could probably guess a few things, but not to the extent of the National Security Bureau's understanding. Different fields feel like different mountains. He previously worked in criminal investigation, while they operated in national security. Shall we take a look? Wang Su, without further ado, stood up and looked at Xiao Mu. Brother. Yiwu beamed. You must avenge your elder brother. Let's do it. Upon rising, Xiao Mu shot Yiwu a middle finger and pulled out his phone. "I'll make a call fast." Wang Su was taken aback. Yiwu's expression shifted. "Don't tell little sister. Do you think I'm as foolish as you?" Xiao Mu rolled his eyes and walked out of the ward with his phone raised. Will it work? Once Xiao Mu left, Wang Su's expression grew grave as he scrutinized Yiwu. How can one describe his intellect and combat prowess? Yiwu shivered. "I advise you, never play games in front of him. Keep all the tricks of the system to yourself, otherwise, not only will he see right through you in an instant, but he will also brain you." "Old Wang, do you understand my meaning?" Wang Su's expression changed, and he nodded heavily. "Understood." Yiwu almost directly conveyed to him. In both intelligence and combat capabilities, they are unworthy of even carrying Xiao Mu's shoes. What is Xiao Mu's position in the National Security Bureau? Wang Su could no longer suppress his curiosity and asked. Although he knew that curiosity might lead to dire consequences. Yiwu gave him a deep look. "You'd best not know." Wang Su's face went blank. Yiwu's words, though seemingly innocuous, served as a warning. In truth, it revealed everything to him, because there are only two types of people in the National Security Bureau. One is the police, and the other, National Security Special Forces. The National Security Police are police, while the National Security Special Forces are special forces. These are eternally distinct concepts that should never be conflated. Moreover, the identities of special forces operatives are classified. Should Xiao Mu's identity be exposed, or if any incident occurs, the National Security Bureau will be the first to come knocking at his door. Wang Su nearly cried. "I spoke too freely." Haha, Yiwu reveled in his misfortune, "But it's all right. He's just a street punk now, neither a police officer nor a special operative, merely a police academy student." "Wang Su, I've read plenty of books, do not deceive me." Outside the hospital room, in the corridor, Xiao Mu held his phone aloft. "Chiogu, I won't be returning tonight. There's a mission." "Oh. Don't be angry. To express my sincerest apologies, when I return home, I will take good care of you, give you a bath, wash you squeaky clean, and then provide a full body massage." "What do you think, Chiogu?" After a long pause, Su Chio's sweet and bashful voice came through. "I'm silly, not foolish." Ha 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 ha. Xiao Mu ended the call amidst laughter. As the laughter faded, his expression grew icy, as if encased in winter's frost, devoid of warmth. It was time to get to work. Chapter 90. What possibility awaits in the spring city? At a certain district, Xiao Mu and Wang Su stood outside a large courtyard, gazing at the towering buildings within. This was an experimental zone, shrouded in secrecy regarding the nature of its experiments, and it was classified at a high level. Simultaneously, a contingent of armed police forces and a fire brigade was stationed in the area, accompanied by guards equipped with anti-explosive firearms. In such a heavily fortified location, one could only speculate about the experiments conducted within. Without authorization, even national security personnel were barred from entry. 3 days ago, our national security received a report from the local police regarding suspicious activity, prompting them to investigate. Wang Su indicated towards the area before them. They subsequently identified a suspicious individual carrying a camera. A camera. Xiao Mu blinked. That seems rather implausible. If they were truly those individuals, why would they foolishly wield a professional camera to take photographs here? Wouldn't a long-range lens be more advantageous? If he could discern such a flaw, surely the professionals in national security would as well. Indeed, our initial thoughts mirrored yours, Wang Su said with a wry smile. We presumed they were mere minnows. If they were professional intelligence agents, one might wonder if they were insane or seeking death by bringing a camera into such a location. Xiao Mu was already aware of the subsequent events and the sacrifice of a national security officer. After all, no one had anticipated that a mere fish would transform into a shark. Faced with this situation, everyone was left in bewilderment. If that individual were an intelligence operative, how could they commit such an egregiously elementary blunder? Were they afraid no one would notice? Fishing. Xiao Mu furrowed his brow. Was there any evidence of torture on the fallen national security officer? That is something we have contemplated. Wang Su shook his head. Not only were there no signs of torture, but he was also shot from a distance. From a distance? Xiao Mu's heart sank. How far? 121 meters, Wang Su revealed yet another astonishing detail. With a handgun, 121 meters. Xiao Mu was stunned when Yiwu was struck by a bullet from over 60 meters away. He began to suspect foul play, but 121 meters with a handgun, was that even feasible? Xiao Mu's expression shifted as a realization dawned upon him. Was there an attachment on the handgun? In his previous life, he had seen a foreign video showcasing a device that could convert a handgun into a rifle. Many believed such an attachment perfectly sidestepped the convenience of a handgun while amplifying the power of a rifle, leading to various mockeries and derision. At that time, Xiao Mu had been among those who shared such views, lacking understanding and accepting those criticisms. However, he later realized how naive he had been. Once a handgun was equipped with such an attachment, not only did its stability improve, but its effective range and power also increased. Some might question how the same type of bullet could yield different impacts. Those in the know understood that firing the same bullet from two different handguns would result in disparities in accuracy, power, and range. With the attachment, targets beyond 50 meters became easily within reach, while previously, they had been challenging to hit. Special ammunition. Xiao Mu proposed a second hypothesis. For instance, handgun bullets are typically round-nosed, while submachine gun and rifle bullets are elongated and pointed, naturally encountering less air resistance and achieving greater distances. A precise shot at 121 meters would be nearly impossible with standard handgun ammunition. It could only be accomplished with specialized rounds. Precisely, Wang Su nodded, casting a glance at Xiao Mu. Was the bullet that struck Yiwu of the same nature? Xiao Mu felt a pang of frustration, as if he had been misled. No, the bullet he was struck with was not equipped with any attachments. Wang Su's expression turned grave. The capabilities of elite operatives were indeed formidable. A cold glint flashed in Xiao Mu's eyes. With an attachment, a handgun could perform like a rifle, yet even without it, it could still inflict injuries from 60 meters away. This indicated a highly skilled marksman who wielded a handgun with extraordinary finesse. Was Yiwu among the second group to discover him? Xiao Mu pressed on. Yes, and he was injured, Wang Su noted, appreciating the ease of conversing with someone perceptive. During the apprehension, a total of 4 national security officers were hit by the suspect's bullets, which is why we confirmed he is a top-tier operative. 11 individuals surrounded him, and yet he managed to escape unscathed, vanishing without a trace. His abilities are exceptional. Xiao Mu fell into silence, beginning to deduce the situation. Within mere seconds, he shook his head. This doesn't add up. Something is amiss. Firstly, if the individual were indeed a top-tier foreign operative, they would never resort to such a lowly tactic as appearing in an experimental zone with a camera. Secondly, executing a kill from 121 meters away indicated that the shooter had ample time to evade the pursuing national security officer. Instead of fleeing, they chose to shoot the officer. Did that make sense? Lastly, although Yiwu and the others were shot, none of their injuries were fatal. Moreover, the shooter's marksmanship was alarmingly precise. For instance, Yiwu was struck in the thigh, one of the most difficult areas to hit on a moving human target. A shooter aiming for a moving target would typically focus on the upper body, as it was easier to predict movement. The thigh, however, involves an erratic swinging motion, making it challenging to anticipate. Why would the shooter abandon a higher probability shot to aim for the leg, showcasing their marksmanship? If they had already killed one person, why would they hesitate to take another life? Most alarmingly, amidst the pursuit by 11 national security officers, the shooter managed to evade capture, disappearing without a trace. This suggested an intimate familiarity with the city, or at the very least, a profound understanding of its surveillance systems, allowing them to evade numerous cameras and slip away from the police's sight. Given such knowledge, the case returned to its inception. Why would this individual expose themselves in the experimental zone, under surveillance, thereby attracting attention? Is there something significant inside? Xiao Mu's voice was devoid of emotion. Or perhaps an important person. They must be feeling quite anxious now, wouldn't you agree? Wang Su was momentarily taken aback, then his complexion drained of color. Are you suggesting there is a saying, to scare the snake from the grass? Xiao Mu enunciated deliberately. Once startled, does the snake not emerge or flee? If this is a trap set by a snake catcher, and he waits outside for the snake, what do you suppose happens to the snake? This could lead to kidnapping, assassination, theft, or a multitude of other possibilities. What possibility would it be? Chapter 91, Shadows of Deception. This is merely a conjecture, and may not necessarily be accurate, Xiao Mu remarked, observing the distressed countenance of Wang Su, shaking his head. It was evident that this individual was ill-suited for the public security sector. Veteran criminal investigators, in their pursuit of solving cases, could conceive dozens of theories within the span of an hour. Yet, it was equally plausible that all those theories could be erroneous. Regardless of the likelihood of arriving at the correct conclusion, one must endeavor to try, for if one refrains from attempting, and even a single hypothesis proves correct, the repercussions could be dire. Please elaborate on your reasoning. Wang Su's expression shifted. He is deliberately allowing us to be aware of his presence, showcasing that he is a top-tier special agent, and making it clear just how formidable his capabilities are, Xiao Mu replied in a calm tone. Is this evidence insufficient? Subsequently, he articulated his recent deductions. Upon hearing them, Wang Su's complexion grew increasingly solemn. Indeed, would a top-tier special agent be foolish enough to appear under the very noses of the public, and what of that 121-meter assassination? Why commit murder? Most alarming was the fact that the first kill occurred from 121 meters away, followed by a second incident where he shot someone in the leg from over 60 meters. Was it still with a handgun? Anyone familiar with firearms would recognize that such marksmanship is simply beyond human capacity. The crux of the matter lies in the act of killing and injuring. It is akin to being a spy operating in a foreign nation. One would naturally wish to remain undetected, yet, when one fires a weapon, targeting the security personnel of that very nation, what could the consequences be? Surely, no inhabitant of this planet is unaware. Finally, when surrounded by 11 security officers possessing such terrifying shooting skills and formidable abilities, why would he merely injure those attempting to capture him rather than eliminate them? Does this make sense? Was he merely seeking to showcase his marksmanship, flaunting his prowess like a performer? Upon hearing Xiao Mu's explanation, clarity dawned. He was intentionally informing everyone of his arrival, purposefully revealing his identity as a top-tier special agent, demonstrating the extent of his terrifying capabilities. Now, he had set his sights on the experimental zone before him. When the individuals within the experimental area become cognizant of such a fearsome presence fixated on them, what reactions might ensue? This was nothing short of a case of startling the snake from its den, or rather, coaxing the snake out of its lair. If Xiao Mu's deductions were indeed correct, and certain critical items or individuals from the experimental zone were to be relocated elsewhere, would unforeseen incidents not occur during this process? Who would dare to wager on such a possibility? Without hesitation, Wang Su retrieved his phone and dialed a superior. His gaze, however, remained fixed on Xiao Mu, who was deep in thought. It was no wonder Yi Wu had cautioned him against attempting any tricks in the presence of this individual whose intellect would not be confounded in his presence. Engaging in a battle of wits with him was akin to wielding a broadsword before Guan Yu. 25 minutes later, the director of the National Security Bureau of Jilin Province arrived personally. He exchanged a courteous handshake with Xiao Mu. At his level, certain matters had become apparent. The director made another phone call, and a few minutes later, received approval. The group then entered the experimental zone. They proceeded into a research building, ascended the elevator, and reached the top floor. Upon entering an area resembling an experimental hall, Xiao Mu observed a cadre of researchers clad in white lab coats, diligently engrossed in their work. Under the illumination, their figures appeared particularly resolute, each motion exuding rigor and concentration. It was then that the director addressed Xiao Mu. This experimental zone is currently engaged in a project involving 3 academicians. 3 academicians. Xiao Mu inhaled sharply. It was common knowledge that academicians represented the pinnacle of expertise, each regarded as a true national treasure of the Dragon Kingdom. The simultaneous presence of 3 academicians in a single research team, what could they possibly be investigating? Naturally, such high-level research was not information that could be disclosed to him. He lacked the qualifications to know. In this experimental hall, he also noticed 6 security personnel, sensing a slight air of menace emanating from them. Shortly thereafter, 3 elderly gentlemen approached. Old Qian, Old Bai, Old Li, the director greeted with a smile, bending slightly to shake hands, displaying utmost respect. Xiao Mu stood quietly to the side, observing the discourse among these prominent figures. Suddenly, his gaze fixed upon one individual, a peculiar glimmer igniting in his eyes. The man, clad in a white lab coat, wielded a sophisticated instrument, wholly absorbed in his research. On the surface, there appeared to be nothing amiss, yet, Xiao Mu discerned a thread of threat emanating from this individual. This sensation mirrored the first time he encountered Li Feng, but Li Feng was a security officer, akin to the 6 security personnel surrounding them. Why could a researcher evoke such a feeling of danger? Furthermore, activating his insightful eye, Xiao Mu scrutinized the man's face and detected something amiss. The man's nasal bridge and jawline appeared rigid, concealed beneath a layer of cosmetics. This cosmetic was remarkably adept, almost indistinguishable from human skin. To the untrained eye, it would be nearly impossible to differentiate, yet, under Xiao Mu's insightful eye, the details were laid bare. His facial skin bore no signs of the fine pores, hair follicles, or subtle textures typical of human skin. If he were merely fond of cosmetics, Xiao Mu's attention shifted to the man's neck and the skin visible beyond his clothing. The presence of cosmetics remained. What man, regardless of his vanity, would go to such lengths? Xiao Mu began to connect the dots to the ongoing investigations by the National Security Bureau, leading to a series of audacious hypotheses. Could it be that the top-tier special agent was not after some item or individual within the experimental zone, but rather this very person before him? Another possibility emerged: an insider collusion. Otherwise, how could such a high-security experimental zone, with 3 academicians involved in a research project, not have stringent confidentiality measures? Why would a top-tier special agent appear outside this experimental zone? Would he be able to calculate that 3 academicians were conducting research within? What utter nonsense. Thus, only one conclusion remained: a leak. Those affiliated with the academicians would be subjected to rigorous scrutiny. If this man posed a threat, how had he managed to be present here? Xiao Mu furrowed his brow, unable to comprehend. However, he refrained from approaching the man. The experimental hall was not a place accessible to just anyone. A glass wall stood before him, with security personnel stationed guard. Xiao Mu wished to avoid any misunderstandings. When the director of the National Security Bureau and the 3 elder academicians concluded their discussion and returned, Xiao Mu signaled discreetly. Wang Su and the director were momentarily taken aback. After all, they were national security personnel, and this momentary lapse likely lasted less than a second. While their expressions remained impassive, the pupils of their eyes constricted. Xiao Mu maintained his silence, subtly turning his gaze toward the suspicious individual in the experimental hall. Wang Su and the director's peripheral vision also caught sight of the man. Just as they were poised to take action, the suspicious individual suddenly moved, charging toward the 3 academicians. Chapter 92. Interests are blood-stained and lethal. How did he realize that he had been exposed? Staring at the man charging towards the 3 elderly academicians, Xiao Mu was taken aback, yet this was not the moment to ponder such matters. The 3 venerable scholars were in peril. They needed saving. Suddenly, the gazes of Wang Su and the director became blurred. Then Xiao Mu sprang forth like a leopard. It was as if he had transformed into a colossal hammer, crashing against the glass walls of the experimental hall. Boom! A terrifying sound of shattering erupted. Amidst the rain of glass shards, Xiao Mu dashed towards the 3 academicians. Why did he not pursue the suspicious man, but instead aimed for the scholars? His concern lay in the potential weapon that the dubious individual might wield, capable of inflicting harm from a distance. These national treasures were paramount. Even a single hair from them was worth more than the life of that suspect. Let it not be said that Xiao Mu's judgment was flawed. When necessary, he would indeed shield these scholars, for this was not merely an act of saving the academicians, it was a sacrifice for the nation. As long as these scholars remained alive, whether by inventing something or conducting research, perhaps the Dragon Kingdom could ascend to greater heights. Some may contest this notion. To them, I say, observe the architects behind the Dragon Kingdom's aircraft carriers and the J-20. They are a remarkable group. Consider the guards as well. When chaos ensued, they acted as if possessed. 3 guards rushed towards the 3 elderly scholars, prepared to shield them with their bodies. 2 of the remaining guards lunged at Xiao Mu, while one barreled towards the suspicious man. Do not question their motives for obstructing Xiao Mu, even going so far as to attack him. At this juncture, their sole mission was clear: the safety of the elderly academicians, preventing anyone from encroaching. Alas, their efforts proved futile. With the full force of his extraordinary physique unleashed, Xiao Mu's speed rivaled that of an actual cheetah. In the blink of an eye, he appeared before the 3 scholars, standing with his back to them. He disregarded the kicks and punches from the 2 guards and paid no heed to the drawn firearms aimed at him. His focus remained fixed on the oncoming suspicious man. As anticipated, the man's sprint was a ruse. During his run, he had already raised his arm. Xiao Mu glanced at the man's cuff and spotted a watch. Bang! The watch detonated, releasing a projectile, possibly smaller than a .22 caliber bullet, which hurtled towards Xiao Mu. To be precise, it was aimed at the elderly academician standing behind him. However, in the brief half-second preceding the eruption of gunfire, Xiao Mu had already extended his arm, reaching for a nearby experimental table. Seizing its edge, with a resounding crash, he hoisted the metal table, weighing over 200 pounds, with a single hand, hurling it towards the 2 guards who had attacked him, positioning it as a shield in front of himself. The bullet struck the metallic surface with a clang, not ricocheting but rather detonating. Moreover, after the explosion, the shattered bullets revealed a minute amount of liquid. At that moment, Xiao Mu swung his arm, propelling the metal table outward. Third, it collided with the suspicious man, the terrifying sound of bone fracturing reverberating through the air. The suspicious man did not even have the chance to scream. He was struck down, lying motionless on the ground. At this juncture, Xiao Mu remained unfazed by the guards' weapons. He approached the suspicious man and slowly crouched down, not to inspect him, but to scrutinize the metal table. His eyes were fixated on the small quantity of liquid that oozed from the shattered bullets. A 22 caliber bullet can be lethal, but it must strike a vital point, otherwise, its lethality is diminished. The bullets, smaller than the 22 caliber, were discharged from within the watch. Their power, precision, and range require no further elucidation. If they can penetrate the skin, the watch gun is already formidable. To kill someone with it, however, seems like a mere fantasy. So, how then could this weapon achieve lethality? With special projectiles, the bullets that explode upon impact, the cracks lies in the liquid contained within. Poison, upon striking the human body, it detonates, allowing toxins to infiltrate. Some might argue even if it's poison, surely it could be treated, but what if I told you, without delving into chemical toxins, merely focusing on biological toxins, for instance, the box jellyfish found in the ocean. Once its toxin enters the human body, death can occur within a mere 45 seconds to 2 minutes. In such a brief span, how could one possibly administer aid, and if we consider the more terrifying chemical toxins? At this moment, the suspicious man was nearing death. The instant he fired the watch, he simultaneously became poisoned. The toxin emanated from the watch's chain, delivered by a hollow needle that pierced his skin and injected the poison. Desperate times call for desperate measures. Shao Mu murmured, his expression grave. The situation before him had become painfully evident. The suspicious man had targeted the 3 esteemed academicians. Why then choose this moment for self-destruction? This predicament was a consequence of Shao Mu's actions. He was not a trained national security officer, and his understanding of counterintelligence was still rudimentary. Shao Mu believed his discovery of the suspicious man was flawless, yet it had been seen through. It's akin to slightly sharpening your gaze at someone. You might think it goes unnoticed, but the other party has already sensed it. Once again, it must be stated, those capable of becoming spies or operatives are far from foolish. Do not presume you are the only one with intellect. This is precisely why capturing so-called intelligence operatives proves exceedingly difficult. Once they realize they have been compromised, they will act out of desperation, often maximizing their own interests. What constitutes interest? Examine the radicals of these 2 characters. One bears a knife, the other blood. Our ancestors were quite clear when they devised these characters. Originally, this suspicious man likely intended to remain hidden among the 3 academicians. Yet, upon exposure, knowing death was inevitable, he sought to maximize his interests by assassinating the 3. In death, he would ensure one of them accompanied him to the grave. Is this line of reasoning sound? Shao Mu's inner turmoil was beyond articulation. Can one blame him? In his previous life, he was merely a police officer, and in this life, he had only recently encountered national security matters. His understanding of intelligence personnel was still in its infancy. The director approached Shao Mu, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder. It is sufficient now. Indeed, it was sufficient. Had it not been for Shao Mu, the outcome could have been far more dire. The academicians remained unharmed, and Shao Mu had already achieved a significant feat. The minor oversight of not capturing a live suspect hardly constituted a failure. As previously mentioned, capturing 90 of foreign intelligence operatives is nearly impossible. Those found are typically corpses. Those in the national security field have long since acclimated to this reality. Shao Mu remained silent, his expression a tempest of uncertainty. He extended his hand, gently touching the face of the suspicious man. He paused, astonished. It felt remarkably like touching real skin. Applying slight pressure with his fingernail, he tore away the face of the suspicious man. Not only did he uncover an extraordinary and peculiar cosmetic, but beneath it lay fillers that altered the man's facial structure. Once these layers were entirely removed, a real face emerged before the onlookers. An individual of Asian descent, likely no older than 30. At this moment, even a fool would comprehend the gravity of the situation. The research team had encountered a serious breach. Someone had infiltrated without anyone noticing. A cold smile spread across the faces of Shao Mu and the national security personnel. They were acutely aware of the improbability of such an event. Did they truly believe that the nation's confidentiality and security measures were mere formalities? The very fact that someone had infiltrated indicated that something grave had transpired. It was evident that the research team faced threats beyond just one individual. It had become as if, Chapter 93, report the address, and I shall attend to you immediately. Within an office, Shao Mu, Wang Su, and Director Ji of the Provincial National Security Bureau were seated on the visitor's sofa. Opposite them sat 3 esteemed academicians, flanked by 6 guards. At this moment, everyone was observing a few individuals standing nearby. Some of these individuals appeared pallid, while others looked ashen. They were the supervisors responsible for the security, review, and safety inspection of the research team. One member of the research team had gone missing, having been replaced by an individual suspected to be an agent of foreign intelligence, yet they remained oblivious to this fact. Such an event could be likened to tearing open the heavens. If a single academician were to encounter misfortune, no amount of punishment could diminish their culpability. Furthermore, there was a crucial point to consider. This experimental area had become unsafe. Both Xiao Mu and the national security personnel sensed that this facility could potentially transform into a sieve. The entrance of one individual could herald the arrival of another. Even internal personnel could pose a risk. However, do you recall Xiao Mu's reasoning prior to entering the experimental area? Stirring the grass to scare the snake, or luring the snake from its hole. Was it possible that if the esteemed academicians intended to leave or to remove something, that was precisely what certain individuals desired to witness? Xiao Mu found himself engulfed in confusion. This was the Dragon Kingdom. After all, with the 3 academicians under substantial protective measures, the notion of foreign elite special forces seemed redundant. Even a superhuman would require a few slaps before departing. What advantage did their elite forces possess that others lacked? Xiao Mu struggled to comprehend how, even if the esteemed academicians and some crucial items were to be relocated, what could certain individuals do but watch? His mind felt as though it might split open. He rubbed his temples, feeling akin to a fledgling chick, as such a creature would be filled with questions akin to a child's. Thanks to you, we are fortunate this time. Your name is Xiao Mu, correct? One of the elder academicians spoke with a smile, turning towards Xiao Mu. The elder's demeanor resembled that of a venerable tree, steadfast and resilient. The weight of years had imbued him with a calmness that exuded a unique scholarly aura. The elder academician was surnamed by Sudong. The assassin who had aimed to eliminate him was indeed the same man. Simultaneously, he was the head of the research project, with the other 2 academicians serving as his deputies. You are too kind, sir, Xiao Mu replied with a smile. It is merely our duty. Protecting these distinguished figures in the fields of science and engineering was inherently their responsibility. To wish harm upon them was tantamount to threatening national security. Just observe these academicians, each enjoyed ministerial privileges, accompanied by guards, which spoke volumes about the situation. I have already heard the account of events from Xiao Wu, Elder Bai remarked, referring to Director Wu Hui of the Provincial National Security Bureau. He then asked with a smile, it seems someone has set their sights on us. His composure was as tranquil as a placid lake, unperturbed. To ordinary individuals, spies and operatives were fearsome figures. Yet, in the eyes of these academicians, they were merely inconsequential. A touch of confidence would suffice to discard the word seems. Xiao Mu nodded with a smile. This is our hypothesis. The exact reasons remain unclear for now. However, one thing is certain, there has been an issue within your research team. Elder Bai and the other 2 academicians exchanged glances, their brows slightly furrowed. In truth, each of them had an inkling of the situation and had surmised something. Their expressions grew a tad more serious, but not due to concern for their own safety. Rather, they were anxious about certain matters. Observing the expressions of the 3 esteemed academicians, Xiao Mu speculated on the nature of those matters. Alas, the stakes were too high for him to grasp. Before long, numerous personnel from the Provincial National Security Bureau entered the experimental area, followed closely by a contingent of 200 Special Forces soldiers. To avoid unnecessary disturbances, the soldiers donned civilian attire and entered the experimental area carrying briefcases. When the need arose, they could be fully armed within 3 minutes, transforming into 200 machines of slaughter. Come now, where are those so-called elite foreign special forces? Step forth and take a walk, if you dare. Subsequently, the national security personnel began conducting rigorous checks on certain individuals within the experimental area. What was Xiao Mu doing? He followed the 3 esteemed academicians and the 6 guards into a secret laboratory. Observing the 3 academicians as they produced and proceeded to destroy certain documents, Xiao Mu thought, little one, are you filled with questions? Although he did not know the nature of those documents, he could surmise they pertained to some earth-shattering secrets. Do not question whether those documents would cease to exist following their destruction. In this age of advanced technology, preserving information is a trivial matter. The academicians likely utilized certain channels to secure items in a safe location. Now, the experimental area should no longer harbor anything valuable worth coveting. The cliché scenes from films where individuals with documents, USB drives, or other items flee, pursued by relentless pursuers, seem rather foolish, don't they? Perhaps such scenarios only exist in cinematic narratives. Xiao Mu calmly observed the 3 esteemed academicians. Had the crisis passed, know if the adversary's intent was not merely to obtain items, but rather to target the 3 esteemed academicians directly, that possibility could not be dismissed. Instances abound where the assassination of a scientist has led to the halting of a research project. One need only search online to uncover the multitude of such cases. What lay ahead? escorting the 3 esteemed academicians out of the experimental area, but not at this moment. A directive from the National Security Bureau had been issued within a week. All security threats within the province must be eradicated. If they demanded personnel, they would be provided. If they demanded items, they would be delivered. Should any misfortune befall the 3 esteemed academicians a week hence, it would spell utter ruin for the entire provincial national security system, leaving no room for survival. What purpose would they serve then? As everyone departed the experimental area, Shao Mu's expression was peculiar, almost bizarre. He pondered a singular question: why did the 3 esteemed academicians not leave at this juncture? Do not cite danger as an excuse. With guards, armored vehicles, and special forces protection, what peril could possibly arise? Please refrain from mentioning absurdities like assassination or long-range sniping. Could anyone truly achieve that? This was something Shao Mu could conceive, and others could as well. Why did the 3 esteemed academicians choose to remain in the experimental area for 7 days? What secrets were involved? Shao Mu and his companions lacked the privilege to inquire. One must perform one's assigned duties. The world of the powerful is beyond your comprehension. Shao Mu settled into a police vehicle, mentally grumbling. For now, he would seek out that so-called elite special operative. As long as he dared to remain in Spring City, a look of anticipation spread across Shao Mu's face. I am a rather temperamental netizen. Report the address, I shall attend to you immediately. Chapter 94. Are you so nonchalant, sir? In the vibrant Spring City, within the confines of Nan Lake Park, the water lay as clear as a mirror, reflecting the soft glow of the moon. It instilled a sense of tranquility and serenity in one's heart. However, the previous night had been anything but peaceful. A team of 3 national security officers from the Black Province, led by Yiwu, along with 9 from the G Province, had locked onto a suspect and entered the park to execute an arrest. The outcome was a staggering 11-1, with 4 members of the National Security Forces sustaining gunshot wounds. Meanwhile, the suspect vanished into the lake, leaving no trace behind. Subsequent investigations revealed the discovery of an underwater propulsion device at Nan Lake, suggesting a premeditated escape plan. Within the designated perimeter, Shao Mu crouched at a specific spot, scrutinizing a set of footprints on the ground. The size of the prints, measuring 43, allowed for an estimation of the suspect's height to be approximately between 175 to 185 centimeters. Further analysis of the depth of the prints indicated the individual's weight to be around 135 to 145 jin. By evaluating the gait, stride, and span, it was deduced that the suspect was male, robustly built, and his movements were agile, likely aged between 25 to 35. Is it truly possible to derive such conclusions? An experienced criminal investigator would understand the calculations involved. Wang Su produced a transparent evidence bag containing 5 bullet casings. 1 bullet had resulted in the death of a national security officer, while the remaining 4 had inflicted injuries on 4 others. The bullets were composed of tungsten core copper jackets, distinguishing them from standard handgun ammunition. They were, in fact, specialized rounds, positioned between handgun and rifle ammunition. The materials and design of the bullets could significantly affect their range, accuracy, and lethality. Typically, the higher the density, the lesser the resistance, resulting in extended range. Both tungsten and copper are relatively heavy metals, and when subjected to special molding processes and paired with unique gunpowder, they transform into specialized ammunition. Even a handgun could drastically alter its range, precision, and power. With additional modifications, it could even be adapted into a high-caliber sniper rifle. This is the kind of multifunctional firearm one might only witness in films. It is also akin to those derided online for sacrificing portability for firepower. Yet, when such a weapon falls into the hands of elite operatives, it transforms into a scythe of death. At night, hitting a moving target from 60 meters away, Shao Mu shook his head. A normal person couldn't achieve that. Not even a sharpshooter could manage it. It must be some form of enhancement. Of course, the enhancement he referred to was not the fateful wheel of fortune he had acquired since his rebirth. It likely stemmed from another source. That aligns with our suspicions. Wang Su nodded, his expression grave. It is indeed implausible for an ordinary individual to accurately strike the leg of a moving target from over 60 meters at night. Even science fiction novels would hesitate to depict such feats. Confronted with such an inhuman occurrence, even the most psychologically resilient national security personnel were left in shock. This was precisely why Yiwu's face paled when recounting the incident. Wasn't it terrifying? Shao Mu's initial reaction mirrored his current thoughts. The opponent possessed an advantage. He resolved to uncover this advantage to better prepare for what lay ahead. Without preparation, even if one were to locate the suspect, a reckless attempt at apprehension could easily lead to further casualties. Wang Su produced a photograph, captured at night. Though the image was exceedingly blurry, Xiao Mu took the photo into his hands and was taken aback. The photograph had been extracted from a body camera worn by a national security officer, capturing a fleeting moment. It represented the clearest depiction available, barely revealing a figure, with a vague outline of a face. Then, Xiao Mu paused. He discerned a pair of sunglasses on the indistinct visage. The arrest had occurred at night. Who wears sunglasses at such an hour? Night vision goggles? Xiao Mu raised an eyebrow. Our inference aligns with yours. We possess similar equipment, Wang Su confirmed. Not just night vision capabilities. Xiao Mu seemed to stumble upon a revelation. His mind recalled something previously mentioned regarding snipers. Many might have seen films portraying snipers as solitary figures executing their missions with remarkable prowess. In reality, on past battlefields, snipers were typically accompanied by an spotter. The spotter's role was to measure the distance to the target, wind speed, bullet trajectory, and various parameters, ensuring the sniper could deliver precise strikes. However, the role of the spotter has since been rendered obsolete. Nowadays, snipers carry a device that can instantly provide all necessary parameters upon targeting. Furthermore, specialized sniper scopes have been developed equipped with measurement functionalities, facilitating the sniper's execution of their tasks. Thus, could Xiao Mu deduce that the elite operative sunglasses were also equipped with similar capabilities? When aiming at targets, did those sunglasses provide crucial shooting parameters, enabling him to achieve precise strikes at night from 60 meters away? A breakthrough. So it was a physical enhancement. Xiao Mu exhaled in relief. Yet, why flaunt such audacity? Should fate conspire against him, he would relish the opportunity to confront this individual, Wang Su. What on earth are you saying? Nothing of consequence, Xiao Mu replied. I have a firearm back home, please prepare one for me. Wang Su, sir, are you truly this casual? Do you dare to keep a firearm so carelessly at home? Little did he know, Xiao Mu had security personnel at his residence, ensuring safe custody. After all, he had been unable to carry a weapon to school, yet a phone call from Yiwu summoned him to Spring City. Wang Su contacted the bureau chief, and before long, a handgun was delivered. As previously mentioned, the bureau chief was privy to certain matters concerning Xiao Mu. Possessing a special operations firearms permit, the handgun and ammunition brought forth were duly recorded, eliminating any concern regarding Xiao Mu misusing the weapon. Additionally, trust in the national security elite was paramount. The loyalty this profession holds toward the nation and its people is beyond the comprehension of those unacquainted with it. Much like the former Special Operations Department, a cadre of warriors revered as demigods. Their devotion to the nation and its populace had reached an almost pathological level. At times, Xiao Mu found himself questioning his own trustworthiness. He rolled his eyes, then he felt the weight of the handgun in his hand, heavier than expected. He recalled the moment he had departed from the office of the head of national security, clutching his reward. That esteemed elder had imparted a parting remark, do not soil the uniform you wear. Only after listening to Yiwu's explanation did he comprehend that the uniform represented not merely a soldier but also the Special Operations Bureau. It symbolized the Special Operations Department, the legacy of countless predecessors, and an abundance of significance. Taking a deep breath and exhaling, Xiao Mu's expression settled into a calm demeanor. He cast a glance at the footprints belonging to the elite operative. Are you prepared? Here I come. Chapter 95. Darkness beneath the lamp. The footprints at the scene were meticulously preserved by the national security personnel, sparing Xiao Mu a considerable amount of mental exertion. Following the trail of prints, he arrived at a bus stop, and subsequently, through the imprints documented in the photographs, he entered a residential area. Suddenly, Xiao Mu furrowed his brow, fixating on the span, stride, and distance of the footprints, descending into contemplation. Something felt amiss. Was the individual in disguise? Otherwise, why would a person exhibiting the gait of a middle-aged individual, upon departing the bus stop, transform into a youth? Upon reaching the residential complex, the footprints vanished before a flower bed. The national security personnel had already inspected the flower bed and discovered footprints within, yet no trace of the original prints could be found outside. Xiao Mu lowered his gaze to examine some footprints outside the flower bed. Indeed, they had disappeared. This was why Wang Su had initially remarked that the individual vanished without a trace. Had they truly vanished? Xiao Mu recalled his recent discovery. The footprints had transitioned from middle-aged to youthful. From the bus stop onward, everything had changed. What might one surmise from this? Investigate individuals aged 16 to 19 within the community, Xiao Mu directed Wang Su, particularly if any of them returned barefoot last night. Wang Su exclaimed, taken aback. Like a cicada shedding its shell, Xiao Mu replied coldly, the cicada has departed, leaving the shell to deceive us. Returning to the bus stop, he found the final footprint of the middle-aged individual precisely at the edge of a row of benches. Yet this was not a walking posture, rather, both feet remained stationary. Why had they lingered here? Subsequently, those footprints transformed into size 43 prints belonging to a youth. Surely there must have been a youth present at this location, from whom you utilized some method to acquire their shoes, Xiao Mu mused, gazing at the long bench. You allowed the youth to enter that residential area, then departed from here wearing their shoes, executing a classic case of cicada shedding its shell. An hour later, Xiao Mu's phone rang. It was Wang Su calling. We found him. Not long thereafter, Wang Su arrived with a pale-faced youth in tow, accompanied by a national security officer. Last night, someone offered me 10,000 to give him my shoes and instructed me to walk home barefoot, entering the flower bed, and have my family bring me a pair of slippers. The youth recounted earnestly. Xiao Mu scrutinized him. Standing at 181 centimeters with a robust build, he matched the profile Xiao Mu had deduced. Then he glanced at the youth's bare feet, envisioning the scene. As the youth walked barefoot into the residential area and proceeded into the flower bed, his family brought slippers. Some of those slippers were quite large, and upon wearing them, the original footprints had vanished. Did he pay you in cash? Xiao Mu inquired coldly. Yes. Can you recall his appearance? Ordinary. Really? What about his physique? He was drenched all over, quite muscular. Was there any expression on his face while he spoke to you? No, it was peculiar. He had a deadpan expression that seemed quite discordant. Did he instruct you to do anything else? He told me not to look back and to keep walking into the community. Very well, you may return home now. Xiao Mu refrained from asking further questions, for the case bore no relation to the youth. Once the national security personnel escorted the boy away, Wang Su queried, why not enlist an artist to sketch the perpetrator's likeness? Xiao Mu regarded him with a peculiar expression and explained, it's futile. Do you remember that assassin in the experimental zone? Wang Su's expression shifted. Of course, he remembered. The individual had worn a layer of disguise. Reflecting on Xiao Mu's earlier inquiry, the boy had described the perpetrator as having a deadpan face, a dissonant presence. Disguise. The wetness of his attire indicated he had emerged from South Lake. Preventing the youth from looking back was likely to ensure he could not inform the authorities of the escape route. However, the trail had grown cold. As a day had passed, the footprints at the bus stop were now obscured beneath layers of debris, rendering any pursuit impossible. Moreover, there was no surveillance footage from the bus stop. The nearest cameras were over 80 meters away, positioned at a traffic monitoring site. How could they possibly locate the individual? There is a way, Xiao Mu stated, gazing at the traffic light's camera 80 meters away. We can retrieve the traffic surveillance footage for the time frame when the youth appeared here, identifying vehicles that passed during that period and extracting the dashcam recordings. Most modern vehicles are equipped with dashcams. If those cars passed by, could we not capture the events at the bus stop, potentially even the youth and that individual? The following vehicles should also reveal how that person made their exit, correct? Wang Su was momentarily stunned, his scalp tingling. How had Xiao Mu conceived of such a method? Others might have considered it, but the fact that Xiao Mu had thought of it in an instant, while Wang Su had not, was astonishing. In less than half an hour, through the traffic surveillance system, they identified vehicles that appeared on that road during the specified time frame, along with their owners' details. 2 hours later, multiple national security personnel located these vehicles and retrieved the dashcams. Following this, technical staff extracted footage from the previous night's recordings. An hour later, the target was re-established. Xiao Mu held his phone, scrutinizing a segment of dashcam footage. He observed a man with a deadpan expression entering a taxi. The taxi and dashcam were both identified. An hour and a half later, Xiao Mu found himself standing before a shopping mall. The time was 8:35 p.m., and the mall was bustling. Through the mall's surveillance, he pinpointed the suspect entering the third-floor clothing section and stepping into a clothing store. He had vanished. Xiao Mu scoffed. Examining the mall footage, he re-identified an individual emerging from the clothing store, adorned with a mask, hat, and glasses. The suspect's physique had entirely altered. He had transformed into a tall, portly middle-aged man. Further surveillance confirmed that this man exited the mall and boarded a ride-hailing vehicle. Vehicle information and dashcam footage was secured. The suspect's final location was now revealed. Wang Su stared blankly at this development, while Xiao Mu wore a sardonic expression. The individual had returned to South Lake Park. Could one even believe it? Not only had he returned, but he had also entered the very residential area where the youth had disappeared. What a brazen maneuver! Who would have imagined that this person was hiding right beneath their noses? Xiao Mu recalled a phrase, darkness beneath the lamp. At this very moment, Xiao Mu stood within the residential complex, gazing up at the surrounding buildings. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to the rooftop of one edifice. So, you have been watching us all along. In an instant, Xiao Mu's pupils constricted, a wave of danger surging from his core. Had he been targeted? In a flash, he took a step forward. Bang! Chapter 96 The monster is me. In an instant, the sharp crack of gunfire echoed from the apartment building above. Xiao Mu, endowed with an uncanny intuition, deftly evaded the onslaught. The bullet struck the ground behind him, sending sparks flying. He was taken aback, having successfully dodged the attack. Why was he still being locked on? Then, a memory of someone's sunglasses flickered in his mind. Indeed, no matter how swiftly the human brain computes, it cannot rival the speed of a computer. This much is true, yet the crux of the matter lies in whether one can keep pace with the machine. In that fleeting moment, Xiao Mu surged forward like an arrow loosed from its bow. Meanwhile, atop the residential building, a bespectacled man gasped in horror, realizing with dread that his glasses could not lock onto the target. Not only that, but the virtual display within the eyewear depicted the target's form as if it had reached the zenith of athleticism. The motion was reminiscent of a cheetah in full sprint, interspersed with erratic lateral movements, regardless of whether it was running, sidestepping, dashing, changing angles, or altering trajectory. The display was utterly confounding. The actions of the target, along with the timing of their movements, did not exceed 0.3 to 0.5 seconds. Faced with such erratic bursts of speed and transitions, one could hardly speak of aiming. Even the dynamic tracking within the glasses failed to lock onto the target's non-human movements. This illustrated that even the processor could not compute the target's trajectory, rendering any anticipatory judgment impossible. Let alone aiming, the notion of utilizing the glasses for predictive targeting was utterly futile. The man was astounded to discover that his high-tech glasses had become worthless. The cheat was of no use. After a brief moment of stupor, he removed the glasses and stood up. On his back, one could see a peculiar backpack. Swiftly, he equipped 2 small jet propulsion devices onto his arms. In less than 15 seconds, he donned a jetpack. With a hum, the 2 nozzles on the backpack expelled superheated air and flames. Simultaneously, the jet devices on his arms released jets of air. The man scoffed, "Do you really think you can catch me?" Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted nearby. The safety cover on the ground of the building was violently lifted. A figure leaped onto the rooftop. The man. Everyone was stunned. The residential building stood 7 stories tall. How long would it take a normal person to ascend? Moreover, that individual had been several dozen meters away from the building moments ago. Considering the distance and the time required to climb, 15 seconds, could a human achieve such a feat? Xiao Mu gazed at the man with the jetpack. The individual was tall, appearing to be in his early 30s, with black hair and striking blue eyes, a Caucasian. As for the jetpack, Xiao Mu raised his hand. A handgun materialized in his grip. Bang, 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 bang. In a mere second, 4 shots were fired, all hitting their target. The 4 nozzles of the jetpack were pierced by bullets, igniting flames. The man's expression changed dramatically, his reflexes astonishingly quick. He swiftly discarded the backpack, fearing an explosion. In that instant, an exaggerated handgun appeared in the man's hand. To call it a gun would be an understatement. It resembled an oversized, elongated Desert Eagle. Upon seeing this weapon, Xiao Mu's eyes gleamed, nearly bringing him to tears. His first thought, "What are you doing with my beloved firearm?" Bang! A strange gunshot erupted from the exaggerated handgun. It did not sound like a typical handgun, rather, it resonated with the booming roar of a rifle. One shot fire. The man's palm was jolted upwards with the recoil. One could only imagine the power of this handgun. Yet, would it be effective? In the half-second before the gunfire, Xiao Mu leaped like a leopard. He lunged into the air, targeting the man. As the gunfire erupted, he had already positioned himself above the man's head. One leg descended like a great axe aimed at the man's skull. However, the man's reflexes were astoundingly swift. The moment he fired, he had already tilted his head back. As Xiao Mu's leg descended, the man's hand, propelled by the handgun's recoil, was already retreating, simultaneously elevating the gun's muzzle to aim at Xiao Mu, preparing to pull the trigger. Quite intriguing. Xiao Mu narrowed his eyes, observing the gun aiming rapidly towards him. In midair, his body twisted instantaneously like a diver executing a somersault. His descending leg transformed into a rearward kick, and he extended a hand. Snap! He seized the exaggerated handgun's frame. The man's finger, poised to pull the trigger, froze in place, unable to proceed. The handgun was simply incapable of discharging. What could he possibly achieve? Yet, the man's reaction was truly formidable. Faced with Xiao Mu's overwhelming prowess, he unhesitatingly relinquished the handgun. His other hand swiftly rose, grasping a cylindrical object. Ding! A pull ring was flicked away by his index finger. Simultaneously, a grip on the cylindrical object sprang up. Xiao Mu had just landed on the ground, observing the item in the man's hand. Even without having seen it before, one could easily recognize the shape of a stun grenade. In an instant, the man hurled the stun grenade towards Xiao Mu. This entire sequence transpired in just a second. Boom! A deafening explosion, the resounding noise accompanied by a blinding flash enveloped several dozen meters. The man had closed his eyes in anticipation, covering his ears, swaying unsteadily amidst the chaos. As a top-tier operative, he had undergone training to withstand the shock of a stun grenade without succumbing to dizziness or unconsciousness. Such training was notoriously brutal and torturous, yet this very training could save one's life in critical moments. Just like now, the man endured the disorienting impact of the stun grenade, believing he had triumphed, convinced that his opponent was doomed. For those untrained, the stun grenade would render them temporarily deaf and disoriented, stripping them of resistance, making them akin to lambs awaiting slaughter. One could easily eliminate them, couldn't one? The man smirked, slowly opening his eyes, preparing to strike. However, the sinister grin on his face faltered. The handsome youth, who should have collapsed in a stupor or succumbed to unconsciousness, was now wielding his own handgun, staring at him impassively. This was impossible. Faced with this sudden turn of events, the man was left speechless, followed by an uncontrollable terror that made his entire body tremble. Suddenly, the man lunged at Xiao Mu, fists flying wildly, and legs kicking aggressively. His combat style was swift, straightforward, and ferocious, each strike aimed at Xiao Mu's vital points, akin to a tempest. Yet, no matter how fast he was, his fists, elbows, feet, and thighs were all effortlessly blocked by the youth standing before him. The man was left dazed, his inner turmoil nearly reaching a breaking point. The opponent's strength surpassed all his comprehension. How could a person possibly be this formidable? Xiao Mu frowned slightly, a trace of disappointment flickering in his pitch-black eyes. Is this truly all you can master? Casually, he raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap to the man's face. Bones, teeth, and muscles shattered and exploded. The man was sent sprawling, rolling through the air, already unconscious before hitting the ground. Xiao Mu extended an arm, grasping the man's neck as if lifting a cheek. He gazed at the comatose figure in his grasp. Was it that the opponent lacked strength? It seemed not. He recalled a viral internet joke, awakened in the dead of night, shocked to find that the monster was, in fact, himself. Chapter 97. The Harbinger of War. In the office of the Director of National Security in Jishang Province, Xiao Mu sat in a visitor's chair, gazing intently at the handgun displayed on the coffee table before him, alongside the accessories confiscated from the man. There was also a pair of rather extraordinary glasses. To call it a gun would be an understatement. It is more akin to a hand cannon, Wang Su remarked, his eyelids fluttering at the sight of the exaggerated firearm. This was no jest. When equipped with specialized ammunition and accessories, it could transform into a miniature rifle with a magazine capacity of 20 rounds. Its power, range, and accuracy were formidable, and the recoil and shock were equally astonishing. Without the attachments and lacking specialized training, one could easily shatter their hand if they were unprotected. Xiao Mu uttered with a calm demeanor, expressing his intrigue with those two words. Wang Su, taken aback, replied, "Brother, don't jest. This is not something one can simply desire." Xiao Mu then turned his attention to the peculiar glasses. An attachment. A high-tech shooting assistance device, Wang Su confirmed, nodding. It possesses thermal imaging, intelligent prediction, smart tracking, and locking capabilities. This is why he could accurately hit a target from 60 meters away at night with this handgun. It can only intimidate ordinary individuals. Xiao Mu shook his head. It's of little practical use. Not useless in the sense of lacking capabilities, but rather, it reminded him of the legendary warriors of yore, who could outrun motorcycles, engage in sniping at distances of 400 to 500 meters, and effortlessly clear obstacles while carrying heavy artillery, all while achieving bullseyes at 50 meters. One must ask, is it not astonishing? This is all verifiable, with recorded footage and documentation. Even films would not dare portray such feats. Yan Shuangying appears conservative in comparison. One could assert that any of those predecessors would render these high-tech glasses obsolete, worthless, as they could not even begin to predict or lock onto a target. Could it be that within the military of Longwo, remnants of such legendary warriors still exist? Would not a rational mind have arrived at an answer? Thus, the glasses before him were indeed lacking in significance, merely capable of preying upon the unsuspecting. What have you gleaned? Xiao Mu shifted his gaze from the glasses and picked up the special handgun, unable to conceal his admiration. The recoil was negligible, practically inconsequential against his extraordinary physique. This gun was a perfect match for him, boasting both power and range, compensating for any deficiencies in long-range capabilities. It felt as though it had been tailor-made for him. Upon first laying eyes on the firearm, Xiao Mu nearly drooled with eagerness. Brother, that is, after all, top-tier special operations, they are quite tight-lipped, and it will require time. Wang Su finally seized the opportunity to tease his younger companion about his knowledge gap. However, a sense of unease crept over Xiao Mu as he shook his head. We are out of time. What time? Wang Su inquired, perplexed. 7 days. Xiao Mu narrowed his eyes. What are those old academicians truly waiting for? He harbored a suspicion within him. Experimental results. Could a certain experiment be completed within a week? Hence, those old academicians, despite recognizing the inherent dangers, remained unwilling to depart. In their eyes, certain outcomes held greater value than their very lives. Thus, a special operations unit of 200 was dispatched. To the uninitiated, 200 special forces personnel might seem inconsequential, but those in the know understood the gravity of this situation. When have you ever witnessed such a gathering of elite soldiers without the specter of war looming? The emergence of 200 special forces foretold a potential calamity. The research being conducted within that experimental zone could very well provoke a conflict of monumental significance. This was precisely what Xiao Mu feared most. Why? National security was oblivious to the nature of the research taking place within that experimental area, while foreign entities were already informed. Not only informed, but they also had infiltrated the research team. How could this be possible? This was no cinematic fabrication, nor a plot twist from a 007 film. That someone could penetrate a research team comprised of academicians was unfathomable. The most alarming fact was that national security had conducted thorough investigations of everyone within the experimental zone and found no suspicious individuals. Was this a positive development? No, this signaled an impending crisis. Xiao Mu surmised that there were undoubtedly foreign agents embedded within that research team, and their presence was obscured to an alarming degree. He even entertained a bold hypothesis. Was the assassin a deliberate distraction orchestrated by this individual? Could such a scenario exist? If his reasoning held any merit, then who might this individual be? In an instant, Xiao Mu felt a chill run down his spine. The personnel within the research team had nearly all been scrutinized by national security, yet 3 individuals remained unchecked, and no one dared to investigate them, for in the hearts of all, they believed those 3 would pose no threat. But does absolute certainty truly exist in this world? What in the world is happening? Xiao Mu's gaze turned hollow and vacant as he murmured to himself. It has been conveyed. Wang Su answered a phone call, a look of elation crossing his face. Xiao Mu snapped back to reality, his expression devoid of emotion as he shook his head. It had lost its significance. He had already deduced that the special operations personnel were merely pawns, and he had even surmised the purpose of their arrival. The implications of this realization weighed heavily on him. A grave situation was imminent. In the National Security interrogation room, when Xiao Mu entered, the man he had apprehended was in a state of utter disarray. Describing his condition as miserable would be an understatement. He appeared as though he had traversed through the very depths of hell. The most terrifying aspect was the methods employed by national security during interrogation. Despite his physical torment, the man's mental state remained surprisingly intact, posing no immediate threat to his life. Upon seeing Xiao Mu, his pupils dilated in sheer terror, his face drained of color, eyes wide with disbelief, as if confronted by some unspeakable horror, his body trembling involuntarily. He was frightened by Xiao Mu, convinced that this strikingly handsome youth was not human but a monstrous entity. Humanity harbors an innate fear of monsters. Allow me to hazard a guess. Xiao Mu stood before him with an icy demeanor. You were given a command to travel to Longwa, to the periphery of the experimental zone, deliberately allowing yourself to be discovered, to assassinate a national security officer, and intentionally provoke the capture of 11 Dragon Country police officers, all to showcase your prowess, to demonstrate that you are top-tier special operations. Beyond this task, there are no others, am I correct? Half of the man's face had been pulverized during Xiao Mu's apprehension, yet the remaining half now bore a vacant expression, staring blankly at Xiao Mu. His countenance revealed the truth. Xiao Mu turned to leave, addressing the equally stunned Wang Su and National Security Director Wu Hui with a single statement: we must head to the experimental zone. Trouble is brewing. Chapter 98. What weapon is most fearsome? At 9 o'clock in the morning, once again standing outside the experimental zone, Xiao Mu sensed that he was being targeted by at least 2 sniper rifles. The entire area was permeated with an atmosphere of grim tension. Under heavy guard, the armed police had withdrawn, replaced by special forces. Security personnel had also been changed to guards. 3 teams of guards were providing round-the-clock protection for the 3 academicians. Logically speaking, such a level of protection would deter even the most persistent mosquito from biting, let alone inflict any harm. So why was there a sense of danger lingering? Wang Su and Wu Hui exchanged peculiar glances as they observed Xiao Mu's grave demeanor. What could possibly be troubling him? Heaven forbid it be what I suspect. Xiao Mu approached the main entrance of the experimental zone. After passing through security, the firearms of the 3 were entrusted to the guards. They followed one of the guards into a spacious and well-lit office. Seeing the 3 elderly academicians again stirred a complex mix of emotions within Xiao Mu. His gaze swept across their faces, detecting no signs of abnormality. If his suspicions were correct, it would imply that one of the 3 academicians was in peril. Sit, the old man beckoned to Xiao Mu with a smile. After all, this young man before him was his savior. Without Xiao Mu, he might have met his demise the previous day, thus, a cordial relationship was only natural. As for Director Wu Hui and Section Chief Wang Su, they were virtually invisible in Bai's eyes, as there was simply too great a disparity in their ranks. Academicians were accorded treatment at the ministerial level, with some even holding military ranks, such as generals. Understanding that some of these academicians held military titles only heightened Xiao Mu's unease. The research projects involving academicians who were granted military ranks were invariably related to weapons, and the military point one must ponder what precisely was being studied within this experimental zone. Furthermore, what could possibly require time to complete? And why would 3 academicians be willing to risk unforeseen consequences by remaining here for an entire week? Moreover, if one of these academicians were indeed in trouble, why would a top-tier special operative be so conspicuously present outside the experimental zone? Could it be that this elite operative was not merely a pawn, but also a warning from certain foreign powers? They were signaling that they were already aware of what Longo was researching. Hence, the appearance of 200 special forces. This was the crux of why the higher-ups had chosen to keep the specifics shrouded in secrecy, ensuring that not a single detail was leaked. Xiao Mu regarded the maneuvers of those in power with a sense of bewildering admiration. As everyone took their seats, the guard served tea. Glancing into his teacup, Xiao Mu mused, fine tea. Having been catered to by Yi Chuxuan daily, he had developed a certain appreciation for tea. However, his pupils involuntarily twitched as he scrutinized the liquid. His instinct for danger was tingling. There was something amiss with the tea, albeit not gravely so, yet it could potentially lead to unexpected consequences for his body. This prompted him to recall a certain martial arts novel penned by a renowned author, which contained a scene where someone was poisoned. Initially, there were no symptoms after drinking for a day or 2, but over years, it would culminate in dire consequences months, years later, and the individual would meet an untimely demise, with the cause of death remaining undetectable. Xiao Mu's complexion shifted as he observed the guards. Could it be that even they were oblivious to the tainted tea? What exactly was in this brew, poison or something else? Try it. This is my treasured tea that I have been drinking for nearly 5 years, and I never have much to spare. Bai smiled, gesturing to the cup. I wouldn't offer it to just anyone. Xiao Mu fixed Bai with a penetrating gaze, lifted the teacup, and pretended to sip, his peripheral vision keenly observing the expressions of the other 2 academicians. No changed. They were cunning old foxes, concealing their intents too well. Bai then engaged in light conversation with Wu Hui from the National Security Bureau before turning to Xiao Mu and inquired with a smile, is there something on your mind? Impressive, maintaining a facade of calm, Xiao Mu replied, I would like to have a word with you privately. Even as he spoke, his attention remained on the expressions of the other 2 academicians, which remained unchanged. Neither their pupils nor their demeanor shifted. They had truly mastered the art of concealing their emotions. Is that so? Bai slightly furrowed his brow, the flicker of intrigue crossing his gaze, his lips curling into a subtle smile. Very well. They then rose and departed to a lounge. Bai waved his hand, and the guards withdrew, leaving only the 2 of them in the room. What do you wish to inquire about? Bai's expression grew serious, his eyes deepening in intensity. 3 questions, Xiao Mu said tactfully. I hope you would be willing to answer. Speak. Bai's eyes lifted slightly, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. For the first question, Xiao Mu casually inquired, who did that assassin represent originally? In any setting, there exists a web of relationships. The members of the academicians' research teams were likely well acquainted with them. Bai furrowed his brow slightly. Old Chen's people. Xiao Mu's expression remained unchanged as he pressed on. For the second question, where did your tea come from? Tea? Bai looked momentarily taken aback, gazing at the young man before him in confusion. There is something wrong with your tea, though I cannot discern the exact nature of the problem, Xiao Mu stated gravely. The methods employed by the adversary are sophisticated enough that even the guards could not detect it. Once you leave this room, I advise you to have someone investigate thoroughly. Bai lowered his head, seemingly lost in thought, perhaps recalling something. Finally, he slowly raised his head. It was a tea merchant introduced by Old Chen. Old Chen again, Xiao Mu's mind whirled as he pondered the implications. After a moment, he asked again, may I know what you are researching? This was the 3rd question, and perhaps an act of folly. You who had once warned him, do not inquire about matters beyond your purview. To ask such questions is to be irresponsible towards oneself. The current dilemma was that in battlefield simulations, one must be aware of the enemy's position. If one does not even know where the enemy is, what is there to simulate? The same applies to reasoning. If one does not know what the other party is researching, how can one hope to break the deadlock? Shao Mu was clever, but he was not omniscient. In that instant, Bai's eyes turned as cold as ice, a palpable aura of lethal intent emanating from him. His gaze bore into Shao Mu's with a sharpness akin to a blade. Shao Mu remained impassive, meeting the old man's gaze without flinching. The head of national security could not intimidate him. An academician's glare was merely a fleeting concern. Shao Mu's calmness evoked surprise in Bai's eyes. After a prolonged silence, the old man posed a question. What do you believe is the most fearsome weapon today? Chapter 99. Take it easy, boss. The elder's words struck a chord in Shao Mu's area of ignorance. What weapon is the most terrifying? Nuclear bombs, hydrogen bombs, satellites, weather manipulation? Suddenly, Shao Mu's heart began to race violently. No, none of those. There are two other weapons that truly instill fear. 1. Viruses. 2. Genetics. All weapons exist for the purpose of destruction. Even nuclear bombs are merely regional weapons. The truly horrifying ones are viral and genetic weapons. Viruses need no explanation. They are what people commonly refer to as biological weapons. If one day a global pandemic erupts that cannot be prevented, treated, or controlled, then humanity should congratulate itself on its extinction. This is something that can be studied. Next, we must consider genetic weapons. The scientific term is novel biological warfare agents, third-generation biological warfare agents. These are biological weapons with specific functions that can target populations with certain genetic traits. To put it plainly, they are designed to attack specific races and genetic lineages. Imagine this. Here is a glass of water. A Caucasian drinks it and suffers no ill effects. A black person drinks it and is unharmed. However, a person of Asian descent drinks it, and before long, they fall ill, die, become mentally incapacitated, paralyzed, or deformed. Do you understand now? Some may argue otherwise, but did you know that common foods like peanuts, mangoes, and pineapples can incapacitate foreigners with just a single bite? Although genetic warfare agents may not be as frightening as viral weapons, if certain races were to acquire such weapons and target others, wouldn't that be terrifying? For instance, if I now possess a weapon capable of annihilating your entire race within minutes, what would you do if you wished to survive? You would have to obey me, to become my subordinate, doing whatever I command. Should you resist, then you and your race would cease to exist. Is that not a straightforward concept? The precedent set by nuclear weapons is abundantly clear. Of course, there is no need for concern. No nation has thoroughly researched this yet. Biological warfare agents may still be in development, and even if they exist, they are unlikely to be perfected. Otherwise, do you believe certain countries and ethnic groups would refrain from using them? However, even if they were developed, no one would dare to deploy them. Why? Because of nuclear weapons. If you dare to use it, I will take you down with me. Resetting the earth. Do you understand? In fact, many foreigners harbor a profound fear of the Dragon Nation. This is because Dragon Nation people can be ruthless, even towards their own. If they were to truly go mad, no one would be spared. They would bring the entire world down with them. In the eyes of many foreigners, the Dragon Nation embodies sheer madness. For instance, while others prepare for a world war by uniting against a few nations, the Dragon Nation prepares to confront the entire world. Can you even believe that? What kind of family raises 29 heavy armored combined brigades? Do you understand that a single heavy armored combined brigade can effortlessly flatten any one of the majority of nations in the world? If it were you, and you had genuinely developed a biological warfare agent targeting the Dragon Nation, would you dare to use it? You would be paralyzed with fear. To put it bluntly, regardless of the weapon, in the end, they all serve as a deterrent like nuclear bombs. They would ultimately not be wielded lightly, especially not against nations possessing nuclear capabilities. The same sentiment applies. At worst, we all perish together, and the earth resets. Is it genetics? Shao Mu's mouth felt parched, and his heart raced tumultuously. He was quite aware of the bottom line for the Dragon Nation. Therefore, it must be genetics. Other nations are frantically researching your genetic makeup. If you do not study theirs, wouldn't that be foolish? Then Shao Mu realized he had spoken out of turn. He should not have asked. In truth, he could surmise some aspects. Why? Because the foreign special agent he had captured was not merely a pawn but also a warning to the Dragon Nation. Someone was signaling to the Dragon Nation, we are aware of what you are researching. However, such matters can be studied in secret. They must not be disclosed to others. Once made public, it could lead to becoming the world's enemy, providing others with leverage against you. Even if you may not fear it due to possessing nuclear weapons to deter the world, in the grand scheme of things, your stance is untenable. Even a nation as shameless as the United States must find a justification to launch wars against others, not wanting to provide others with leverage. This is the principle at play. Thus, the scene of 3 academicians destroying all the data emerges. Is that not so? This is the fear of giving others a handle to grasp. Upon hearing Shao Mu's words, Elder Bai merely smiled silently. The answer was revealed. Xiao Mu bitterly smiled, recalling a phrase, "There are certain things you may choose not to utilize, but you must possess them." Once it was confirmed what the experimental zone was researching, another answer also emerged. This item, once successfully studied, could very well be the reason the 3 academicians waited 7 days. Then, some individuals became anxious. They had been provoked by the Dragon Nation. Thus, that special agent emerged boldly outside the experimental zone. This was a warning from certain nations to the Dragon Nation, indicating that they were fully aware of what the Dragon Nation was doing and demanding an immediate halt. Should they not comply, they had other means at their disposal. Then, 200 special forces arrived, the national security personnel were expelled, and the experimental zone was sealed off. In truth, this was the higher-ups blocking all channels of information, preventing any leaks. Is that not so? This situation transcended high-stakes games. Xiao Mu was filled with trepidation. This was a battle of titans. At such a level of confrontation, could he truly participate? Yet, he had already been drawn into the fray. What could he do? Xiao Mu could only utter one phrase, "Boss, take it easy." Elder Bai teased, "Do you have any thoughts?" "Who are you implying?" Xiao Mu felt like crying without tears. "I dare not have any thoughts." "Then let us proceed." Elder Bai nodded with a smile. "You cannot partake in this." "Is that so?" Xiao Mu's expression turned calm. "That won't do. There is someone I must find out about, or I will leave feeling unsatisfied." Elder Bai frowned but remained silent. "I wish to investigate Old Man Chen. Is that permissible?" Xiao Mu lowered his gaze respectfully. Elder Bai's gaze shifted, as if looking at a fool, as if to say, "Perhaps you should have a peanut, you've had too much to drink." Academicians are not people one can simply investigate. Fortunately, there are still 6 days remaining. Xiao Mu disregarded Elder Bai's incredulous look. "Can you grant me 6 days?" Elder Bai was taken aback. "Why?" He was inquiring whether Xiao Mu truly feared for his life. "Because," Xiao Mu's expression grew serious, "I am a police officer. In this line of work, life and death are secondary. The priority is to eliminate threats to national security, otherwise, you wouldn't even have the right to die. This is what it means to be a national security officer." Given Elder Bai, who could remain unflappable in the face of danger, could not help but be moved by the young man before him. "Very well, I shall grant you 6 days. Chapter 100. The world is cold and ruthless. Upon exiting the office, Xiao Mu's demeanor shifted dramatically. His gaze turned as frigid as a blade, and his lips pressed tightly together. Did they truly believe that his private conversation with Old Bai was merely to uncover the secrets of the experimental zone? Xiao Mu was equally probing, seeking to ascertain whether Old Bai was the individual he had been searching for. Reflecting on the circumstances surrounding Old Bai's assassination and the poisoning of the tea leaves, should he eliminate his suspicions? No, Xiao Mu's eyes darkened until the truth was unveiled. The suspicions surrounding the 3 academicians weighed equally in his mind. Suddenly, Xiao Mu's phone rang. He pulled it out and paused momentarily. "No, caller ID." "Who is this?" he answered. "There is a mission," came a voice, old and indifferent. "The head of national security." Xiao Mu's heart raced. "What is your command?" The elder then relayed a series of statements. Xiao Mu's expression froze. It appeared that the higher-ups were aware of everything, including the fact that one of the 3 esteemed academicians had encountered a problem. So why not detain all 3 and conduct a direct investigation? They could not act. Certain experiments were at a critical juncture, and they could not proceed without them. Do not inquire why they must remain here and cannot conduct experiments elsewhere. Some opportunities for experimentation may only arise once. If this attempt fails, the timing for the next trial remains uncertain. What were the higher-ups concerned about? Someone was intent on sabotaging the experiment. Otherwise, what was the purpose of deploying those 200 special forces? This was not merely a warning to certain foreign entities but also a caution to those within the research team, signaling that every one of their actions was known to the Dragon Nation. However, as long as the identity of the problematic academician remained unknown, none could be apprehended. To act against one could potentially trigger the failure of the experiment. If the wrong person was seized, and that individual was still within the fold, failure would ensue. Even if the right person was captured, the experiment would still be at risk of failure. Thus, it became an unsolvable conundrum. The only way to break the deadlock was to identify the individual. Once identified, they could assess whether the experiment could continue without that person. There was a gamble that absence could lead to success. Alternatively, they might still need to identify the suspect but refrain from action, hoping that the individual would cooperate for the experiment's success. Why would they cooperate? Not all spies are fearless. The older one becomes, the more one fears death. If that person were an academician, having attained such stature, would they willingly face death? Is it worth sacrificing oneself to sabotage the experiment? Those in higher echelons were also betting on this point, whether to sabotage and expose or to diligently complete the experiment. What would you choose? It must be said that the one who devised this plan in the upper echelons possesses considerable acumen, albeit as a last resort. Who could have anticipated that such a crucial research team would encounter issues? Especially at this critical juncture. Of course, these matters would be investigated later. The culpable would undoubtedly meet their demise. Once the elder finished speaking, a headache began to plague Xiao Mu. Even if we identify him, we cannot act correct. You are quite astute. There is no need for me to instruct you. The elder's tone carried a hint of amusement. Have you ever considered why you were allowed access to the experimental zone? Xiao Mu's expression shifted. An area that had been completely sealed off. Why would they permit 3 national security personnel entry? Was it conceivable that there was no directive from above? Every one of Xiao Mu's actions was known to the higher-ups. The elder's words were, in essence, a warning: you may enter to observe, but do not start trouble. Additionally, they required his capabilities to unearth that individual, shifting from passive to active. Yet, even upon discovery, action could not be taken. A thought flickered through Xiao Mu's mind: I refuse to be a mere pawn. This was beyond his control. He too wished to identify the individual. Understood, Xiao Mu replied, feeling fatigued. Do you have any further instructions? I hear you have a fondness for that firearm. The elder's words carried a note of jest. The call ended. Xiao Mu's eyes suddenly sparkled with intensity, only to roll in exasperation the next moment. The head of national security even knew of his fondness for that gun. How was that possible? Did this not imply that his every move was meticulously monitored by that figure? This world is indeed cold and ruthless. Xiao Mu sighed in resignation. Only the embrace of Brother Chiu could offer him a semblance of security. A day passed swiftly. Xiao Mu gradually became acquainted with the 3 venerable academicians. His words were sweet, and he would often amuse the 3 elderly gentlemen, bringing them joy. After a day of observation, he detected no anomalies. Seizing the opportunity during the afternoon break, Xiao Mu visited Old Qian's office. Hello, Old Qian, Xiao Mu greeted the elderly man with a smile. I have a question. Old Qian appeared amiable, smiling as he replied, ask away. Are you a spy? As he uttered this, Xiao Mu fixed his gaze on Old Qian's eyes, scrutinizing his pupils for any sign of change. Eh? Old Qian was taken aback. Just a joke, Xiao Mu laughed, deftly diverting the subject. I heard that Old Bai's tea was procured through your connections. Indeed, Old Qian nodded. That tea is truly delightful. I would love to acquire some for myself, Xiao Mu praised with a smile. By the way, how did Old Bai come to know that your friend sells tea? I recall him once lamenting his inability to find good tea, Old Qian reminisced. I then thought of a friend who sells tea and introduced them. I see, Xiao Mu maintained his smile. I apologize for interrupting, Old Qian. Not at all, Old Qian regarded the departing youth with a puzzled expression, lost in contemplation. In Old Li's office. Old Li, are you a spy? Just a joke. By the way, Old Li, do you enjoy drinking tea? Not particularly, though Old Bai's tea is quite good. Oh, does he often invite you for tea? Yes, Old Bai is quite obsessed with tea. He enjoys conversing while sipping, often dragging me and Old Qian along. Apologies for the interruption, Old Li. Outside the office, Xiao Mu wore a smile, but his expression soon darkened. His eyes revealed a cold, profound depth. Another day had passed. Outside a laboratory, Xiao Mu gazed icily at the door. The experiment was progressing more swiftly than anyone had imagined. The final results emerged rapidly, and he heard cheers from within the laboratory. The experiment was a success. On the 5th day, a convoy departed the experimental zone, escorted by police vehicles en route to the airport. In the shadows, a special forces team followed for protection. Upon arrival at the airport, Xiao Mu, the 3 academicians, and a security detail boarded a chartered civilian aircraft bound for the capital. Once airborne, Xiao Mu, who had been resting with his eyes closed, suddenly opened them, revealing a peculiar smile. The perception of the human weapon began to trigger alarms. A colorless, odorless gas permeated the cabin. At that moment, the aircraft's course deviated. Xiao Mu slowly closed his eyes once more. Who could this individual be?